In a previous life, the apocalypse descended abruptly, transforming 50% of humanity into zombies. A world plagued by extreme cold, unbearable heat, floods, and eternal night became a hellish reality. Qin Xian survived for 15 years in this desolate world, only to meet her demise at the hands of a loved one. One day, she was reborn to the time before the apocalypse, and upon discovering her vast personal space and a wealth of 5 billion, Qin Xian exuberantly entered a hoarding frenzy. Rice, flour, cooking oil, fruits and vegetables, snail powder, self-heating hotpot, spicy duck neck, buy. As for the self-righteous, the benevolent, rescuing the needy, troublesome children, greasy men, green tea bitches, kill. In this post-apocalyptic era, should one not repay malice with malice? While others donned tattered rags, she flaunted her bankruptcy chic, Hanfu, Lolita, and JK uniforms. Where others consumed insect flour pancakes, she savored yellow braised chicken with pickled fish, paired with cola, burping in satisfaction. While others fled in terror from zombies, she lounged amongst them, stretching lazily, pulling out a pink sleeping bag. In this life, one must either endure or be ruthless. If I do not descend into hell, let those who wish to do so. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Vows of Revenge. In a sunlit room adorned with charming warmth, an exquisitely beautiful girl lay in restless slumber. Clutching a stuffed bunny, her delicate features contorted in distress, she seemed trapped in a nightmare, thrashing her arms and kicking her legs.
Bang!
Her tender foot collided painfully with the bedpost.
Ouch!
It hurt. With a sharp cry, she awoke, clutching her throbbing toe, curling into a ball. Once calm, Qin Xian surveyed her surroundings, finding the scene both strange and familiar. After 15 years of struggling in the apocalypse, it took her a moment to realize this was her small apartment from 15 years ago. She had been reborn. Trembling, she pulled out her phone to check the time. It was 5 months before the apocalypse. Instantly, the myriad agonies of the apocalypse and the bitterness of her untimely death enveloped her. Qin Xian clutched her head, wailing in torment, her heart aching. Why must she endure such a terrifying experience again? Stumbling into the living room, she grabbed a fruit knife and, without hesitation, aimed it at her neck. She could not bear to relive that horrific life. Better to end it now. But just as the blade approached her throat, she halted. Her gaze turned icy, filled with fury.
No, she would not die.
If she were to perish, it would be after exacting vengeance on the vile. Lin Meijiao, you wretched creature. You are the one who deserves death. Qin Xian set down the knife, as memories surged painfully. In her past life, the apocalypse had arrived with shocking abruptness. It began with a summer storm where a few rabid individuals roamed the streets, biting indiscriminately. Who could have predicted that the torrential rain would last for 2 months, and those rabid individuals were, in fact, zombies? Subsequent calamities, a scorching heat wave, extreme cold, endless nights, and low oxygen levels, descended upon humanity like a relentless onslaught. With her meager powers and remarkable survival instincts, Qin Xian became the queen of survival in the apocalypse. After 15 years of existence in this hellish realm, she encountered her cousin, Lin Meijiao. By then, Qin Xian was no longer the naive girl she once was. She remained cautious around her cousin. Yet, her abilities proved too feeble, resulting in a backstab from Lin Meijiao. The once mighty queen of survival met her downfall. She was betrayed and delivered to an underground laboratory by Lin Meijiao, where her demise was both tragic and brutal. The reason was simple. They had crossed paths with Qin Xian's university classmate, Song Ji. At that time, Song Ji had risen to the rank of a powerful organization leader, a formidable lightning-type ability wielder. Tall, handsome, and devoted, he treated Qin Xian with utmost kindness. Years prior, he had been an overweight lad, burdensome to many. Only Qin Xian had stood by him, helping him present his work, wiping his sweat, and accompanying him on runs to shed weight. Qin Xian was perceptive. She understood that Song Ji's affection stemmed from gratitude and a need for her to fend off romantic advances. She believed their relationship was mutually beneficial, and with the promise of food and comfort, she consented. However, she failed to notice the icy daggers concealed within Lin Meijiao's seemingly innocent blessings. While searching for supplies, Qin Xian was knocked unconscious by Lin Meijiao, only to awaken in the dim light of the laboratory. Surrounded by individuals clad in white lab coats, they proceeded to cut into her flesh, conducting grotesque experiments. Fear engulfed her. Pain racked her body, and she pleaded daily for mercy. Yet, the only response was the glint of cold blades. Until at last, she was reduced to nothing but a head, a mere remnant of her former self, left like a pile of discarded flesh. One day, the laboratory was suddenly invaded by zombies, prompting a panicked exodus. She was abandoned, treated like refuse, with no one to rescue her. The zombies eagerly descended upon her frail body, gnawing at her with ravenous delight.
Pain.
She had long since adapted to suffering, but the despair at that moment eclipsed any physical agony she felt.
Bang.
A zombie seized her nearly weightless head, discarding it disdainfully into a pool of blood, akin to a deflated ball. Just then, Songji's team burst in, annihilating the zombies. Lin Meijiao was the first to spot Qin Qian. More accurately, it was the head of Qin Qian that she saw. Lin Meijiao laughed mockingly, squatting down to retrieve a pure white silk handkerchief, soaking it in the bloodied water until it turned crimson. "Dear sister, your blood is truly beautiful, such a vibrant red. Rest assured, I will use your blood-stained veil to wed your most beloved man." Perhaps the apocalypse had altered her very essence, for even in her disembodied state, Qin Qian retained consciousness. She gazed in futile agony, her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a familiar and anxious voice resounded outside. "Did you find her?" Lin Meijiao stood, stowing away the handkerchief, and kicked Qin Qian's head, sending it rolling into an unseen corner. Heartbroken, Qin Qian prepared to embrace her impending death, enveloped in fierce anger and resentment. The final thoughts that reached her mind were of Lin Meijiao's dialogue with Song Ji. Lin Meijiao, frenzied, exclaimed, "Are you sure you want to keep searching? She may already be. She is the woman I have chosen as my wife. I vowed to care for her until the end," the man declared with unwavering determination. Qin Qian was taken aback. She never expected Song Ji to be so steadfastly devoted to her. Lin Meijiao screamed in fury, "It's been 3 months. She is certainly dead. Let me comfort you." She attempted to embrace the broken man. "Stop torturing yourself. You've already lost a leg and your sight. How long will you continue this madness? She possesses no abilities. She is merely a burden. Let her go." The man recoiled from her embrace, his cool tone imbued with heart-wrenching resolve. "I will not let go." Perhaps the heavens, unable to bear witness any longer, granted her a chance for rebirth. "Lin Meijiao, you shall meet your demise." Wiping away her tears, Qin Qian rose, trembling hands gathering all the food from the freezer onto the sofa. She activated the television, tablet, laptop, and phone, streaming a cacophony of dramas and variety shows. The long-forgotten sounds of human chatter were a symphony to her ears, bringing tears of joy to her eyes. Qin Qian stared at the screen, mechanically shoving food into her mouth. Soft bread, rich milk, delicious sausages. In the apocalypse, she had gnawed on rough grass pancakes, consumed stir-fried wild vegetables made from insects, and had even bled from her throat while swallowing. Who would have thought that after 15 years, these flavors, once only present in dreams, would finally grace her palate again? Qin Qian indulged until she retched, yet after purging, she continued to eat, only to vomit again. It wasn't until her esophagus burned from the gastric acid and blood spewed forth that she finally paused. Nightfall had descended. At last, she managed to collect her emotions, the deep-seated hatred reigniting her spirit. The apocalypse loomed ever closer. She had to take action. Qin Qian retrieved a piece of jade shaped like the Tai Chi Inyang fish. This is the relic left to her by her mother. 3 years ago, Qin Qian's parents perished in an aviation disaster, leaving her profoundly saddened. However, reflecting on it now, she considers herself fortunate to have escaped such a cataclysm. The jade pendant originally existed as a pair. When united, they could summon a vast space. In her previous life, during the latter stages of the apocalypse, she fortuitously regained the other half of the pendant and summoned this space. Ironically, the very next day, she was sent to a laboratory. In short, she had conjured solitude. Qin Qian clenched her fist, a flicker of resolve and ferocity igniting in her eyes. The first challenge she faced was to reclaim her space, yet the other half of the jade pendant was in Lin Meijiao's possession. Chapter 2. The greatest challenge, money. After her mother's death in her previous life, Lin Meijiao had taken one half of the pendant, claiming she missed her aunt and wished to keep it as a memento. How laughable! It was clear she coveted the pendant for its considerable value. The night was already deep, yet Qin Qian was not inclined to sleep. To confront the apocalypse, she required ample preparation. She recalled the sequence of disasters: torrential rains, extreme heat, frigid blizzards, and eternal nights shrouded in fog. She opened a mind map, employing techniques she had learned from others to compile a list of necessary supplies. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation, and essentials were categorized according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For instance, under clothing, metal corresponded to items such as protective armor and safety helmets. Under food, stainless steel bowls and knives, military-grade water bottles, and cutting boards were noted. She meticulously aligned her list with the characteristics of impending disasters, cross-referencing with lists compiled by enthusiasts online to ensure nothing was overlooked. Her heart burned with fervor. Initially anxious and restless, she yearned to hoard every conceivable item on Earth into her space. Gradually, amidst her turmoil, she found a spark of excitement. She would survive. She would thrive in the apocalypse, living even better than before. However, in the throes of enthusiasm, Qin Xian was suddenly struck by a stark reality: money. Where could she procure it? Her parents' inheritance amounted to a mere 2 million, and with the house included, it barely reached 5 million. Given her extensive list of supplies, she required at least 9 figures to gather everything. More pressing was the fact that essential fuels, motor oil, diesel, and gasoline, were subject to domestic purchase restrictions. Firearms, ammunition, and certain limited medications were similarly inaccessible. What was she to do? Anxiety gnawed at her, prompting her to habitually bite her finger joint. In a manner akin to thumbsucking, this was her way of releasing pent-up emotions. Yet, as one problem lingered unresolved, another emerged: combat capability. In the apocalypse, an abundance of supplies would be futile without formidable strength to protect oneself. Qin Xian's father had been a veteran before delving into business, and her grandfather hailed from a martial arts lineage. At 3 years old, she was unmatched in her kindergarten. As a teenager, while other girls donned midriff-bearing outfits to stroll the streets, she refrained, for her abdomen was adorned with a row of defined muscles. Following her parents' demise, in a bid to avoid squandering their legacy, she commenced live-streaming martial arts online. Be it knives, swords, or axes, she could wield them with finesse. With her doll-like visage, she could even split watermelons, break bricks, and crush durians. Against an ordinary adult male, she could easily hold her own. In the early days of the apocalypse, she effectively safeguarded herself. Yet, as time wore on, the number of offensive ability users surged. When faced with a lightning strike, could one truly engage in taekwondo with a storm? Qin Xian also possessed abilities, albeit of a rather lackluster nature. Uncertain of its name, she whimsically dubbed it social anxiety benefits. When activated, it rendered her presence imperceptible to others. For instance, if she encountered acquaintances, she could remain unnoticed, as if she were merely a passing breeze. In her previous life, she ascended to the second tier of her abilities, finally evading the attention of lower-tier zombies, which had sufficed for her. But it lacked any offensive power. She could not compare to those who could obliterate entire buildings with a mere swing of their blade.
Wait.
A thought struck her. Song Ji, was he not the one capable of annihilating whole structures with a single strike? She recalled the scene of their battle, where speed users lured zombies into a derelict building. The ability user leaped from the rooftop, caught by a mutated giant bird, and whisked away to safety. With a flick of his wrist, Song Ji enveloped his blade in a silvery glow. A gentle sweep of his weapon reduced a 25-story building and its zombies to ashes. The ground was littered with crystal cores, dazzling her eyes. She must cling to him. The thought of this plan ignited in her mind. In the early stages, Song Ji was in a dire state. She needed to stockpile supplies, seek him out during his lowly times, rescue him, and envelop him in a halo of salvation. She would become his benefactor, ensuring he was well-fed and sheltered, and he would undoubtedly become her formidable ally, vanquishing her enemies. The more she contemplated the strategy, the more feasible it appeared. He would provide the strength, and she would supply the sustenance. Together, they would dominate the apocalypse, making it all the more splendid. Furthermore, she was aware that Song Ji possessed a remarkably potent ability, one that would render him invaluable during these tumultuous times, allowing him to traverse the chaos with ease. With that ability, even someone as inept as Qin Xian could attain formidable combat prowess. The mere thought of it ignited a fierce longing within her. Yes, she must have him. Yet, once again, the issue returned to its root. To support a powerhouse, she needed sufficient funds. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money, money, money. Qin Xian fell into a contemplative silence, gazing helplessly at a photo of her family on the bedside table. She saw her father's radiant and handsome face, but at that moment, it seemed as though she glimpsed another figure through his visage. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surged forth in her mind. She envisioned the blood-red sunrise on the horizon. Qin Xian bit her lip once more, this time out of exhilaration. Damn it! Was it merely money? A solution had emerged. The following day, in Liangshan Baodi, the city's most opulent hillside villa district, Qin Xian entered her uncle's lavish home, its extravagant decor exuding luxury. A cold smile curled her lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. All of this had been bestowed upon them by her mother. Her grandfather, once a figure of grandeur, had been reduced to obscurity after suffering a spinal injury, retreating to a small village where he lived incognito, marrying and raising a family. Her grandmother, a rural woman, had long subjected Qin Xian's mother to emotional manipulation as the eldest daughter. Consequently, her mother had sacrificed her education to support her younger brother, working in the city. Upon meeting the equally impoverished husband, they had supported each other, establishing a foundation together. Her mother had hoped to lift her brother out of poverty, bringing him into her circle. However, once her uncle established his own enterprise, he secretly turned against the Qin family, causing them to miss several significant projects. After the death of Qin Xian's parents, her uncle had wept, claiming he wished to adopt her as his daughter. At that moment, Qin Xian had felt deeply moved. If it had not been for her eavesdropping on her uncle's conversation, where he plotted to ensure her demise before she reached adulthood to claim her inheritance, she might have genuinely believed him. Miss Qin has arrived? A sharp voice pierced the air. It was Aunt Sun, the family's maid. Qin Xian cast a disdainful glance at the woman, who, despite being a maid, adorned herself with ostentatious jewels. She was her uncle's mistress. Even during her aunt's lifetime, they had been entangled. After her aunt's passing, Aunt Sun had aimed to adopt Lin Meijiao, hoping to marry into the Qin family and bask in the newfound wealth. Little did she expect that Qin Xian's mother would interject, bringing Lin Meijiao into the Qin household, thwarting her plans. Moreover, her uncle's scheme to eliminate his niece and seize his sister's inheritance had also failed. He promised to gift Aunt Sun a house from his sister's inheritance, yet ultimately failed to deliver. Consequently, she harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Qin couple, particularly towards Qin Xian, whom she regards with palpable animosity. Aunt Sun clenched her teeth in silence. Humph. You wretched child without parents, how dare you show your face here? I shall ensure your downfall. Chapter 3. The space has not appeared? In her previous life, before the apocalypse unfolded, Qin Xian was merely a sheltered, naive little rabbit, overly protected by her parents. She believed herself to be an orphan and wished to avoid conflict with her uncle's family, hoping to live peacefully with her parents' inheritance. However, upon returning from the apocalypse, Qin Xian was no longer inclined to indulge the insufferable mistress. She approached and plopped herself down on the sofa, inquiring, "Where's my sister?" Aunt Sun rolled her eyes, retorting that Jiao Jiao was not home and that Qin Xian had come at an inopportune time. They had just spoken on the phone, and she had said she was at home. Perhaps Qin Xian should inform her. Qin Xian, with an impassive expression, swiftly countered. Aunt Sun's face stiffened, followed by a cold smirk. "My apologies, miss. My legs have been unwell these past few days, and I cannot go up and down the stairs. It would be a bother for you to contact the young lady by phone." Qin Xian did not press but replied, "All right, then you can make me some tea." She scoffed at the notion of her legs being unwell. "Oh, do you brew tea with your legs?" Aunt Sun could no longer contain her irritation, cursing under her breath. "You wretched girl, do you truly think you're something special?" A furious voice resonated from the staircase above. "How dare you speak like that? She is my sister." Lin Meijiao, clad in a delicate pink camisole nightgown, descended from the upper floor. Qin Xian immediately rose, offering her a sweet smile that dazzled Lin Meijiao. Lin Meijiao seethed with jealousy, thinking how this wretched girl was so beautiful, beautiful enough to incite destruction. Her skin glowed porcelain white, her figure slender yet curvaceous. Long, chestnut curls cascaded down to her waist, shimmering like satin, reminiscent of golden threads. Despite her youthful, doll-like face, there was an alluring charm that surpassed even that of a fox spirit. Yet those once innocent, clear black eyes seemed to hold an unfamiliar depth today. Upon seeing her emerge, Aunt Sun quickly apologized. "I was unaware you had arranged to meet." Lin Meijiao reprimanded her angrily. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of my aunt and uncle's passing. My sister has come to discuss the memorial with me. How could you speak so carelessly? Qin Xian found no amusement in her performance, thinking how ridiculous it was. Without the owner's consent, how could a mere employee dare to speak so to the employer's relatives? Lin Meijiao's mention of the Qin couple sent Aunt Sun into a rage, her teeth grinding audibly. She swallowed her anger and muttered an apology. Lin Meijiao continued, having lost my mother at a young age, if it weren't for my aunt's love and care, I would not be who I am today. You must never speak ill of her again. Aunt Sun's chest heaved with indignation, her once graceful face now a mask of fury. Qin Qian observed, amused, as it was the first time she had seen someone so enraged, steam seemingly emanating from their head. It was laughable. Had Aunt Sun transformed into a steamer, or awakened some latent ability to steam buns? Lin Meijiao's words were sharp, piercing through the air like daggers. Had it been the Qin Qian of her past life, the innocent and naive version, she might have believed her cousin was defending her. However, she now saw clearly that Lin Meijiao's malice had not been forged by the apocalypse but had existed all along, secretly growing within her since she had first come to the city to meet the Qin family. Qin Xian had been too foolish to notice. As Aunt Sun went to prepare tea, her cousin sat beside her, attempting to comfort her. Qin Xian cut to the chase, addressing the memorial for their parents. Her delicate hands occasionally brushed aside loose strands of hair from her forehead, captivating Lin Meijiao's heart. Despite their 7 similarities, it was the 3 differences that rendered their beauty incomparable. Lin Meijiao, while undoubtedly a school beauty, stood as a mere joke next to Qin Xian, unable to even share the spotlight. Why was that? Aunt Sun returned with the tea, and Lin Meijiao smiled. Aunt Sun, please be careful with your legs while walking. Aunt Sun paused, then replied with a forced smile. Do not worry, miss, I am fine. Oh. She pretended to stumble, pouring the scalding tea directly toward Qin Qian's face. If it landed, disfigurement would be inevitable. Qin Qian's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly dodged, though some of the liquid still splashed onto her dress. Lin Meijiao gasped. Oh no. Aunt Sun, what have you done? I told you to be careful. Sister, are you alright? Did you get burned? Qin Qian understood her purpose for coming and refrained from exploding in anger. Aunt Sun hastily apologized. I truly am sorry, Mississippi. You see, my legs are indeed unwell. I was not deceiving you. Her face displayed disappointment, having failed to mar the beauty of this little vixen. Lin Meijiao urged, Sister, quickly go to my room to change. Otherwise, how will you go home in such a wet dress? Qin Qian did not refuse. This suited her intentions perfectly. All right, then sister shall accompany me to change. Lin Meijiao's eyes glimmered with triumph as she was about to agree when her phone rang. She waved dismissively. I will take this call. You can change by yourself. Whatever of mine you like is yours. In the past, when Lin Meijiao's family was still impoverished, she had visited the Qin household for the first time and had been envious of the wardrobe full of clothes belonging to her sister. Qin Qian had said something similar then. At that time, Lin Meijiao felt humiliated by Qin Qian's perceived display of wealth. Now, with fortunes reversed, it was her turn to offer Qin Qian something of value. As Qin Qian ascended the stairs and entered the room, Aunt Sun's voice echoed behind her. Miss, how dare you let her go in alone? Are you not afraid she will steal something? She is down on her luck now, and your room is filled with valuables she has never seen before. Enough, Aunt Sun. Please go prepare dinner. I am hungry. Qin Qian retorted coldly, ignoring the charade between the two. Clutching the jade pendant, she felt its energy and quickly found another piece. The jade pieces resonated with each other, and as long as they were within a certain range, they could sense one another. Filled with excitement, Qin Qian combined the 2 priceless icy jade pieces into a flawless circle, intricately engraved with various patterns and characters. She replaced one with a remarkably similar imitation. This was the prop she had borrowed from her mother during high school for a video, as she found her mother's jade pendant beautiful and wished to use it. Her mother had said it was a family heirloom meant for Qin Qian's wedding, fearing it might be damaged, and had specially commissioned a cheaper imitation. Little did she know it would prove useful now. Qin Qian entered the bathroom and locked the door, placing the jade on the countertop. She took a craft knife and sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the jade. Soon, the crimson fluid flowed into every crevice of the jade. Just like in her previous life, the jade emitted a golden light. 2 glowing orbs emerged, intertwining in midair before merging into one, entering through Qin Qian's 7 orifices. She felt a warm embrace, soft and gentle, as if enveloped in a comforting hug. "Qian," came her mother's voice. Tears welled up in Qin Qian's eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. Once the golden light faded, she focused intently on sensing the space. Yet, her mind was engulfed in silence. A sudden panic gripped her. Had something gone awry? Was she unable to summon the space in this life? Chapter 4. A windfall of 50 billion. Time to stockpile, however. She soon realized her worries were unfounded. After a fleeting moment of darkness, the golden light in her mind reappeared, dispersing like celestial flowers, spreading throughout her limbs. With a hum, a certain space in her mind trembled, like a stone door to a hidden realm swinging open. Indeed, the vast space materialized before Qin Qian once more. The preserved space, vast as 10 football fields, seemed to suspend time, allowing only thoughts to enter. Currently that was the case, though soon, physical entry would be permitted. There was also a small courtyard, nearly the size of a football field. Qin Qian's attention was fixated on the courtyard gate. What lay beyond it? She was uncertain. In her previous life, she had opened the space but was whisked away before she could explore it. Bound to an operating table, she had often succumbed to the haze of anesthesia or endured excruciating pain. There had been neither time nor opportunity for exploration. Of course, now was not the moment either, especially since she was still at her cousin's house. Having acquired what she needed, she decided against any unnecessary delays. With a heart full of curiosity, she temporarily vacated the space, ensuring the jade pendant was safely stored within it. Upon exiting, Qin Qian donned a pure white dress, modestly priced yet stylishly designed. Originally, this dress had been neglected by Lin Meijiao for being unflattering, but now, it adorned Qin Qian beautifully, making her resemble a forest nymph, pristine and ethereal, perfectly complementing the elegant design. Lin Meijiao's pupils constricted in an instant, her dissatisfaction palpable. "Sister, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to," Qin Qian stated. "Won't you stay for a meal?" Lin Meijiao inquired. "No, I have school obligations. I will return the dress washed and pristine," Qin Qian replied, unwilling to partake in Lin Meijiao's hospitality, fearing that a mere spoonful of her 3-flower milk would lead to her demise. Feigning generosity, Lin Meijiao retorted, "It's no trouble. I gifted you the dress. Aunt's son, please see her off," she commanded. Aunt's son, akin to a dutiful servant following a queen's decree, complied with an insincere eagerness as she escorted Qin Qian out. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Aunt's son lifted her chin, a haughty smirk gracing her lips. "Miss, I must say, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to claim your parents' inheritance entirely? Your uncle, regardless of his character, is your mother's biological brother and deserves a share. Do you not find this wealth burdensome? Be wary of losing your life while clutching it." Qin Qian turned to meet her gaze, which was met with a polite nod. In an instant, her expression hardened, and she struck Aunt's son across the face. "A nod? A nod for what?" Aunt's son gasped, stumbling back several steps. "You wretched creature. How dare you strike me? If I strike you, then so be it. Shall I consult a fortune-teller as well?" Qin Qian retorted without hesitation, delivering a powerful right hook. Another scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Aunt's son collapsed, groaning, "You orphaned wretch. Why didn't your parents take you with them to die, leaving behind such an uncouth brat?" With a foot planted firmly on Aunt's son's fingers, Qin Qian applied pressure, relishing the sound of cracking bones. Amidst Aunt's son's wails, Qin Qian remarked casually, "I recall you've been with my uncle for 20 years. Haven to you? From a young girl to Aunt Sunday. Yet, he has never taken you as his wife. Have you considered why? Heh, old hag, destined to be a mistress for life. Come back to criticize my upbringing only when you truly become my aunt. I shall await that day." With a voice as cool as frost, Qin Qian unleashed a barrage of scathing words, each one piercing Aunt's son's vulnerabilities like needles.
"Ah!"
Aunt's son shrieked, lunging at Qin Qian with a face twisted in rage, blood streaming from her nose and eyes wide with fury, resembling a zombie. Qin Qian stepped back, delivering a flawless kick that connected with Aunt's son's face, the white hem of her dress swirling gracefully in the air.
"Buffed!"
Aunt's son spewed blood mixed with teeth, collapsing to the ground, her cries fading as she could no longer rise. Indifferent, Qin Xian collected herself and turned away, clutching her dress as she departed. You old hag. Just like a decrepit motorcycle, deserving a good kick. Qin Xian noticed the figure lingering at the villa door, observing her with intent. She recognized them, but offered no assistance. They merely wished to use her hand to torment the interloper who had disrupted her family. Gazing down at a card in her hand, one she had pilfered from her cousin's room, she contemplated the idea of using it to her advantage. How dare they play such games at my expense? Qin Xian had no intention of leaving the villa area. Instead, she headed west, seeking the most opulent villa within the community. Upon arriving, the guards immediately greeted her with respect. Young miss, how may I assist you? I wish to see my grandfather, Qin Xian inquired. Yes, Mr. Zhao is inside. I shall inform him at once, the guard replied, seemingly pleased, rushing into the villa. Qin Xian surveyed the grand three-story residence. Though her uncle's villa was nearby, it paled in comparison to this one. This abode belonged to her grandfather, Zhao Zhengdao. Do not question why their surnames differ. Qin Xian's father took her mother's surname, being Zhao Zhengdao's illegitimate son. Years prior, Zhao Zhengdao had deceived Qin's grandmother into marriage, concealing his existing family, resulting in the birth of Qin's father. When the truth came to light, her grandmother, possessing great dignity, left the unfaithful man without claiming a single penny. Her father, equally proud, refused any assistance from this heartless father. Last month, Zhao Zhengdao was diagnosed with terminal illness, with little time left to live. Having navigated both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, he amassed a fortune, yet his wife had long passed, and his 3 sons and 6 grandchildren had all been eliminated by enemies. Only Qin Xian, the wild granddaughter, remained. In her previous life, the old man intended to bequeath his 50 billion fortune to her. Qin Xian, like her grandmother and father, had pride and declined. She had been naive, believing her uncle had pure intentions, trusting that her cousin was innocent of wrongdoing. Reflecting on this, she felt an urge to slap herself vigorously. During a shopping outing, she had casually mentioned the matter to her sister, leading to her uncle's eventual embezzlement of the entire sum. 50 billion. How had that old scoundrel not suffocated under the weight of it? In this life, however, she had no intention of clinging to her pride. To hell with it. I want the money. Upon entering the villa, she found her grandfather seated amidst a bewildering array of machines, his frail body adorned with tubes. A young, refined man, exuding an air of subservience, wheeled him closer. Zhao Zhengdao's murky eyes sparkled with affection upon seeing Qin Xian. She had no desire for pleasantries. After a few polite exchanges, she got straight to the point. When will the money be transferred? At the mention of her desire for money, the old man's eyes brightened. If you want it, it can be transferred the day after tomorrow. Qin Xian found it amusing. In her extensive experience, she had only seen people elated at receiving money, never at the prospect of giving it away. She nodded and gestured to the man pushing the wheelchair. In addition to the money, I want him. The man paused, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Zhao Zhengdao's face, wrinkled like a dried orange, broke into an understanding smile. My granddaughter has grown up. It seems she has reached the marrying age. What nonsense! Qin Xian hastily waved her hand. No, I simply wish for him to work for me for 3 months. Grandfather, you are overthinking this. What did you call me? The old man exclaimed, nearly leaping from his wheelchair in excitement. Call me grandfather again, dear child. Just once more. Qin Xian replied coolly, grandfather. Regardless of the circumstances, you are indeed my grandfather. She had no interest in familial affection. She only desired the money, enough to ensure her survival in the impending apocalypse. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. It had been 3 years since he had lost his grandchildren. To hear her call him grandfather before his demise was more than enough fulfillment. He acquiesced to Qin Xian's request, allowing her to borrow the secretary, a Qiao, for 3 months. A Qiao was a silent, prudent individual, well-connected and resourceful. Qin Xian knew his value would be immense. Having exited the villa area, Qin Xian drove down the mountain, returning to the city. She is about to embark on her journey of hoarding supplies for the apocalypse. However, a new conundrum presents itself before her. Chapter 5. Hoarding Supplies. 1. After acquiring the provisions, where should she store them? Keeping them at home would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, a foolish act indeed. She must find a place to temporarily stash her supplies. Yet, this would hinder her devious plan she had concocted in her mind. Thus, Qin Xian ventured far from home to rent a spacious warehouse. Once she confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras within, she paid 5 months' rent up front. She also rented a cargo van to facilitate her procurement of bulk goods. By the time it was past 1 in the afternoon, hunger gnawed at her. Relying on her memory, she set off towards her favorite Lanzhou noodle shop from her previous life. As she drove, she moved particularly slowly, wanting to absorb the lively throng of people and the bustling streets around her. Among the crowd, some were arguing, others laughing, some crying, while few engaged in playful scuffles. Her gaze was greedy and enamored, unwilling to miss a single moment, as if blinking would be a waste of precious time. She wished to capture the beauty of this vibrant world in her eyes, each frame, each instant etched into her mind for eternity. For she knew they would soon vanish again. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, Qin Xian, as usual, ordered a serving of mixed noodles and a plate of cold dishes. Indulging with fervor, the chewy noodles, the tangy and spicy sauce, and the aromatic beef sauce were heavenly. She twirled a mouthful of noodles, coated in red oil and various spices, and sent it into her mouth. The spicy and fragrant flavors erupted in her mouth, so delightful that tears streamed down her cheeks. How spicy! Yet, she couldn't help but keep shoveling more into her mouth. Just as she swallowed the noodles, she picked up another bite of the cold dishes, seaweed strips, shredded potatoes, shredded carrots, and scallions tossed in red oil and a special dressing. A dash of vinegar, and she gulped it down. Qin Xian felt as if her long-dormant humanity was being awakened. She thought the phrase, "so delicious I could swallow my tongue," was not an exaggeration. She wanted to preserve this flavor. In her previous life, countless nights of gnawing hunger had led her to crave such a bowl. Regrettably, she often fell asleep starving, only to wake up in the same plight, with nothing but a half-eaten cake made from insect powder and assorted beans. With tears in her eyes and snot running from her nose, she continued to eat, her round little face stuffed to the brim, resembling a greedy little hamster with its cheek pouches full. Many patrons were so captivated by her eating spectacle that they momentarily forgot their own meals. In the past, she had always been aware of her striking appearance and had tried to maintain an image of a refined lady. Now, however, she simply wished to indulge herself, and everything else was insignificant. After finishing her noodles, Qin Xian rubbed her round belly and approached the kitchen to find the proprietress. "I wish to order employee meals for my company, 100 portions daily, starting with 8 days. Please calculate the cost. I can pay you now." The proprietress widened her eyes in disbelief, her hands, dusted with flour, wiping nervously on her apron. "Are you serious? I've never had anyone order employee meals before. Eating noodles every day, aren't you tired of it?" Qin Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the straightforwardness of the proprietress. She pretended to ponder seriously. "How about we pair each serving of noodles with a portion of beef and cold dishes? And please, no cilantro. I'll come by every noon to pick them up. And if I can't make it, I'll call you to request delivery. All right, let me calculate the price." With that, the proprietress finally believed her, a smile spreading across her face as she went to figure it out. After settling the payment, Qin Xian continued her work. With the funds yet to be deposited, and to guard against unforeseen circumstances, she devised 2 plans, one for millions and another for billions. Her first stop was a construction materials factory, where she ordered cement, lime, bricks, and other building materials for delivery. These items would prove invaluable. The second stop was a large wholesale supermarket. In the apocalypse, if one were to ask men what they lacked most, the answer would be supplies, weapons, and women. But if you asked women, the first choice would undoubtedly be supplies. With sanitary products as a close second, Qin Xian had grown weary of using ragged cloths during her monthly cycle. Zombies craved blood, and it was imperative to wear thick pants to stay adequately covered. Winter was tolerable, but summer was unbearable, leaving her legs covered in rashes. The sensitive areas were even more troublesome. Hence, upon entering the large supermarket, she immediately cleared the shelves of all sanitary products. These items would not resume production in the later stages of the apocalypse, so hoarding them was hardly excessive. After emptying the shelves, she called over the store manager to inquire about the remaining stock, intending to purchase it all. The reason? To donate to impoverished women in remote areas. After making her payment and leaving the warehouse address for delivery the next day, Qin Xian initially intended to buy some fruits and vegetables. However, having completed her first 2 stops, it was already late afternoon. Firstly, the fruits and vegetables would no longer be fresh. Secondly, the market prices were steep. She planned to visit local greenhouses the next day to procure directly from farmers. Moreover, she had another matter on her mind, her own space. Upon returning home, she immediately entered her space. Qin Xian's consciousness drifted to the ancient wooden door, pushing it open and stepping into the small courtyard. The sight within left her momentarily stunned. To the left lay a vast expanse of open land, while to the right was a completely barren field. A stone path meandered ahead, leading directly to a beautifully eaved building. The sun shone brightly overhead, warming the surroundings. On either side of the stone path were patches of grass a few centimeters high, adorned with an array of blooming flowers. The fragrant aroma of the greenery lingered in her nostrils. Suddenly, she realized that, in contrast to the stillness of the outside world, time flowed within this little courtyard. This meant that cultivation was indeed possible here. She just wondered if she could bring living animals into this space. As she walked further in, she gazed around, discovering a large lake to her right. The water was clear, yet eerily empty. While it may not have been drinkable, one must understand that during extreme heat, surface water would nearly vanish. Digging several meters deep often yielded no underground water source. Without water, one might struggle to survive even the hottest days. In her previous life, she had resorted to drinking her own urine and the blood of mutated creatures. She had even dared to sip the blood of the recently deceased. Chapter 6, Hoarding Supplies 2. Enough of that. No more gloomy thoughts. With such a vast lake now at her disposal, she need not worry about water resources. In good spirits, she approached the ancient building, pushing the door open. Inside was relatively tidy. Aside from a broken table, there was no other furniture. On the table lay a notebook, and upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in astonishment. This was the very notebook she had carried with her since the onset of the apocalypse. It contained records of each disaster, their sequences, timings, knowledge about powers and crystal cores, as well as her emotions, struggles, pains, joys, laughter, expectations, despair, and numbness. As Qin Xian flipped through the pages, she saw a drawing from the 5th year of the apocalypse depicting a meat sandwich paired with snail noodles. Beneath it, she had written, "If only someone could let me take another bite of that meat sandwich and slurp another mouthful of snail noodles, I would gladly crack open my own head and offer them my crystal core." A smile crept across Qin Xian's face, akin to a college student reading a younger child's diary. How foolish. Yet, as she chuckled, a pang of sorrow washed over her. She composed herself and closed the notebook. In this life, she would never again allow herself to endure such suffering. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, she would feast on meat sandwiches and slurp snail noodles. She must. Glancing around the main room, she noted the 2 bedrooms flanking it could only be described as bare and empty. Qin Xian smiled broadly, determined to make her space cozy. Even if it was merely a thought, she yearned for a home amidst the apocalypse. Stepping outside, she ventured to the back of the house for an inspection. The walls surrounding the area were adorned with ancient-style blue bricks and dark tiles, while a mountain wall loomed at the rear, suggesting the house was built against the mountain. The rocky surface was covered in moss, grasses, flowers, and vines. A crooked tree, towering over 2 people, sprouted from the cliff, its emerald leaves swaying gently in the breeze. This was the only native tree in the courtyard. Beneath it lay a shallow pond encircled by stones, dry and devoid of water. Curiosity piqued, Qin Xian wondered about its purpose, perhaps for bathing, soaking her feet, or washing clothes. As she prepared to explore further, a glimmer caught her eye within the small house. Intrigued, she stepped inside and discovered a piece of slightly yellowed stationery on the table. Inscribed with a message, "Congratulations on unlocking the mystical space. I am your space assistant, here to update your level and the corresponding new abilities of your powers. Please utilize crystal cores to upgrade and unlock new features." New features? Was the space itself a type of power? Could it be upgraded alongside other abilities using crystal cores? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the paper began to respond to her inquiries. In no time, it wrote, "Indeed, the space is a form of ability. Since you have acquired the Mystic Jade pendant early, you can possess this power without needing crystal cores." Qin Xian inquired further, "What functions does a second-tier space offer?" The paper replied, "Apologies, we are not yet familiar enough for me to divulge details. Please upgrade your powers with crystal cores." How do we become familiar enough? She pondered. Would cooking together suffice? Qin Xian continued, "Can the courtyard support the breeding of aquatic life? The paper responded, "You can breed and plant within the space. However, due to your low tier, you cannot automate planting or harvesting and must operate manually." A brow arched at the implication of a loophole in its words. She pressed on. "So, if I advance in tier, I can automate planting and harvesting?" The paper's reply came with a hint of surprise. "Oh dear, I let that slip." Qin Xian chuckled at the notion of this assistant being akin to a quirky artificial intelligence. Afterward, no matter how she questioned, the paper remained silent, likely wary of revealing too much. This piece of stationery resembled those system assistants often found in novels, and she found delight in teasing it. She set the paper aside and exited the space. Descending the stairs, she captured 2 tiny ants, one placed into the stagnant space, perishing instantly, while the other thrived in the flowing space, joyfully scurrying until it vanished into the soil. This indicated that the mystical space was divided into 2 distinct areas. The first, a vast preservation chamber where time stood still. A glass of hot water placed inside would remain unchanged after a century. Yet living beings perished within. The courtyard, in contrast, was a dynamic space conducive to life, allowing for cultivation and planting, albeit unsuitable for preservation. Having been tempered by the apocalypse, Qin Xian was not one to express emotions openly. Instead, she bit her finger joint, channeling her excitement. The prospect of cultivating within the space awakened the DNA of agricultural heritage ingrained in her. She envisioned growing vegetables and raising livestock, ensuring a continuous food supply in the apocalypse. However, her physical form could not enter the space, an unfortunate limitation. Yet, pondering the paper's mention of more functions, she speculated that higher tiers might allow her physical presence as well. Her anticipation grew. That evening, she ordered her favorite takeout from her previous life. While indulging in her meal, she opened an orange app, changing her address to the warehouse location. She cleared her shopping cart of all lipsticks, skincare products, and clothing, initiating her primary plan to stockpile resources according to $1 million standard. If 50 billion could not be acquired, she would liquidate all online credit limits before the impending apocalypse. Mortgaging her house and selling jewelry, she aimed to stockpile as much as possible before the chaos of the initial apocalypse unfolded. Her strategy was clear. Since the space allowed for cultivation and breeding, she did not need to purchase excessive quantities of staple foods. Instead, she focused on acquiring items that would be scarce post-apocalypse. She placed orders from 10 different shops, each requesting 500 boxes of snail noodles, a total of 5,000 boxes. Do not laugh. It is not the protagonist's favorite, but rather the author's. Following suit, she ordered 1,000 boxes each of her favorite instant noodles, Old Vine pickled cabbage, braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 boxes of various snacks, including potato chips, chocolate, biscuits, and cakes. She turned her attention to essential seasonings, knowing that even the simplest meals could be elevated with a spoonful of chili oil. She divided her orders across 20 shops, securing 1,000 boxes of fine salt and sugar, alongside 500 pounds of coarse salt, chicken essence, and MSG. She also stocked up on various sauces, pickles, and hotpot ingredients, ensuring her culinary endeavors would not falter amidst the impending chaos. With her meticulously crafted inventory list, she filled her shopping carts across multiple platforms, placing order after order until payment required SMS verification. Finally, she paused, reclining on her bed, relishing the flood of order confirmation messages from the merchants. As she closed her eyes, a slight, almost unhealthy sense of satisfaction washed over her. She knew that the supplies she amassed would last beyond her lifetime, yet the desire to possess them, to transform them into her own, was undeniable. She had experienced hunger and fear, and she was determined to be prepared. The following day, Qin Xian ordered 2,000 5-tier stainless steel shelves from a local factory, each measuring 2 meters in height, 15 meters in length, and 60 centimeters in width. I initially anticipated a delay of a couple of days for delivery. To my astonishment, the factory had the products readily available. Upon hearing this, the manager, Qin Xian, seized the opportunity, eliciting a smile so wide that it seemed to burst 3 pimples on his face. According to him, these items were originally ordered by another company, which had recently declared bankruptcy and left the goods undelivered. This batch was on the verge of being wasted, but thanks to Qin Xian, the unwitting benefactor, salvation had arrived. Chapter 7. When unexpected events become expected, the vendor offered a generous discount of 20, and on top of that, Qin Xian received several small shelves and ladders as a bonus. After completing the transaction, she instructed the workers to meticulously fill the warehouse with the shelves, leaving only a narrow path for an adult to pass through. Despite this, there were still hundreds of items that could not fit and were temporarily stacked outside. Supplies of rice, flour, oil, and hygiene products arrived sequentially, filling 3 entire trucks. The amassed goods resembled small mountains, yet when juxtaposed with the towering shelves, they appeared as mere pitiful heaps in the corner. Once the workers departed, Qin Xian first organized the rice, flour, and oil into the storage space. She then opened the boxes of hygiene products, arranging them neatly on the shelves for easy access. Surprisingly, even with so many items, they only filled 10 shelves. Storing these shelves in the space brought Qin Xian a deep sense of relief, a gentle wave of reassurance spreading through her veins. Securing the warehouse, she hastily drove to an outdoor sports supermarket, purchasing a plethora of camping equipment, climbing ropes ranging from 10 to 100 meters, 300 of each, 100 pairs of climbing shoes, 100 inflatable boats, and 200 tents of 20 different styles. She acquired 300 sleeping bags of various designs, winter and summer jackets, and thermal clothing suitable for extreme cold, including plush garments, wool sweaters, down jackets, cotton shoes, hats, and socks. For the sweltering heat, she purchased quick-drying climbing attire, short sleeves, shorts, umbrellas, and insulating cloth. She ensured to acquire both male and female versions of each clothing item, as she had to provide for her benefactor. The sales assistant could scarcely contain her astonishment at the volume of Qin Xian's order, realizing that her store's sales figures for the month, or even the next month, were secured. Thank you, God of Wealth. However, the store lacked sufficient stock, prompting Qin Xian to leave her address for the assistant to arrange shipments from the manufacturer. After placing her orders, Qin Xian drove to a nearby rural area, purchasing several hundred pounds of leafy greens directly from farmers, 200 pounds each of cabbage, rapeseed, spinach, bok choy, and various mushrooms, 100 pounds each of radishes, potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. She refrained from excessive purchases, knowing she could cultivate her own produce in the space, and only bought essentials to meet her immediate needs. Moreover, growing vegetables requires time, and she couldn't afford to be without vitamins during this period. Consulting a pre-prepared list, she bought what was readily available and opted for seeds for out-of-season items. Passing by a watermelon greenhouse, she spotted seedless Chilean watermelons. After tasting one, she was enchanted by its sweetness. Upon learning the price, less than 50 billion for a single watermelon, she impulsively decided to purchase 5 contiguous watermelon farms. With her wealth, willingness to spend, and charming demeanor, the humble farmers were delighted to have this little deity among them. When she inquired about livestock facilities, they patiently explained everything to her. Qin Xian, her eyes gleaming at the sight of squawking chickens, ducks, and geese, purchased 100 of each poultry type, arranged for them to be slaughtered and vacuum-packed for her convenience. Upon returning to the city, she acquired materials for building livestock shelters. She first stored the shelves in her space to clear room and then had the shelters constructed, which she later placed into the space, allowing her to retrieve the shelves afterward. Thus, the expansive area to the left upon entering her small courtyard was soon organized to accommodate 50 cows, 60 pigs, 80 sheep, and 220 rabbits, along with 100 each of chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and quails. She calculated that as long as she maintained the livestock numbers within this range, she would encounter no significant issues. Additionally, she ordered various veterinary medications, hundreds of tons of feed, and seeds for feed. Recognizing that her city was located in the northern region, making the purchase of tropical fruits inconvenient, Qin Xian ordered her favorite southern fruits online. She procured 300 fresh durians and nearly 500 boxes of frozen durians. Seasonal fruits such as mangoes and bananas were ordered in quantities of 600 pounds each. She even purchased some seedlings, uncertain if the land and climate within her space would allow for successful cultivation. That evening, exhausted, Qin Xian returned home. After washing up and lying down, she gazed at the countdown to the apocalypse on her phone, repeatedly contemplating what she still needed to purchase. It wasn't until late into the night that she finally succumbed to sleep. On the third morning, she was roused by a call from a Chiao. "Miss, the funds have been deposited into your account.
Please check."
Instantly, her sleepiness vanished. She sat up to examine her balance. The long string of zeros felt like a jolt of adrenaline. She collapsed back onto the bed, blinking several times before sitting up again, suppressing her excitement to respond calmly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's my duty. Suddenly, Qin Xian recalled something. How is my grandfather? Upon hearing her inquiry, a Qiao seemed taken aback, pausing momentarily before his tone softened.
Not well.
Qin Xian acknowledged his response. After all, who wouldn't he understand such circumstances? Terminal illness, with a life marred by estrangement, offering no glimmer of hope for survival. Do you need me to intervene when the time comes? She inquired, referring to her grandfather's funeral. A Qiao appeared to grasp her intent, urgency creeping into his voice. President Zhao instructed that you must not disclose your inheritance or your relationship with him to anyone. For your safety, please avoid attending any gatherings related to him. Understood. She certainly comprehended this, merely asking out of courtesy, as she had no intention of attending. A Qiao's words instilled a slight sense of gratitude towards her grandfather within Qin Xian. Do you have any further matters? I recall you mentioned needing my assistance. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Indeed, I do. Having received the funds, Qin Xian promptly freshened up and stepped out. All right. Plan B's shopping list of 50 billion is underway. She ordered 500 colossal 50-ton water storage tanks specifically designed for firefighting, a massive stainless steel variety.
To streamline the process,
She divided her orders among 20 suppliers, as no one could feasibly supply 500 tanks all at once. By spreading the orders, she significantly expedited the process. After much contemplation, Qin Xian recognized the necessity of storing clean water. Firstly, she intended to introduce fish fry, shrimp, and crab larvae into the river, which might introduce undesirable odors and waste. She certainly did not wish to consume fish feces or bathe in a stench of crabs. Secondly, she lacked the time to filter or boil water. Previously, her Plan A included numerous water purification systems, but now that funds were available, she opted for a more efficient and expedient solution. Following her list, she aimed to purchase supplies to combat extreme cold, 100 each of charcoal stoves, grills, and portable outdoor ovens, along with 200 of each type of hand warmer, both charcoal and electric. With the stoves, fuel must accompany them. She circled the wholesale market and purchased all the available coal stock. 100 pounds of coal, 210 pounds of charcoal, 300 pounds of bamboo charcoal, and 50 pounds of jujube pit charcoal. Qin Xian scratched her head, realizing that this was far from sufficient. Such a meager supply would not sustain her through even half of the harsh winter. Inquiring with the shopkeeper revealed that the weather was warming with the arrival of spring, and the peak season for coal sales had long passed. Urban dwellers had ceased using coal, and the rural areas were not purchasing it here. Consequently, the shopkeepers had only brought a limited supply. A hefty demand could be met through orders. Qin Xian contemplated her situation, disinclined to visit the factories for coal. Especially since her small vehicle could not handle the load, ordering would be her only option. She found a reliable shopkeeper and ordered 500 tons each of coal, charcoal, bamboo charcoal, jujube pit charcoal, and honeycomb coal, to be delivered in batches and at scheduled times to her warehouse. Additionally, she ordered 3,000 portable gas stoves and alcohol blocks, along with 10,000 heat packs online, in staggered shipments. Just as Qin Xian was immersed in her preparations, her phone rang. It was Ban Zhu, inquiring about her absence for several days. Qin Xian had forgotten that before the apocalypse, she was still a student.
Yes.
Students had to attend classes. Therefore, she went to the school to officially withdraw. Forget about attending classes. She had no interest in that. On her way back to the dormitory, she encountered several boys she was not keen on seeing, those who had previously pursued her and been rejected. Should she greet them or ignore them? Or perhaps eliminate them? No, that would be too regrettable. Instinctively, she attempted to conceal herself. Suddenly, she felt a faint energy emanating from her body, reminiscent of the sensation she experienced when utilizing her social anxiety powers in her previous life. Her abilities had awakened prematurely. Chapter 8. Had others awakened early as well? Qin Xian was astonished and decided to test her newfound powers further. She passed by various acquaintances, the plastic sisters from her dorm, the older girl who once had a crush on her, and a scheming security guard. She even gestured obscenely at an unfamiliar boy. In each instance, without exception, they failed to notice her presence. Indeed, her powers had manifested ahead of schedule. But why? She recalled that it was supposed to be 3 months until the day when a torrential downpour descended, accompanied by an unexplainable force that altered the world. Prior to that moment, everything had been normal. Unable to comprehend the situation, she resolved not to dwell on it. After all, nothing was more pressing than the tasks at hand. The following day, the renovation team she had previously booked arrived. She organized all the original furniture in her house and stored it in her own space. She instructed the workers to remove the windows, replacing them with insulated and shatterproof ones, and to install bank-grade security doors. Solar panels were added, as she remembered that shortly after the rain began, the power had gone out. The absence of electricity was a considerable inconvenience. Many households could not use their refrigerators, resulting in food spoiling and being discarded. She had no need for a refrigerator. What could preserve better than her spatial storage? However, she recalled that in her previous life, someone had installed such a device. While others were left in darkness, that household was able to watch television. She had envied them greatly at the time. Thus, she had enthusiastically ordered 2,000 solar panels of various models and power ratings, along with a complete set of related equipment. Qin Xian had also considered hiding away in the deep mountains as she had during the early days of the apocalypse, but she ultimately dismissed that idea. In this building, among these people, she had debts to settle and vendettas to address. As an ordinary individual, she could not simply let go of her grievances. She would complete her tasks before departing to avoid future regrets. At noon, after picking up some noodles from a restaurant, Qin Xian received a phone call. The first batch of supplies she ordered online had arrived. Countless delivery workers crowded at the warehouse entrance. Qin Xian calculated the logistics and hurriedly drove to the location. The workers, seeing a young girl, exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Xian put on a facade of mild impatience, understanding, and slight reluctance as she acted. "Hurry up. I need to get to music class later. My dad is so annoying. He buys things but doesn't pick them up, expecting me to sign for them." She preferred to keep her status as an orphan a secret. It was far too dangerous. Once the workers finished, Qin Xian locked the door again and began unpacking the boxes, categorizing and organizing the items on the shelves. This time, she set up 5 shelves, all of which were stored in her space. Wiping her brow, she felt exhausted yet exhilarated. Thankfully, there were no surveillance cameras, otherwise, she would have been apprehended for experimentation long before the apocalypse even began. On the 6th day, it marked the anniversary of her parents' passing. Qin Xian brought their favorite foods and flowers to honor their memory. On her way, a Qiao called to inform her that the old man had passed away. Qin Xian was taken aback. Today was her parents' Memorial Day, and it would also be her grandfather's Memorial Day in the future. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a cruel twist of fate? As of today, it was already the 10th day since the countdown to the apocalypse had begun. Qin Xian boarded a flight to Country F. There were many supplies she could not obtain here, so she planned to acquire them elsewhere. For instance, gasoline and firearms. One of the tasks she assigned to a Qiao was to book her plane tickets and find a resourceful guide. This was also the reason she had chosen to rely on a Qiao. The old man had connections both above and below the law, which would undoubtedly prove useful. She needed to ensure her safety during the apocalypse. Relying solely on supplies and heavy doors would not suffice. Weapons, medicine, and fuel, each one was lethal. Unfortunately, these items were exceedingly scarce domestically, particularly fuel. Purchasing too much would attract police attention. Even factions associated with the Zhao family were keeping a close watch on Qin Xian, and she feared causing trouble. To acquire these necessities, she required someone to assist her. A Qiao was the ideal candidate. Upon landing, the guide Austin promptly greeted her. Qin Xian wasted no time and got straight to the point. Austin displayed no surprise. Instead, he efficiently procured everything she needed. He was well aware that she was a Zhao family member and understood the importance of discretion. Whatever task she assigned, he promptly fulfilled, for curiosity about other secrets often led to dire consequences. Qin Xian assessed the quantities: 50 hunting rifles, 50 submachine guns, 50 handguns, and various other firearms, each totaling 30. She also obtained as many corresponding bullets and firearm maintenance supplies as possible: 50 tons of gasoline, 50 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of kerosene. Austin informed her that foreign purchases of such items were restricted locally. If not for a Qiao's influence and connections, she would not have been able to procure so much. Buying too much might alert the local gangs, putting both a Qiao and herself in jeopardy. Therefore, It was wiser to purchase smaller quantities and make multiple trips across districts and states. Safety was paramount. Qin Xian wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment, and the quantities exceeded what she could acquire back home. A little hardship was a small price to pay compared to being eliminated by gangsters before the apocalypse even began. She resolved to honor the legacy of her ancestors, who were renowned for their guerrilla tactics, buy and flee, and the faster, the better. As for storage, Qin Xian rented a warehouse locally to temporarily store her supplies, locking it in Austin's presence. That night, after Austin had retired, she would quietly return to the warehouse to transfer the items into her space. In addition to these, she also had Austin procure a substantial quantity of ammunition. After spending considerable time traversing 7 or 8 states and numerous districts, the two individuals finally amassed the quantity she desired. Gasoline, diesel, and kerosene piled from the 10-meter-high ceiling of the stasis space, resembling a magnificent mountain. Austin calculated for a while, stating that with her supply of gasoline, she could drive uninterrupted for 24 hours a day until she reached 80. Fortunately, the weight in the stasis space was not governed by Newton's laws. Even if a ton of weight rested above, an egg placed below would remain unscathed. She could stockpile freely, reassured by the notion of stacking without concern. After departing from M country, they ventured into G country, characterized by vast lands and sparse population, abundant with pristine terrain and globally renowned freshwater resources. Following some purchases of food and drink, Austin escorted her to a renowned mountain spring resort for a respite. Qin Xian, however, ventured alone into a desolate suburban area, leaving Austin behind. With the safety of Bayubiu in hand, she felt considerably more secure. Upon ascending the mountain, she was immediately enveloped by the picturesque landscape, where crystal-clear waters and serene vistas unfolded before her. Taking a deep breath, she stretched lazily. The afternoon sun graced her face, while the nearby lake sparkled with shimmering ripples. It was breathtaking. Who knows how long such beauty would endure in a post-apocalyptic world? Initially, she captured some photographs and videos, then extracted a small kayak from her space, gliding to the center of the lake, dipping her hand into the cool water. The refreshing lake water sent a shiver through her, and upon tasting a sip, she found it sweet and pure, a true testament to its quality. She donned a specially designed glove, equipped with multiple filtration layers to isolate impurities from the lake water. The water that touched her skin through the glove transformed into clarity. This water was then channeled into the large tank she had prepared, ready for future use, whether for drinking or washing. After all, no life could endure in stasis. Microorganisms and bacteria were no exception. The icy lake water numbed Qin Xian's fingers, and by the time she filled 500 tanks, 2 hours had elapsed. Shaking her frozen hands, she gently blew on them for warmth. Upon returning to shore and stowing the kayak, she intended to leave when a peculiar sound suddenly erupted behind her. It resembled hushed whispers, though indistinct. Instantly, Qin Xian drew her wooden gun, scanning her surroundings. "Who is there?" she called. No response came. The rustling sound persisted, though now more subdued, only occasionally drifting into her ears with the breeze. Suddenly, a series of footsteps on the grass to her left drew her attention. Qin Xian swiftly aimed her wooden gun in that direction, only to find a tall elk standing several meters away, blinking its big eyes at her in the twilight glow. Yet, she remained vigilant. As for the whispering sound, she had no intention of investigating further, instead cautiously retreating step by step. At that moment, a clear voice resonated in her mind. "A cataclysm is imminent, run." Qin Xian was taken aback. This voice was not external, but had manifested directly within her thoughts. Was the impending cataclysm referencing the apocalypse? Stunned, she froze in place. Could there be a psychic ability user who had awakened early, just like her? However, her speculation was soon dispelled as she observed the elk moving its lips. Once again, the voice echoed in her mind. "The cataclysm is coming, run." The elk nodded toward her before turning to depart. On the plain, Qin Xian pondered this bizarre incident. It was too strange. Could the elk have gained sentience and predict the apocalypse? Such a notion was absurd. Even more ludicrous was the fact that a sentient foreign elk spoke to her in Chinese. What kind of situation was this? Though she felt grateful to the elk, she couldn't help but question, was it reasonable for it not to be subjected to dissection for research? The next destination was Norway. One of Qin Xian's greatest passions was seafood. The thought of the delectable marine life that had mutated into monstrous beasts post-apocalypse, most now toxic or nearly inedible, filled her with a sense of loss. The once succulent squid, sizzling on a grill, had transformed into a gigantic predator capable of swallowing a medium-sized cruise ship in one gulp, often spraying corrosive acid that could dissolve a person into mere bones.
Ah,
How much more delightful they would be lying on a grill, enveloped in chili powder. Lost in thought, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. After the apocalypse, such delicacies would be irretrievable. She would never again savor a decent seafood dish. Now, with ample funds, she could hoard enough seafood to last several lifetimes. Through Austin's connections, she procured a substantial quantity of king crabs, salmon, bluefin tuna, and more at the port. Crabs, octopuses, and shellfish were placed alive into her space. Fish suitable for sashimi, like salmon and tuna, were all neatly filleted and categorized into storage containers, with even the scraps preserved. This was just the beginning. Her stay in Norway extended over 5 days. During this time, she acquired all the fish caught by the fleet each day. She rented a temporary warehouse where all the catches were stored. Once the crew departed, she would sneak in through the back door to retrieve everything into her space. Naturally, the crew worked tirelessly to maximize their catch, and Qin Qian was unbothered by their curiosity about her large-scale purchases. Her response was simple: "My boss assigned me this task. I am merely fulfilling my duties." She was unconcerned about being discovered by the locals. After all, what could they do if they uncovered her secrets? 5 days later, she prepared to leave. In a stroke of fate, she encountered a familiar face at the Norwegian airport, Song Ji. Her previous encounters with him had been peculiar. The first occurred during university when he weighed over 300 pounds, his eyes barely open, and his pants perpetually worn thin in the crotch. No one paid him any heed, nor did they wish to collaborate with him on presentations. Yet Qin Qian did not mind. It wasn't he due to any sense of superiority. Rather, she had once been a chubby girl herself. Back then, she was kind-hearted, always wanting to share her umbrella with others when it rained. Initially, Song Ji was rather reserved, but over time, his considerate and attentive nature emerged. He even possessed a touch of humor. He was loyal and protective of his friends. Their shared interests and tastes in food created a unique bond, like two perfectly matched souls, leading to delightful conversation. Their second encounter occurred in the post-apocalyptic world. During a crisis, Song Ji saved Qin Qian and her cousin, bringing them into his team. The team members accepted her cousin, who possessed abilities, but resented Qin Qian for being a burden due to her lack of powers. Nevertheless, Song Ji, in his role as captain, championed her inclusion in the group, even confronting those who opposed her. Ultimately, he triumphed in a one-versus-many showdown. At that time, although Song Ji was already in his 40s, he appeared no older than 30 due to the longevity and youthful vigor of ability users, with a muscular physique marred by scars. The visage, once marked by the trials and tribulations of time, now exudes an air of sharpness and resilience. Where is the youthful, pudgy boy of yore? Yet, upon our third encounter, he presents an entirely transformed demeanor. Tall, handsome, and imbued with an aura of aloof detachment, he strides confidently towards the VIP entrance, clad in a suit that exudes an air of superiority. His sunglasses and tie suggest a disdain for affection. With long legs spanning considerable distance, he moves forward, trailed by an assistant who hurriedly drags his luggage while chattering incessantly. He responds only with the occasional nod and a soft murmur. A mere glimpse of his profile reveals a full forehead, a prominent nose, and fair skin that renders all nearby women utterly captivated. Indeed, he embodies the quintessential charismatic CEO. Who would have imagined that the once burly figure would transform into such an ethereal visage, unparalleled in beauty? Qin Qian chose not to greet him, fearing the disruption of the delicate fabric of fate. Instead, she utilized her precognitive abilities to siphon a trace of his essence from afar, ensuring she could locate him in the future. She mused that in this lifetime, he would not fall for her again. A mutually beneficial partnership would suffice. As long as he assisted her in fulfilling her wishes, she would support him for life, a gesture of gratitude for past favors. Thus, she traversed 6 or 7 nations, accumulating supplies for the impending chaos, before finally returning home. Provisions, tools, weapons, and means of survival had filled her space, with plans to gather more upon her return. After a day of rest, she promptly sought out a Qiao once again. He arrived at the warehouse with several trucks. Greeting her with a simple observation, "You've lost weight," Mississippi Qin Qian touched her face, questioning whether she had tanned. "No. You remain quite fair," he assured. "Good. She replied with a knowing smile, determined to maintain her beauty and grace until her last breath in this apocalyptic world. A chow had come bearing the supplies she needed: 20 wooden firearms, 20 sniper rifles, 50 silencers, 10 mortars, 1,000 grenades, along with accompanying parts and ammunition. She wished to procure more, but a chow cautioned that excessive stockpiling would draw unwanted attention from the Zhao family. In a few days, he promised to discreetly deliver the 5 warehouses of arms hoarded by old Master Zhao. Coupled with her previous acquisitions abroad, her arsenal would be quite formidable. As for medicinal supplies, Qin Xian refrained from purchasing pharmaceuticals, aware that prescriptions could only be acquired in limited quantities. To amass a substantial stock of hard-to-find items, extraordinary measures were necessary. With a Qiao as assistance, her medicine reserves now filled 50 shelves, likely surpassing that of a large pharmacy. He wisely refrained from prying, merely advising her to prioritize safety. Observing the underlying sorrow in a Qiao's gaze, she inquired gently, "Is there trouble? Can I assist you?" Initially, he appeared dazed, but her concern brought a faint blush to his eyes. "It's nothing, Mississippi. Is there anything else you require?" Understanding his reluctance to share, she decided not to pry further. "Just a smile, and what of the vehicles?" she asked. "They have arrived and will be delivered this afternoon." After bidding farewell to a Qiao, Qin Xian secured the warehouse, storing the now overflowing 109 shelves into her space. In the days leading up to her departure, she had already cleared 887 shelves, leaving the warehouse half empty. Consequently, when the trucks arrived in the afternoon, she instructed them to drive directly inside. Vehicles would be essential for survival in the impending apocalypse, yet their rate of depreciation was alarmingly high. What might have been a trivial repair pre-apocalypse could render an entire vehicle useless in those dire circumstances. Thus, she had requested a Qiao to procure highly modified vehicles, equipped with top-tier performance suitable for the calamities she had previously witnessed. As for secondary vehicles, she planned to acquire them at no cost once societal order crumbled. Upon inspecting the vehicles, she felt immense satisfaction. 10 exquisitely modified heavy-duty RVs could withstand extreme temperatures and harsh conditions. With armored bodies and shatterproof glass, equipped with a wind circulation system and solar panels, they promise safety and comfort. In addition, she acquired 20 heavy-duty off-road vehicles and 50 mountain motorcycles, all engineered for durability. She also amassed a variety of generators, diesel, wind, and gasoline, procured in hundreds from a Qiao, whose reliability ensured military-grade equipment. After securing these supplies in her space, Qin Xian set forth once more, navigating the villages surrounding the city to purchase numerous young animals: piglets, calves, lambs, bunnies, along with chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and quail. She even acquired crab larvae, tadpoles, and 20 species of freshwater fish. Fruit tree saplings such as apple, pear, grape, and passion fruit also found their way into her collection. In the days that followed, she busied herself at home, tending to her new charges. The calves frolicked wildly in their new environment, but fortunately, the barn was reinforced with cement to prevent collapse. The pigs, with their jubilant spirits, excitedly reveled in their pen, while the cacophony of hundreds of young birds became overwhelming. Frustrated, she shouted, "Silence." Instantly, all the animals ceased their ruckus, obediently settling down, their eyes fixed on her in awe. In that moment, she focused intently, sensing their fear. What was happening? Clearing her throat, she urged them to eat and drink without hesitation. Yet they remained frozen in place, watching her intently. Realizing her fierce demeanor had taken on a spectral glow, she attempted to temper her presence. Gradually, the animals resumed eating, though they no longer dared to make a sound. This peculiar connection to their emotions puzzled her. Had her encounter with the elk in the woods not been a sign of its sentience, but rather an indication of her own transformation? After several days of nurturing her plants in her space, Qin Xian embarked on another journey. Driving along her preferred self-guided routes, she revisited cities that held fond memories, immersing herself in local cultures and culinary delights. She eschewed overpriced, gimmicky gift boxes, opting instead for substantial portions of authentic homemade delicacies, specialty sauces, cured meats, and pickled vegetables, all essential preparations for a future where time for cooking may be scarce. Qin Xian meticulously planned her gastronomic adventure, avoiding trendy restaurants that charged exorbitant prices for mediocre fare, instead seeking out humble, time-honored establishments. Sour fish, chopped chili fish head, boiled fish, snail rice noodles, boiled meat, spicy hot pot, fried noodles, mixed noodles, and braised noodles. The mere thought of these delicacies evokes an intoxicating allure, embodying the essence of human culinary delight. Her approach was to secure the entire revenue stream of a restaurant for 5 consecutive days, requesting them to cease all external business and cater exclusively to her needs. If your establishment typically sells 200 portions a day, she would require 200 portions, for illustrative purposes only. For 5 days, she arranged for lunches and dinners to be packaged, which she would collect daily. During the day, she explored the nearby wholesale markets, purchasing rice, flour, oil, and other essentials as needed. Semi-finished products, processed foods, and snacks were swiftly acquired, often leaving the shelves bare. In the evenings, she would scour the street food markets for snacks and regional specialties, buying as much as possible. After a month of traversing 8 cities, visiting 120 restaurants, sampling 150 dishes, and gathering 801 meals, her storage space was filled to the brim with these culinary treasures. In this halted space, food could remain preserved for a century, emerging unchanged from its original state. Upon returning home, she felt utterly exhausted. 3 months had passed. And with 2 months until the impending apocalypse, she took a few days to rest before diligently checking her computer for any remaining tasks. Suddenly, she received a shocking message from a Qiao. "Miss, I have taken my own life. There are words I wish to share solely with you, as you are my only concern in this world. I am an orphan, plagued by misfortune since childhood. Only Mr. Zhao treated me like a son. Please allow me to call him father. I respect, love, and idolize him. He is the very meaning of my existence. With no family of my own, I see no reason to continue living following his death. Though he ruled the underworld with an iron fist, he was, in truth, gentle and kind-hearted, performing noble work with a brilliant soul. Unfortunately, many failed to see his true nature. Years ago, I fell in love with his granddaughter. I feared he would oppose our relationship due to my humble origins, but he welcomed it. We shared a blissful time together until tragedy struck. She was pursued by villains and died in my arms. In that moment, I wished to follow her. However, he expressed his loneliness and urged me to stay with him. I agreed and fulfilled that promise. After his passing, I knew I should leave this world, but you chose me. He urged me to assist you one last time, and I agreed. Thank you for asking if I am well. No one has inquired about me since his departure. They have only offered interrogation and scorn. Miss, I will not die in vain. Those scoundrels sought information about you. I gathered them together to confess my intentions. With the explosives I possess, I will take them all with me, ensuring your safety. Please, take care of yourself in the future. A Qiao never belonged to this world. Having completed my mission, it is time for me to depart.
Farewell.
After reading the message, Qin Qian was left in a daze, tears soaking her hands. She quickly searched online and discovered that a significant suicide bombing had occurred in Y City, claiming the lives of all 35 individuals present. That foolish child, Qin Qian lamented. She had intended to warn a Qiao about the impending apocalypse and had even set aside 50 million for him. Overcome with grief, she erected a makeshift grave in her small courtyard in his honor. It was not that she was unwilling to retrieve a Qiao's remains. Rather, she feared the Zhao family would use his sacrifice against her. If they captured her, how could she face a Qiao? For now, her only goal was to survive in this treacherous world, hoping for a complete reset after the apocalypse, where all remaining adversaries would perish. Thank you, a Qiao, for protecting me with your life. May you rest in peace. Once she regained her composure, she immersed herself in her final preparations. She visited her 20 favorite northeastern restaurants, ordering 10 dishes from each, 50 portions daily for a month. Her father had spent considerable time in the Northeast, making it a second home for her. And she developed a fondness for Northeastern cuisine, reminiscent of her high school days. She reserved these dishes for last, intending to stockpile them separately from others. Next, she meticulously checked her inventory against her supplementary list. Finally, she uncovered various takeout meal kits, including sour fish, chopped chili fish head, mapo tofu, and braised chicken rice, ready-to-cook essentials. She also procured ingredients for milk tea, ice cream, and her favorite snacks, ensuring she could prepare them herself if needed. Mental stimulation was equally important. The hundreds of 4 terabytes external hard drives she ordered arrived, along with hundreds of data cables, tablet connectors, and various power banks. In her downtime, Qin Qian settled at home, downloading entertainment programs on her computer. She amassed a vast collection of novels, comics, animations, radio dramas, world literature, farming techniques, survival guides, and much more. Among her collection were beloved television series and even some obscure titles. Notably, she ensured to include the complete works of Guidi Gang, her lips curling into a smirk at the thought of making him fill the pits he had dug. However, with less than a month until the apocalypse, time was running short. Tao Heir, your opportunity has passed. Chapter 11. Well, then, go ahead and report it. As busy days passed, the outside temperature climbed relentlessly, reaching an astonishing 45 degrees Celsius in many cities. Wildfires erupted, halting outdoor work, and sporadic cases of heatstroke required medical attention. Internet users lamented the unreasonably high temperatures for June. While scrolling through her phone, Qin Qian watched videos of bloggers frying eggs on the pavement, while beauty influencers tested sunscreen. As she munched on chicken feet, she concluded that the only reliable sun protection was black tape. Everything else was unreliable. Each day, she ventured into her storage space to assess her supplies. All 2,000 shelves were filled, yet she still had a surplus of items stacked in towering boxes. Her courtyard was organized meticulously. The land within her space did not require specific seed varieties. It thrived regardless of season or climate. She planted millet, wheat, sweet potatoes, taro, soybeans, peanuts, pumpkins, and watermelons in the right section of her garden. A dedicated paddy field has been established for the cultivation of rice, harmoniously intertwined with the lakes, allowing for the cohabitation of crabs and rice. In the small plot before the house, grapes, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, green beans, medicinal herbs, and fresh flowers have been planted. Other vacant spaces are adorned with a variety of fruit trees and 3 types of forage. The small animals thrive, growing stronger with each passing day. They obediently heed Qin Qian's commands. Upon her arrival, they instantly become docile and quiet. This situation leaves Qin Qian apprehensive that should they become too endearing, she might hesitate to part with them when the time comes. Approaching the lakeside, fish occasionally leap from the water, joyfully frolicking. Upon closer inspection, tiny crabs wave their fuzzy pincers, eagerly showcasing their meals. Even when playfully disturbed by their mischievous peers, they stubbornly persist without pause. Such relentless spirit moves Qin Qian to tears that trickle from the corners of her mouth. In short, the once barren expanse has been entirely transformed by Qin Qian's efforts. It is truly a perfect post-apocalyptic sanctuary. Were her physical form able to enter, it would be even better. Were it not for the overwhelming hatred, she would long to find a cave in this desolate world and seal herself within, indulging in daily feasts and tending to her crops and chickens. How delightful that would be. Ding ding ding.
The phone rang.
Qin Qian glanced at it and smiled. It was her cousin again. How many times has it been these past few months? All for that 300,000? In her previous life, at this time, her cousin had asked her uncle for a designer handbag she had long desired, costing 300,000 yuan. At that time, Qin Qian, naive and foolish, knowing full well her uncle was no good, still believed her cousin was unaware of his true nature. When her cousin requested the 30,000, claiming it was a loan that would be repaid, Qin Qian, lacking excess funds, lent her 150,000. Even in the apocalypse, it was never returned. In this life, Lin Meijiao intentionally allowed Qin Qian into her room, later claiming that she had taken her belongings, attempting to extort money. Qin Qian did take something, but it was not a necklace. With a scoff, Qin Qian opened a can of soda with one hand and answered the call. Sister, you finally answered. What have you been busy with all this time? Lin Meijiao's gentle voice came through, sounding pitiful. One might think someone was choking her. Sister, is there something you need? I'm still busy, Qin Qian replied, irked by the interruption as she gnawed on chicken feet. Lin Meijiao spoke, her voice tinged with a whimper. Sister, if you really don't want to return it, then forget it. I don't want it anymore. Without allowing her to finish, Qin Qian interjected. All right. It wasn't mine to begin with. Lin Meijiao fell silent, her lips twitching. After a brief pause, she continued, well, if it's something else. It's a gift from my father on my 18th birthday. How could you take it? Moreover, taking someone else's belongings without permission is stealing. Autumn has not yet arrived, yet you have already managed to irritate me. So, what do you want? Qin Qian asked, sipping her cold soda. I told you before, right? If you insist on having it, I can sell it to you at half price. It was 50,000 when I bought it. And now I'll give it to you for 30. How about that? Qin Qian smiled. I didn't take anything. Besides you, There's no one else. So, go ahead and call the police. You. Or shall I help you call the police? No need. Since you don't want to return it, I want to force you. But remember, sister, all wrongdoings must be repaid. If not here, then elsewhere. You can't escape it. Qin Qian smiled, raising her soda can in a mock toast. Yes, let us encourage each other. Lin Meijiao was left speechless, unable to utter another word before hanging up. However, unbeknownst to her, she had not successfully disconnected the call, and Qin Qian could still hear her uncle's voice on the other end. Will she agree? No, she won tea.
Not fooled by such tricks.
Ha, I've said it all along. Those petty schemes of yours are useless. That little vixen dares to monopolize the 5 billion?
Damn it.
I will make her spit it out eventually. Father, you should just run her over with a truck. If she is dead, wouldn't all her money be ours? How could it be that easy? Though her miserable grandfather has passed, what if they suddenly decide to investigate? That would be disastrous for us. They could squash us like ants. Didn't she once claim she didn't want anything? Pfft, just like her dead mother, all show and no substance. Truly disgusting. Qin Qian's hand trembled, nearly reaching for the phone to berate that heartless scoundrel. She could overlook the schemes against her, but how dare they speak ill of her mother? Years ago, Qin Qian's mother had taken the orphan Lin Meijiao in, showering her with love and care. Having been manipulated by her grandmother into a submissive state, she treated her niece with more affection than her own daughter. New skirts and clothes were always given to her cousin first. And when it came to delicious food and drink, Lin Meijiao indulged first. Even when her cousin preferred to sleep alone, her mother would carry Qin Qian to her room, allowing Lin Meijiao to have the bedroom to herself. There were times Qin Qian wept, questioning her mother as to why she favored her cousin more than herself. Her mother would gently respond, "Your cousin has lost her mother. I cannot replace her, but I can provide her with warmth akin to a mother's. Qian, your cousin is your blood relative. You must treat her well. When your parents are no longer here, it will only be the two of you relying on each other." Is such genuine affection to be met with slander and resentment? Indeed, one should never attempt to reform a dog that cannot be tamed. For even if you lay bare your heart, they will disdain it as bloodied and tainted. Qin Qian pressed the end call button, lifting her gaze once more to her mother's sweet smile in the photograph. Had the previous Qin Qian heard such words, she would have cried, cursed, and loathed her cousin. But in this life, she merely curved her lips into a sinister smile. Lin Meijiao, your good days are numbered. Chapter 12. The apocalypse is not coming? Time flew by.
It was already July 1st.
The day after tomorrow would herald the arrival of the torrential rains. Qin Qian grew increasingly anxious, diligently completing her final preparations. With 35 million remaining, she refrained from spending and converted all into gold for safekeeping. In prosperous times, antiques are revered. In chaotic times, gold is treasured. As the apocalypse nears its climax, gold will prove invaluable. Additionally, Qin Qian has a fondness for gold. Having it in her space brings her comfort. The weather grew hotter, with temperatures in the city nearing 50 degrees, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. The community group chat erupted with complaints, either about the heat or broken air conditioning units, with repairs slated for next month. Someone lamented, "Next month, it will be cooler." What is the point of repairs then? Qin Qian yearned to reply, "Don't rush. It will remain hot for another 2 years." However, she ultimately remained silent. July 3rd finally arrived. Qin Qian felt akin to a student awaiting exam results, hoping the apocalypse would not come, wishing it had merely been a dream. Yet paradoxically, she also wished for the apocalypse to arrive swiftly. She spent the entire night awake, seated on her bed, gazing out at the world. The sun rose, blazing down without any difference from the day before. The anticipated rain was supposed to fall at noon, yet as the clock struck 12, the sky remained clear. Qin Qian clenched her icy fingertips, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Perhaps, as she had surmised, the apocalypse would not come, due to anxiety. She had not eaten for an entire day. Qin Qian gently touched her emaciated stomach and rose to the kitchen to retrieve some breadsticks and milk. Upon noticing the leftover curry soup from the previous day, she casually tossed it into the microwave for a quick warm-up. Just as she completed these tasks and was heading to the dining room with her food, a sudden wave of energy struck her, causing her body to sway precariously, nearly spilling everything onto the floor. A sensation akin to being submerged in syrup enveloped her, a sticky and disconcerting feeling that heralded the return of that strange power. just as in her previous life. This very force, akin to a crimson deluge, had transformed 1/3 of humanity into zombies. Qin Xian flung her items onto the table and rushed to the window. In the distance, a vast, ominous black rain cloud descended like a colossal wave, engulfing the city. Just minutes ago, the sun had been shining brightly. Now, darkness loomed. With her eyes closed, she faintly sensed a pervasive force in the air, swirling and intertwining, resonating eerily with certain thoughts within her mind. A fierce wind burst through the window, tangling her loose hair as she slowly opened her eyes, the scent of rain lingering in her nostrils. Suddenly, a relentless downpour, which had persisted for months without pause, arrived in a flash. The apocalypse had finally come. A smile involuntarily crept across Qin Xian's lips. The apocalypse is here. I, Nuhulu Qin Xian, have returned. In the group chat, excitement erupted. Harmonious wealth. Finally. The long-awaited rain has arrived. How delightful. King of kindergarten. Who needs a 90 new tabletop cabinet? Selling it cheap. Pictures available. Qin Li Juan. It's so hot today. If it rains, it's no different than boiling water. SF Express Zhao Qingda. I'm about to get sunburnt. Thank goodness for the rain. King of kindergarten. Who needs a 90 new tabletop cabinet? Selling it cheap. Pictures available. Qin Xian glanced at the cabinet, realizing it was not nearly as new as claimed. Shaking off her distractions, she discarded her phone and retrieved a tablet, opening an application that displayed surveillance footage from her cousin's home. Her cousin lounged on the sofa, indulging in cut fruits while watching television, occasionally commanding her two companions to attend to her whims. Qin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. This was the third task she had entrusted to a Qiao, to install pinhole cameras in every room at her cousin's house, connecting them to her device. She anticipated a captivating performance. Though everything seemed normal at this moment, it was about to change. After finishing her meal, Qin Xian commenced her training regimen, aerobic exercises on the treadmill, strength training, and martial arts practice. This had been her routine for the past few months, all in preparation for the time when she would wield a formidable blade, ensuring her protection before acquiring such power. With the onset of the apocalypse, she had added another facet to her training, mastering her supernatural abilities. In her previous life, she had been too preoccupied with mere survival to hone her powers. This time, even if her abilities were limited to mere existence, she would maximize their potential. Moreover, she aimed to upgrade her space, indicating that she was destined to engage with crystal cores in this life as well. Qin Xian referred to this omnipresent power as apocalyptic particles. A note informed her that her ability was called nothingness, allowing her to obscure her presence and manipulate an invisible, intangible energy field. This ability was the pinnacle of energy-based powers. Though uncertain of its applications, she eagerly anticipated unlocking new functionalities and further enhancing her space. In recent days, Qin Xian had taken to cooking while watching television, transforming flour into either finished noodles or semi-finished raw noodles for convenient storage. She prepared fried rice, stewed meats, and vegetables, packaging them in disposable containers for quick access during busy times. On July 6th, the third day of the apocalypse, alarming videos and images of rabid individuals attacking others circulated online. Some netizens exclaimed zombie, but such posts were swiftly removed. In the past, such content would have thrived, but this time, it was promptly deleted, revealing a hint of unease. People urged others to stockpile supplies, warning that the rain would last for a while. Meanwhile, some broadcasted live streams of themselves bathing in the rain, seeking attention through various antics. Qin Xian had no desire to engage in the frivolous distractions of her past life. It was time to focus on serious matters. Yesterday, she had effortlessly chopped a cutting board in half with a single stroke. She recognized that some aspects had indeed changed: the torrential rains, the early awakening of her powers, and her enhanced physique. The apocalyptic particles had transformed her body, instilling her with greater confidence to pursue her ambitions. At 7 p.m., darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Xian donned a dark, fitted outfit, armed with a silenced pistol and a broadsword, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the building entrance, she was met with sheets of rain and an inky night. The scent of danger was palpable. Societal order had begun to unravel. The outside world was no longer as it had been. It had become rife with peril, filled with death and carnage. Qin Xian unleashed her prepared electric scooter, mounting it and speeding out of the residential complex, unable to suppress a villainous grin. Half an hour later, the entire city plunged into darkness. All surveillance systems would fail. She had 5 hours to execute her meticulously planned heist. Little did she know. On the desolate roads, she was the sole living being, watched intently by numerous supernatural eyes. Chapter 13, Combat and Zombie Hounds. The first stop was a massive underground warehouse. Qin Xian recalled discovering this place during the frigid midwinter of her previous life. Brimming with hope, she had entered only to find the once abundant food supplies ravaged by mutated blood rats, leaving not a single intact can for her. Furious, she had wept and cursed. After that, encountering the mutated rats felt like facing the murderer of her kin, and she had slaughtered them mercilessly. Rather than let this warehouse, which had gone unnoticed by others, go to waste, she decided to claim it for herself. The guards were nowhere to be found, facilitating her task. With no electrical maintenance, Qin Xian easily accessed the underground storage. Inside lay an abundance of canned goods, luncheon meat, water-packed and oil-packed tuna, 5 varieties of fruit cans, beef, braised pork, mackerel, braised intestines, eel, conch, and glutinous rice with red dates, along with assorted snacks such as marinated chicken feet, livers, hearts, dried fish, beef jerky, spicy strips, and instant noodles. Now, all of these items were intact, and Qin Xian's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. She allowed her scooter to glide between the towering shelves, her hands sweeping the shelves clean. Rows upon rows of fully stocked shelves were swiftly absorbed into her space. Just before her scooter collided with a wall, she deftly redirected it, moving to the next aisle for another sweep. Within 5 minutes, the entire warehouse was stripped bare. On the ground lay a freshly deceased corpse, presumably that of a young administrator. Qin Xian clicked her tongue, observing the gaping abdomen and the terror-filled eyes of the lifeless body. She spared it little more than a glance before rising to depart. After witnessing such scenes repeatedly, she had grown indifferent. In her memory, there were 5 warehouses that had met such a grim fate. Some contained food, others daily necessities, and still others were filled with miscellaneous items of uncertain purpose. She had accepted them all with a wry smile. Next, she navigated towards a pre-selected car dealership. The streets echoed with the sounds of ambulances and eerie animalistic howls, merging into a disconcerting symphony of the apocalypse. The ominous winds signaled an impending storm. There were no signs of life on the streets. Most people were trapped in their homes by a mysterious virus and relentless rain. Shops had closed early, with some remaining shuttered for 2 or 3 days. Qin Xian scoured several car dealerships, acquiring 35 SUVs, 25 motorcycles, and 109 bicycles, along with various pumps and parts. Remarkably, she also managed to secure 17 RVs. Following this, she collected tablets, laptops, and smartphones from a warehouse of a superstore. By the time she emerged from the last deli, over 4 hours had elapsed, a testament to her swiftness. As she stepped into the rain, a chill swept over her, accompanied by an aura of danger. Through the curtain of rain, she discerned a pair of menacing green eyes, those of a mutated zombie dog. Its shoulders hunched, body coiled. It exuded an intent to kill, its eyes gleaming with hunger and fury. Qin Xian could sense its emotions. It was famished and furious, craving bloodshed and consumption. Quietly, she drew her tang sword, ready to confront the beast with her own formidable presence. Her social anxiety was a shield that she would deploy when adequately prepared, guarding against unseen threats. If discovered without utilizing her abilities, her powers would diminish significantly. Moreover, she intended to practice her skills on this beast, thus abstaining from using her supernatural abilities. The clash was imminent. Almost simultaneously, woman and dog charged at each other. Qin Xian swung her sword, aiming the first strike at the dog. The zombie dog deftly dodged, leaping behind her, only to spring back into the air with barely a moment's pause. As Qin Xian had yet to turn around, the creature bared its dripping fangs and lunged for her vulnerable neck. However, in an instant, she pivoted, driving her weight into the ground and delivering a fierce downward slash. Her slender form moved with agility, eyes glinting with resolve and lethal intent, her hand unwavering. The blade met the creature, cleaving a substantial gash into its side, blood erupting forth as the dog crumpled to the ground, its body writhing in a futile struggle. Wiping the rain from her face with the back of her hand, she squinted into the light from a solar-powered street lamp. The zombie dog, despite its grievous injuries, remained fixated on her, its gaping maw snapping violently, the sound chilling her to the bone. With a swift thrust, she plunged her sword into its skull, ending its wretched existence. There was no pause for breath or hesitation. She stepped on the creature's carcass, withdrawing her blade. The sound of cracking bone echoed, revealing a foul stench reminiscent of a neglected restroom. Gritting her teeth against the disgust, she searched the remains but found no crystal core. Alas, it was in vain. Such cores did not simply appear. They began to manifest only after the onset of the apocalypse. Impatience welled within her. She longed to discover the new features that awaited her after upgrading her space. With the zombie dog dispatched, she had completed her sweep of the area, leaving the remnants for other survivors. She rinsed her blade in the rain before heading home. As she walked, memories of her past life regarding zombies resurfaced. Zombies were transformed directly by mutated particles, with an incubation period of approximately 120 days. Statistics indicated that 10 of those exposed would become supernatural beings, 40 would remain ordinary, while the remaining 50 would succumb to the zombie fate. All animals had undergone mutation. The vulnerabilities of these mutated beings lay in their heads or spines. Though initially bloodthirsty, early zombies were not contagious. If they could turn humans into their kind, humanity would surely face extinction. Even a fortified base would be at risk should a single zombie bird infiltrate. Eventually, the nature of zombies evolved. Some began to transform their victims into fellow zombies after biting them. Notably, they possessed a peculiar trait known as summoning. For instance, had Qin Qian merely wounded the zombie dog without killing it, soon, zombies and mutated creatures from several miles around would converge to attack her, akin to a miniature zombie horde. Yet even a small horde posed a significant threat. What if countless zombies surrounded her? Only a decisive strike could prevent such a summoning. In the early days of the apocalypse, unless one encountered inherently aggressive mutated animals like wild dogs, wolves, or tigers, ordinary people had a fair chance of survival, provided they did not provoke these beings and bore no open wounds. Upon returning home, Qin Qian indulged in a soothing hot bath, gazing at her well-stocked supplies. With shelves brimming with resources, a sense of security began to envelop her. Outside, the torrential rain continued unabated as she casually browsed online news. Discussions surrounding the apocalypse proliferated. Many urged others to stockpile supplies, while some dismissed it as merely a pandemic. Having lived through mask mandates, they questioned what this minor issue could possibly entail. Others showcased their stockpiles, previously lamenting their spouses' shopping habits, now reveling in the abundance of supplies they had accumulated. Qin Qian understood that this fleeting tranquility would not last long. The true challenges were on the horizon. The relentless rain persisted. Each day, she continued to cook, exercise, cultivate her land within her space, and monitor her cousin's movements. Occasionally, she ventured out for zero-cost shopping. However, the external situation grew increasingly dire, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. By the 7th day of the apocalypse, she ceased to go outside. That evening, the sound of the downpour numbed her eardrums as she drew the soundproof curtains. Just as she prepared to snack and unwind, an eerie laughter pierced the air. A woman's voice, high-pitched and mocking, echoed closer and closer. Is this a haunting? She pondered, panic surging within her. There were no peach with swords in her space to fend off spirits. The unsettling laughter returned, accompanied by bone-chilling grinding sounds, sending shivers down her spine. What on earth is that? She thought, her skin crawling as waves of goosebumps washed over her. Chapter 14. The show begins. Qin Qian quickly regained her composure, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. It became clear that the laughter originated from next door. She understood. Just as in her previous life, the family next door had transformed into zombies. However, unlike before, they were not merely silent in their undead state. Their laughter was profoundly unsettling. Determined to uncover the source of the disturbance, she approached the balcony and opened the window. Retrieving a waterproof drone, she sent it out to observe the situation next door. Through the curtain of rain, she could vaguely discern the 3 family members, now transformed into pale-skinned creatures with blood-red eyes. Their mouths dripped with saliva, nails elongated, and their movements appeared rigid and unnatural. This is the early stage of low-tier zombies. Qin Qian maneuvered the drone closer and witnessed a poignant scene. A table was set with freshly prepared dishes, and the parents donned aprons. Their 7-year-old daughter was dressed in a delightful crayon Shinchan pajamas. The family of 3, who should have been gathered around the table for a meal, had their lives irrevocably altered by the apocalypse. Qin Qian silently observed the screen, her curled lashes trembling slightly. She sighed and stroked her chin. How tragic it was for a once harmonious family to end up like this. Thus, Qin Xian resolved not to inform others of their transformation. She would wait until the crystal cores began to form before harvesting. Yes, she possessed a conscience, albeit a limited one. At that moment, the woman suddenly turned her head, revealing an exceedingly eerie smile directed at the drone outside the window. A chilling laugh echoed, leaving Qin Xian perplexed as to the reason behind her mirth. Perhaps she retained some vestige of human memory from before her transformation while listening to comedic dialogue. Never mind, she thought. It's akin to a toad on the back of a foot, not biting but still unsettling. Qin Xian retracted the drone and decided to sleep in the living room that night instead of the bedroom. However, Qin Xian, believing she could escape to the living room, was sorely mistaken. The upstairs also housed a family of 3, including a rambunctious 5-year-old boy. At 2 a.m, he continued to shout and sing, dashing around the house. Qin Xian donned earplugs, managing to muster a semblance of sleep. Suddenly, a loud bang jolted her awake. Exasperated, she got up and poked the ceiling with a mop handle, signaling for silence. In response, she was met with the sound of heavy stomping, and it was clear that all 3 upstairs were participating. Qin Xian recalled from her previous life that this family was notorious for their disruptive behavior in the entire building. Midnight disturbances, scolding their child, and quarrels between the couple were commonplace. Many had approached them before. Initially, their demeanor was amicable, but it soon devolved into apathy. The man, towering at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing 250 pounds, was as solid as an Easter Island statue. Other men were intimidated, and given that Qin Xian had lost her parents' protection, she preferred to avoid conflict. Despite possessing considerable skills, how could a small girl contend with a bear? Thus, she often endured in silence. Now, however, she would not simply acquiesce. She would wait for the day when even murder would go unpunished. Opening the group chat, she expected to see others condemning this family. To her surprise, complaints flooded in from every building, with residents lamenting the noise from above or below. Often at the witching hour, it was likely that in 10 months, the birth rate would spike. Qin Xian understood their misconceptions. The sounds were not from card games, but rather the horrifying cries of zombies tearing at their loved ones or being controlled by them. In 10 months, there would likely be no newborns, but the global population would face a significant decline. The next morning, Qin Xian rose late, her stomach growling. After a quick wash, she retrieved a portion of beef soup dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks from her space. After some contemplation, she added a serving of braised chicken feet. Turning on the television, she comfortably indulged in her meal. The stasis space was remarkable. Items placed within remained steaming hot even after a century. Of course, this presupposed that she would live to see a century pass. Finishing her last dumpling, Qin Xian let out a satisfied burp. The beef was incredibly flavorful, entirely unlike any ordinary beef dumpling. It was likely a culinary marvel of hex technology, a pure manifestation of technological prowess. As she mused, she remarked in a playful tone, "Better eat less, or you'll be regurgitating, brother," followed by a fit of silly laughter. Having satisfied her hunger, she ventured into her space to tend to her farm, managing her crops diligently. Emerging afterward, she resumed her physical training and practiced her abilities. For lunch, she enjoyed a pan-seared steak and pasta, perusing Weibo as she ate. The disaster had triggered a chain reaction. Several supermarkets had fallen victim to $0 purchases, and law enforcement was overwhelmed, resulting in chaos everywhere. The chatroom buzzed with reports of looting at the supermarket below, where several female attendants had been assaulted by burly men. This was an anticipated occurrence, and Qin Xian paid little heed. She activated the surveillance footage to check on Lin Meijiao's activities. Upon opening the camera, she observed the 3 individuals in the living room, indulging in a feast. 3 self-heating hot pots were in use. 2 plates of cut fruit lay on the table, alongside roasted chicken, pig trotters, and various beverages. Lin Meijiao, sipping cola, smugly remarked, "I must thank that wretched girl. She said she would do a food broadcast here and hoarded over 30,000 worth of goods. Now it's all ours." Aunt Sun spat out a bone, adding, "She never imagined this day would come, did she? She's probably holed up in her house, starving to death." Another aunt merely smiled, remaining silent. Lin Meijiao scoffed. "Isn't it her vanity that got her here? She had to flaunt her villa as a backdrop. It was laughable. She had stolen my belongings and pocketed so much money. She deserved it." Aunt Sun, grinning ear to ear, raised her glass and declared, "To our young lady, let us feast well and watch that wretched girl suffer." They toasted, and Lin Meijiao raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Well said. I'll post this on my moments to show her. It'll drive her mad." Qin Xian found herself in stitches. How utterly amusing these two were. If it weren't for fear of exposure, she would love to show her cousin the vast array of supplies in her space. The 30,000 worth of goods was intentionally hoarded at her cousin's place. That day, she had not only taken the jade pendant from her cousin's villa, but also her replacement ID card. Her cousin had lost her ID for a while and obtained a new one, only to later find the old one, which she casually placed in a drawer. Qin Xian was aware of this and had taken it. In recent days, she had been hoarding supplies feverishly. Whenever identification was needed, she used her cousin's ID. The warehouse address and renter's name were also under Lin Meijiao's name. To make a lasting impression, Qin Xian deliberately donned her cousin's attire and makeup while hoarding supplies at the supermarket. She even made a point to reveal her name, engaging in several quarrels to ensure others recognized her. All this was to ensure that when the time was ripe, this substantial stockpile would attract attention. After all, they bore a striking resemblance, and no one would suspect a thing. Qin Xian beamed with delight. "Oh, my dear cousin, the show is about to begin." Just as she anticipated the unfolding drama, a message from the property management appeared on WeChat. They requested a report on the remaining population, asking for an inventory of household supplies and personnel. Qin Xian had no intention of complying. Were they probing for information, preparing to seize her belongings when order collapsed? As she set her phone down, a video call came through. Chapter 15, Lin Meijiao, The Awakening of Powers. Qin Xian hung up after typing a single character. The call came again. She hung up once more. In a flurry, she typed, "Not convenient to answer." The other party sent a voice message, commanding, "Answer." Subsequently, another call came through. Qin Xian continued to hang up, highly amused. Who did this person think they were? An emperor? After a lengthy pause, they sent a message. "Please report the number of people and supplies." Qin Xian, quick-witted, retorted, "What good would reporting do? If my family has no food left, will you bring me some? Also, what about the midnight ruckus from upstairs? Will you do something about that? And don't forget to send someone to fix my leaking toilet. Several mouths are waiting for a meal. Do you hear me?" The property management replied. "We just want you to report the situation. Why are you saying so much? Hurry up." Qin Xian shot back, "I paid the property management fee for your services, not to make offerings to ancestors. Hurry up and send supplies and fix the toilet. Several people are waiting for meals, do you hear me?" After a barrage of relentless inquiries, the property management ceased all communication. Indeed, only magic can vanquish magic. "You probe into my affairs, and I shall turn the tables and demand from you." I subtly revealed details about my household, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. Qin Xian spat disdainfully, casting her phone onto the sofa and reclining languidly. The torrential rain had persisted for over 20 days, with temperatures remaining unyieldingly high. The floodwaters outside had risen to the second floor, prompting residents on the ground level to gradually migrate upwards. Fortunately, Qin Xian resided on the 16th floor, untouched by the deluge in her previous life as well. The combination of heat and humidity had summoned swarms of dreadful mosquitoes. They lay in ambush outside the door. Surging in the moment it was ajar. Each one, nearly the size of a sunflower seed, bore alternating stripes of black and white, inflicting bites that could swell into monstrous welts. The pain was excruciating and itchy, laced with venom. Qin Xian had long since prepared insecticide spray, ensuring that windows and doors remained sealed, blocking every possible entry. Unlike her past life, where she had been bitten enough to have her legs swell by 3 centimeters. Several elderly and children in the group had been bitten, succumbing to bouts of vomiting and unconsciousness. Those afflicted called for doctors, but the hospitals had already succumbed to chaos, overrun with zombified patients and those suffering from mosquito bites. Even worse, nurses attending to patients suddenly mutated, attacking the bloodied. The assault on the zombified nurses led to widespread casualties. The healthcare system had collapsed. That afternoon, a mother in the group sent out a desperate plea. Her 6-month-old daughter had been bitten over 20 times, vomiting, fainting, convulsing, her breathing faint. Her body was covered in red, swollen, pus-filled welts, nearly translucent. The photo was harrowing. The mother incessantly called for medical assistance. In her voice message, she wept heart-wrenchingly, kneeling and begging for help. Everyone was moved, pooling their ideas to assist her, just as they had in the past. During the previous summer's extreme heat, everyone had been forced to abandon their homes, huddling in the comparatively cool underground parking lot. Qin Xian was on the brink of fainting from hunger, with no one willing to assist her. Only that poor mother, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, stealthily slipped a moldy bun into Qin Xian's mouth. Sustained by that morsel, she survived a few more days. She remembered that woman whispering tearfully in her ear, "If only my daughter could survive, I would love to see her grow to your age. Surely a beautiful young lady." This mother had projected her guilt and hopes for her daughter onto Qin Xian, offering her last morsel of sustenance, watching her eat as if it were her own daughter. Qin Xian was no saint, yet she would never forget this act of kindness. She remained here for revenge and to repay her debt of gratitude. The corridor of the community lacked surveillance cameras, and Qin Xian prepared some medications and a speedboat, placing them at her benefactor's door. After knocking, she swiftly departed. When the family opened the door, they were instantly overcome with joy. Seeing no one around, they knelt and bowed in gratitude. Shortly after returning home, Qin Xian witnessed the family seated in the speedboat, cradling their child, escaping through the second-floor window. This was the extent of her assistance. Whether the child would survive was a matter of fate. Qin Xian reopened her phone's surveillance, and the sight before her was gratifying. Her cousin's home had indeed been invaded. 3 burly men brandished knives, the leader gripping his eyes, evidently just struck. He gritted his teeth in fury, cursing, "You filthy woman, quite strong, huh? If you want to live, hand over your goods." Lin Meijiao, seemingly frail, wielded a massive wooden stool, retorting, "How do you know there's anything here?" The assailants dismissed her, chuckling, "Just kneel obediently, and once I'm satisfied, I'll tell you." With that, he lunged forward. Lin Meijiao, having awakened her powers, managed to triumph after a fierce struggle, albeit with injuries. The 3 men lay defeated on the ground. She stepped on one's chest, furious, demanding, "You scoundrel! How do you know I have supplies?" The man, spitting blood, weakly replied, "You hoarded supplies at the supermarket, spending tens of thousands, and you're asking us?" Coughing, he pleaded, "I won't rob you anymore, just let me go." In the next moment, Aunt Sun severed the man's neck with a knife. She collapsed in shock, trembling. "He is dead." Lin Meijiao, unfazed, seemed to recall something and dashed to her room to rummage. After some time, she discovered she had only one ID left. Enraged, she trembled, "Qin Xian, you wretched girl, I will make you pay." Qin Xian had not anticipated her cousin's quick wit in unraveling the situation. She listened with a smile, relishing the insults. "Oh, it sounds so delightful to hear you curse." Lin Meijiao promptly called Qin Xian, who waited several seconds before answering, and was met with a tirade. "Why did you steal my ID to buy things? You harlot, did you know something was wrong?" Qin Xian, smiling yet feigning tears, replied, "Sister, do you have any food left? Can I come over? I'm starving. They took my stuff, and I haven't eaten in 3 days. Upon hearing this, her cousin chuckled coldly. "Dream on. You dare harm me? Just wait to starve at home." With that, she hung up. Qin Xian picked up half-eaten fish snacks and continued munching. Just then, commotion erupted downstairs in the Lin household. Lin Meijiao descended to find Aunt Gao attempting to leave, while Aunt Sun barred her way. "After eating and drinking so much, you want to flee now? Have you no shame?" Aunt Gao protested. "My son is still in the city. I need to find him." In a fit of rage, Lin Meijiao slapped Aunt Gao across the face. "How dare you betray me? If you try to leave today, I swear I will kill you." Aunt Gao fell to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth and nose, writhing in pain. A cacophony of arguments ensued. Qin Xian, disinterested, merely hoped that the next time she checked the surveillance, she would see her cousin's corpse. "Oh, Lin Meijiao,
Do not disappoint me."
That night, just as Qin Xian lay down, the ruckus of unruly children from above erupted anew, shouting about hunger, demanding this and that, yearning to play and visit amusement parks, lamenting their boredom at home. The parents offered reassurances, but to no avail. The child threw a tantrum on the floor, howling and rolling, causing a headache for all. Qin Xian yawned, her demeanor languid, yet her gaze was fierce. The time had come. The individuals needing resolution would soon meet their fate. She seized the mop handle and pounded it against the ceiling, creating a thunderous racket. Instantly, A man's furious curses echoed from above. You little btsh, making trouble, seeking death? The woman added, shut up, or I'll come down and deal with you. Soon after, Qin Xian heard the sound of a door slamming and footsteps descending. They were coming down. Chapter 16. Troubles persisted. The anticipated urgent knocking did not occur. Instead, the hushed whispers of a couple reached her ears. The man said, I'll hide behind the door. You negotiate with her. When she opens, I'll rush in and subdue her, taking everything we can. The woman nodded. All right, I'll call Li Zhen then. This little vixen is quite a catch. We can sell her for a good price. Jealousy flickered in her eyes as she recalled how her husband's gaze lingered on Qin Xian each time they crossed paths. Damn that seductive minx. She deserves to die. Qin Xian inhaled deeply, the name Li Zhen resurfacing after many years, conjuring unwelcome memories. He was the scoundrel who controlled the entire building during the latter part of the extreme heat, alongside two other individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. They relied on their means to assault men, oppress women, and control resources, thereby forming a miniature kingdom. Such occurrences are not uncommon in a post-apocalyptic world. He had once harbored intentions to violate Qin Xian, making him one of her designated targets. That mischievous child proclaimed with glee, I want ice cream. Mom and Dad, if you kill this woman, I can feast on her ice cream. Was this a family effort to deal with her? Very well. A family should indeed embark on their journey together. The two adults hushed the child. Shou, be quiet. Don't speak. At that moment, outside the door, the couple had just reassured the child and were about to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open with a whoosh, startling the three. Qin Xian offered them no chance for a response, delivering a swift kick to the child's chubby face, sending him tumbling down the stairs with a wail. The mother gasped, rushing to save her child, while the father, eyes wide with fury, uttered a curse. The robust man charged forward like a mountain, but Qin Xian showed no fear, deftly evading his attack and utilizing the narrow entrance to trip him. In the next moment, she wielded an electric baton, striking him at the nape of his neck. The man rolled his eyes back, convulsing, and soon began to drool. Qin Xian summoned all her strength to hoist him and thrust him outside. The mother and child, who had lunged forward, were struck down, and the three of them tumbled in unison. The father lost his fighting capability, while the child was knocked unconscious, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing her son and husband incapacitated, the mother lost her wits and screamed as she charged at Qin Xian. Standing firm like a mountain, Qin Xian subdued her with a single move, forcing her to kneel. Grabbing a bamboo shoehorn, she unleashed a flurry of blows, causing the woman to cry out as blood poured from her mouth and nose, her vision blurred as she collapsed. Qin Xian rose, wiped her nose, and kicked her down the steps. The mother rolled her eyes back and fainted. Those who harbor murderous intent against her must not be allowed to live. She extended her hands, drawing the three into a stasis space, ensuring their complete demise. Within that stasis space, no living being could exist. Ascending to the upper floor, Qin Xian noted her door was still ajar, and she tossed the three corpses into the room to prevent staining her space. Closing the door, she descended, returning home. From that moment on, silence enveloped the upper floor, devoid of any sound. Qin Xian enjoyed a restful sleep, yet in her dreams, she encountered an old acquaintance. It's all right. I will protect you in the future. Are you hungry? I made some compressed biscuits with stewed meat for you. Eat slowly. There's plenty more. Here. Have this portion as well. You're too weak. Eat more. Fear not, as long as I live, even if it's just the two of us. I will never let you go.
Songji.
It had been a long time since Qin Xian had dreamed of him. Upon waking, his voice lingered in her ears, warming her heart. She pondered why Songji had suddenly loved her in her past life. After 15 years apart, she had been nothing but a burden. What could possibly endear her to him? She resolved that if they crossed paths in this life, Qin Xian would never treat him poorly. She dared not indulge in love. What she yearned for was a loyal and sincere ally. As the one in charge, she would undoubtedly be generous. Qin Xian closed her eyes, feeling the stable essence she had captured from Songji. This indicated he was still alive. She recalled Songji mentioning a particularly difficult day, October 24th. During his recounting of past experiences, Qin Xian decided to appear then to save him. After all, what value is there in merely embellishing a situation? It is the act of providing aid in times of need that leaves a lasting impression. The torrential rain persisted for a month. By August 5th, The water level had risen to the 4th floor. Electricity and water supplies were limited, available for only 4 hours each day. Qin Xian activated the solar panels, closed her bedroom door, and employed 3 fans to circulate cool air. Outside, temperatures soared to a sweltering 50 degrees Celsius, with boiling rain falling. Yet inside her abode, the temperature remained a refreshing 19 degrees. This was likely unparalleled throughout the entire community. At noon, Qin Xian brought forth a spicy platter of chicken from her space, opened a bottle of chilled cola, sliced half a watermelon, and added some wide noodles to the chicken dish. The silky noodles soaked up the savory sauce, yielding an indescribably delightful flavor. She clicked on the already downloaded Empresses in the palace and began to feast. There were many dramas, but few could compel Qin Xian to watch repeatedly, as this one did. It had almost become her electronic comfort food. Each time she watched, she couldn't help but recite lines alongside the characters, becoming utterly engrossed. After satisfying her hunger and letting out a burp, Qin Xian opened the community group chat. The exchange of resources had commenced, with individuals trading luxury items and gold for a single potato or a bag of rice. However, the returns were meager. Most exchanges were food for food. Qin Xian touched her mid-face, realizing how extravagant she was being.
Burp.
The internet had yet to disconnect, amidst the disaster reports. Some individuals began to showcase eating broadcasts online. Tables laden with food were consumed, and after finishing, the participants would induce vomiting, only to continue eating. They faced rampant scorn and were reported and banned from streaming. One fool, while performing an eating show, theatrically bit into a chicken leg. Suddenly, his door was kicked open, and a dozen burly men stormed in, ransacking his home and beating him mercilessly. The comments praised the script and the actors' performances. Had it not been for the final moment where the host cried out in struggle, his throat slashed, blood splattering the live stream, one might have thought it was all an act.
Such as deserved.
Qin Xian scoffed. Wasting food is a disgraceful act, especially in a world ravaged by disaster where many struggle to find sustenance. To indulge in such recklessness is nothing short of foolishness. Such people would garner no sympathy, even in death. That evening, after completing her exercises and tidying her space, Qin Xian opened the door to dispose of her trash. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand suddenly gripped it. Caught off guard, she saw a robust man, using his immense strength to force the door open. How dare he barge in to steal? Qin Xian stepped back, preparing to retaliate. To her surprise, it was a couple, accompanied by an elderly woman and a 7- or 8-year-old child. They all carried luggage and boxes, evidently having moved up from downstairs. The property manager, Xiao Zhang, stood behind them with an awkward expression, saying, "Hey, you can't just barge in." Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. It was clear that Xiao Zhang had led them upstairs seeking refuge. Qin Xian, the unfortunate soul who had merely opened the door to dispose of trash, found herself in an unexpected predicament. What a relentless series of troubles. As she contemplated this, the 4 individuals craned their necks to peer inside her home. Upon seeing that Qin Xian's room was clean and spacious, and that she was the only girl present, the elderly woman's eyes gleamed with greed and desire. Joyfully, she declared, "This place is perfect. We shall stay here." As she spoke, she attempted to place her luggage in the entrance. Even when battered and bruised, he remained resolute in his defense of the unfortunate young girls. It was unnecessary, and he could have easily joined the fray. Yet, amidst the chaos of the world, he steadfastly adhered to his principles, having once protected Qin Xian. Consequently, his name was inscribed on the list of those owed gratitude in this life. The elderly lady's eyes darted, and she immediately beamed, declaring that the young girl resembled a fairy and must surely be a kind-hearted child. "My home has been flooded. You have space here. Let my family squeeze in," she insisted, attempting to push her way inside. The elderly lady, seeing the frail figure of the girl, believed that flattering words and a show of force would render her incapable of resistance. However, Qin Xian interjected, "Thank you, but I am aware of my attractiveness. Nonetheless, I have no desire to share my home with anyone. Do not call me grandma. My grandmother passed away long ago. Do you wish to take her place? Then go ahead and harm yourself." A flicker of anger flashed in the elderly lady's eyes, quickly replaced by a feigned, pitiful expression as she stroked her grandson's head. "We adults are fine. It is just my little grandson here. He is still a child. How can he endure such hardships?" Little Zhang, exasperated, interjected, "Enough. They made their feelings clear. Let us go upstairs and inquire with others. Ignoring him, the elderly lady continued, Dear child, we shall not stay for free. We will clean your house and work in return, ensuring it is spotless when we leave. Her intentions were transparent, likely fully audible to Songji as well. Leave it spotless? More like robbing it clean, Qin Qian mused, raising an eyebrow, intending to provoke. One person costs 388 a night, meals not included. Children, 500. Upon hearing the price, the man exploded in anger. Why don't you go rob someone instead? We are neighbors, given the current situation. Shouldn't you be a bit more generous and help each other? Qin Qian smiled mockingly. Generous? You must be joking. This is the price. If you are unwilling to pay, then leave. Her words incited a wave of indignation, even prompting the small child to spit in her direction. Little Zhang rubbed his temples. Struggling to maintain his composure, shall we take a look for ourselves? This apartment is just a one-bedroom. There isn't even a sofa in the living room. It's inconvenient to stay here. Let me help you find another place upstairs, shall we? The elderly lady, her patience wearing thin, retorted. How can you say there's no room? Can't we just sleep on the floor? We could all fit in your bedroom. The man chimed in. Exactly. My child is weak. What is wrong with her helping out? How selfish of an adult to forget their own childhood. Or perhaps they believed they would never grow old. Truly laughable. Unbelievable. Qin Qian exclaimed, her disdain palpable. The daughter-in-law, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve. Mom, why don't we just let it go? Suddenly, the elderly lady slapped her daughter-in-law across the face. Who asked you to speak? It is your cowardice and stupidity that have raised my grandson to be bullied. Tears streamed down the daughter-in-law's face as she fell silent. At that moment, the little boy's eyes lit up at the sight of a row of figurines and blind box toys in Qin Qian's living room. He shouted, Mom, I want to play with that. Give it to me. The collection of figurines had not yet been stored away because there were too many, and she intended to organize them first. Unfortunately, procrastination had left them in disarray. What a bother. Perhaps I should just dispose of them, she thought. But with little Zhang present, she couldn't afford to eliminate him as well. The boy's mother quickly pulled him close, saying, Didn't I teach you not to take what isn't yours? Unyielding, the boy replied, Grandma said to take it quietly. Nobody would know. Bad mother. I want Grandma. The woman trembled in rage, glaring at the elderly lady, wishing she could tear her apart. The elderly lady, seizing the opportunity, pushed her daughter-in-law's hand away, allowing her grandson to dash into the house. This was clearly an attempt to use the child as an excuse to invade. How sinister. To manipulate even one's own grandchild. They were banking on Qin Qian's kindness, miscalculating her resolve. With a surge of strength, Qin Qian seized the unruly child by the scruff and tossed him into the man's arms, causing him to stumble backward. The others, rushing to protect the child, lost their balance as well. Seizing the moment, Qin Qian executed a powerful maneuver, her enhanced strength akin to that of a young bull. The group staggered backward into the foyer as she swiftly shut the door. The elderly lady, quick on her feet, dropped to the ground, clawing at the door. Son, open the door. She must have food. We cannot let her escape. So the mask is off? Qin Qian chuckled coldly as little Zhang, seizing the moment, clung to the robust man, his face flushed with effort. He gestured for Qin Qian to act quickly. Understanding the cue, she stepped on the elderly lady's hand, causing her to yelp in pain. With a final thud, the door slammed shut. Qin Qian's laughter echoed as she listened to the anguished cries and curses from outside. The man pounded on the door, hurling a torrent of profanities, which included insults directed at little Zhang as well. Little Zhang, losing his temper, retorted, What are you making such a fuss about? We're not refusing to help you find a place to stay. Are you bandits? Just because someone doesn't want to let you in, you think you can force your way? This is called breaking and entering. You could be sentenced for this. Leave now, or I'll not concern myself with your fate. You'll be sleeping in the hallway, he exclaimed, stomping upstairs. The family of four had no choice but to follow him quietly upstairs. Qin Qian tidied the chaotic entrance, resolutely concluding that this family could not remain. At the very least, the elderly lady and her son must perish. Feeling hungry, she turned to the kitchen to prepare a spicy noodle dish and half a poached chicken. After shredding the chicken, she sprinkled it with chili, minced garlic, cumin, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, topped with fresh chopped scallions and poured hot oil over it. releasing an aromatic fragrance. She complimented her meal with a glass of sweet lemonade filled with ice. As she watched empresses in the palace, the plot unfolded with Zhan Huan facing humiliation on the long street, where Cui Guo expressed her concern for her. Zhan Huan remarked, "Your kindness will surely be rewarded." Before sleep, Qin Xian thought of her cousin. Last night, their rations had significantly dwindled, indicating an awareness that the disaster would not pass quickly, necessitating frugality. The atmosphere grew heavy and silent, with the trio exchanging not a single word throughout the day. When Qin Xian checked the surveillance again, the villa had been invaded by 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman. They were ravenously consuming their stored food, while others rummaged for supplies. Her cousin had been beaten, bloodied, and bound. A brutish man held her down, attempting to violate her. The woman hastily admonished him. "What are you doing? Now is not the time to waste energy on irrelevant matters. Let us stay here and wait for rescue. Our parents are gone. I do not wish to lose my younger brother as well." Reluctantly, the brutish man acquiesced, constrained by the bond of blood between siblings. The woman turned to Lin Meijiao. "Sister, we will only rob for food, not take lives. When the rescue team arrives, we will take you with us. Do not cause trouble, understood?" Lin Meijiao nodded vigorously in compliance. Yet, Qin Xian knew she wouldn't remain obedient. She was a soulless viper, just like her father, both deserving of damnation. As Qin Xian gazed at the screen, a tremor of fear coursed through her. Memories of her past life resurfaced, bringing forth the grotesque smiles of doctors as they carved into her flesh. During that time, her cousin had visited her secretly. In response to Qin Xian's pleas, she had coldly stated, "I want to hear her scream. Do not administer anesthetics." Chapter 18. The Grudge. The next morning, Qin Xian awoke, drenched in a layer of sticky sweat. It was unclear when the power outage had begun. The ice fan had ceased to function, while the rain continued to pour relentlessly. She glanced at the group messages, noting that the supply of electricity and water would be completely halted from today, with the resumption date yet to be determined. While the lack of water was manageable during the torrential rains, the absence of electricity was life-threatening. Cries and disputes echoed in the corridor, and the group chat was inundated with messages. Qin Xian had anticipated this day and had prepared accordingly. She had previously sourced from a factory and purchased 20 tons of pine cat litter in one go. This litter, imbued with a subtle fragrance, effectively masked the odors of waste. Moreover, once used, it could be discarded directly into the compost bin, where it would ferment over a few days into excellent fertilizer. With the water supply ceased, bathing was no longer an option. Qin Xian resorted to using a basin of rainwater for her personal hygiene. She mixed the waste with the cat litter and disposed of it in the compost bin, where it would ferment alongside livestock manure to create rich fertilizer. This fertilizer nourished crops, which in turn sustained livestock, a perfect cycle. After her ablutions, she dusted herself with some talcum powder. Qin Xian's consciousness then entered her space to commence her tasks. Outside, the downpour persisted, yet within her space, sunlight flooded the area. After watering her plants, she arranged the solar panels in her small courtyard, connecting them to the batteries to harness the sunlight for charging. Once everything was set up, she took a moment to inspect her small dwelling. The entire space was adorned with solid wood flooring, painted in white, and decorated with soft pink floral wallpaper. The bedroom to the east had been transformed into a cozy haven, furnished with a bed, wardrobe, display cabinet, and desk. A family portrait of her parents graced the nightstand. The room to the west had been converted into a quaint dining area, equipped with a refrigerator, dining table, and cookware, all items she had frequently used before. As a result, her current living space contained only a small low table for dining and watching shows, while she relied on an inflatable bed for sleep. The outer room was left with just a worn coffee table, making the place feel both spacious and somewhat desolate. She cherished her worn-out furniture, even in the apocalypse. She yearned for sanctuary. Whenever her spirits waned, a glance at her belongings would lift her mood. Just as her consciousness withdrew from the space, the sound of helicopters filled the air. The loudspeaker announced, "Residents, please close your doors and windows tightly and refrain from going outside. Helicopters will deliver relief supplies weekly to ensure the residents' normal life. Please trust that the government will not abandon any citizen. We are doing everything possible to assist all survivors." Qin Xian felt a swell of emotion. The government had not forsaken the nation or its people, even until the last moment. At the very least, every soldier she encountered in this dystopia was steadfast and resolute. One brave soldier had even sacrificed himself to save her. This was one of the few instances of warmth and kindness she had experienced amidst the apocalypse. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast, urging everyone to collect supplies. Qin Xian had no desire to seize others' resources for survival, having already acquired so much. Yet, to avoid attracting suspicion, she decided to go. Opening the door, a wave of humidity enveloped her. She followed the crowd upstairs, where every face appeared gaunt and weary. Qin Xian spotted the elderly lady who had previously troubled her. The woman's mother looked emaciated, her body unsteady, while her grandson, oblivious, played with his handheld gaming device, his cheeks still rosy. The elderly lady seemed noticeably weakened, yet her beady eyes continued to dart around. Upon seeing Qin Xian, her gaze turned venomous. Qin Xian knew trouble was imminent. Today, she intended to send the woman on her final journey. Upon reaching the rooftop, a gasp caught her attention. Why aren't the community committee members maintaining order? Qin Xian looked up to see Li Zhen organizing the crowd into a queue not far off. Clenching her fists, she regarded his familiar yet foreign face. Feeling as if she had traversed through time. In her previous life, his cruel actions were still etched in her memory. To establish dominance, he had severed the hands and feet of those who challenged him, forcefully embracing their wives in front of them. In a brutal act, he had cleaved a man's infant daughter in half and tossed her to the zombies. Had it not been for her own abilities and Xiao Zhang's protection, she would have surely met a grim fate in her past life. At this moment, Li Zhen had awakened his abilities, flanked by two sycophants, Lao A and the Bald One. The trio bore menacing expressions, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. The property management staff was sparse, with one person overseeing each building. Xiao Zhang, the administrator of this particular building, was assisting soldiers as they unloaded supplies from the helicopter for distribution. Noticing his bruised face and darkened eyes, Qin Xian understood he had been unable to rein in Li Zhen and his cohorts, suffering a severe beating. Under the guise of maintaining order, Li Zhen and his companions were actually probing into everyone's backgrounds while harassing attractive women. As the residents queued for supplies, several beautiful young women found themselves subjected to his lewd comments. Some were touched on the face, others had their shoulders gripped, and some were even brazenly groped. The girls trembled in fear, too intimidated to resist. Qin Xian, determined to evade his attention, employed her abilities. Indeed, Li Zhen appeared to overlook her entirely as he passed by. Just then, a voice rang out. Wow, which family does this young lady belong to? She's quite the beauty, with a voluptuous figure that clearly attracts men. Qin Xian turned her head and shrugged with a smile. I have many men. Are you envious? Wipe that drool. Even Master Zhao at the village repair shop wouldn't take a second glance at you, old hag. Her words elicited laughter from those around her. The elderly lady had anticipated witnessing Qin Xian become flustered and humiliated, yet she was taken aback when Qin Xian retaliated, causing her to stumble back, her lips trembling in anger. Li Zhen, drawn by the commotion, fixed his gaze on Qin Xian's face, his expression suddenly brightening. Compared to the sallow-faced women around, she was undeniably a rare gem. With a lecherous grin, he approached her, his greasy demeanor evident as he licked his yellowed teeth. Little sister, you're quite the catch. Come here, and I'll give you an extra portion of supplies. Lao A and the Bald One began to whistle and jeer, their intentions unmistakably lascivious. The elderly lady stood behind Qin Xian, crossing her arms and reveling in her perceived victory. The rooftop's edge loomed dangerously close, rain cascading down in torrents. Qin Xian smirked coldly, beckoning Li Zhen closer. He mistook her gesture for submission and leaned in. Her expression hardened. Crack. The sharp sound stunned everyone into silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. She sneered, You shameless creature, call me mother, and I'll give you a slap. You. Li Zhen, provoked by her defiance, erupted in rage and snatched a baseball bat from Lao Wei, swinging it towards Qin Xian. The bat whistled through the air. If it struck her, her skull would surely shatter. The crowd screamed and scattered in panic. Qin Xian feigned a dodge, but the elderly lady pushed her towards Li Zhen, exclaiming, You little brat. Dare to oppose me? Chapter 19, Resurrection of the Dead? Bang! Crack! The sickening sound of the steel rod shattering a skull caused a collective wince. Accompanied by a muffled groan, a dramatic turn of events unfolded before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. At the crucial moment, Qin Xian had evaded the blow. while the elderly lady behind her was struck, her head caving in instantly. Blood poured from her mouth and nose as she staggered, plummeting from the 30th floor. Falling into the water below, her bones and internal organs would undoubtedly shatter upon impact. Farewell, old hag, Qin Qian scoffed, shaking her head. With such intellect, did she even know the way to her own grave?
Mom.
The elderly lady's son rushed forward, shouting in despair, while his wife merely held him close, watching the scene with indifference. The son of the aunt rushed forward, intent on seizing Qin Qian, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! This is deliberate. Go accompany my mother in death." In response, Qin Qian delivered a swift kick to his vital point, causing him to howl in agony as he staggered back a few paces. He tumbled over the edge of the tsongtai, clutching desperately at a steel rebar.
Wife.
"Save me," he cried out. The woman simply clung tightly to her trembling son, gritting her teeth as she uttered through clenched jaws, "You go die." It appears the discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as well as between husband and wife, is quite significant. Not a soul among the onlookers was willing to intervene, as the man felt dizzy from the pain. Furthermore, hunger had sapped his strength, and with a loosened grip, he bid farewell to life. Some screamed, while others hastily retreated. Many gazed at Qin Qian with fear, including Li Zhen and his companions, who stood there with twitching lips. The commotion caught the attention of a soldier distributing supplies, who approached to inquire about the situation. At that moment, Li Zhen was notably intimidated, unwilling to confront the soldier. It was Xiao Zhang who stepped forward to negotiate, avoiding any mention of Qin Qian's involvement and instead organizing everyone to continue receiving supplies. Grateful, Qin Qian cast a glance at Xiao Zhang. Indeed, kind-hearted individuals remain benevolent even when given a second chance. Li Zhen glared at Qin Qian, his eyes brimming with fury, and gestured ominously, signaling her impending doom. Qin Qian defiantly raised her chin, responding with a gesture of her own. "I await you." This was a gesture from the underworld, typically incomprehensible to those unacquainted with such circles. Li Zhen appeared momentarily stunned by her reaction. Without further ado, she collected her supplies and returned home. Upon arriving, Qin Qian dried herself and prepared a light lunch. She served herself a modest stir-fry alongside a glass of pure milk, with 2 boiled potatoes as the staple. Her protein sources included 1 egg and 2 braised chicken legs. Regardless of whether it was physical training or the honing of her abilities, or even utilizing mental energy for labor within her space, the exertion was considerable, necessitating substantial energy replenishment. This was one of the greatest obstacles for evolved abilities in the apocalypse. Even if one's powers ascended to higher tiers, without adequate nourishment to restore strength, one's combat prowess would pale in comparison to those well-fed, even among peers of lower tiers. This explained why, despite many years having passed since the apocalypse began, 4th-tier abilities remained exceedingly rare. Only core members within each base would give rise to 5th-tier or higher abilities. Ordinary abilities barely had enough to eat, let alone acquire sufficient crystal cores. Daytime continued with the same monotonous rhythm: exercise, meals, labor, and rest. Late into the night, Qin Qian lay in bed, once again accessing the surveillance footage from her cousin's home. A perplexing sight met her eyes. The living room was entirely devoid of people. She began to review the footage from various rooms. Lin Meijiao had been bound and discarded in the kitchen, her body marred with injuries. Her abdomen a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, lying on the ground, unaware of her fate. One of the women from the 6-person team was already deceased. Found on Lin Meijiao's bed, her throat slit. Her husband wept profusely beside her. The others gathered around, shedding tears. What had transpired? Qin Qian quickly retrieved the earlier recordings to piece together the events. A pair of twin brothers from the team had been drawn to the beautiful Lin Meijiao. Out of a misguided sense of empathy, one woman had repeatedly sought to protect Lin Meijiao, thus creating a rift between the twins. Lin Meijiao, with ulterior motives, flattered the woman into loosening her bonds. In the dead of night, she even invited the twin brothers to partake in baking cookies. In moments of passion, the men agreed to eliminate the others to monopolize the supplies. However, after leaving the bed, they turned their backs on her. With no options left, Lin Meijiao sought refuge in the bed of the woman's husband, the most powerful ability user in the team. Who would have thought she would be caught red-handed by the woman? Lin Meijiao continued to plead for her life, claiming she would never dare again. The woman, a supposed saint, actually believed her? She not only forgave Lin Meijiao but even assisted in her healing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Meijiao slit her throat, grabbing some supplies and preparing to flee. The Apocalypse Saint sacrificed on the altar. Truly, her powers were not to be underestimated. Having witnessed Lin Meijiao's treachery and feigned compliance, it was evident she was not worthy of sympathy. Lin Meijiao was on the verge of escaping successfully when Aunt Sun, who had already turned traitor, caught her. In the ensuing struggle, Lin Meijiao killed her as well. The others apprehended Lin Meijiao and brought her back. Amid the chaos, Aunt Gao picked up the supplies scattered on the ground and fled. They unleashed their fury upon Lin Meijiao, subjecting her to brutal torment, forcing her to eat and drink until she was full, pummeling her stomach to make her regurgitate. She was then compelled to consume what she had expelled, and the cycle of beatings and vomiting continued until her stomach and esophagus were torn, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. The relentless abuse vented their resentment toward her. The woman's husband stabbed her repeatedly, nearly mutilating her abdomen with the blade. As Qin Xian speculated on whether Lin Meijiao had met her demise, she suddenly heard a rustling sound at the door. Someone was attempting to pick the lock with a universal key. Qin Xian swiftly closed the video, a smile gracing her lips. Li Zhen had not disappointed her. Was he eagerly coming to offer himself up? Excellent. A friend from afar shall face retribution.
Moments later.
There was a click as the lock turned. Alas, he was unaware that this door had been intentionally left ajar for him. Otherwise, how could such a robust anti-theft door be so easily breached? Li Zhen stealthily pushed the door open, scanning the room with dim light. Behind him, Old A whispered, "Nothing here. What happened? Was the place ransacked?" The bald man licked his lips, saying, "We're not lacking food. As long as that little woman is still around, that's what matters. I've never seen such a beautiful girl, like a star. Later, Rengo will take first pick and I'll follow, understood?" Li Zhen, a strength-type ability user. Old A, a speed-type ability user. The bald man, an ordinary person. All three bore sharp knives, brazenly heading towards Qin Xian's bedroom, clearly dismissing her as a threat.
Boss.
The bed is empty, the bald man exclaimed as he lifted the blanket. Li Zhen frowned, recalling the piercing gaze of the woman. Could it be? Just as he turned around, he found himself alone. Old A and the bald man had vanished. What was happening? He gasped, focusing his gaze to discover both companions lying lifeless on the ground, two enormous blood holes glaring from their foreheads. "Hello there, what brings you here so late?" Her voice, clear and melodious, carried a youthful softness. Li Zhen slowly dropped his knife, raising his hands in surrender, for he beheld Qin Xian aiming a handgun at him. The weapon was fitted with a high-quality silencer, and coupled with the sound of the pouring rain, it masked the exquisite sound of death. By the time he regained his senses, he was utterly alone. Qin Xian's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes glinting with a chilling sharpness that evoked a sense of falling into an icy abyss. Li Zhen hastily began to plead, "All right, little sister, I concede. Don't kill me. I promise I won't cross you again. Is that acceptable?" Qin Xian sneered coldly, recalling how those girls he had tormented in her previous life had similarly begged for mercy. Did he spare them?
No.
With her expression turning icy, Li Zhen felt a chill run down his spine. Resolute, he lunged forward, attempting to seize the gun. A sharp crack echoed as Qin Xian fired without hesitation. Li Zhen collapsed to the ground. Her gun, equipped with the finest silencer, produced a barely audible sound. To be dispatched by such high-quality means was truly a stroke of luck for him. Switching on her flashlight, Qin Xian prepared to clean up the aftermath. Suddenly, she noticed Li Zhen, who was sprawled on the ground, lift his head. A pair of eyes, gleaming with a sinister red light, fixated on Qin Xian, filled with a murderous rage. At that moment, Qin Xian admitted that she was genuinely frightened, cold sweat trickling down her back. What was happening? Had Li Zhen come back to life? Chapter 20. Damn, I was careless. Qin Xian took a step back, quickly regaining her composure. Just as she was about to deliver another shot to Li Zhen, the creature stirred. It dawned on her that this was a mutated giant rat, a bloodthirsty creature that had ravaged an entire warehouse of canned meat in her previous life. "How dare you waste food? I will not let you go unpunished." The blood rat had evolved to nearly the size of a Siamese cat, with a fat head and large ears. Its beady red eyes glared at Qin Xian as it screeched and lunged forward, wiggling its rotund backside. Without hesitation, Qin Xian fired, obliterating the blood rat in an instant. With a loud crack, its head shattered, and its body fell to the ground, struggling briefly before going still. Qin Xian donned a pair of rubber gloves, preparing to clean up the mess. Suddenly, she noticed a transparent crystal the size of a soybean amidst the gore. It was a crystal core. Excitement flashed in her eyes as she bit her lip, swiftly picking it up and rinsing it clean. It was small, clearly a newly formed primary crystal core. She gazed at the 3 corpses on the ground, which only moments ago had seemed worthless, now transformed into treasures in her eyes. Oh, wait, they were not treasures. They were it. Qin Xian rummaged through her space, finding a long-handled hammer and a crowbar. She struck the skull open with a hammer, prying it apart with the crowbar, and began searching through the brain matter. In no time, she had obtained 2 more crystal cores. Instantly, the treasures scattered across the floor reverted to their previous state of worthlessness. After much contemplation, Qin Xian decided to store the bodies in her space, placing them into a large trash bin she had prepared earlier. These corpses could very well save her life in the future. She cleaned the floor, exited, and quietly pried open the door to the adjacent room. The family next door had long since turned into zombies, their skin rotting and blackened. Their lips had decayed, revealing gleaming white teeth in a ghastly manner. As Qin Xian opened the door, she saw them wandering aimlessly in the room. Upon hearing the noise, they all staggered toward her. Taking a deep breath, she gripped a tang knife in her hand. She attempted to slice her finger with the knife, and the moment blood oozed out, the 3 previously aimless zombies suddenly charged at her as if activated, moving with alarming speed and emitting a nauseating stench. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xian swung the knife, decapitating one after another. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The black blood sprayed as the zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Holding her breath, she picked up the crystal cores with chopsticks, placed them in a small bowl, and hurriedly closed the door behind her. Once home, she secured the door and gasped for air. The stench was unbearable. Lowering her gaze to the crystal cores, she smiled again. The cores, the size of peanuts, were valuable. However, the moment she leaned too close to the bowl, the pungent odor assaulted her senses once more. With a deep inhale, the foul scent surged into her nostrils. She nearly retched, almost vomiting the beef noodles she had eaten earlier. Damn, I was careless. The relentless downpour had utterly extinguished the hopes of the people. With water and electricity cut off, family members could turn into zombies at any moment, and everyone realized the grim truth. The apocalypse they had previously scoffed at had indeed arrived. Soon, the residents of the building began to stir. With Li Zhen's demise, chaos ensued. Riots and violent thefts became commonplace. Several strong men banded together to form a new faction, initiating house-to-house pillaging, under the guise of unifying resources and centralized management. Qin Xian understood that Li Zhen's death was not the end. New Li Zhens would inevitably rise in succession. Calamity birthed plunderers, and plunderers wrought tragedy. Yet who could say whether, while one was plundering others, others were not casting greedy glances in their direction? Qin Xian's door was sturdy. Those men could not break it down, and resorted to smashing it. However, whether with steel pipes, kitchen knives, or any tool, they only left shallow marks on her door. Each time she heard the sound of banging, she glanced outside. If it were a supernatural being, then splendid, the crystal cores would be delivered. She would take the opportunity to activate the electric shock trap she had installed, incapacitating the intruders outside. A swift opening of the door followed by a finishing blow to claim the crystal cores. If it were an ordinary person, she would lose interest and return to her leisurely activities. Days passed, and her collection of crystal cores grew, as did the number of corpses in her space. However, it was still the early stages. Some of the crystal cores were simply too small. Currently at the first tier, she needed 10 standard crystal cores to ascend. It seemed she could no longer wait passively. She must take the initiative. One day, Qin Xian reopened the surveillance video. The villa district had its own water and power systems. The cameras continued to function. Moreover, the national network had not yet been completely severed. As long as she had electricity, she could keep monitoring her surroundings. However, this time when she opened the video, her cousin was missing. The men were gone too. The house was strewn with blood, severed limbs, and chaos. What had happened? Qin Xian quickly reviewed the previous footage. Her cousin had been lying motionless in the kitchen. The rough men had come to check on her in the morning, discovering she had no pulse and had soiled herself. Concluding she was dead, they had disposed of her outside. Yet, Qin Xian clearly noticed that during the dragging process, her cousin's finger twitched. She magnified the video and watched it several times before confirming that she was indeed not entirely dead. The rough men had discarded her in a nearby greenbelt, and upon returning, they were pursued by a zombie wolf. In a panic, they failed to kill the wolf, which instead led to a catastrophic outcome. The villa was brutally slaughtered, with no one spared. Qin Xian could not ascertain whether her cousin was truly dead. Nevertheless, she hoped fervently that her cousin was alive, yearning for her resurrection and full recovery. That way, she could torment her once more. After more than a decade of apocalypse, her mind had inevitably become tainted with bloodlust and vindictiveness. Watching those she despised grovel at her feet, pleading and whimpering, was more exhilarating than indulging in a cold drink. She could not resist the temptation to repeatedly savor that thrill. Lin Meijiao, do not die so easily. Otherwise, how will you repay your debt to me? There is no talk of letting the tiger return to the mountain, with the protagonist as halo so bright. I won't let my daughter suffer. So rest assured and watch.
Moi.
After her afternoon nap, Qin Xian entered her space to tend her crops and engage in some exercise. After dinner, she stealthily ventured out to continue hunting blood rats. She checked a few traps she had set earlier and, indeed, had caught 8 more blood rats. The blood rats were rampant, and very few people were left in the corridors. Aside from Qin Xian, only the chattering rats remained. Finally, Qin Xian had gathered enough crystal cores. Upon returning to her space, she focused on her ascension. After 2 hours, she finally reached the second tier. Rather than feeling fatigued from sitting for so long, she felt invigorated and her energy flowed smoothly throughout her body. Exhaling deeply, Qin Xian rose from her bedroom in her space and noticed a flash of golden light on the stationery in the living room. A line of text appeared. Hastening over, she picked it up and, upon reading the words on the stationery, her eyes sparkled with excitement. A new function had been unlocked. Chapter 21, The Zombie Infant. Congratulations on advancing to Stage 2. The abilities you have acquired are as follows. Ability name. None. Stage 2 new skills. 1. Energy absorption. 2. Particle manipulation. Energy absorption allows the user to absorb the altered particles of the apocalypse, thereby fortifying oneself. During the utilization of this ability, the energy consumed is continually replenished, akin to a colossal power bank, providing a ceaseless flow of energy. Particle manipulation enables the user to control the altered particles, allowing for the exploration and surveillance of surrounding energy sources and fields. It functions as an internal radar system capable of detecting organisms within a certain radius, both those possessing crystal cores and those without. It can even sense the attributes of the crystal cores and perceive the intense emotional fluctuations of others. Just as Qin Xian felt a surge of joy, she noticed additional text below. She lowered her gaze to read further. Ability name. Biological manipulation. Stage 2. This grants the ability to sense the presence of animals. Ability name. Mystical space. Stage 2. A packet of spiritual nutrient grass seeds is provided, suitable for feeding poultry, livestock, and aquatic creatures. These seeds grow at an astonishing rate, typically reaching a height of 16 meters in just 23 days. They blossom and bear fruit within 4 days, allowing for a harvest each season. All forms of poultry, livestock, and aquatic creatures can consume them, enhancing their disease resistance, satiety, and reducing waste output. This results in a more flavorful taste and increased yield. Qin Xian could hardly believe that, in addition to her spatial abilities and the void, she had awakened a talent for biological manipulation. According to the description on the letter, this ability would enable her to command small animals to assist her. Overjoyed, she recognized that these powers significantly bolster her chances of survival in the apocalypse. Now, her eagerness to continue collecting crystal cores and unlock new skills had intensified. However, advancing from Stage 2 to Stage 3 required 30 crystal cores, which seemed an arduous task given her current confinement. As she pondered this, she stepped outside her small dwelling, sowing the seeds of the spiritual nutrient grass in a patch of open land. Turning her gaze to the adorable little creatures nearby, she noticed they instantly sensed the ominous gaze upon them and cowered. This must be the effect of her biological manipulation, she mused. Venturing into the space, she utilized her powers to sense the altered particles around her. Closing her eyes, she focused on manipulating the particles to extend outward. The neighbors, as well as the snakes and insects nearby, came into her awareness. It felt exhilarating. After some training, she felt a pang of hunger. From her space, she retrieved a pizza with cheese from Italy, pineapple beer, smoked sausage, and a vegetable salad. The warm pizza was slightly too hot to handle, and the pineapple beer, filled with ice cubes, crafted by a small ice maker powered by solar panels she had set up, was refreshing. However, to her dismay, the meal did not meet her expectations. The warm, soft cheese quickly chilled in the drink, resulting in a chewy texture reminiscent of wax. Perhaps this combination should be reconsidered for the future. As she ate, her mind drifted to her plans for revenge. Setting aside thoughts of Lin Meijiao for the moment, her focus shifted to the scientists responsible for her dissection and experimentation: Eugene, Robert, Eve, Tang Ren, and Tu Lihua. This train of thought inevitably led her to consider one individual in particular, Song Ji. She resolved to enhance her abilities to the utmost, ensuring she could overpower him, instilling a sense of caution within him. Otherwise, should he harbor malevolent intentions, she might find herself overwhelmed, reduced to a mere mobile repository for his whims. Trusting him was a gamble she could not afford. After her meal, she sought a leisure activity. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from upstairs jolted her. Had the place become haunted? Hadn't she executed the family residing there? Utilizing her internal radar, she scanned the area. To her surprise, it was neither a haunting nor a resurrection. She detected crystal cores within their minds, accompanied by the fetid aura characteristic of zombies. This indicated that they had already begun their transformation before she had dispatched them. Although she had killed them, it had not halted their zombification. As zombies are not considered living beings, thus, it did not constitute a resurrection. Ascending the stairs, she used the universal key left by Li Zhen to pry open the door. A wave of putrid odor assaulted her senses. The family of three was feasting on the corpse of an unfortunate soul who had attempted to steal from them. Under the beam of her flashlight, the three figures were hunched over, ravenously tearing into the unfortunate's entrails, the sounds resembling the crunching of chicken feet. Engrossed in their meal, the zombies were oblivious to her presence. Drawing her firearm, she swiftly dispatched each one with precision. Following her usual method, she extracted their crystal cores and disposed of the bodies into her spatial refuse bin before turning to leave. Based on her experiences, households with mutated individuals typically exhibited one of three scenarios. The first possibility involved the entire family succumbing to the mutation, sealing themselves off from the outside world. The second scenario occurred when one individual was affected, resulting in the demise of the entire household. The third scenario involved a member becoming a zombie while others attempted to conceal it, hoping to contact a hospital for a potential cure. However, this often devolved into the second situation, as the zombies' insatiable craving for flesh was beyond their comprehension. A single lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences, as they would exert all their strength to take a bite. Even if human-to-human transmission had not yet manifested, the oppressive heat and lack of medical resources rendered any injury a near-certain death sentence. Qin Shan, determined to leave no stone unturned, utilized her particle manipulation to detect all mutated beings, systematically gathering resources. Soon, she had amassed another batch of crystal cores, including those from mutated blood mice. By the end of the night, she had traversed 13 floors, but as her energy probe entered one apartment, she sensed something amiss. She distinctly remembered this unit belonging to a young couple who had recently married. They could not possibly have children. Yet there were 3 crystal cores present. Could it be that they had adopted an orphan after their parents had perished? No, just days ago, she had seen them on the rooftop collecting supplies. It had only been the 2 of them. Supplies were allocated per head, so it was inconceivable that they would have a child without bringing it along. A sense of dread washed over her, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, she sheathed her dagger and drew her gun, carefully entering the premises. The darkness enveloped her, but with her particle detection, no energy could evade her notice. She quickly pinpointed the location of the 3 zombies, the young couple and an infant, no larger than a kitten, lying on the floor. The child was entirely unclothed, its skin a mottled grayish blue, with sharp teeth protruding from its maw. The couple appeared to be aimlessly wandering. Yet the small zombie bared its teeth and charged toward Qin Shan. How could this occur? There had been no call, no bloodshed. How was she being noticed and attacked by a zombie? Chapter 22. The essence of Song Ji suddenly vanishes without wasting a bullet. Qin Shan swiftly seized a nearby stool and smashed the infant zombie's head, shattering it. The crystal core within was the size of a peanut. Yet its energy was purer than that of ordinary zombies. Just holding it in her hand, She could feel its clean, untainted energy, starkly contrasting with the murky essence of other zombie cores. Qin Xian harbored a dreadful suspicion. Zombies might possess the ability to reproduce. She seized the crystal core from the small zombie, but spared the couple, opting instead to leave them behind as she sought to validate her theory. If half of humanity had succumbed to zombification, the notion that these creatures could breed and that their offspring could launch attacks on humans without the need for blood was utterly terrifying. How could humanity's gestation period possibly compete with the reproductive pace of zombies? With a heavy heart, she returned home, aware that she could not allow her troubled thoughts to distract her while hunting zombie rats. Such distraction could lead to injury. It would be a tragic irony to perish from plague instead of the jaws of a zombie. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, each step must be taken with utmost caution. The following morning, around 9, Qin Xian was roused by a cacophony of voices. Groggily rubbing her eyes, she opened the window to behold the 8th floor of the building across the way, where a family was in distress. An elderly man's supply of blood pressure medication had run out, and his son was determined to swim to procure more. His daughter and wife protested vehemently, as did the neighborhood committee, cautioning that the outside world was fraught with peril. Yet, in his fervor, he managed to rally several others to embark on a quest for supplies. Leaning on the windowsill, she counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 individuals in total. She wondered how many would return. As she contemplated, a scream echoed from below. Several enormous shadows surged through the water, surrounding the 8 men. A monstrous maw broke the surface, clamping down on one man's shoulder, followed by a violent thrashing that sent crimson waves crashing into the air. An alligator.
Help.
Quick. Save them. In the chaos, 2 more were seized by the beast. The remaining 5 visibly paled, their complexions shifting from a sickly yellow to a deathly white. Even from several floors above, where the rain fell relentlessly, they scrambled back toward the building, though at this point, speed was less important than merely being faster than their companions. Another man was devoured, leaving just 4 who barely made it back to the 8th floor window. One hefty individual lagged behind, on the brink of being consumed. In a desperate act, he hurled a bespectacled man toward the alligator. The man screamed as he was half swallowed, his lower body flailing in futility. The crowd erupted in shrieks, particularly the bespectacled man's wife, who, in a fit of rage, kicked the hefty man into the water, screaming that he owed her husband his life. The hefty man faced a fitting demise, unable to escape his fate. The woman wailed, pleading for her husband not to abandon her. Then, as if driven by some dark fate, she swam toward the alligator, declaring that she would be with him in the next life. Moments later, she too was snatched away. In her previous life, Qin Xian had shrieked and hidden in the bathroom upon witnessing such horrors, barely able to watch the aftermath. It was eerily reminiscent of her past experiences, with no alterations whatsoever. Such tragedies unfolded daily, as individuals risked their lives for various reasons, often believing themselves to be exceptional. More often than not, such ventures ended in utter ruin. After observing the spectacle, the property management announced on the rooftop that supplies were ready for collection. Qin Xian ascended the stairs, greeted by a stench that was almost unbearable. The number of people seeking supplies seemed markedly lower than the previous week. Each individual appeared gaunt and skeletal, as if on the verge of becoming mere human husks. She had little interest in the meager provisions. Her purpose for venturing out was solely to locate someone. On this very day in her past life, she had formed a dangerous connection, laying the groundwork for subsequent misfortune. Deliberately, she donned loose-fitting clothing and a disheveled appearance, ensuring no one would suspect her of indulging in abundant feasts. Upon reaching the rooftop, an unsettling sensation washed over her as the essence of Songji, which she had previously sensed, vanished without a trace. A chill gripped her heart. Could he be dead? Standing still, she concentrated, only to be suddenly jostled from behind. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air, reprimanding her for her abrupt halt. She turned to find the familiar faces of Xiaobing and Xiao Xiao, precisely the individuals she had set out to find. Just then, she felt Songji's presence reemerge, now stronger than before. A wave of relief washed over her. It seemed he had awakened his powers. With renewed hope, she retracted her impulse to strike the 2 women. Yet, their relentless taunts continued, echoing behind her. Gradually, frost crept into her gaze as memories of the past resurfaced. During a particularly oppressive period, in an underground parking structure, Li Zhen, the most formidable of the awakened, ruled over the Undercity, controlling all resources and women. Xiao Bing and Xiao Xiao, a pair of inseparable friends, vied for his attention, believing that servitude would grant them survival. Fueled by their favor, they wielded their influence tyrannically. Qin Qian, unwilling to submit, became the target of their envy. They deemed her unworthy of purity, and in a cruel twist of fate, they knocked her unconscious and delivered her to Li Zhen's bed, exchanging her for abundant provisions. Regardless of her pleas, they left her with a sickening remark. Once you experience pleasure, you'll come to accept it. Defiant, Qin Qian fought back with every ounce of strength, inflicting injury upon Li General. The consequence was her expulsion from the underground haven. Before her departure, Xiao Bing and Xiao Xiao stripped her of her clothing and confiscated all her belongings. Had she not fled swiftly, she might have lost everything. In this apocalyptic world, human nature revealed itself in its harshest form. She could understand their cruelty, but wished only for their demise. After collecting her supplies, as she prepared to return home, the two women intercepted her once more. The surrounding area was desolate, and Xiao Bing wore a smug expression. "You little harlot. You caused us pain earlier and expect to leave without an apology?" Qin Qian tilted her head, offering a saccharine smile. "What do you desire for an apology?" They exchanged glances, and Xiao Xiao crossed her arms defiantly. "I've long found you insufferable. Since you enjoy flirting with men so much, why not accompany us? We have plenty of men for you to serve. Your pretty face will surely earn us ample provisions." Xiao Bing strutted about as if Qin Qian were merely a pet under her command. "You aren't worthy of these supplies. Once we've had our way, you can grovel on the ground for scraps." Their laughter echoed, and Xiao Bing reached for her provisions. In a swift motion, Qin Qian seized her wrist.
"Oh, is that so?"
"You seem rather delicate. A mere bump and you demand compensation? Well, now I've been assaulted by your foul breath. Are you sure you won't offer me reparations? You filthy wretch!" Xiao Bing shrieked, struggling to break free, while Xiao Xiao raised her hand to strike Qin Qian. In that instant, Qin Qian's expression hardened. Releasing Xiao Bing, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Xiao's face, followed by a kick to Xiao Bing's abdomen. In stark contrast to the two emaciated girls, she was well-fed and invigorated with newfound abilities. Xiao Xiao clutched her face, blood gushing forth, while Xiao Bing writhed on the ground, cradling her stomach. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Qian collected their supplies, thanking them profusely. "You are too kind," she remarked, turning on her heel to depart. Yu Guangzhong observed the two individuals supporting each other, maintaining a distance behind her as they approached her home. Qin Qian leisurely opened the door and stepped inside. A cacophony of whispers followed her. "She must be well-fed and strong. Surely, she has plenty to eat. But I fear I cannot take her on alone. Let us seize her together, grasp her by the throat, and swiftly end this. We could consume her resources and her as well. Eat a person? Aren't you afraid of prion diseases? They say as long as you don't consume the brain, you're safe. The neighbors have already eaten their son. We have no choice. It is for survival." Just as Qin Qian was on the verge of closing the door, the two intruders suddenly pushed their way in and slammed the door shut behind them. But where had Qin Qian gone? The two exchanged bewildered glances, only to be met with a chilling laughter from behind. They turned in unison, only to see a flash of cold light before them. Qin Qian, wielding a long silver blade that was nearly as tall as herself and as thick as an arm, approached with a cold and merciless expression. Before they could react, the blade swiftly pierced through their abdomens. The blade protruded from their bodies, embedding itself into a solid wall.
"Ah! Ah!"
The two shrieked in disbelief at their predicament. The excruciating pain shattered their sanity, and they screamed and struggled in a frenzy. Yet, the blade was firmly lodged in the wall, rendering their attempts futile. The more they writhed, the more blood flowed, and their wounds gaped wider. Qin Qian nonchalantly flicked her wrist and dug at her ear in mild annoyance. "Scream all you want. My door is soundproof, heat-insulated, and explosion-proof. You can judge for yourselves whether anyone can hear your barking. Even if someone did, who would care to rescue you, or who has the ability to come to your aid." Gradually, the two ceased their cries, their waxy faces turning pale as they leaned against each other, barely standing. "Please, don't kill us. We just want our things back. We don't want anything now. Please spare us." Qin Qian turned a deaf ear to their pleas. Retrieving a small stool from her bedroom, she placed the uneaten snacks and fruit salad on the coffee table and sat down to eat, her gaze fixed on them with a smile. The aroma of the fruit salad and snacks tormented them, while their desperation plunged them into deeper despair. Qin Xian's eyes fell upon a piece of French bread on the table, and memories of her past life flooded her mind. They had torn at her clothing, pinned her down, and trampled her head, kicking her mercilessly. She had begged for mercy, cried out, and knelt in supplication, but none showed her a shred of compassion. They had stripped her down to mere rags and tossed her into Li Zhen's tent. Like a demon, Li Zhen lunged at her, ready to attack. The two had laughed, advising him not to show mercy, claiming she was merely pretending to be virtuous while secretly desiring him for a long time. If you please her, she'll be begging you to find her later, they cackled. Li Zhen tossed a bag of French bread to them, and they gleefully accepted it, showering him with gratitude. Qin Xian tore open the bag of bread, the delightful aroma wafting through the air, pulling her thoughts back to the present as she indulged in it. She watched as they transitioned from screams to pleas, from cursing to threats of exposing her resources to incite a raid. After exhausting their outbursts, they slumped against the wall, barely alive, blood pooling around them. Once Qin Xian had eaten her fill, the two were left huddled together, bloodless and lifeless, their eyes wide open, filled with despair and pain. Surely, this final stretch of time was unbearable for them. Oh, how delightful it must have been. Qin Xian sheathed the long knife and cleaned it, disposing of the bodies in a spatial trash bin, donning gloves to meticulously wipe away the bloodstains. As she gazed at the rising waters below, a thought struck her. The cores of mutated creatures were larger and grew faster than those of humans. The 8 crocodiles lurking below were undoubtedly sources of such cores. After a torrential downpour would come intense heat, causing the water levels to drop dramatically within a few days. And the crocodiles would seek refuge. Time was of the essence. She had to act swiftly. In the stillness of the night, Qin Xian ascended to the 8th floor. She rummaged through the spatial trash bin, retrieving a fresh corpse, and swiftly severed its head, letting the blood drip into the water. The particle detector indicated that within 100 meters, a crocodile bearing a large core was approaching. The blood spread through the water, mixing with the oppressive heat and the nauseating scent of iron, yet it was fortunate that the crocodile was closing in rapidly. With a splash, the crocodile emerged, seizing the corpse left by the shore.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, striking the crocodile in the nape of its neck, causing it to thrash violently. Although injured, the creature was not yet dead. Soon, Qin Xian sensed a multitude of mutated beings converging towards her. Satisfaction washed over her. This would be her first confrontation since entering this apocalyptic world. Unlike her previous life, she was no longer afraid. Instead, she was filled with anticipation. Roars erupted as several enormous crocodiles lunged towards her, creatures that would have been unyielding in their former state. Now, mutated and colossal, their eyes glowed a menacing red. Their bodies bloated and putrid from prolonged exposure to water. Their claws and teeth were razor-sharp, likely having escaped from a nearby zoo. Additionally, several mutated snakes glided through the water, moving with alarming speed towards her, mouths agape and ready to strike. Not only the mutated creatures, but the relentless zombies surrounding her also emitted terrifying howls. Alas, the water barrier prevented many from entering. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xian unleashed another bloodied corpse into the fray, drawing the majority of the creature's attention. With her dagger, she fought and retreated. But the bodies of the mutated animals were exceptionally tough, especially the crocodiles with their rough hides. Each strike sent tremors through her hands, and when all else failed, she resorted to her firearm. Fortunately, the rain outside roared like thunder, and the zombies howled in the corridor, instilling fear that kept everyone indoors. The sound of her silenced gunfire was quickly swallowed by the chaos. After a grueling battle, she finally managed to dispatch the troublesome beasts, drenched in sweat. Qin Xian reflected on her shortcomings after each confrontation. The absence of aggressive abilities was a significant limitation. For now, she could only rely on firearms. As she extracted the cores, she gritted her teeth in frustration. She needed to find Song Ji, not just for his protection, but for his abilities. She longed to possess her own formidable strength, vowing never to be a mere parasite clinging to others. I swear I will become the leader. Upon returning home, she counted the cores, marveling at the size of those from the crocodiles, which were substantial enough to elevate her to the 3rd tier. Excitement bubbled within her at the prospect of unlocking new skills. With this thought, she closed her eyes, clutching the cores, and began the ascension process. Chapter 24. The intense heat arrives 2 hours later, when Qin Xian's feet first touched the cool, rough stone path of the flowing space. She nearly erupted with joy. She had ascended to the 3rd tier, allowing her physical form to enter the space. Though currently limited to 3 hours each natural day, her heart brimmed with delight. This represented an increased assurance of her survival in the apocalypse. The letter also informed her that, as her level increased, the duration her physical form could remain in the space would extend as well. One day, she might be able to stay in the space indefinitely, never needing to venture outside again. Qin Xian experienced the delightful sensation of touching all the animals for the first time, as well as the joy of personally tilling the soil. Nestled in her cozy little nook, she reclined on the small bed where she had slept for many years, lifting a photograph of her parents to plant a gentle kiss upon it. Ah, how blissful it was. To celebrate, Qin Xian took a trip to the lake, where she caught a large carp, scooped up 4 plump hairy crabs, and gathered an assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables. After preparing her feast in the small cabin, she returned outside to savor her meal. Although her culinary skills were admittedly lacking, having failed to properly scale the fish, the freshness of the ingredients compensated for her shortcomings. The carp was sweet and succulent, while the crabs were rich and full of roe. The vegetables she grew may not have been the most visually appealing, but they were clean and delicious. With her hunger satisfied, Qin Xian lay back on her bed, bubbling with happiness. Raising her hand, she unleashed her powers. The particles surrounding her swiftly entered her body, allowing her to feel an unparalleled energy accumulating within. This was the 3rd tier form of void. Previously, she had absorbed the natural forces of the world, which inevitably contained impurities. Now, she was directly drawing from mutated particles, making her efforts far more effective. After inhaling the apocalyptic particles, both her stamina and vitality surged significantly. As for her ability to control living beings, she could sense the simple emotions of the animals. For instance, when she had stroked the pigs earlier, she felt their genuine fear of her. On September 23rd, the torrential rain ceased and the sky cleared. The people erupted in excitement, believing that their hardships had come to an end. Little did they know, an oppressive heat was silently beginning. Within a day, the temperature soared to 56 degrees. The searing sun nearly evaporated all standing water in plain sight, and soon, the water level had diminished by more than half. Although there had been a continuous downpour, leaving the water clean and usable, no one had stockpiled drinking water. This led to a sudden and unforeseen water shortage for everyone. Qin Xian had forgotten the exact timing of the extreme heat, so for several days, she had set her alarm for 5 in the morning. As soon as she noticed the rain had stopped, she promptly arranged for insulation and blackout curtains. She deployed all her solar panels and activated 3 ice fans, barely managing to keep the room temperature fluctuating around 16 to 20 degrees. Within just 2 days, the water level had receded and people began to emerge onto the ground. Of course, it wasn't just people. There were also zombies and mutated animals. During the day, Qin Xian remained at home, indulging in food and tending to her crops and pigs. At night, clad in black attire and armed with a tang knife, she ventured out to slay zombies. Now at the 3rd tier, she needed 60 ordinary crystal cores to advance to the 4th tier and an astonishing 500 to reach the 5th tier. Even with her extraordinary abilities, gathering such a large number of crystal cores would be a daunting task, so she resolved to work diligently. As days passed, the water on the surface had completely evaporated. Even the underground parking lot was dried by the hot winds. Just like in her previous life, survivors could no longer endure the sweltering heat above and sought refuge in the underground parking lots. Those with abilities began to form factions, creating small powers in the dark underground world, scheming against one another in a cutthroat struggle for basic necessities. Meanwhile, Qin Xian lived a carefree life akin to that of a landlord. She awaited the day when her community would undergo drastic changes, eager for Song Ji to face his greatest tribulations, which would pave the way for her next move. Thus, she remained patient and inactive. The tomatoes and cucumbers in her spatial soil ripened in succession, and the apples and Asian pears on her fruit trees gradually came to fruition. She had amassed several large baskets of eggs, far more than she could consume. Each day, she enjoyed either iced cola or chilled soda water. After another fortnight, daytime temperatures escalated to a hellish 62 degrees. At 5 in the morning, with darkness still enveloping the sky, the temperature had already reached an alarming 50 degrees. After returning from slaying zombies, Qin Xian was drenched in sweat. the stench of zombie blood and flesh clinging to her, making her feel utterly repulsive. She hurried back to her safe house, locking the door behind her. First, she filled a basin with water to wash away the grime, incinerating her soiled clothes. Once she confirmed her body was clean, she retreated to her spatial realm for a bath, determined not to soil her little sanctuary. Within her spatial abode, there was a tidy bathroom. To protect the soil in her small yard, Qin Qian had done her homework. She eschewed commercial body wash and shampoo, instead opting for natural soap pods. After soaking them in water to expand, she crushed them and boiled them in a pot. Adding cedar leaves and other herbal ingredients for hair care, she concocted a completely natural shampoo. After washing, she dried her hair and applied elm bark gel, which she had soaked to create a smooth texture, and then blow-dried it. Her hair became silky and refreshing, leaving no pollution to the soil. And the remaining water could be directly used for irrigation. Consequently, she not only stocked up on shampoo and conditioner for outside use, but also hoarded an abundance of soap pods, elm bark, cedar leaves, and other resources. Enough to last her a lifetime. After her refreshing wash, Qin Qian returned to her cabin, drying her long hair and applying perfume while gazing into the mirror. She noticed she was becoming increasingly beautiful, her skin glowing with health. This was no mere illusion. It was the result of her early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, regular exercise, and a balanced diet. Exiting her spatial realm, she had a hearty breakfast at 7:30, spicy mixed noodles, a serving of rice, 3 braised chicken legs, and 2 eggs. Her drink was freshly squeezed kiwi juice. She relished her meal, always feeling ravenous after her busy schedule. Sated, she lay back on her bed, burping contentedly. She calculated the days and realized that the time to meet Songji was drawing ever closer. At that moment, Songji should be trapped in a well-known scenic area in the city. When the apocalypse struck, he was in a hotel within the scenic area, being forced into a blind date, apparently arranged by his family, with a so-called fiancé. The board and shareholders were pressing him, leaving him no option to refuse the meeting, though he could decline to pursue a relationship. In that social circle, protocol dictated that one must clarify their stance in person, regardless of their decision. However, the woman, captivated by his handsome appearance, became infatuated and relentless, claiming to have loved him for many years. In the midst of this turmoil, the apocalypse descended, and the woman who had professed her love pushed him into a horde of zombies to save herself. The blind date banquet was stained with blood. Qin Qian was aware of his story, but had no intention of seeking him out prematurely to warn him of the impending apocalypse. Wouldn't that be sheer foolishness? Who would believe someone who suddenly appeared to announce that the world was about to end? She had no desire to invite trouble upon herself. On the night of October 18th, Qin Qian bid farewell to the little cabin she had called home for many years, preparing to depart. Before leaving, she intended to visit the underground parking garage to find Xiao Zhang. The moment she had awaited was about to unfold. If she could help Xiao Zhang evade this catastrophe, she would be free to embark on her journey without any lingering attachments. Qin Qian bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, resembling a cunning little cat. The protagonist is about to make her move and change the map. Chapter 25. Greasy Monarch. Power abilities. Qin Qian arrived at the downward slope of the underground parking garage. The large door was tightly shut, presumably to keep out zombies. Initially, she planned to activate her social anxiety powers and stealthily enter to find Xiao Zhang. However, as she approached the door, a familiar figure appeared. "Miss Qin, you're still alive?" It was Xiao Zhang, who had become noticeably gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton covered by a layer of waxy skin. Qin Qian smiled. "Yes. I've managed to survive, haha." Seeing her still in good spirits, Xiao Zhang sighed in relief. "I'm glad to hear you're okay. Come inside. It's too dangerous outside." Qin Qian waved her hand. "No, you need to come with me. I have something important to discuss." "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. Glancing around cautiously, he lowered his voice. "They're coming back, Miss Qin. With your beauty, you might attract trouble." Xiao Zhang's expression was urgent, his eyes filled with concern. The group he referred to was a band of individuals with extraordinary powers, notorious for their ruthless behavior. Having spent the past few days in hiding, he had witnessed the depths of human depravity. Although he clung to a thread of kindness, he doubted how long he could maintain it. Qin Qian, unwilling to waste time, also spoke in hushed tones, so spare the chatter. "If you wish to survive, follow me. Otherwise, you won't see the dawn." Xiao Zhang wanted to say more, but a group of people approached from a distance, carrying various items. They were the scavengers taking advantage of the night to gather supplies. "Run, Miss Qin," Xiao Zhang urged desperately. Yet it was too late. Leading the pack was Wang, the strongest among the group, and upon seeing Qin Qian, his gaze fixated on her. Despite her loose athletic wear, her figure was alluring, and her beauty was striking. Such a captivating creature was one he had to possess for his own indulgence.
Ah,
"A new little sister, have you come to seek refuge with me?" He leered, advancing towards her. The foul stench of sweat and grease wafted towards her as he drew near. Qin Qian recoiled in disgust. Wang, revealing a toothy grin, eyed a bulging backpack behind her, likely filled with food. "Sister, with those delicate arms and legs, I could easily handle you. Why don't you hand over your supplies? And I'll protect you and your belongings? What do you say?" The men surrounding Wang began to jeer. "Yeah, stick with Wang, and you'll be well fed. With your looks, a little practice, and you'll surely keep him happy. Who knows, you might have been a seasoned warrior before." Xiao Zhang stepped protectively in front of Qin Qian. "Wang, you've already gone too far. Stop harming the innocent." He quickly signaled to Qin Qian, urging her to flee. Wang, a robust man, shoved Xiao Zhang aside, sending him crashing against the wall with a muffled grunt. His gaze remained fixed upon Qin Qian, enthralled by her figure. "In this apocalyptic world, I've never encountered someone so exquisite. Such a lovely girl. I bet you've already been taken care of by someone." Wang leered, his words dripping with lewdness. Qin Qian, unwilling to endure his vile remarks any longer, seized the moment and kicked him where it hurt. Wang doubled over, clutching himself and howling in agony.
Wang.
Someone rushed to his aid. Xiao Zhang, retreating a few steps, searched the grass frantically until he found a sturdy stick and gripped it tightly. At that moment, he resolved to uphold his father's legacy, a retired soldier who had urged him to protect the weak. Wang cursed, shaking off his helpers with a cold smile. "You little wench. You'll pay for that." He clenched his fist, channeling his power into a punch, confident of his strength as an awakened one. He had easily dispatched those who dared to challenge him in the underground. How could he possibly lose to a mere girl? As he charged, Qin Qian sensed that he was merely a first-tier power user. Was this a gift? She deftly evaded him, her movements elegant and fluid, as if she were a dragon dancing in the air. Wang believed himself imposing, yet he couldn't even graze a hair on her head. With a yawn, Qin Qian casually remarked, "Your strength is decent, but your aim is atrocious. Lacks any finesse." Wang, infuriated, almost choked on his rage.
"I don't need you to teach me."
He stepped back, intending to provoke her into revealing her weaknesses. What a fool he was, failing to realize that Qin Qian was merely gauging his abilities, using him for practice. She dismissed his taunts with a smile. Before long, Wang had cornered her against the wall, filled with glee as he prepared to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, she leaped against the wall, executing a flawless backflip that landed her safely behind him, evading his blow with grace. His punch met only the iron door of the garage, creating a dent and leaving his hand stuck. As Qin Qian landed, a dagger appeared in her hand, and with a swift motion, she plunged it into the back of Wang's neck, piercing through his mouth. In despair, he uttered a few muffled sounds before collapsing. Qin Qian stepped on his back, extracting the blade with a flourish, blood gushing forth. Her movements were precise and unhesitating, starkly contrasting her innocent appearance. Xiao Zhang dropped his stick in shock, realizing his earlier notions of protection were ludicrous. Could this really be my era as an empowered being? Wang fell to the ground, lifeless. Qin Qian couldn't help but chuckle. "You probably only ever reigned as a king in your mother's womb." As Wang breathed his last, his followers trembled in fear. Qin Qian approached, the bloody dagger in her grasp, and they retreated in terror. She smiled, a drop of crimson staining her pale cheek, creating a hauntingly beautiful image. The onlookers were bewildered, uncertain of her intentions. Would she eliminate them all? However, not everyone was cowed. From the crowd emerged a lightning-wielding power user, pointing at Qin Qian. "I know her. She is the solitary girl from the 16th floor. She must have an abundance of supplies. Let us attack together. I refuse to believe she can kill us all. Yes. Avenge Wang." The lightning user smirked. Wang had oppressed him for too long, and now that he was dead, he envisioned becoming the new leader, claiming all the resources and women for himself. As they prepared to unleash their powers against Qin Qian, Xiao Zhang frantically searched for a stick. Where did I throw it? I need it. But Qin Xian, smiling, drew a pistol from her backpack, aiming it at them. The foolish youths recoiled in terror, retreating several paces. The lightning user, drenched in sweat, tried to maintain his bravado. We can take her. Can she really kill us all at once? Qin Xian found their bravado amusing, thinking, what a farcical situation, teaching the second to last how to tackle the last. Some of them began to reconsider, turning their eyes back to her. Qin Xian chuckled softly, indeed. I cannot simply execute you all with a single shot, but who can guarantee that the bullet I fire will not strike you yourself? Or are you all heroes of the apocalypse, willing to sacrifice yourselves to seize resources for others? If you perish, the enemy will claim your supplies, and even your wife. TSK, how generous. I could pay you to go to Sichuan, drive to the foot of the Leshan giant Buddha, and have him rise so you can ascend. Such words are indeed harsh. No one can assure safety, and no one dares to gamble. To lose a bet is to wager one's life as a stepping stone for others. Why should one accept that fate? Qin Xian chambered another round, the crisp click echoing in the air. Who wishes to be the first? At that moment, everyone realized that Qin Xian was a formidable woman who should not be trifled with. She was serious. Though her appearance might seem innocent, she was unflinching when it came to tearing apart skulls. After assessing the situation, several individuals reluctantly retreated, pulling each other away to de-escalate the tension. Little Zhang, shrinking his neck, timidly turned to leave, only to find Qin Xian pointing her gun directly at his head. Others can leave, but you stand still. Little Zhang's mouth fell open. Miss Qin, I did not provoke you. Some onlookers cast amused glances, recalling how he had just offended the young beauty moments earlier, only to find her gratitude lacking. Serves him right. Qin Xian remained silent, waiting for everyone to depart before instructing Little Zhang to close the door. Concerned that someone might be eavesdropping, she affected an air of arrogance. Move the corpse. Do you want to attract zombies? Little Zhang dared not argue and complied, hauling Brother Wang's body away from the garage entrance. Once they were a distance away, she turned to him and asked, Do you wish to die? Little Zhang was taken aback, noticing her serious demeanor, and lowered his voice. Not at all. This was not idle chatter. Who would desire death? Before the apocalypse, there were those who lamented their lives, but after, each fought for survival more fiercely than the last. Qin Xian handed him a key. This is the key to my room. Go hide there. It's too hot during the day for you to venture outside. By 5 p.m. tonight, you will understand why I insist on this. Afterward, leave this place forever and do not return. Little Zhang wore a puzzled expression. What did she mean? The key implied she would not return, but where was she going? With utmost seriousness, Qin Xian cautioned, do not confide in anyone, nor trust anyone. In this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. After a few days, find a safe night to flee. I have entrusted you with my only hope for survival. Don't let me down, understood? Little Zhang was momentarily stunned by the barrage of information. Why me? Qin Xian chose not to answer his question and continued. Your kindness is commendable, but do not let excessive benevolence endanger yourself. Qin Xian usually refrained from lengthy dialogues, but Little Zhang was different. This was her way of repaying a debt. She understood the trajectory of events and aimed to help him survive the terrifying upheaval. It was one of her purposes for remaining here. Observing her earnest and sincere expression, Little Zhang ceased his inquiries and nodded gravely. Qin Xian recognized that he truly understood. Whether he could follow through depended on his own fate. Little Zhang swallowed hard. Miss Qin, what about you? Qin Xian replied, that is not your concern. Remember, survive. Only then is there hope. With that, she turned and rode away, without looking back. Little Zhang stood for a moment, clutching the key tightly, before also departing. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xian returned after his exit. Chapter 27. In search of the Great Cleaver, with a decisive blow. Qin Xian cracked open Brother Wang's skull and extracted the crystal core. The peanut-sized core gleamed brightly, certainly more appealing than its former owner. After cleaning and securing it, she disposed of the body into her spatial garbage bin. She glanced around her room, where she had left some supplies for Little Zhang. Bottled water, compressed biscuits, energy bars, sugary mooncakes, salt, vacuum-packed cooked food, along with medical supplies, tools, and weapons. The previous night, around 5 o'clock, a sudden wave of zombies had unexpectedly stormed the underground garage, likely drawn by the crowd. At that time, Qin Xian had been forced to abandon the garage and return home. In the afternoon, She had checked the plastic wrap she had left by the window to collect dew and inadvertently witnessed the scene: mutated dogs, mutated cats, and zombies breaching the garage and flooding in. Afterward, she scoured the area, finding no survivors. Risking her life to gather the remaining supplies, she ultimately left the community behind. In her past life, Little Zhang had protected her multiple times. In this life, she endeavored to save him as well. While she could not accompany him throughout, assisting him was a means of repaying her gratitude. After retrieving Brother Wang's crystal core, Qin Xian did not immediately exit the community, but instead checked on the couple of zombies she had previously confined. The female zombie lay on the ground, while a zombie baby wailed in a puddle of thick black blood. Upon noticing Qin Xian's presence, its blood-red eyes widened as it crawled toward her, tugging the female zombie's body along with its uncut umbilical cord. The female zombie began to stir as well. Indeed, zombies could reproduce. In her previous life, she had been so focused on survival that she had overlooked such crucial information. Taking a deep breath, she dealt with a family of 3 and collected the crystal cores. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qin Xian casually pried open a door and entered. She needed to wait for the zombie tide to subside. With so many crystal cores available, it would be foolish not to take advantage. Locking the door, she propped it with a doorstop and felt secure enough to enter the bedroom. She set up a small table with a dish of marinated beef, white rice, plum wine, cola chicken wings, and stir-fried mushrooms with bok choy. Pulling out her tablet and putting on her headphones, she began to eat while watching. She was unafraid of zombies or malefactors. After all, she possessed a mental radar that alerted her to any living beings within a 100-meter radius. At 2 a.m., the anticipated zombie tide arrived. The same chilling cries echoed as Qin Xian stood by the window watching. The underground garage was devoid of the elderly and children, with not a single living creature left. Each had been transformed into a lurking monster, indistinguishable from the zombies. By 4 a.m., having tidied up, Qin Xian opened the door and descended to the garage. She checked the area, finding no living souls, only a single zombie dog, 3 zombies, and a plethora of crystal cores scattered about. Dressed appropriately, Qin Xian descended and collected what was readily available. Half an hour later, she was satisfied as she stowed a small pouch of crystal cores into her space. Exiting the community, she retrieved her high-performance mountain motorcycle from her space. Under the cloak of darkness, she set off towards the scenic area. Leaving behind the home she had inhabited for many years, Qin Xian couldn't help but glance back, her heart filled with myriad emotions, yet she had to move on. The matter with Lin Meijiao had reached a temporary conclusion, while those conducting experiments on her were still at large. She intended to eliminate each one as retribution for her past life. Once her vengeance was complete, she would retreat to her safe haven in the apocalypse, tending to crops and raising chickens until her final days. To achieve that, she needed to grow stronger. On the road, Qin Xian sped along on her motorcycle. The vehicle's maximum temperature could reach around 55 degrees Celsius, which meant she could only travel until 6 o'clock before needing to find a place to rest. Thus, she pressed on relentlessly. As she passed through a street, a zombie dog spotted her. The dog, initially lying on the ground, abruptly raised its head, which was nothing more than a mass of shredded flesh, and let out a strange howl before springing into action. Before long, a pack of dogs swiftly followed suit. Their speed, enhanced by mutation, had reached its zenith, bringing them alarmingly close to Qin Xian's motorcycle. Frustrated, Qin Xian decelerated, allowing the zombie dogs to draw nearer. She then tossed out a freshly bled corpse from her storage space. The zombie dogs, overjoyed, immediately lunged at the body, abandoning their pursuit of Qin Xian. This reminded her of a peculiar analogy. Why do leopards chase beautiful women? Because they desire sweet syrup. Similarly, why do the little zombie dogs pursue me? Because I am a source of delectable flesh. Indeed, what malice could be attributed to these creatures? They simply yearn for meat. As she traversed the landscape, whenever confronted by zombies or aggressive mutated creatures, Qin Xian would feed them the corpses she had previously collected, allowing herself to escape unscathed. She felt fortunate for having gathered these bodies rather than discarding them. Occasionally, she would encounter individuals huddled by the roadside, rushing towards her as if she were a savior. Qin Xian ignored them entirely, racing past their eager gazes. Some would defiantly stand in the middle of the road, waving as if daring her to collide with them. However, to their astonishment, Qin Xian did not halt. She accelerated, forcing those seemingly reckless individuals to scramble aside. They cursed her furiously, even hurling stones, yet she remained unfazed. Speeding until 7:30 a.m., when both she and her motorcycle were nearly overheating. Realizing the risk of combustion, she sought refuge in a decrepit old community. After confirming the absence of any living beings, she pried open a door, locked it behind her, and secured the entrance. Applying sunblock. She used her air conditioning to cool down, had breakfast, and promptly fell asleep. She did not awaken until sunset, continuing her journey thereafter. However, this journey was not merely about traveling, it also involved collecting crystal cores. Whenever she encountered solitary zombies, she dealt with them swiftly using her tang knife. Occasionally, she would inadvertently attract attention, necessitating a hasty retreat on her motorcycle while discarding bodies to facilitate her escape. Thus, she traveled by night and rested by day, consuming meals and taking long naps, even finding time to tend to her crops and feed her pigs. Each day was a blend of exhaustion and joy. Thankfully, particle energy replenished her strength, and she could always find a place to rest when tired. The abundance of food in her storage ensured she was never hungry. Her days, though busy, felt fulfilling, until the evening of October 24th, when the sun cast a blood-red glow upon the landscape. Qin Xian finally arrived at the entrance of a scenic area, sensing her proximity to someone significant and feeling a sense of relief. However, gazing at the towering mountains and lush trees, she sensed an undercurrent of danger. The shadows concealed hints of death and despair, and certain trees loomed ominously, resembling mutated beasts poised to pounce. A faint unease lingered in her heart. Suddenly, a menacing roar echoed nearby. It was alarmingly close, emanating from the ticket booth just a few dozen meters away, where two living individuals were locked in a standoff against 6 mutated creatures. Qin Xian had no intention of intervening, yet upon noticing the vehicles and scattered corpses nearby, she knew she could not ignore this situation. The vehicles and bodies belonged to the military, suggesting that the personnel had perished, leaving only 2 individuals to fend off the beasts. They were desperately defending a crumbling ticket booth, surrounded by the ferocious mutated wolves, and the situation appeared dire. It is deeply ingrained in the hearts of every honorable citizen to hold a fundamental respect for soldiers. No one could simply stand by and watch as these brave warriors faced peril. The predicament confronting Qin Xian was hardly a challenge for her. The 2 soldiers were evidently out of ammunition, resorting to stabbing with broken knives and striking with their gun butts, bloodied and on the brink of death. One of the younger soldiers, sensing his impending doom, began to sing, "I am a soldier, protecting the common people. The Revolutionary War has tested me, and my resolve is stronger." He sang with all his might, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, laughing maniacally at the end, embodying a fearless spirit in the face of death. The other soldier cried out in his native dialect, "Mom, Dad, I can't go back. I'm so sorry." Tears streamed down his face as he lamented their fate. They were just a month away from discharge, one with a beloved girlfriend and the other already engaged. Months prior, they received orders for what was supposed to be their final mission, initially thought to be a routine flood rescue operation. Little did they know that the apocalypse would descend upon them, turning this mission into an indefinite ordeal. They had rescued 4 survivors, but inadvertently attracted more danger. As seasoned soldiers, they had urged the new recruits to flee with the survivors while they stayed behind to buy time for their comrades. Aware that they were at the end of the line, with no path to safety, they embodied the spirit of the people as soldiers, resolutely protecting the populace, without fear of death. Qin Xian, from her storage, retrieved a live chicken, swiftly severing its throat, blood spraying forth. She whistled, "Hey, zombie dogs. It's time for a feast." The sound and the scent of fresh flesh instantly captivated the wolves' attention. She tossed the writhing chicken several meters away, drawing several wolves towards it. The remaining 3 snarled at Qin Xian, preparing to attack. The 2 soldiers shouted in terror, "Run, little girl, run." However, Qin Xian disregarded their warnings, pulling out her wooden shotgun and aiming with precision. Each shot struck true, exploding the heads of her targets without fail. The remaining wolves, realizing the threat, charged at her. Taking a deep breath, she took a risk, brandishing her tang knife and charging forward, not out of a reluctance to waste ammunition, but to hone her skills. Fortune favors the bold. She needed to grow rapidly. The 2 soldiers watched in astonishment as this girl moved like a butterfly through a field of flowers, dodging and leaping gracefully amidst the assault of 3 mutated wolves. As if dancing. Yet her movements were lethal, each strike delivering a fatal blow. The shorter soldier swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Wow, I could never do that. What about you, bro?" The taller soldier shook his head, staring blankly. "Neither could I." Once the wolves were subdued, Qin Xian flexed her neck and turned to approach them. "It's safe now. You can come out." The two soldiers cautiously emerged, trembling as they asked, "Are you a survivor too?" Upon uttering the question, they felt foolish, realizing that in comparison to her, they hardly resembled survivors. Qin Xian smiled gently and saluted them. "Hello, soldiers." They blushed instantly, taken aback by her beauty, charming and innocent, reminiscent of an internet celebrity from the pre-apocalypse era. However, recalling her fierce demeanor in battle, they found the contrast between her appearance and actions bewildering. This delightful juxtaposition was utterly captivating in the chaotic world they inhabited. Qin Xian returned to her motorcycle, feigning to rummage through her backpack while actually retrieving medical supplies and food from her storage. She approached them, offering, "I am a power user. Take these. You need to return safely. The outside world is perilous." She casually fabricated a lie. The tall man approached, and upon seeing the spread of biscuits, bread, water, boiled eggs, and roast chicken, he swallowed hard, his mouth watering. However, he still asserted, "We, the soldiers of the people, do not take a single thread from the masses." Qin Xian knew he would say something like this and retorted, "If you don't want it, I can throw it away." The tall man fell silent, his stomach growling audibly and his face flushed as he received an elbow jab from the shorter man. The thought that these provisions could save both his and his comrades' lives crossed his mind. To survive was to continue his duty of defending the people and the nation. Embarrassed, the tall man scratched his head and said, "Thank you." Qin Xian chuckled, causing both their faces to redden further. The shorter man cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Come back with us. We are from the Junki mountain base. Although it is under construction, it can still ensure your safety." Qin Xian waved her hand dismissively, replying, "I won't be going back with you just yet. I have my own matters to attend to, and I can protect myself." The shorter man recognized her exceptional skills. In this apocalyptic world, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Just like the firearm she held, under normal circumstances, she would have been taken to the police station. Yet now, such a notion was obsolete. Moreover, having been saved by her, it would be unreasonable to question her further. "All right, then be careful." The shorter man nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Li Longgang, pleased to meet you." Qin Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your name is Li Longgang?" Her surprise startled the two men. Li Longgang asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" He couldn't recall knowing such a cute girl. No, his wife was the cutest. Clearing his throat, Qin Xian held back her emotions and replied, "No, my high school deskmate has the same name. Sorry to have startled you."
Li Longgan.
The brave little warrior who had perished at the jaws of a mutated bear to protect her in a past life. Qin Xian could hardly remember his appearance, but distinctly recalled his name. The dragon of Huaxia, forged anew through fire. She never imagined that in this life, she would inadvertently save him. Truly, good and evil will eventually be repaid. Perhaps her rebirth was meant to resolve the grievances of her previous life. If you do not repay your debts of gratitude, heaven will conspire to ensure you do. After bidding farewell to the two men, Qin Xian wiped the tears from her eyes. Stowing her motorcycle away, she boldly ascended the mountain, thinking everything was secure. However, not 100 meters out, she was intercepted. Before her stood a tall, ugly man clad in filthy travel attire, with waves of energy coursing through him, an ability user. Behind him was a supermarket and restaurant within a scenic area, the exterior stained with blood and grime, evidencing multiple fierce battles. Qin Xian understood. He must have had his sights set on her even before she activated her protective aura. Thus, her attempt at a social anxiety shield was futile. "Hey girl, are you alone?" The leader of the group sneered, his intentions clearly malicious, with aggression and menace evident in his eyes. Qin Xian observed them silently, refraining from speaking hastily. A woman approached from behind him, small and frail, with 2 pigtails, looking gaunt. Yet, she had pulled her v-neck down to its lowest point, revealing her emaciated chest.
Who was she?
The girl asked with a soft, clipped tone, her eyes filled with hostility. It had been over 3 months since the apocalypse began. Who wasn't he, just skin and bones? Before the collapse, she had been a beautiful beauty blogger, but after venturing to this scenic area for material, she was trapped in this small supermarket. Lacking abilities, she could only rely on selling herself to barely secure food and water. Even so, resources had run dry. And for half a month, she had subsisted on merely half a bottle of water and a piece of wafer each day. In contrast, this woman appeared pristine, her bright eyes and well-fed face betraying no signs of hardship in the apocalypse. Damn it! Why should it be this way? Chapter 29. A deadly team member. The ugly man grinned wickedly, dismissing the woman with a shove. Scram. You're nothing but skin and bones. I'm tired of you. This new beauty is much better. Just as he was about to step forward, a man with a bird's nest hairstyle behind him said, Gatling, let it go. Look at her, so clean in this apocalypse and alone on the mountain. She's not an easy target. Only then did Qin Qian notice that 6 individuals had emerged from the small supermarket, 2 women and 4 men, each sizing her up with their own intentions. The man called Gatling sneered, She's just a pampered little bird. What can a girl like her do? She's no different from Su Rong, who lets us play with her. Qin Qian turned to glare at him. Jealous? No one pampered you, huh? Is that why you're going crazy? Or would you rather be my dog? I can pamper you too. With that, she whistled at him. Gatling's mouth twitched, eliciting laughter from a nearby, short-haired girl. Gatling shot her a cold glare, and she silently mouthed, Get lost. Gatling became even more furious, his mouth twitching in irritation. Qin Qian exchanged glances with the girl, who smiled kindly at her. I like the sister. She's good. Noticing Gatling's hostility toward the short-haired girl, a scar-faced man stepped forward, silently shielding her behind him. The guy in the blue vest, with messy hair, also glared fiercely at Gatling. It seemed this small supermarket had unwittingly divided into 2 factions. Gatling, the bird's nest head, and Su Rong were one group, while the short-haired girl, the scar-faced man, and the blue-clad guy formed another. Gatling rolled his eyes, ignoring the 2 as he raised his hands, conjuring 2 small orbs of lightning in his palms, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, I'm the king of this world. Little girl, no matter who raised you before, from now on, I'm your man. Hand over what's in your backpack. Su Rong, lying on the ground. Couldn't he resist taunting? Yeah, your clothes look nice. Take them off for me, every piece. Qin Qian crossed her arms, mockingly laughing. Wow. The king of the apocalypse prefers to be a turtle here? What's the matter? Don't you want to go back to the city and reign supreme because you're afraid? Her words instantly ignited Gatling's fury. He certainly didn't return to the city because he was scared. He knew very well that his little tricks were only for show. He was aware of his own limitations. Entering the city would mean certain death. Who wouldn't he want to dominate during the apocalypse, surrounded by resources and beauties? Like a protagonist in a novel? Damn girl, are you daring to poke at my weaknesses? Gatling, infuriated, lifted his hand, and lightning crackled in his palm. Qin Qian remained unfazed, casually pointing at his yellow lightning. You dare to flaunt your second-tier lightning abilities here? Do you think that the first-tier powers of that bird's nest head can help you? Or that this useless, without powers will save you at a critical moment? In the astonished gazes of those around her, she turned to the scar-faced man and said, If I'm not mistaken, you possess second-tier lightning fire abilities. The lady has first-tier water and mist abilities, and the guy in blue has first-tier wind abilities. With just a few words, she unveiled everyone's abilities and ranks, making them feel as though they were exposed before her, instantly tensing up. Gatling looked at her with suspicion. What's your ability? How do you know our identities? Qin Qian shrugged. None. Gatling scoffed. Bullshit. Who would believe you have no powers? Speak up. Qin Qian's lips twitched as she spoke. Nothing. He did not believe her, leaving her at a loss. Qin Qian's indifferent demeanor quickly provoked the other party. Gatling rushed forward to grab her. The scar-faced man and the short-haired girl joined forces to intervene. Gatling, you've already brought enough misery alongside Hu Hai. The apocalypse may lack laws, but it does not spare retribution. Hu Hai, with his messy hair, approached with a grin. Sister Qiao. We merely wish to ask the little girl for some food and drink. Why the overreaction? What retribution? If there truly were retribution, let it come for me. The scar-faced man stepped forward, shooting them a cold glare. Turning to Qin Qian, he advised, Miss, you should leave. This place is not safe. We won't escort you further. Qin Qian nodded with a smile and was about to depart when Gatling threw a lightning ball at her feet, creating a crater in the dirt and sending gravel flying. Qin Qian merely closed her eyes momentarily, unfazed by the gust of wind, her expression remaining unchanged. Clearly, Gatling's attempt to intimidate her had failed. He had once employed this tactic to subdue Su Rong, yet this woman proved far more formidable. Internally lamenting, He maintained a facade of bravado, asserting his dominance. "Did I permit you to leave?" Qin Xian turned and regarded him coolly, as if observing a corpse. At that moment, Su Rong clung to Gatlin's arm. "Darling, she surely possesses no valuable abilities. Let her go, or she'll take our food." Su Rong was terrified of losing favor. In the past, being close to a powerful ally meant merely losing money and resources. Now, it could mean losing her life. Gatlin slapped her. "Who needs your guidance?" He then hurled a lightning ball at Su Rong. Crack. Another lightning ball collided with Gatlin's, the two immense energies clashing, resulting in a fierce wind that startled Su Rong into a scream. It was the scar-faced man who intervened just in time to save her, furiously stating, "Gatlin, if you have powers, go kill zombies instead of attacking your comrades. They've served you for so long. How can you be so cruel?" Qin Xian watched the unfolding drama, thinking, this scar-faced man appears fierce, yet he possesses a sensitive and tender heart. Gatlin, enraged, spat. "What kind of time are we living in, still preaching compassion? Those who are overly kind perish first in the apocalypse.
Young Yisniet.
I must be a fool to reason with someone as heartless as you. If a fight is to ensue, let strength determine who falls first."
Come on.
With his command, Lian Xiao and the young man in blue instantly positioned themselves behind him. In truth, Yang Yi's group had long reached their limit. Both Yang Yi and Lian Xiao were forest rangers, while Gatlin and Hu Hai were poachers, two factions naturally at odds, forced to team up due to the apocalypse. However, Gatlin's cruelty knew no bounds. He had killed the owner of a small shop and seized it, then assaulted the owner's daughter. The girl, possessing a fiery spirit, had slapped him, only to be thrown out to feed the zombies. At that time, Gatlin had a gun and had awakened his powers early, subduing them all. They had been unable to escape or save anyone. If not for Yang Yi's group possessing a gun as well, they surely would have fallen prey to Gatlin's tyranny. Yet, unbeknownst to Gatlin, that gun was devoid of bullets. Now that they had a chance to fight back, it was time to settle the score. The atmosphere was tense. The battle imminent. Su Rong, assessing the situation, quickly sidestepped. While Yang Yi was filled with fighting spirit, Gatlin's gaze flickered. He swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind. The other side had 3 ability users, while his had only 2. Their ability to maintain a standoff thus far relied heavily on Yang Yi's indecisive yet compassionate nature. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, Gatlin's side had no chance of victory. Furthermore, there was an unknown factor, Qin Xian. Her hidden abilities and which side she would support remained uncertain. It was indeed unwise to engage in battle. Gatlin suppressed his fury, glancing at Qin Xian. Lamenting that this beauty was slipping from his grasp, he coldly commanded, "You leave at once." Qin Xian's goal was the large machete. She did not wish to waste time and turned to depart. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the quiet mountains. Everyone turned to see Su Rong, her face pale, staring at the ground beneath her. She had stepped on a mutated cockroach the size of a shoe sole, crushing its abdomen but failing to kill it. She waved her hands frantically. "I didn't mean to." Yang Yi and Gatlin's expressions changed simultaneously. Not good. Qin Xian inwardly cursed. What a disastrous teammate. Almost immediately, sounds of rustling filled the forest, countless pairs of green eyes glimmering ominously in the darkness. They were coming. To clarify the setting, this concept of attracting zombies is my original creation. I have yet to encounter any other zombie narratives with a similar premise. Essentially, if you injure a small zombie without killing it, it will attract all nearby zombies to attack you. Conversely, if you eliminate a zombie in one strike, it will not trigger an attraction. The aim is to introduce a novel element to the narrative. Chapter 30, Saint Father White Lotus? The group quickly dove into a small supermarket. Qin Xian, being the furthest back, was the last to enter. Su Rong, seeing her about to follow, shoved her forcefully. "Stay outside and die. Don't come in." Just as the door was about to close, Yang Yi swiftly propped it open, allowing Qin Xian to slip inside. Upon entering, Qin Xian seized Su Rong by the hair, delivering a powerful electric strike that knocked her nasal prosthetic askew. Blood gushed forth, and she screamed in agony. "Ah, you vile creature. Gatlin, kill her for me." Gatlin, known for his lightning abilities, was too preoccupied to heed Su Rong's foolishness, raising his hand to unleash his attack on the mutated creatures. Qin Xian feigned rummaging through her backpack, but instead retrieved a tang knife from her space and swiftly dispatched a mutated rabbit. She tossed the corpse onto Su Rong, causing her to shriek in terror, flailing her arms in panic. Qin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Ha.
Ha. Ha.
The doors and windows were battered, as the two lightning ability users fought valiantly against the mutated creatures. The strength and wind ability users provided support, while the water ability user dispersed a bottle of water into a dense web, engulfing a large group of mutated beings. The lightning ability user needed only to strike the water web with electricity, instantly electrocuting numerous foes. Working in unison, they swiftly dispatched a multitude of mutated creatures. The strength-type ability user hurled the bodies outside, crushing the stragglers attempting to break in, buying precious time. Fortunately, the small supermarket had only one door and one window, making it difficult for the monsters to swarm inside. However, the ability user's space for maneuvering was limited, especially for Gatlin, who was beginning to tire after expending so much energy. After all, he was merely a second-tier ability user and had gone many days without food, which was quite taxing. Qin Xian lacked offensive abilities, but she possessed a gun. However, she would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. After all, possessing a valuable weapon could attract unwanted attention. It was best to wait until both sides had exhausted their abilities or suffered casualties before making her move, striking fear into her enemies. Qin Xian narrowed her eyes, realizing she could trust neither faction. At this moment, a fierce battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, none noticed Hu Hai, who, taking advantage of Yang Yi and his companion's distraction, had gutted the corpse of a mutated dog and tossed it behind them. The scent of blood permeated the air, instantly diverting a significant portion of firepower towards Yang Yi's direction. Exhausted and pale, Gatling finally found a moment to breathe, casting a glance of approval at Hu Hai for his clever maneuver. However, in that fleeting moment of respite, a mutated wolf lunged ferociously towards Gatling, aiming directly for his throat. With a crackling sound, a bolt of golden lightning struck the wolf, sending it flying far away.
It was Yang Yi,
unexpectedly choosing to aid Gatling in a critical moment. Damn, is he a saint or what? Yet, upon further reflection, Qin Xian quickly dismissed this thought. Both sides were laboring against the onslaught of mutated beasts, and if Gatling were to perish now, it would undoubtedly plunge their entire team into grave peril. They could settle scores later. For now, overcoming the immediate threat was paramount. Impressed by the broader perspective displayed, Qin Xian approached and disposed of the mutated dog's carcass through the window. Then, she silently unleashed her powers. Manipulating her mental energy, she ensured that attention was diverted away from their side, redirecting firepower back towards Gatling. Cursing under his breath, Gatling's hands trembled as he resumed his relentless efforts. Soon, after both sides had exerted their utmost, the wave of mutated beasts finally came to an end. Everyone leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The only one unscathed was Su Rong, curled up in a corner, greedily consuming the rations of the group. She stuffed her mouth with cookies and marinated eggs, nearly choking on the abundance. The others, too preoccupied with their own dire situations, failed to notice her plight. Lian Xiao wiped her brow, retrieved half a bottle of water, took a few sips, and handed it to Yang Yi. Here, Yang, drink some water to replenish. Yang Yi took a few sips and offered the remainder of the bottle to the young man in the blue vest. This is for you. You accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down. Yang Yi then pulled out a piece of chocolate and offered it to Lian Xiao. Have some? It will help restore your energy. Lian Xiao's cheeks flushed, her lashes fluttering. I'm not that hungry, Yang, you eat it.
Daju ko gedli, grini mi še vozli.
If you both aren't eating, then let me have it. Dog food with chocolate. What a treat.
Yang Yi took it momentarily, joking in surprise.
Lian Xiao shot him a glare, kicking to use leg. If you're hungry, go out and eat some mutated beasts instead of making a fuss here. You laughed it off, unbothered, and moved to sit aside. Suddenly, Qin Xian sensed a wave of dangerous energy approaching. Watch out! Lian Xiao exclaimed, yanking Yang Yi away as they rolled aside. The next instant, a pit was blasted into the very spot where Yang Yi had stood. It was Gatling, fuming. Damn it. You two idiots are nauseating. Yang Yi felt a wave of fear wash over him, quickly followed by intense anger. He had just risked his life to save Gatling, and now he was being attacked. Gatling, with no intention of concealing his malice, had completely severed any pretense of camaraderie after his failed ambush. Both sides were now utterly exhausted, yet none realized he secretly harbored a crystal core. With a cold smirk, Gatling produced the crystal core and consumed it. The core had various effects, one of which was to absorb energy for enhancement, while another allowed for rapid replenishment of stamina.
Now.
Both sides were on the brink of collapse, and whoever regained their strength first would undoubtedly hold the key to victory. This was the perfect opportunity. He intended to eliminate the three of them. He aimed to dominate that woman and escape this cursed place, returning to the city to reign supreme. As Yang Yi witnessed Gatling consuming the crystal core, energy enveloped him in a radiant glow, and his expression darkened. He strained to channel lightning but discovered his exhausted body could no longer muster even a fraction of energy. Damn it! The three braced themselves, exchanging glances and nodding in silent agreement. If they were to perish, they would do so together. With a sense of impending doom, Yang Yi grasped Lian Xiao's hand tightly. She reciprocated, holding his hand firmly. Yu sighed, clasping his left hand with his right. Damn it, future fiancé, I may never see you again. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Xian was stealthily approaching from behind, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, radiating a fierce aura. In the next moment, a powerful lightning bolt surged toward them. Yang Yi barely managed to emit a spark of electricity, attempting to counter the impending strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gatling's lightning veered unexpectedly at the last moment, obliterating a nearby shelf instead. Confusion spread among the group as they witnessed the lightning seemingly deflected mere centimeters from Yang Yi, as if someone had forcibly redirected it. Gatling's fury ignited as his gaze fixed on Qin Xian. You scheming wench, are you behind this? Qin Xian remained silent, her expression growing colder. She had merely stumbled upon a newfound understanding. It turned out that particle manipulation not only involved absorbing and integrating surrounding energy to replenish oneself, but also briefly controlling another's power to thwart their attacks. In that moment of realization, she had acted without hesitation and achieved an unexpected result. With a smirk, Qin Xian commanded, Yang Yi, attack. Yang Yi wasted no time. Despite the minimal energy he possessed, he squeezed out the last remnants to form an electric sphere and launched it forward. Qin Xian immediately manipulated the altered particles, channeling her mental energy to condense it onto Yang Yi's lightning. What emerged from Yang Yi's hands was but a small spark of electricity. However, upon striking Gatling, it transformed into a magnificent golden bolt of lightning. Qin Xian understood now. Not only could she recharge herself, but she could also empower others. This was the greatest utility of an energy-based ability. With a resounding crack, Gatling had no chance to evade and was struck down, collapsing to the ground like a frozen fish. Hu Hai, who had been lurking behind him, attempted to flee through the window, yet fell victim to the ensuing chaos and was knocked down. Struggling to regain his feet, a lone mutated wolf lunged and swiftly severed his neck, dragging him away. Yang Yi opened his mouth in shock, but Lian Xiao quickly grasped his arm, shaking her head. There's no saving him, and besides, it's unnecessary. Yang Yi came to the same realization, nodding in agreement. They had previously maintained a facade of peace, relying on their strength, but now that the facade had been shattered,
It was a fight to the death.
he would show no mercy. Gatling lay on the ground, convulsing, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, likely in a state of shock from the electrical surge. How disgusting. Yu inspected the scene, shrugging with a hint of malicious glee. He finished. Seeing the opportune moment, Qin Xian drew her gun, ready to send this fool on his way. What a shame for his dreams of conquest. King of the hill. Or should I say, king of idiots? Everyone turned to look at her in disbelief. You have a gun? Before Yang Yi and the others could react, Su Rong scrambled over, clinging to Yang Yi's arm, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xian. Why didn't you help earlier? If you had, they wouldn't have died. You selfish wretch, how could you be so cruel and sinful? Qin Xian furrowed her brow, sensing that Su Rong's mental state was deteriorating, likely from choking on her snacks and being possessed by some wild spirit. Lian Xiao, noticing the audacity, rushed over and delivered a sharp slap that sent Su Rong tumbling to the ground. Su Rongsu exhibited no signs of annoyance. Instead, she immediately crawled towards Yu.
Clinging to his leg.
You've never been with a woman, have you? Let me serve you. I can be quite attentive. As you've seen, I made Lei Ge quite satisfied, and I can do the same for you. Please take me with you. Yu was infuriated, exclaiming, What are you saying? Is it a crime for me to have never been with a woman? Do you think I don't want one? This is so exasperating. He attempted to push her away while turning his head in disgust, refusing to look at her. Qin Xian glanced at the gun in her hand and sincerely explained, I don't have many bullets left. I need to keep some for my own survival. You know how precarious the situation was earlier, so I couldn't assist you. Dayu kicked Su Rong away, feeling a bit apprehensive. We certainly understand, especially since we are not familiar with each other. You are under no obligation to help us. However, Yongge did assist you earlier, and I thought you might realize we mean you no harm. If you had threatened us with your gun earlier, Gatling would likely not have attacked us.
Yang intervened, stopping Dayu.
She has already helped us. Otherwise, we might have perished earlier. Let us refrain from saying such things. The other two were puzzled, unsure of how Qin Xian had helped. Yang explained, you redirected Gatling's lightning earlier, didn't you? You also empowered my lightning. Without that, I wouldn't have had the means to defeat him. Qin Xian arched an eyebrow and smiled, acknowledging his words. It was no wonder this indecisive yet tender-hearted man could lead this group. He possessed a modicum of intelligence. Dayu, realizing the situation, quickly blushed and apologized. Qin Xian paid it no mind, merely lowering her head to clean her gun. Yang cleared his throat and exchanged glances with Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao quickly understood and stepped forward, asking, Miss, would you like to come with us? We plan to head to the Junkie Mountain base. The broadcast mentioned it is being established. Had it not been for Gatling's interference, we would have left long ago. Yang Yi hesitated to persuade the young lady to stay, especially after just holding Lian Xiao's soft hand, lingering on that sensation. How could he sweet-talk another girl? Qin Xian smiled. Thank you for the invitation. But I have matters to attend to on the mountain. Lian Xiao, astonished, urged, It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Please come with us. What could be more important than your life? Qin Xian intended to share none of her private affairs, maintaining her smile. I can protect myself. You should go ahead. If fate allows, we will meet again. Lian Xiao wished to persuade her further, but Yang Yi waved his hand. All right, since that is the case, we want to insist. However, we still don't know your name. Qin Xian, she replied. Yang Yi felt a twinge of regret. Her powers were so unique, they could evade supernatural attacks. Truly remarkable. Not to mention, she possessed a firearm. He would not take her belongings, but if she could be persuaded to join them, that would be splendid. Yet in this apocalyptic world, everyone had their own objectives. Forcing matters would only lead to adverse outcomes. Qin Xian nodded and departed. Throughout, she maintained an observer's disposition, offering assistance purely for practice, with no expectation of reciprocity. Just as she was about to leave, Su Rong leapt out, demanding, Give me your clothes. And your bag. It must have food and water. Hand it over, all of it. Chapter 32. Sorry, I'm out of bullets. Everyone cast her disdainful glances. One could only wonder what right she had to act so brazenly. Qin Xian scoffed, raising an eyebrow in mockery. She unzipped her backpack and revealed its contents. You won't believe it, I actually have some delectable treats. She gleefully displayed ham, jerky, instant noodles, and corn cakes, handing them to the bewildered Dayu, who was compelled to accept them, eyes nearly popping out with desire. After living on chocolate and plain water for over half a month, he wondered how long it had been since he had seen such delights. Was this girl a goddess? Qin Xian then pulled out a large bottle of Sprite. Wow, Sprite. Refreshing and uplifting. Want some? Su Rong salivated. Give it to me. All of it. I want to eat. She lunged forward to snatch it. But Qin Xian kicked her down to her knees, pointing her gun at Su Rong's head. I dislike killing, but I will not hesitate if someone harbors murderous intent towards me. Her words were directed at Su Rong, but they also served as a warning to the three standing nearby. Su Rong raised her hands, her gaze vacant. I don't want to kill you. I'm just so hungry. Qin Xian shrugged. If you behave yourself, I might consider giving you food. Su Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are you humiliating me? Qin Xian found it amusing, retorting, You wanted me to strip in front of so many people. Wasn't that humiliating for me? You can humiliate me, but I can't return the favor? Su Rong stammered, but I didn't succeed. That's because you lack the capability. What if you had succeeded? What would have been my fate? Qin Xian scoffed, but I'm more than capable. I simply don't wish to make your life easy. What can you do about it? Su Rong cast desperate glances at the others, but none responded. Her actions were truly despicable. Choosing to barter her body for food was her prerogative, and no one had the right to intervene. However, her decision to eliminate the young girls who had once sought refuge with her was unforgivable. Qin Xian's words rang true. Didn't malicious intent warrant punishment? even if it never culminated in action? Su Rong, left with no choice, complied. Fine, I'll do it, just give me food. Qin Xian pretended to check her gun. Oops, sorry, I'm out of bullets. Su Rong erupted in fury. You little. I'll kill you. Puff. As she lunged at Qin Xian, she was met with a swift gunshot to the head, executed without hesitation. Oh dear, just kidding, Qin Xian remarked. The room fell into a heavy silence. Not a single person uttered a word. Unfazed by the gazes directed at her, Qin Xian reiterated, anyone who harbors murderous intent towards me shall not be spared. Qin Xian continued, there's a police car over by the ticket booth. You can drive away with it. Keep the food. Eat it on the way. Yang Yi and the others eyed the food with longing. However, he resolutely declined. We have our own supplies. Ah! Lian Xiao exclaimed, checking their rations, only to discover they had been consumed entirely. Realizing Su Rong had been the culprit, she rushed over to kick her, exclaiming, you deserve this, you scoundrel. Qin Xian found the situation amusing. Keep it. I'm not giving it away for free. I will reclaim it when the opportunity arises. After pondering for a moment, Yang Yi accepted her offer. Dayu, seeing their leader agree, grinned widely, clutching the food tightly. Qin Xian said nothing more and turned to leave. Yet everyone noticed her hand never strayed far from her gun. Qin Xian was no charitable soul. They intended to reach the base, and she would eventually pursue Lin Meijiao and the Slice 5 group, ensuring she would also need to go to the base. Perhaps during the harsh winter. If they managed to establish themselves, she might find their connections advantageous. Even if they met their demise or failed to reach the base, the loss would be minimal. She acknowledged a hint of gamble in her actions, but what is life without risk? After organizing her thoughts, Yang Yi and the others began their descent from the mountain. Until the vehicle had completely vanished, Qin Xian stealthily returned to collect the bodies strewn across the ground, each one a precious crystal core. She resolved to save them for a future opportunity to excavate them individually. While Yang Yi and his companions were pressed for time and dared not linger, she could not afford to squander valuable resources. With the bodies secured, darkness enveloped the land. Qin Xian, feeling the weight of her social anxiety, cautiously approached the direction of the large machete. Countless mutated creatures battled fiercely in the dim light of night, vying to become the mightiest among them. Previously, they had cowered under the oppressive reign of humanity, hidden away in secret groves. Now, however, the tides had turned, and it was humanity that needed to conceal itself. The night was thick with fog, and traversing the humid forest was an arduous task. She felt sticky and uncomfortable, encumbered by a full set of mosquito-repellent gear. Otherwise, she would be left to suffer the consequences of relentless mosquito bites. Just then, a malicious laugh echoed through the air, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Qin Xian strained her ears, sensing an advanced energy ability. None at work. Typically, such energy abilities come with an additional power to heighten one of the 5 senses. For instance, focusing on sound could allow one to hear distant whispers, while concentrating on sight could grant far-reaching vision. At that moment, she overheard a conversation that made her frown. Before the apocalypse, such a handsome man was beyond her reach. Even hiring a pretty boy was not as appealing. Rumor had it he was exceptionally wealthy, a CEO of sorts, now reduced to such a pitiful state. Am I sounding envious of the rich? One of them mused. What CEO? Just a man with a little money, flaunting it. He must have ruined countless women before. It's about time we had our turn. Yet he has some backbone. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he still refuses to submit to Sisterling, even with broken ribs and a pierced hand. Doesn't that just work in our favor? Now that he has been cast out unconscious, we can easily take advantage. True, he is handsome, but I've heard that attractive people often come with their own flaws. I wonder if he meets the standards? Asked another, bewildered. What standards? You clueless fool. Hey, do you have no shame? In this apocalypse, who cares about shame? Who knows how many days we have left to live? Enjoyment is what matters. Qin Xian understood now. It was Song Ji who faced threats from the leader of that group, Sister Ling, nearly falling victim to humiliation. He had refused to yield, suffering a brutal beating before being expelled from the small group. Seizing the opportunity, these 2 women sought to profit from his misfortune. Her fists clenched in anger. Just then, another woman's voice rang out nearby. Found him. Is he dead? Chapter 33. Exploding strawberry cream puff. Qin Xian's heart tightened, but she remained composed. She could still sense Song Ji's presence. He was alive, though his vitality was rapidly waning. There was no time to waste. What should she do about these two women? Engage in a protracted battle using her abilities? Indeed, that could stretch the narrative, but by the time it concluded, Song Ji might be beyond saving. She resolved to act swiftly, drawing her gun for a surprise attack, taking down the most obnoxious woman with a single shot. The second woman, startled by the sudden silence, spun around. Who? Yet, all she saw was a blur of light. A third-tier, none, ability was far beyond what her first-tier water ability could contest. She flailed her knife in panic, but her head suddenly rang with a violent shock, and she collapsed in place. Qin Xian holstered her weapon and rushed to assess Song Ji's condition. The stench hit her first, a foul odor, likely from neglect, mingled with the scent of bodily fluids. Before her lay an emaciated man, his body covered in blackened growths. She recognized them immediately. They were mutated leeches, each one gorged on Song Ji's blood, hanging from him like overripe fruit. Cursing under her breath, she realized the source of his deteriorating health. A nearby marsh must host a multitude of these leeches. After mutating, they had become lightning-fast bloodsuckers, capable of draining a rabbit dry within moments. Qin Qian was taken aback. She had anticipated that Song Ji was in distress, but she had not expected him to be in such a wretched state. In her previous life, when he recounted this experience, he had merely brushed it off, saying he was expelled from a small camp after being bullied. Regret washed over her. She wished she had arrived sooner, not just in time for a last-ditch effort to save him. She felt guilt, pain, and fury welling within her. If only she had asked more questions in her previous life. Time was of the essence. Regardless of her disgust, she had to act. She quickly donned rubber gloves and an N95 mask, dragging Song Ji away from the leech-infested area. Oh, the smell. She grimaced. As Song Ji shifted, she realized that the leeches were not just on him but also spread beneath him, creating a veritable carpet of them. Ugh. She gagged, feeling as though she had swallowed a mouthful of raw garlic. Nausea surged within her, and she hastily retrieved some quicklime, scattering it around them to halt the leech's advance. Next, she took out a flamethrower, heating her knife until it glowed, and systematically incinerated the leeches. Each one that exploded sent splashes of blood spraying, and she fought to suppress her urge to vomit. She vowed never again to indulge in strawberry cream puffs. Those stored in her space would be for Song Ji instead. Once the last leech was vanquished, Qin Qian examined Song Ji's body. His ribs were broken, his left hand pierced by some object, and he bore countless small wounds, some from knives, burns, and blunt force trauma. He was also severely malnourished, suffering from a high fever, dehydration, and heatstroke. Frowning, she marveled at his resilience. How had he survived this long? Without hesitation, she retrieved a bottle of electrolyte drink from her space, forcing it into his mouth. Though unconscious, the moment the liquid touched his lips, he instinctively gulped down nearly half the bottle. As he regained a flicker of consciousness, he began to moan in agony. Qin Qian then directed her hand at him, drawing water from her reservoir to pour over his filthy body. It was repulsive, rancid beyond belief. She gave him a rudimentary wash, covering his eyes and ears with black tape and securely binding his hands and feet to ensure he could neither see nor hear nor move. Finally, she placed him in the basement of her space's cabin, which contained a coffin, and tucked Song Ji inside. She closed the lid and locked it. She was unsure of the coffin's origin. It may have been prepared by the paper for her. One day, when she ended her earthly ties, she intended to rest within it, concluding her life in peace. How considerate. As she ascended the mountain, Qin Qian had scouted a secluded cave halfway up, spacious and high, surrounded by trees that blocked out the sun, making it difficult to discover. It was the perfect place to park a camper and store supplies. Upon entering the cave, she first used a flamethrower to scorch the stone walls, eliminating any lurking poisonous insects or snakes. After cooling the area with water, she brought in the camper and tossed Song Ji, still in a comatose state, onto the floor. He looked pitifully wretched. To disguise the location and give it the semblance of a small base, Qin Qian stacked a variety of supplies within the cave. After accomplishing all of this, Qin Qian climbed into the vehicle and drew the blackout curtains, only then daring to turn on the light. Under the chilling illumination, Song Ji's handsome, yet soiled visage bore the marks of struggle and anguish. He muttered incessantly about cold water. Qin Qian fed him the remaining beverages, tearing away the tattered remnants of his suit. Such a fine specimen of masculinity, she exclaimed, playfully tapping his abdominal muscles, her anticipation palpable. In her previous life and this one, she had never encountered a man like him. Unable to resist, she surveyed him carefully, feeling ready to answer her friend's earlier inquiry. The teapot was of good quality, with a porcelain body that was smooth and well-defined, a long spout, and a pleasingly ample form. Qin Qian shyly retrieved some saline solution stored in her space, using a gauze cloth to cleanse his body and wounds, while subtly taking advantage of the situation. Song Ji's hair had not been trimmed for quite some time, sticking messily to his scalp, adorned with little tangles. It was truly a disheveled mess. Without hesitation, Qin Qian gave him a buzz cut, cleaning his face until his striking features returned. Once the cleaning was complete, she began the process of disinfecting, applying medication, and bandaging him, relying on the medical skills she had acquired during tumultuous times in her previous life. Once she had finally settled him, Qin Qian turned to her own needs. She quickly washed up in her space, then prepared a large plate of chicken noodles, accompanied by pickles and green tea with milk foam. She indulged herself without reservation, having worked tirelessly through the night and feeling famished. During this time, Song Ji stirred momentarily, the enticing aroma of the chicken rousing him. His beautiful peach blossom eyes opened slightly, revealing emptiness and despair. He numbly regarded Qin Qian, paused for a few seconds, then closed his eyes again. Suddenly, he opened them wide, but it seemed he lacked the strength to remain awake, merely exhibiting a fleeting glimmer of surprise before tranquility reclaimed him. A self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips, and he drifted back into slumber. As dawn approached, Song Ji's fever subsided, and the color returned to his face. She exhaled a sigh of relief, revealing a tender smile. Qin Qian dragged him to bed and tucked him in. Clad in her bear-print pajamas, she hugged her beloved stuffed rabbit and fell asleep, employing a particle control method to ensure she would sense his awakening. At 2 p.m, Song Ji stirred once more, groggily declaring his need for the restroom. Qin Qian rubbed her eyes, setting aside her rabbit to assist the dazed man to the bathroom. Standing outside, she awkwardly inquired, "Can you manage on your own?" The moment she asked, the embarrassment deepened. What if he replied negatively? Silence ensued, broken only by the intermittent sound of water within. She called out again, "If you can't hold it, I'll toss you out." The sound of water paused momentarily, then resumed in a steady flow. After he finished, Qin Qian peeked in and noted the cleanliness of his effort. She assisted him back to bed, where he lay down once more. By evening, Song Ji seemed to have developed a slight fever again. Qin Qian continued to administer medication and fluids. Around 7, the fever waned, and his breathing steadied. She attempted to feed him rice porridge, which he drowsily consumed most of. After feeding him, she ventured outside to practice her combat skills. Recently, she had been improving steadily, growing increasingly proficient. With Song Ji now secure, she felt the urgency to level up quickly, lest he surpass her. After a session of slicing and dicing, she returned to find Song Ji still in deep slumber. Clearly, he had endured significant suffering and needed ample rest. 3 days passed in this manner, and Song Ji finally regained consciousness, albeit in a poor state, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly at the ceiling, silent. In his silence, Qin Qian remained equally reticent. She tended to his wounds and cleaned his body, and he complied without protest. They shared 2 more days of silence together. Eventually, Song Ji regained enough strength for basic self-care. Qin Qian did not shy away from eating well in his presence, nor did she mind him witnessing her ample stockpile of supplies. She showcased her provisions from the small refrigerator and the external storage, keeping the details of her space hidden until a full alliance was established. Chapter 34. In the Apocalypse, old affections hold no weight, however. Song Ji displayed no hint of desire. His gaze remained distant. It was as if everything before him was merely a passing spectacle, detached from his reality. And he had no intention of claiming it. Qin Qian focused on sensing his emotions and discovered he was genuinely not pretending. With a slight smile, she mused, "This knife is quite fine." She also realized that he was remarkably easy to care for, exhibiting no picky eating habits or troublemaking tendencies. He consumed porridge when given porridge, and buns when offered buns. Unlike others who had succumbed to desperation and devoured food ravenously, he maintained an air of elegance, savoring each bite slowly. Though he appeared calm, the tears at the corners of his eyes and the trembling of his hands revealed his deep excitement and hunger. Qin Xian surmised he was evading the harsh reality of the apocalypse, escaping the fact that he had fallen from a position of power to become something discarded and overlooked. He seemed to adopt a facade of elegance as a means of self-deception, convincing himself that the calamity had not occurred, that he was still the man he once was. Before accepting reality, one often subconsciously flees from it. Qin Xian refrained from intervening or offering words of comfort, waiting patiently for him to come to his own realization. As night fell, she again presented him with a dish of stir-fried beef noodles. The tender meat, coated in starch and cooked to perfection, lay lavishly atop the reddish-brown noodles, garnished with colorful strips of peppers. The savory aroma of the stir-fried beef permeated the confined space of the RV, bold and assertive, masking all other scents. Song Ji took the noodles, swallowing hard, and began to devour them eagerly. The deliciousness broke through his defenses, and he wept openly, disregarding any semblance of composure. After finishing the noodles, he remained silent for an extended period before finally speaking. Qin Xian, I believe I still hold some value to you. Please, don't discard me just yet. His voice trembled with anxiety, shy as a fresh graduate facing an interview at a major tech firm. I possess abilities. I can control lightning, drive, repair vehicles, cook, sew, and even fight. I have certificates in boxing, Muay Thai, Sanda, and Jeet Kune Do. As he spoke, he conjured a pale purple lightning orb in his palm, but it quickly dissipated, leaving him exhausted and coughing up blood. Qin Xian calmly poured him a glass of water, reassuring him that she understood and advised him against overexerting himself. The formidable knife she had fought so hard to reclaim should not be rendered useless before it could serve its purpose. Song Ji's expression faltered, an apologetic look crossing his face. I am gravely injured. Qin Xian regarded him with indifference, as if she had made a calculated decision. Fine. I will refrain from tossing you out for now, but I cannot sustain you without compensation. You will owe me for all you consume and use, understood? Internally, she felt a surge of joy, nearly bursting into a celebratory dance. A business mogul like her understood that only those with utilitarian value could be retained. She need not issue commands. He willingly positioned himself to be of service. Qin Xian pondered further, recalling how in her previous life, she had been nothing but a burden to him. Why, then, was he still willing to remain by her side? He even shared his food with her, sacrificing his own sleep to gather resources for her, a burden in his eyes. The complexities of a magnate's thoughts are not for one to decipher. Upon hearing that she would not have to wander outside for the time being, Song Ji nodded without hesitation, affirming, I will certainly repay you. It was then that Qin Xian shared a bit about her own circumstances, revealing that she had awakened her abilities rather early. The city was fraught with peril, and she had devised a means to escape with some supplies to this place. Last night, while slaying monsters, she fortuitously encountered Song Ji and rescued him almost instinctively. Song Ji accepted this, without suspicion. Qin Xian then tested the waters further, stating, Actually, I possess abilities as well. She raised her hand, allowing clear water to flow from her palm. Water-based abilities? Song Ji mused. Indeed, they lack aggression. One can only rely on a blade to kill. Her words were intentionally provocative, crafted to gauge Song Ji's reaction. Upon hearing this, Song Ji furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, Do not disclose this to others, otherwise they will surely covet what you possess. Leaning on her chin with a playful smile, Qin Xian replied, Now that I have told you, will you not covet me? Song Ji paused, lowering his gaze as he responded, In this apocalypse, old sentiments bear no weight. Your abilities are quite useful to me, and I believe mine would serve you well too. Killing you would only yield a fraction of supplies, which would soon deplete. It is far more prudent for us to join forces. We might thrive better together. Qin Xian felt a surge of joy. It appeared that the formidable figure was indeed eager to team up. Memories of their pleasant collaboration during their school year surfaced, where they had jointly won the award for the most outstanding publication in their department. However, that which comes too easily is seldom cherished. Thus, she maintained an air of indifference, feigning disinterest. Stretching languidly, she declared, Cooperation is unnecessary. I prefer to remain a lone wolf. Once you are healed, you may leave, and I shall provide you with some supplies. We shall each pursue our paths in peace. Song Ji considered her words in silence for a moment before nodding faintly. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. He refrained from inquiring about her well-being over the years or attempting to rekindle their past camaraderie for personal gain. His intent was purely to leverage his own abilities for resources. The phrase about old sentiments in the apocalypse struck a chord with Qin Qian, earning her admiration. As she led him out of the vehicle, she remarked, "You know, our water abilities have many applications, such as conveniently washing hair." She instructed Song Ji to bend down while she drew water from her spatial reservoir, massaging it into his hair. His close-cropped hair soon became damp, and after lathering with shampoo, she rinsed it off. "Isn't this fun?" she asked, gesturing playfully. Song Ji's face flushed crimson as he coughed lightly, admitting, "It is indeed quite convenient." After drying her hands, Qin Qian turned to him. "Are you still hungry? What would you like to eat?" As Song Ji swatted away the mosquitoes that relentlessly attacked him, he replied, "Anything is fine." He was acutely aware of his current predicament. Someone had saved his life, and as a beggar, he could not afford to be picky about food. Qin Qian nodded and prepared a meal of nutritious, mildly spiced instant food. After their meal, she tended to his wounds, frowning at the sight of his myriad injuries, both new and old. Had it not been for the air conditioning and ventilation in the RV, his wounds would surely have festered in the oppressive heat outside. "I had been living in a cave nearby with some others Song Ji shared. At night, we would venture out to hunt." Qin Qian nodded. "Indeed, everyone is taken to moving under the cover of darkness. I too must hunt soon. You should rest. If possible, remain indoors for now. Those I was with previously were not of good character. Without offensive abilities, I fear for your safety. In my current state, I may not be able to assist you." His sincerity was palpable. Qin Qian flashed a mysterious smile. "Who said I needed your help? Just lie back and relax. I have my own plans." Song Ji hesitated, but chose not to voice his concerns. A frail girl managing to survive in this apocalypse certainly possessed her own strengths. Since she had made her decision, he would not interfere further. After changing in the bathroom, Qin Qian emerged clad in a strikingly fitted dark gray outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her naturally fair skin appeared even more porcelain-like, devoid of color and exquisitely delicate. Undoubtedly, she was a breathtaking beauty, once crowned as the campus flower, pursued by countless admirers. Song Ji stole a glance at her before hastily lowering his gaze, adhering to the adage of avoiding temptation lest he face dire consequences. Before departing, Qin Qian turned to him with a serious expression. "There are numerous entertainment programs and dramas on the iPad. I will return around 5 in the morning, and I expect the vehicle to be tidy, with bread, milk, bacon, and eggs on the table. Now that you can move, you must pull your weight. I do not harbor idle hands." With that, she exited the vehicle without looking back. In the depths of night, countless dangers and threats lurked. Qin Qian had to concede that had it not been for her unique abilities, she would have met her demise multiple times on her journey from the RV to the hillside. The mutated mosquitoes were larger than those in the city, each one a menacing shade of purple, exuding a toxic aura. As she descended the slope, what had once been a slender bird-catching snake had evolved into a fearsome beast, thick as her ankle, adorned with black scales. Upon spotting Qin Qian, its eyes turned blood-red, bearing sharp fangs and lunging at her with ferocity. Fortunately, she managed to strike its vulnerable abdomen, slicing it open. Just as she prepared to extract the crystal core, the snake, which had appeared lifeless, suddenly lunged to bite her. She narrowly avoided its venomous fangs. Although she had anti-venom in her supplies, the mutations made it uncertain whether traditional remedies would still be effective. Soon after, hordes of mutated rats and rampaging bears appeared, along with a green-eyed mutated tiger whose fangs resembled those of a saber-toothed cat, massive and menacing. Were it not for her utilization of social anxiety benefits, her fate would have been dire. Climbing a tall tree, she held her breath and used her abilities to sense the myriad creatures within a few miles. The density was overwhelming, filled with various types of crystal cores, some of which had even evolved to possess unique attributes. These creatures became increasingly formidable as time progressed. Their thick flesh and potent attacks made them capable of devouring a child in a single bite. They would swarm into cities, attacking humans and bases, some even exhibiting intelligence. Recalling her past life, she remembered living near a small base that had been overrun by a massive mutated python, resulting in half the population perishing. At that time, the highest tier ability user within the base was merely at the 3rd tier, while the python had reached the 4th tier. Qin Qian realized that ascending tiers was her most pressing task. Returning to the camp at 5, she once again circled the entrance with lime powder to ward off crawling pests. As she opened the door, a tantalizing aroma wafted into her nostrils, causing her stomach to grumble. It was Songji, skillfully preparing a meal. Upon seeing her return, he smiled faintly. I tidied up and made some food. I hope it suits your palate. Please wash your hands and join me. Qin Xian leaned over to inspect the pot, which contained fried eggs, bacon, toast, and cheese. The lettuce was dried to perfection, and together they formed a delectable breakfast sandwich. The milk was neither too cold nor too hot, but just right. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, experiencing the illusion of a devoted wife preparing dinner for her husband after a long day of work. However, this wife had an impressive physique, boasting an 8-pack. Qin Xian took a sniff and complimented, "Not bad. You indeed know how to cook." He sprinkled black pepper over the dish, hesitant to comment on the taste, but at least it was palatable. "You should wash your hands and give it a try." Qin Xian said nothing and locked himself in the bathroom. After a quick wash in his face, he emerged wearing bare pajamas. Songji had already arranged everything on the dining table and caught a glimpse of Qin Xian. The powder-pink bare pajamas, half-dry hair, and a naturally rosy face, still blushing from the hot shower, presented a stark contrast to the resolute girl from earlier, just like during their school days. He found her beauty captivating no matter how many times he beheld it. He quickly lowered his gaze and discreetly nibbled on his bread. Qin Xian took a bite and exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious." The bread carried a buttery aroma with a sizzling taste of bacon and a delightful crisp texture. The edges, thanks to the Maillard reaction, were perfectly charred. The egg, cooked in bacon grease, was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right doneness. Cheese melted over the egg, stretchy, yet not greasy. Qin Xian was almost moved to tears by the deliciousness. This was far superior to her own culinary disasters. Reflecting on her cooking skills made her feel embarrassed. How did that stand-up comedian put it? "Oh, right. They have signature dishes, while I only have troublesome and hazardous dishes." Frying an egg, she would end up with a burnt exterior and a raw interior. No more talk about that. With such culinary skills, I am determined to keep this man. Although she was internally enamored, she maintained a calm facade. She casually asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Songji noticeably slowed his chewing, a flicker of barely discernible resentment flashing in his eyes. Yet he replied nonchalantly, "We'll take it one step at a time. I don't know. After I heal, I'll hunt monsters for crystal cores and repay your kindness." Qin Xian inquired, "Did many people bully you in that small group? I can help you take revenge." He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes radiating a chilling light. "No need," he said, "they're my prey." He intended to take revenge himself, torturing each of those who had humiliated him. Qin Xian shrugged. "All right, as you wish." After dinner, Songji cleaned the dishes and tidied himself up. Upon exiting, he discovered Qin Xian already lying on the bed. Feeling a bit awkward, he suggested, "I'll sleep on the sofa." He bypassed her to grab his blanket. Qin Xian smiled and playfully pushed him onto the bed, pinning him down. With her long hair cascading down, brushing against his face, she said, "What part of you haven't I seen? I changed your clothes just a few days ago." Songji's face flushed instantly, pulling the blanket over half of his face. His charming eyes were brimming with shyness, his beautiful lashes fluttering. It felt akin to a young concubine's first night with her consort. Although he was aware of this, hearing her state it outright made his heart race uncontrollably. Qin Xian chuckled. "We're adults now, especially considering your affluent background. Who would believe you haven't been with other women?" "Songji, I haven't." "Truly?"
No.
Bang's head against the wall. "I haven't." Yet, her interest in him was solely utilitarian. She merely saw him as a tool. She was indifferent to his romantic ethics. Once he avenged himself, if he fancied a girl, she could even provide him with resources to help him marry. Qin Xian lay back with a smile, asserting, "I won't deprive myself of sleeping on the sofa. You're the patient, and that would hinder your recovery. In this post-apocalyptic world, trivial matters should be overlooked, shouldn't they?" She lightly patted him.
Ouch.
Songji winced at the sudden pain from the slap, curling into a ball and saying, "Got it. Let's just sleep like this." She had hit him too hard. It hurt. Qin Xian giggled, bringing a small rabbit plushie to his injury, saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let the bunny blow on it for you."
Come on.
Songji wrapped himself in the blanket, choosing to ignore the playful girl. He thought to himself, "Does your little rabbit know you slice mutant rabbits outside?" Chapter 36. Special Abilities. Enchanter Songji found it hard to comprehend her. She had a lowly face yet could wield a knife to slay monsters and extract crystal cores. Her demeanor resembled that of a cold and formidable woman. Yet she slept clutching a stuffed bunny. A woman's thoughts are unfathomable, he mused. 5 days passed, and Songji's injuries had mostly healed. Perhaps due to the enhanced physique of an ability user, such severe fractures had miraculously healed. During these days, he had eaten well and slept soundly, gaining considerable weight. Qin Qian watched as Songji, whom she had nurtured to a plump state, plotted her next move. One evening, she decided to take him out for a walk. The moment she opened the car door, a wave of heat hit him like a fiery breath, filling his lungs instantly. The outside temperature had become unbearable for human survival. However, upon exiting the cave, he realized he had underestimated the environment. While the cave was cool, stepping outside felt akin to being trapped in a steamer, both humid and stifling. Amid the fragrant greenery lingered an unsettling stench. Looking towards the horizon, the evening glow bathed the forest in hues of color, breathtaking yet fraught with danger. To awaken his latent abilities, Qin Qian guided him to sense the energy within his body, coalescing it in his hand. A purple lightning ball crackled with energy. Qin Qian was taken aback. Why is your lightning ball purple? A thought crossed her mind. Thunder. The divine hammer of purple gold that could shake the heavens. No, I can't help but want to sing. Songji observed the lightning in his hand. Deep in thought. He had encountered lightning abilities before, and they were always yellow. Qin Qian dismissed her musings as she suddenly sensed a looming threat. Turning towards the direction of the crystal core, she spotted a zombie dog, half decayed, baring its teeth at them, its green eyes fixed hungrily upon them. Qin Qian smiled. Perfect, let me see your prowess. Songji's gaze sharpened, showing no hesitation. He would strike where she pointed.
Boom.
Crackle. The lightning struck, and the mutant dog sensed danger, attempting to flee. But it was too late. Its head was reduced to charred remains. A crystal core flew out from the dog's head, as if it were a dog's false tooth being knocked out. Qin Qian exclaimed, "Is a first-level lightning ability this formidable?" Songji coughed lightly. "Perhaps I'm just exceptional." Qin Qian laughed heartily. How shameless. His demeanor reminded her of the humorous little chubby boy from their past collaborations. His antics brought her back to those times. Seeing her radiant smile, Songji couldn't help but grin as well. He approached, picked up the crystal core, wiped it clean with a leaf, and handed it to Qin Qian. She accepted it without hesitation, placing it in her usual pouch for crystal cores. Songji remarked, "You're impressive. I didn't even notice that dog, yet you did." Qin Qian forced a smile, surprised by his sensitivity, as he immediately recognized her uniqueness. She remarked that a girl's sixth sense is often quite strong, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived for so long. Songji paused, not questioning her assertion. As they took a couple of steps forward, Qin Qian slipped and instinctively grabbed his arm. Songji reacted by steadying her, warning her to be careful. However, Qin Qian turned to him with an incredulous expression. Songji, puzzled, asked what was wrong. Qin Qian replied, "I sense that there is an unusual energy within you. You must possess more than just lightning abilities." She feigned a casual discovery, not wanting him to realize how much she knew about him. Upon hearing this, Songji's expression turned strange. He admitted, "You're not mistaken. I do feel I have other powers, but I have tried using them and they seem ineffective. Whenever I attempt to harness them, my palms become burning hot, and the objects I hold behave oddly. I've even injured myself several times. So I've chosen to ignore it." Qin Qian was on the verge of exasperation. She had come to him precisely for this ability. "While I was in the city, I heard about this extraordinary power of yours." She extracted her personal tang knife and handed it to him. "Try gripping the knife, close your eyes, and concentrate on transforming it into a living entity filled with lethal energy. That is the secret to utilizing this ability." This was knowledge imparted to her by Songji in her previous life. In her past existence, Songji's rise to the pinnacle of the food chain was entirely due to his remarkable ability as an enchanter. Qin Qian's own ability, which was null, could absorb energy and store it within her body, but could not convert it into lethal energy. Conversely, the weapons enchanted by an enchanter allowed the user to release their internal energy through the enchanted items, forming a highly damaging energy blade. Such pure energy attacks were far more direct and lethal than any lightning or ice abilities. However, the high damage also meant that utilizing them consumed energy at a rate far exceeding other methods of attack. Yet, Qin Qian was unperturbed by the prospect of an exhausting battle. She believed Songji's ability was tailor-made for her. With his eyes tightly shut, Song Ji concentrated on channeling his energy into the knife. Qin Xian watched as the blade shimmered with a silvery glow in the darkness, flickering intermittently. Song Ji's brow furrowed, seemingly exerting every ounce of his strength into this task. Qin Xian felt a bead of sweat form on her brow in sympathy for him. As he gritted his teeth, beads of perspiration trickled down his furrowed brow. Finally, with a resonant hum, the blade was enveloped in a brilliant white light, flickering for a few seconds before vanishing into the knife itself. Qin Xian could clearly feel the transformation of the Tang knife, akin to sharpening a blade on a whetstone or awakening the spirit of the weapon through enchantment. Song Ji opened his eyes, gasping for breath, triumphant. His expression resembled a dog that had successfully retrieved a frisbee, eagerly awaiting praise from its owner. Qin Xian took the knife, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing." Taking a deep breath, she transferred her strength into the blade and swung it. The moonlit energy blade shot forth, effortlessly severing a tree trunk the size of a calf. The sound of the tree crashing down sent a shudder through the surroundings, startling numerous creatures into flight. Suppressing her excitement, Qin Xian thought, "This ability is incredibly potent. This is the attack power I have longed for." From that moment on, she would no longer be limited to merely wielding a gun or knife, serving as a mere power source for others. She herself would become the most formidable force. Song Ji, oblivious to the change in her expression, took the knife and attempted to wield it himself. However, he merely left a shallow mark on the tree, with bark flying and wood splinters scattering. Yet, he was not disheartened. As a first-tier ability user, it was normal for him to possess limited strength. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xian had only exerted a fraction of her power. As they continued their discussion about abilities, an ominous stench permeated the air. Qin Xian had to turn on her flashlight, revealing 2 human corpses, grotesquely gnawed and dismembered. All the flesh had been devoured, and the bodily fluids had dried in the sweltering summer heat, seeping into the ground like a viscous slime, while countless insects wriggled within. More disturbingly, the pale skulls were filled with writhing maggots and leeches, voraciously feeding on the remnants of brain matter. Oh no! Qin Xian recognized them as the 2 women she had dispatched earlier. Song Ji quickly discerned the grim reality, realizing they were members of his previous team. Both first-tier ability users. Qin Xian briefly recounted the events leading up to her saving him. Song Ji was taken aback, contemplating how, had it not been for Qin Xian, he might have met the same fate. He turned to her, asking, "Could I borrow a knife?" "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "I want to level up," he replied, determination flickering in his eyes. Qin Xian understood. He sought revenge. "Why did they bully you? If it was for money, it's useless in this apocalypse, isn't it?" Song Ji fell into deep thought, his eyes closed, unwilling to speak. Chapter 37. A friendly price. 70-30 split. Seeing his contemplative expression, Qin Xian comfortingly patted his arm. "All right. If you don't want to share, that's fine. I'm not particularly keen on hearing it." Song Ji managed a weak smile before eventually speaking. "I was at the D Scenic restaurant on a blind date arranged by my family. I rejected her, but she persisted. Unexpectedly, zombies and mutated creatures burst in. I intended to save the girl, but in a bid for self-preservation, she pushed me into the horde of zombies to buy time and escaped. I was gravely injured and later found refuge with a ranger named Ling Jia, who had awakened her abilities. She was infatuated with me due to my looks, but when I resisted, I faced severe torment. She possessed resources and formidable powers, commanding respect from those around her. Her male companions, having seen me featured in financial magazines, treated me poorly, forcing me to undertake the dirtiest and most dangerous tasks. They even coerced me to serve Ling Jia, and my refusal resulted in inhumane suffering. Eventually, as you witnessed, I chose to defy her and was cast out." Qin Xian had heard these words from him in her previous life, though at that time, Song Ji had already come to terms with it, his tone recounting someone else's tale. Now, however, he wore a forced smile. Qin Xian patted his arm in consolation. In this apocalypse, human nature reveals its true colors. Yet, the law of the jungle remains. The strong prevail, regardless of whether it is before or after the end of the world. Song Ji nodded. "Yes, I understand." Once a strong individual, he had never imagined losing everything to become weak. But who could have foreseen that it would happen in such a manner? Soon, he suppressed all emotions and turned to Qin Xian, stating, "I will hunt some mutated creatures to replenish your supplies, as a way to repay you for the resources you've given me." Then I will take revenge on those wicked individuals. Once I extract their crystal cores, we can split them and level up quickly. Upon hearing the mention of crystal cores, Qin Xian perked up. Let us make a friendly deal. You take 30, and I'll take 70. What do you think? Song Ji shook his head. No, that won't do. Qin Xian pouted. You're such a miser. He shrugged. You take 80, and I'll take 20. Qin Xian cleared her throat. All right, I'll concede you have a conscience. Realizing she had misjudged him, she handed her knife to him. Song Ji declined. No need for the knife today. I have my abilities. Keep the knife for your protection. Qin Xian smiled. I'll take a day off today. The knife is yours. I'll wait for you at the camp. Allow me to escort you back. The journey may not be peaceful. All right. As the two individuals returned to their camp, they indeed encountered a multitude of perils along the way. Their first obstacle was a horde of mutated rats, compelling them to ascend a tree for refuge. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty mutant rodents merely passed by and soon scampered away. However, before they could descend, they found themselves targeted by a mutated leopard. Just in time, Qin Xian seized the opportunity to test her blade, channeling her strength to deliver a swift, decisive strike that cleaved through the beast's skull, spilling dark blood. Confirming its demise, she swiftly descended the tree and retrieved a second-tier speed ability crystal core. Their troubles, however, were far from over, as they soon attracted the attention of a swarm of ominous mutated insects, which fervently pursued them. The two fled in disarray, barely managing to evade their relentless chase before finally returning to the safety of the camp. Upon entering the perimeter marked by the lime line, both collapsed, supporting themselves on their knees, gasping for breath as sweat dripped heavily to the ground. They exchanged glances, each wearing a face that spoke volumes of their ordeal. This mountain is perilous, Qin Xian remarked. Will you still venture forth? Without hesitation, Song Ji nodded firmly, affirming his intent. Qin Xian made no attempt to dissuade him, instead handing him a walkie-talkie with the instruction to contact her if trouble arose, emphasizing the need for caution. He acquiesced, promising not to act rashly in pursuit of vengeance until he had ascended to a higher level of power. After offering her final admonitions, Qin Xian casually swatted a mosquito the size of an egg, its repugnant juices splattering on her hand. Disgusted, she sacrificed a portion of her precious bottled water to cleanse herself. Song Ji grimaced at the sight, knowing how valuable even half a bottle of water had become since the onset of extreme heat. In their small organization, such a quantity was worth a crystal core, and only if one was fortunate enough to have sisterlings' favor could they hope for a trade. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that it was her possession, and he held no right to critique. Unaware of his inner musings, Qin Xian generously handed him a bottle of water before turning to return to the vehicle. Once she was assured of her distance from him, she activated her particle control and dove into her space. After refreshing herself, she leisurely indulged in a delectable dish of sauerkraut fish in her cozy little room. This exquisite meal had been procured from a renowned establishment, known for its authentic preparation, utilizing home-pickled sauerkraut and fresh fish sourced directly from a local fishery. It was far removed from the inferior frozen varieties, mixed with subpar instant soup packets. She had arranged for them to fulfill a 10-day order, during which they worked tirelessly to meet her demands. Once prepared, she had them portioned into disposable containers, also acquiring additional sauerkraut for her future culinary endeavors. The dish was still steaming when she unwrapped it, and the flavors danced on her palate as she savored the tender fish and crisp sauerkraut. The broth was a harmonious blend of tangy and spicy notes, with the essence of the fish perfectly infused throughout. Each sip of the soup awakened her senses, making her mouth water in anticipation of pairing it with rice. With a refreshing can of ice-cold cola beside her and crispy rice crackers soaking in the soup, she soon obliterated the entire dish with her swift, nimble chopsticks. After satisfying her hunger, she tidied up her utensils and ventured outside to inspect the fields. The past few days spent with Song Ji had limited her physical entry into her space, forcing her to rely on her mental prowess. The small courtyard now mirrored the outside world in terms of time, cloaked in darkness and swarmed by tiny mosquitoes. However, these insects were reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, small and endearing, unlike the monstrous, egg-sized ones that plagued the outside world. The small creatures slumbered peacefully, and the fish pond remained tranquil. Stretching with contentment, Qin Xian felt a sense of fulfillment. With ample time remaining, she retreated indoors to watch videos and snack, anticipating Song Ji's return for another meal. She refrained from overindulging, mindful of their impending feast. Suddenly, as she exited the space, she sensed an unfamiliar life form approaching, not Song Ji, but a stranger. Just as she prepared to investigate, a thunderous clap of lightning reverberated nearby, and soon thereafter, Song Ji appeared, poised in an attack stance as he glanced back. Concerned, Qin Xian rushed to inquire about the situation. He frowned, explaining that he had detected a shadowy figure encroaching upon them, and had utilized his powers to send the intruder tumbling down the slope, uncertain of the assailant's fate. Qin Xian closed her eyes to sense the presence. Realizing the individual had not perished but was hastily retreating, evidently deterred by Song Ji's formidable abilities. With a sigh of relief, she grasped his arm, urging him to return to safety. He nodded, and together they stealthily made their way back to camp. Not entirely at ease, Song Ji relocated a significant portion of their supplies to the storage compartment outside the vehicle. Fortunately, the RV's storage was ample enough to accommodate their dwindling resources. After transferring their belongings, Song Ji cast a few contemplative glances towards the cave entrance, caught in thought. Qin Xian called out to him several times before he regained his focus and joined her in the vehicle. She voiced her concerns, stating that their location might no longer be secure. In response, Song Ji remarked that in a world such as theirs, safety was an illusion, and proposed a system of alternating rest and guard shifts. Qin Xian chose not to disclose her ability to manipulate particle control, instead agreeing to his plan. As they caught their breath, Song Ji presented all the crystal cores he had collected, leaving none behind, not even the minuscule one hidden between his fingers. Qin Xian quietly marveled at his capabilities. It was rare for an ordinary ability user to accumulate such a bounty. Indeed, the might of an offensive ability was unparalleled.
Showcasing formidable solo combat prowess.
Utilizing her particle energy to scan the cores, she found them all accounted for, save for the one within his mind. Satisfied, she recognized his honesty. He had neither absorbed any for himself, nor concealed any. She decided to allocate a portion of the cores to Song Ji, enabling him to ascend to the second tier. Initially, he resisted, claiming they were meant to replenish her supplies. However, Qin Xian insisted that their current predicament warranted urgency. They could not linger. Allowing him to ascend swiftly and depart was paramount, and they could address the matter of repayment later. After some deliberation, Song Ji consented, assuring her that any cores he collected the following day would be hers to keep. Qin Xian accepted this arrangement, standing guard outside while he entered the dwelling to undergo his ascension. Once Qin Xian had prepared 2 portions of self-heating Hotpot, Song Ji emerged, visibly transformed, radiating vitality with fairer skin and deeper-set eyes. Even the color of his previously tousled hair appeared richer and more lustrous. Goodness! Why does his ascension come with beauty and grooming benefits? Does he possess a third ability, perhaps akin to Tony? Qin Xian mused, noticing her gaze. Song Ji touched his face and inquired, "Is something wrong?" Clearing her throat, Qin Xian replied, "No. It's just that you seem to have gained a bit of weight these past few days. Perhaps some exercise is in order." He promptly lifted his shirt, revealing that indeed, his abs had vanished. To her amusement, he genuinely appeared anxious, his brow furrowed with concern. Qin Xian found his worry endearing, reassuring him that with more monster encounters and physical training, he would soon shed the extra weight, for in a world like theirs, there were no room for the overweight. This statement is not a deception. In her previous life, when Song Ji approached, his muscular frame resembled a small mountain bearing down upon her. She could not allow him to develop a pampered beer belly. No, he must possess a chiseled 8-pack to be admired by day and coveted by night. Such beauty must not be squandered. After 3 days of nocturnal endeavors, Song Ji worked diligently, redeeming the supplies owed to Qin Xian with crystal cores. The subsequent cores were apportioned at an 8:2 ratio in favor of Qin Xian, serving to offset Song Ji's resource consumption. Additionally, he enchanted 5 blades for her. Having reached the second tier, the enchanting process had become considerably easier, and the durability of the blades had consequently improved. At 4 o'clock one morning, after returning from monster hunting and dividing the crystal cores, Qin Xian insisted on practicing martial arts in a nearby clearing. Song Ji, who had earned various certificates in martial arts, would have undoubtedly subdued her within 20 moves, were it not for her agility outmatching his. Presently, although Qin Xian could not defeat him, neither could he capture her. Under Qin Xian's pressure, Song Ji resorted to using his abilities. After a few dodges, her hair was singed. Song Ji was utterly astonished, for before the apocalypse, he had never encountered an amateur who could withstand more than 3 moves from him. Indeed, Qin Xian had not lost to him, but she had not emerged victorious either. Embarrassed yet eager to boast, she sought to elevate herself through others. "Do you know I am a 5-time provincial champion? I was nearly his disciple," she exclaimed, referring to a legendary figure she had only heard about and never seen. Her father often spoke of him, and her mother held him in high regard. However, this individual preferred to remain enigmatic, avoiding the public eye, and the photographs circulating online were largely fabricated. Song Ji's expression grew peculiar. "Are you referring to the provincial champion, known as Immortal Candle?" "Yes, that is common knowledge," he replied, exasperated, "for I am Immortal Candle." Qin Xian was taken aback, initially skeptical, but after 3 more rounds that ended in a stalemate, she began to believe. What was it like to boast oneself into a corner? Well, experiencing that once in a lifetime was sufficient. At that moment, the newly emerging martial arts legend, Immortal Candle, was preparing breakfast nearby. The tantalizing aroma of pan-fried chicken and beef pasta wafted through the air, tempting Qin Xian's appetite. The apocalypse's fierce flower rarely displayed her delicate side. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she declared she was not hungry. "Hey, it's time to eat," Song Ji remarked with a perfectly normal tone. Yet, Qin Xian felt as though he were mocking her. "I'm not hungry, you eat," she pouted, resolutely ignoring him. Confused, Song Ji approached her with a plate of pasta. "I specifically left the beef in large chunks." Gulp. Qin Xian could not resist swallowing hard. Her psychological defenses crumbled at the sight of the vibrant tomato and beef pasta. Still, she feigned nonchalance. "I'm not eating, that green leaf is cilantro," he replied, "but you said you disliked it. This is parsley." It dawned on her that she had purchased over 50 varieties of vegetables and seeds, but had neglected to buy cilantro, an item she found utterly repugnant. In her space, there was not a trace of cilantro, nor could it possibly be on her plate. Qin Xian sprang up, tossing aside her little rabbit, and began to showcase her meal. "Humph, how can I defeat you, Immortal Candle, if I don't fill my stomach first? One day, I will surpass you." She devoured her meal with gusto, her earlier training having drained her energy. Meanwhile, Song Ji appeared somewhat preoccupied, often lost in thought, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Qin Xian quickly grasped his intentions. "When do you plan to take action?" she inquired. Song Ji's eyes narrowed as he understood she was referring to revenge. "Tonight," he replied. Qin Xian rubbed her hands together in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the influx of crystal cores. As night fell, the two donned sleek black attire, moving stealthily through the woods. In previous nights, Qin Xian had refrained from using her abilities to lure mutated creatures for hunting. Now, in pursuit of speed, she activated her social anxiety relief powers, allowing them to traverse unimpeded until they reached a cave. They concealed themselves behind a nearby rock, swatting away the insects that crawled upon them while observing the cavern entrance. Dim light flickered from an oil lamp, illuminating 2 gaunt figures guarding the entrance. They appeared utterly exhausted, yet the relentless swarm of mosquitoes prevented them from resting. "This cave is a natural cavern," Song Ji explained. "It contains a significant tourist attraction, a small shop and a souvenir store filled with provisions. Inside there are stalactites, which indicate the presence of water. However, for some reason, the water tastes foul, and those who drink it often vomit blood, leading to its eventual abandonment." Qin Xian scratched her chin in confusion. "What does it taste like?" Song Ji's face twitched slightly as he replied, "That is merely someone else's description. I was jesting." Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I believe you." Song Ji shot her a sidelong glance, thinking, "No, you do not." He squinted at the cave entrance. "Wait here," he instructed before rising to leave. Qin Xian, perplexed, retorted, "What, are you going to buy some oranges?" She pulled Song Ji back, lowering her voice. "Remember our signal? If you find yourself in trouble, call for me, and I'll assist." Song Ji nodded affirmatively. Just as he was about to depart, she tugged him back again. "Don't push yourself. You're only at tier 2. If you fall, all the resources I spent to save you will be wasted." He forced a smile. "Yes, my queen." Releasing him, she suddenly recalled something and reached out once more, but Song Ji, anticipating her move, slipped away like an eel. With a swift and calculated strike, Song Ji dispatched the 2 guards and entered the cave. Qin Xian quietly followed, peering inside. Her brow furrowed at the sight before her. The so-called Sister Ling was a woman in her 40s, unattractive with dark skin and a rectangular face marked by pronounced bags under her eyes, resembling an elderly man. She squatted on the ground, seemingly enjoying her workout. Before her was a slender, youthful man, clearly suffering as he bit his lip, drenched in sweat and displaying an expression of extreme anguish. It was evident he was being coerced into submission. Surrounding them were men, women, and children, seemingly accustomed to this disturbing scene. Some lay, some sat, some slept, while others looked on enviously at the young man. Good looks had become a currency, allowing him to barter for food. Many had gone 4 or 5 days without sustenance, fully resigned to this new order, none daring to rebel. Sister Ling had awakened her abilities earlier than the others and was now a formidable second-tier earth elementalist. Outside, protruding from the ground, were several stakes, each bearing the remnants of those who had resisted, now reduced to skeletal remains. Breathing heavily, Sister Ling noticed the boy's pained expression and sneered, "Stop pretending to be brave. You said your mother would starve, seeking food, so I offered you this opportunity. Smile for me, do you hear?" The man gritted his teeth, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. "Yes, Sister Ling, I will obey." Qin Xian found the sight unbearable and chose not to look further. Using her unique abilities, she sensed that there were a total of 32 individuals in the cave, of which only 7 were endowed with abilities. Among them, only Sister Ling was a second tier, while the rest were mere first-tier novices. There was one formidable metal manipulator and another with enhanced strength and agility, while the others were either ordinary individuals or possessed trivial abilities such as underwater breathing, heightened hearing, or insensitivity to pain. Song Ji had approached the front of the crowd.
Ah?
"It's Song Ji, it's him," a voice exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention to him. "Wow, he's so handsome. What splendid attire he wears. Has he struck it lucky? He appears well-fed. Where did he procure such supplies? Is he here for revenge? Will he kill me? I previously took his belongings." The cave erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Silence. Sister Ling's furious roar silenced them immediately. Her gaze was fixated on Song Ji, first marveling at his striking features. Then her intense stare fixated on his lower body as she lasciviously licked her lips. "This exquisite man shall be mine tonight," she purred, her voice dripping with seduction. "I never imagined my little treasure would emerge so handsome after a good wash." She rose from her seat, revealing her lower half without any attempt to conceal herself, and provocatively shed her upper garments, exposing 2 sagging, desolate mounds. Qin Xian grimaced, taking out a saline solution and unscrewing the cap to wash her eyes. It was evident that Song Ji's stomach was likely churning with disgust and revulsion. She resolved to prepare some mugwort for him later, reciting scriptures to dispel the ill fortune. At that moment, 2 of Sister Ling's most favored male companions rushed forward to block Song Ji's path. Jealousy etched on their faces. "You brat, surviving outside was your luck, but you dare return to seduce Sister Ling? Seducing? Good heavens, do you even hear yourselves?" Sister Ling impatiently shoved them aside, advancing menacingly towards Song Ji, who retreated step by step. Mistaking his retreat for fear of her powers, Sister Ling smugly crossed her arms and declared, "If you know what's good for you, strip and lie down. I have no desire to waste my energy on you." Throughout, Song Ji uttered not a single word. He was biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the moment arrived, he swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning aimed directly at Sister Ling's face. Sister Ling's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively grabbed one of the men who had previously served her, using him as a shield against the strike. The resounding crack echoed throughout the cave as the man's visage was obliterated, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The sudden turn of events, coupled with a surge of Song Ji's powers, left Sister Ling trembling in fear. "Seize him. Bring him to my bed in pieces," she screamed, her 2 fierce companions charging toward Song Ji. Chapter 40. Her son must not die in vain. One was a metal manipulator. The other possessed enhanced strength and agility. Qin Xian had expected Song Ji to utilize his abilities first against the metal manipulator, but to her astonishment, he drew his blade, swiftly decapitating the approaching strength wielder. Blood gushed forth, sending the surrounding crowd screaming deeper into the cave. He was akin to Qin Xian, swift and decisive, eschewing flamboyant displays for efficiency. Sister Ling was splattered with blood, recoiling in shock and fury. The arrogance she had displayed moments earlier vanished, and she pointed at the metal manipulator.
Kill him.
"And I will grant you both a reward." Yet before she could finish her sentence, the metal manipulator's throat had already been severed. Qin Xian marveled at Song Ji's prowess. He was indeed the unyielding candle, precise and swift. Sister Ling's eyes turned crimson, cold sweat drenching her forehead. It was no longer the time to be entranced by beauty. Survival was paramount. This man's eyes brimmed with hatred and a thirst for blood. He was not to be trifled with. She needed to stay alive, ascend in power, and eliminate her husband, the despicable man who had ruined her life. In a flash of thought, Sister Ling summoned a barrage of sharp earthen spikes. The crowd screamed and scrambled away. They deemed Song Ji irrational. Having escaped, why return? It was not worth risking one's life for revenge. Sister Ling underestimated Song Ji's energy. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from his palm, obliterating the earthen spikes with an explosive force. Sister Ling quickly retreated, relentlessly conjuring more spikes, forcing Song Ji to retreat further. Compared to lightning manipulation, earth powers were far less taxing. As Song Ji's lightning weakened, perspiration soaked through his attire in less than a minute. Sister Ling's face broke into a triumphant smile. She intended to wear him down, depleting his abilities before delivering the final blow. She vowed to humiliate this pretty boy, impaling him with her spikes, ensuring he perished in utter despair and agony. Qin Xian, leaning against her arms, watched the battle with a hint of boredom, stifling a yawn. It was evident that Song Ji, much like herself, was honing his skills against Sister Ling, accumulating combat experience. Her admiration for him grew. Finally, after nearly 2 minutes of entanglement, Song Ji seemed to have had enough. He suddenly raised his hand, a bolt of purple lightning crackling with intense malice, aimed directly at Sister Ling. Sister Ling was horrified. This bolt was of an entirely different caliber from the previous feeble strikes. If struck, it would surely lead to her demise or severe injury. There was no time to retreat. She gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength, raising a thick earthen wall to shield herself from the lightning. With a cold smirk, she released several more spikes, attempting to catch Song Ji off guard while the wall still stood. She anticipated that he would be momentarily weakened after unleashing such a powerful attack, providing her the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. However, as the wall shattered, Song Ji descended upon her like the harbinger of death, wielding a razor-sharp blade that gleamed with an icy sheen, severing Sister Ling's hands in one fluid motion. How audacious! He engaged in close combat after exhausting his powers. A piercing scream erupted as Sister Ling collapsed to the ground in anguish, blood gushing from the severed stumps of her wrists. Song Ji offered a mocking smile, kicking her over before severing her legs. Yet, rather than delivering the final blow, he bent down and pressed several acupoints on her body. Soon, her profuse bleeding ceased. With Sister Ling no longer posing a threat, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. A few quick-witted individuals rushed towards the food storage, tearing open packages and ravenously stuffing their faces. Before long, others joined in the fray for food. Only a middle-aged woman remained, shrieking as she collapsed over the boy whom Sister Ling had used as a shield. Weeping inconsolably, she cried, "My son, my son. Woe is me." Then, glaring at Song Ji with resentment, she lamented, "You possess the means to feast and drink well, yet you return. If you had not come back, my son would not have perished. It is you who is to blame. Why do you not perish? Why must we suffer while you thrive?" Qin Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, stepping forward, her cold gaze fixed on the woman.
So you are his mother?
I thought you were unconscious and unresponsive. Since you are still capable of movement, why did you not come to your son's defense when he was bullied by Sister Ling while exchanging bread? Now, you present yourself in a maternal guise, as if putting on a show for whom, in this apocalyptic world? Song Ji couldn't help but admire her, sharp-tongued and truly remarkable. The woman was rendered speechless by Qin Xian's retort. She had not eaten for 4 days and was utterly famished. She had encouraged her son to submit to Sister Ling in exchange for food, yet her son steadfastly refused. In desperation, she feigned illness, claiming she was near death, coercing her son to serve a woman merely 5 years her junior. Now, she blamed Song Ji, merely seeking to extort food through her son's demise. Her son must not die in vain. Qin Xian's presence drew the gazes of many. Even before the world fell into chaos, they had seldom encountered such a pure, snow-like beauty, so charming and delicate. In the midst of the apocalypse, she stood there, seemingly untouched, likely nurtured by Song Ji. If only they could capture her. Perhaps they could barter for some food. A few exchanged glances, their intentions stirring. Those who had attempted to seize food had come away empty-handed, their frustration mounting. Upon seeing another girl, they immediately surrounded her. One, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Songji, you've become quite the figure. Haven to you? You have resources to care for a woman, yet you refuse to share with us." Songji frowned slightly, instinctively shielding her. The handsome lad scratched his head. Could he admit that he was being pampered by this woman? Before he could respond, another person chimed in, "If you are so capable, why didn't you eliminate those scoundrels sooner? My husband was killed by her. If you had returned earlier, he might still be alive. It's all your fault." Others joined in, clamoring for his resources, their voices overlapping. "You must have plenty of supplies. Can you spare some? I would be eternally grateful. Take me back to the city. My son is still there. I beg you." Qin Xian dug at her ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony. She turned to see Songji maintaining his cool demeanor, ignoring them completely. He donned rubber gloves and seized Sister Ling by the hair, seemingly preparing to exit the cave. Seeing him about to leave, everyone panicked. After finally catching a glimmer of hope, how could it be extinguished so easily? No, they had to cling to him desperately. Yet, Songji merely shifted his prey slightly, creating a battleground. The matter was far from over. He had no intention of departing. A bearded man stepped forward, blocking his path. "Little Song, you return to flaunt your good fortune before us, yet refuse to lend a hand? While you thrive, we are here, perishing of thirst and hunger. In our dire plight, shouldn't you show some compassion? We are profoundly disappointed in you." The bearded man launched into a tirade, invoking various grievances, successfully inciting the crowd against Songji. "Why should you alone benefit? We must not allow you to escape so easily. You killed Sister Ling, and must be accountable to us. You should at least share your resources. I haven't eaten in 3 days, and look at you. You have a double chin from your feasting." Songji remained silent, merely toying with the bloodied knife in his hand. His gaze held no warmth, as if brewing a tempest. Qin Qian couldn't suppress a chuckle, staring at the bearded man. "Compassion? Do you not possess a mirror? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect. You nearly let him perish from thirst and hunger. Why did you not offer him your flesh to save him? Now that he is well fed, you suddenly seek camaraderie? Your child has perished, and now you lament? Brother, it is too late." Qin Qian stepped closer to the bearded man, who instinctively retreated, intimidated by her formidable presence. His face twitched, humiliated by being chastised by a girl. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Qin Qian. "You wretched gold digger, scurry away. This is a man's discussion. You have no place here."
What did you say?
Songji finally spoke, his gaze piercing the bearded man. "You think she has no right to speak?" In an instant, he was before the man, his knife plunging into his mouth, exiting through the back of his skull. "Then let us silence your tongue." With a twist of his wrist, he withdrew the blade, a bloodied tongue falling to the ground. The bearded man died, with his eyes wide open. They could say whatever they wished about him, but they could not utter a word against Qin Qian. The surrounding crowd erupted in screams, scattering in terror. Indeed, they could not run, they could only crawl.
Boom!
A thunderous crash collapsed the cave entrance, blocking the escape route for all. Qin Qian clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, knife brother, you are incredible." Songji abruptly turned, the rage he had been harboring now unleashed upon everyone present. His gaze swept across the crowd, identifying those who had once wronged him. Those who had taken advantage of him, he would slay. Those who had robbed him of sustenance, he would slay. Those who had trampled upon him and spat at him, he would slay. Those who had insulted his adoptive parents, he would slay. He appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, unleashing a fiery wrath, intent on incinerating all filth and resentment. If he were to spare anyone who had harmed him, it would mean he had not regarded himself as human. He had long adhered to the principle that those who dared to harbor murderous intent against him must surely perish. This remained true now. In the blink of an eye, the cave was transformed into a scene of carnage, a sea of blood and corpses. Only 3 remained, those who had never harmed Songji, yet at this moment, they were paralyzed with fear. Qin Qian produced a towel, offering it to him. Gratefully, he accepted, wiping the blood from his knife and his own body. His bangs dripped with blood, his long lashes quivered, his gaze now tranquil, having quelled the storm of fury. He raised his hand, once more unleashing thunder to shatter the cave, donning rubber gloves again. One hand gripped Sister Ling's hair, the other wielded the bloodied blade. Resembling a slasher from a horror game as he stepped out of the cave, Qin Xian observed his retreating figure, merging him with the Song Ji of her past life. To outsiders, he was cold and merciless, leaving no survivors in his wake. Yet, to her, he was infinitely forgiving, akin to a gentle elder brother. Indeed, Song Ji had always been Song Ji, unchanged through the ages. He brought Sister Ling to the water-filled pit where he had previously lost consciousness, discarding her to the ground. The surrounding trees cast dancing shadows, the moonlight illuminating the scene, accompanied by the sounds of insects and wildlife. At first glance, it appeared serene and beautiful. The two corpses that once lay there had vanished, leaving behind mere scraps of fabric and various dried fluids. As Sister Ling stirred awake, her eyes brimmed with desperation as she pleaded with Song Ji, "Please don't kill me. I have things to do. I still want to kill him. She attempted to raise her hand to grasp his pants, only to realize her hands had vanished, replaced by mere stumps. Overcome with sorrow, she began to wail. Qin Xian turned to Song Ji, inquiring, "How do you plan to proceed?" Song Ji remained silent, delivering a swift kick that sent her tumbling into the murky waters of the pit. Presumably, beneath the surface, there was a spring of fresh water, preventing it from completely drying up. Under the moonlight, the dark, muddy water shimmered. However, as Sister Ling fell into the depths, Qin Xian realized her error. It was not shimmering water. The pitch-black mire was teeming with leeches. A leech, about the size of a forearm, bore an unsettling pattern of purple and white stripes, intertwining grotesquely across its once earthy, yellow body. After a few days of absence, this wretched creature had mutated into an even more horrifying form. Sister Ling, in a state of panic, cried out, "Ah! It hurts! What is this? Help! Song Ji, don't kill me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Help me, oh no!" As she screamed, the leeches began to invade her mouth one after another. Wherever her body bore a wound, leeches burrowed in. Those that could not penetrate her flesh resorted to gnawing at her skin, creating bloody orifices through which they could directly invade her body. Her eyeballs were punctured by the leeches, and her bleeding limbs were besieged by countless of them. The scene was utterly nauseating. Had Song Ji been cast beside the water, it was likely that even the mightiest of celestial beings could not have saved him from a similar fate. Qin Xian frowned in disgust as she watched Sister Ling as abdomen ruptured from within. A leech, its tiny teeth bared, emerged joyfully and continued its gruesome feast. Beneath her skin, large, fist-sized lumps writhed ominously. In a state of despair, Sister Ling twisted and convulsed, but soon fell still, dragged into the mire by the relentless horde of leeches, disappearing from view. Qin Xian remarked, "Did she just say she wanted to kill someone?" Contemplating murder even at the brink of death, this woman is truly ruthless. Song Ji replied, "Perhaps she intended to kill her husband. I have heard tales about her." Chapter 42. The underground laboratory. In her youth, Sister Ling had married a wealthy and handsome man, only to discover that he was a fraud, using her for his own ends. After giving birth to their son, she never saw him again, as her husband whisked the child away abroad, raising him with his young boyfriend. To appease her parents and relatives, he refused to divorce her, offering her no financial support. Despite being immensely wealthy, he reduced Sister Ling to a mere forest ranger in a scenic area, thus tormenting her for a lifetime. Qin Xian listened, her brow furrowing in distaste. One can choose whom to love, irrespective of gender, age, or even race. However, in the throes of passionate love, one must also bear the consequences. Why drag an innocent person into the mire? The subsequent events are easily comprehensible. A soul and body starved of love resemble the arid East African rift. Years of pent-up resentment and desire towards men festered, spiraling into a pathological obsession. Originally, her life might have continued in such a manner. Yet in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she awakened to extraordinary powers. Once endowed with abilities, everything transformed. She unleashed her hatred for her husband on innocent men, slaughtering, humiliating, and toying with them. The more resolute they were, the more she sought to trample and break them. Watching them writhe in agony beneath her, begging for mercy or resorting to flattery, brought her near madness. It is no wonder that her actions became increasingly debauched and devoid of morality. When a person is rotten to the core, how can one expect their exterior to exhibit nobility? Indeed, she was a victim. However, some victims choose to uphold their integrity. Others, drenched in their own rain, seek to tear apart another's umbrella. Songji removed his gloves, discarding them with disdain into the pit. His eyes remained cold with hatred. What did her suffering have to do with him? Why should she vent her pain upon him? As long as he had a finger to move, he would kill her 1,000 times over. Qin Xian nodded, approving. Good. Well said. In the struggle for survival in this apocalypse, one must possess such decisive ruthlessness. Amidst their reflections, they suddenly noticed several leeches stealthily approaching them. She swiftly dispatched each one. Let us leave. This place is no longer safe, she declared. Songji nodded, and the two turned to depart. Qin Xian inquired, I have a question that puzzles me. Your first-tier lightning ability is not weak. How did you end up suffering so terribly before? As they walked, Songji wiped his blade, replying, I was bitten by a zombie and nearly perished from blood loss, naturally lacking the strength to contend with those well-fed abilities. Moreover, they outnumbered me, making it impossible for me to fight back. Qin Xian nodded, refraining from further comments. Instead, she contemplated something else. Her appearance seemed overly fragile and easily manipulable. Perhaps it was better to let others take the lead. With this thought, a plan began to form in her mind. Songji cast a discreet glance at Qin Xian, noting her momentary distraction, uncertain of her thoughts. He felt a flicker of concern. Did she find the apocalypse unbearable, uncertain of the future? He longed to do something to cheer her up. When we return, let me know what you wish to eat. I will prepare it for you, he offered. Qin Xian's eyes sparkled instantly. Tomato pasta. He chuckled. All right then. It seems you were merely hungry. At the mention of tomato pasta, her smile radiated brightly. Seeing her joy, Songji could not help but smile as well. In the dim underground laboratory, the cold, harsh lights froze everything into stillness. Qin Xian lay upon the frigid operating table, bracing herself for yet another ordeal. In the adjoining room, researchers chatted and laughed as they washed their hands and changed attire, discussing which part of her body to dissect next. The glass window afforded Qin Xian a clear view of their faces, which gleamed with excitement and anticipation. They longed to extract her essence and unravel the secrets of her abilities. Despairing, she wept silently, fully aware that no matter how fiercely she struggled, the outcome would remain unchanged. Was Songji still searching for her? When would he come to her rescue? She did not wish to die. Even if death was inevitable, she did not want to perish here. She would rather be devoured by zombies or mutated creatures. With a click, the door swung open, and an oppressive, hurried breath filled the air. Qin Xian, like a startled bird, widened her eyes in surprise. But it was him. Lucas, the young black man. He was the only one in the entire laboratory with a conscience. He had made several attempts to help her escape and sought out Songji to come to her aid. Unfortunately, he too was shackled, his actions limited. Lucas had once been a top medical student. After the apocalypse, he exerted every effort to enter the laboratory, believing he could benefit humanity and save lives. Yet, to his dismay, these so-called predecessors, renowned medical experts, reveled in tormenting test subjects, deriving pleasure from trampling their dignity. They exhibited a complete lack of reverence for life. They all deserved to die. Lucas cautiously entered, holding a syringe in hand. Breathing heavily, he spoke in a frantic tone. Do not be afraid. I will do everything I can to help you. I cannot let you go, but I can administer anesthesia to ease your pain. They are beginning to suspect me. Do not make a sound, or I will be killed. Qin Xian felt a surge of joy, tears streaming down her face. Those people never used anesthesia during their slicing procedures to test their own endurance. Her cousin had explicitly warned them that if they desired a new test subject, they must take good care of Qin Xian. Each time, her anguished screams echoed throughout the laboratory, and the researchers found great delight in her suffering, praising her for her beautiful voice. Then there was that mixed-race man, Eugene, with his striking heterochromia. He often caressed her with a sense of twisted affection, saying, "This sound must be exquisite. Unfortunately, there are regulations against researchers engaging with test subjects. Otherwise, I would pour myself a glass of red wine and thoroughly enjoy you." Each time he uttered these words, a crazed smile would spread across his pallid face, as if she were his one true love. Reflecting on these memories, Qin Xian gazed at the anesthetic in Lucas's hand as if she were seeing her long-lost mother. Lucas inhaled deeply, removing the syringe as protective cap, and grasped her hand to administer the injection. At that moment, the door behind him silently creaked open. A chilling gun barrel was aimed squarely at Lucas's head.
No.
Qin Xian cried out in despair, struggling against her restraints. Unaware of the imminent danger, Lucas assumed her fear stemmed from the needle and hurried to console her. However, in the next instant, the mixed-blood man with the distinctive almond-shaped eyes revealed a sinister grin and pulled the trigger.
Ah!
Qin Xian screamed, jolting awake from the nightmare. She threw off her blanket and ripped her nightgown, horrified to find herself disemboweled. Her innards were strewn about, blood everywhere, with pieces of her body scattered across the bed. Even her chest bore 2 bowl-sized scars, oozing blood profusely. What happened? Songji, who was on night watch outside, burst in. His eyes fell upon her, and he was immediately struck dumb. He forced himself to look away, though his gaze felt as if it were glued in place. He anticipated her figure to be so exquisite, with both muscle and softness in perfect harmony. The curves, the lines.
Slap.
Songji smacked himself across the face and hastily closed his eyes. Fortunately, his hands remained his own. Chapter 43. Parting ways, boss. Did you have a nightmare? Qin Xian stared blankly at her body, slowly realizing that it had merely been an illusion. Yes, she had died once and was reborn. Her body was indeed intact. Uncut and unbroken. She was still whole. Qin Xian quickly dressed and frantically explained that a bug had crawled onto her, startling her awake. Songji appeared somewhat anxious. Was it a poisonous insect? Where were you bitten? Qin Xian rolled her eyes. What's the matter? Do you want to check yourself? She replied impatiently, no. Just go outside. Songji felt a bit wronged, thinking it looked like he was bullying her when she had been the one to tear her clothes. He reluctantly agreed and stepped out to continue his vigil. Qin Xian buried her face in her hands, tormented. Even with a second chance at life, the old nightmares lingered. She had to eliminate that group of demons to banish the haunting dreams. Otherwise, no matter how many resources she amassed, peace would remain elusive. She would never forget their faces. Even if she returned to this day 15 years ago, she would recognize them. As night fell, after a satisfying meal, Qin Xian's expression turned serious as she beckoned Songji to sit. You have avenged your grievances, and your powers have ascended. You've also gathered a substantial amount of crystal cores these past few days. It's time for us to part ways. I have my objectives. And you must have your plans as well. Meeting was fate. I will share half of my resources with you, and we shall go our separate ways. Songji frowned, appearing conflicted. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I wish to team up with you. I need your water abilities. From now on, the crystal cores will be split 7-3 in your favor. I will handle cooking and miscellaneous tasks, and will do my utmost to ensure your safety. If you have any goals, I can assist you in achieving them. Qin Xian, let me be frank. If fortune smiles upon me, I will have a substantial stockpile of resources. Living off scraps for a lifetime would not deplete them, yet water is crucial for me. Even in unfortunate circumstances, without resources, I will strive to ensure your normal existence. I will provide for your sustenance, and you will take care of my hydration. We shall both hold value for one another. If possible, I wish to collaborate to survive well together. What do you think? On the surface, Songji maintained his composure, yet beneath the table, his hands trembled slightly. He feared her rejection. Qin Xian could hardly believe that in his heart, she held greater significance than his own parents. Yet he understood that his feelings for her were but one-sided infatuation. She was under no obligation to make any decisions against her will for his sake. Songji dared not presume upon their friendship. He was compelled to discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement. Otherwise, what reason did he have to remain by her side? Qin Xian lowered her gaze, feigning contemplation. In truth, she was elated, her heart dancing with joy. This was the state she desired, his desperate plea to remain by her side. This way, the initiative would rest firmly in her hands. Qin Xian drained the last drop of juice from her cup, hesitating. You make a valid point. But I carry a heavy burden of unpleasant memories. I do not wish to involve innocent people in my troubles. When she spoke, her demeanor was sincere and calm, as if she were genuinely distressed, yet genuinely concerned for him, urging him not to entangle himself in her woes. Songji's expression turned grave. If you agree to collaborate, I will stand by your side to support you. Rest assured, I will not pressure you. If you truly do not wish to team up, I will enchant some additional weapons for you in 3 days. I will not take your resources. We can part ways amicably. The discussion concluded as night deepened. Both donned fitted clothing and slipped into their protective footwear before stepping outside. Although these garments were stifling, they prevented most insect bites. Ultimately, their primary goal was to defeat monsters and ascend in power. In the apocalypse, strength may not be omnipotent, but lacking it was utterly debilitating. They needed to elevate their abilities before others recognized the significance of crystal cores. Qin Xian soon found herself immersed in intense combat. The creatures continued to mutate and evolve, growing increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Her greatest asset in this life was her extraordinary abilities. Armed with an enchanted blade, dispatching low-tier mutated beasts was a mere trifle. However, she soon encountered the most formidable adversary since the apocalypse began. The first wave consisted of 8 pack-hunting wolves. Having faced many lone wolves before, it was her first time witnessing 8 gray wolves leaping towards her in unison. The sensation was astounding. The mutated wolves displayed organization and discipline, proficient in both offense and defense, with remarkably high intelligence. They forced Qin Xian to constantly retreat and evade, nearly sustaining injuries several times. Ultimately, she was compelled to draw her firearm to eliminate them. Just after extracting a crystal core, she encountered a foul-smelling giant bear. Its defenses were formidable, and its health substantial. Qin Xian found no vulnerabilities after prolonged engagement. Exhausted, she absorbed numerous mutated particles to replenish her strength. At last, she devised a plan. She pulled out an alarm clock, set it ringing, and tossed it behind the bear. She instantly vanished into the void, waiting for the bear to lunge at her only to miss, distracted by the sound. She reappeared from the void, and at that moment, the bear had its back to her. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped, using the tree trunk for leverage, and raised her blade, channeling 8/10 of her energy into it. Whoosh! The blade severed a significant portion of the bear's skull. The bear collapsed, convulsing for a long while before finally lying still. Qin Xian took a few steps forward, but cunningly halted, picking up a stone to hurl at it. Roar! The bear, which had appeared lifeless, suddenly sprang to life, roaring in anger and swatting the stone into dust. In reality, the bear was already dead. Otherwise, it would have reacted sooner. Yet its muscle memory triggered a defensive response upon being attacked. Qin Xian's lips twitched as cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Had she approached it directly earlier, she would have faced dire consequences. After using her abilities to scan the bear for energy, ensuring it posed no further threat, she finally extracted the crystal core. Goodness! It was nearly the size of a quail egg, her largest acquisition thus far. Just as she prepared to conclude her endeavors, she faintly heard voices nearby. Instantly, she grew alert. Beings capable of speech were not necessarily human. Just the previous night, she had encountered a mutated parrot with red eyes and dark purple feathers. Though called a parrot, in its mutated form, it was nearly the size of an eagle. It lay creeping upon the tree, its beak opening and closing as it spoke, a spoonful of 3-flower evaporated milk, pure technology and intensity indeed. Consume it, and your hair will fall out. Qin Xian, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, observed beneath the parrot's feet, where it stood upon a nearly decayed human arm. This time, Qin Xian exercised caution. She swiftly melded into the spatial realm, expanding her mental energy outward, gradually sensing certain vibrations. It was Songji's energy, and he stood opposite a somewhat familiar presence. They were not engaged in combat, but rather conversing. Qin Xian searched her memories and recalled the individual who had nearly met his demise from Songji's lightning during a previous ambush on their camp. This figure was enveloped in verdant energy, an ability linked to plant life. Was this a person known to Songji? Curiosity mingled with vigilance as she concentrated on eavesdropping. Chapter 44. Encounter with a clingy relative. It's all because I came to accompany you on a blind date that I find myself trapped in this mountain. Lamented a middle-aged woman with a hoarse voice. Songji found this amusing and, with a sidelong glance, remarked, "Aunt, the apocalypse is a calamity for the entire world. Not just confined to this mountain. It makes no difference whether you are here or at home." The truth struck her, and her weeping momentarily ceased. Besides, when the incident occurred, you were the first to turn and flee, not sparing me a glance. For a brief moment, her bravado faltered, but she quickly regained her obstinacy, raising her fists to strike his chest. "I don't care. It's all your fault. Just you. You must take responsibility." Songji remained silent, enduring her outburst. Born into a tumultuous family conflict, he had been sent to live in the countryside for years without a visit from his parents. However, his aunt frequently brought him treats during those lonely years. At 17, he was brought back to the Song family, where his parents remained distant, viewing him merely as a tool. His uncle harbored resentment towards him, attempting to eliminate him on several occasions. Yet, it was his aunt who occasionally provided him with a semblance of maternal love. Ironically, within a month of returning home, both parents perished in a car accident, while his foster parents had already succumbed to illness before his return. In an instant, he lost everything. Coupled with inheriting his parents' vast fortune, he became the youngest president of the company, attracting a swarm of relatives hoping to claim a piece of him. The young boy lived daily in sorrow and fear, seeking solace in food, transforming himself into a hefty figure of 240 pounds, as if that would provide him with a modicum of safety. He believed that only his aunt still regarded him as a person, encouraging and accompanying him. However, when her child graduated from university and sought a position in the company, Song Ji could not jeopardize the future of the business. He suggested that his cousin start from a grassroots supervisory role to gain experience, promising a potential promotion after a year based on his performance. Displeased with the outcome, his aunt resorted to covertly disparaging him as an ungrateful wretch. It dawned on Song Ji that the affection and familial bonds he had perceived over the years were merely a facade, a ruse to exploit him. Now that he had grown, refusing to provide her with what she desired, her indignation was palpable. As his aunt continued her emotional outbursts, Song Ji remained impassive, allowing her to vent her frustrations upon him. After a prolonged period, her cries subsided and fatigue overtook her. Blood-red marks appeared on Song Ji's neck, seemingly of no concern to him. Observing her on the ground, he understood that this incident would not end amiably. Resolute, he adopted a frigid demeanor, prepared to sever any remaining ties. Taking a step back, he coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Aunt sprang to her feet, glaring at him. "What's this attitude? You want to drive me away? Not a chance. You think you can have your meals without concern for me? I'm coming with you. Tell me, where did you acquire this equipment?" Qin Xian could not help but break into a cold sweat. This aunt was clearly a clingy leech. Would he reveal his secrets? If Song Ji, in a moment of weakness, brought this aunt back to her RV, it would be unfortunate. She would rather forgo her weapon than allow that to happen. "I killed an ability user and took it from them," Song Ji stated. Qin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At least he was sensible. Aunt smirked, continuing her fabrications. "You think I'm unaware? You're with a beautiful girl, aren't you? You're sleeping with her for resources, right? Haha, don't think I don't know about your escapades in the RV." Song Ji's lips twitched. From a certain perspective, she was correct. Finally, someone had made a clear assessment. It was Qin Xian who was supporting him. Yet, he would not allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. He would accept any ridicule directed at him, but not that. "Aunt, understand this. I am your relative, not some outsider. Do you intend to betray me? We should sneak back, eliminate her without a sound, take what we want, and I'll be your mother from now on. We would be mother and son." Before she could finish, Song Ji abruptly seized her by the throat, lifting the petite woman off the ground. A sphere of lightning crackled in his left hand, his eyes glinting with malice. "Mother? Who wants a disgrace like you as a mother?" he declared, ready to unleash the lightning and end this so-called familial bond. Compared to the uncle who had attempted to take his life, this aunt was even more repulsive. Even without the apocalypse, he would have dealt with her. Moreover, since she dared to lay her hands on Qin Xian, her death was inevitable. Realizing the peril, Aunt swiftly raised her hands, unleashing vines to attack Song Ji. With a slight frown, he evaded the assault, reluctantly loosening his grip. She quickly ensnared herself to a distant tree with her vines, pulling herself far away. Hanging from the tree, she gazed at Song Ji in disbelief. "You would kill me for a little harlot?" Song Ji, disdainful of further dialogue, unleashed a torrent of lightning upon her. Each strike was lethal. Aunt barely evaded twice, seeking an opening to counterattack, but finding none. His lightning pursued her relentlessly, and the vines became conduits for electricity, lethal upon contact. With no other option, she could only retreat hastily. Song Ji, unwilling to leave any loose ends, dashed away, only to be besieged by a horde of mutated bats. To ensure his survival, he had to eliminate the threats, and by the time he vanquished the bats, Aunt had utterly vanished. With a resigned sigh, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, surveying the area to confirm there were no ambushing beasts before turning back. Qin Xian emerged from her spatial concealment, thoroughly impressed with Song Ji's performance. He had discerned the situation well. Had Amp been a person of understanding and shame, she might have earned some sustenance from Qin Qian out of respect for Songji. However, it was evident that she was not. Any assistance rendered would yield no gratitude. Instead, it would invite further demands. Therefore, it was better to eliminate her altogether. Upon returning to the RV, Qin Qian feigned nonchalance, preparing a bowl of instant noodles for him. Songji soon returned, his gaze falling upon the noodles. How can you eat this? Tell me what you desire, and I shall prepare it for you. Qin Qian refrained from mentioning that she had already indulged in a large serving of boiled meat in the spatial realm. She simply replied, I want this. I've been craving instant noodles. He nodded, responding, very well, and casually handed her a bag of crystal cores. All yours. No need to share today. So generous? She remarked, half joking. He responded, I wish to collaborate with you, and naturally, I must demonstrate my sincerity. I am capable and obedient. Miss Qin, please consider it. The emphasis on his capabilities made Qin Qian chuckle. In that case, I shall not hold back. Seeing her accept the crystal cores brought joy to Song Ji's heart. Suddenly, his expression turned serious again, and he slightly pursed his lips, as if contemplating the right words to convey his thoughts. Chapter 45. Brother Aji. Please don't kill me. Qin Qian smiled sweetly and urged, just say what you need to say. Don't beat around the bush. Song Ji replied, we're probably not safe here anymore. I encountered someone earlier. She is also an ability user. She attempted to ambush us last time, and, having been dealt with by me just now, she is unlikely to let this go easily. Qin Qian was well aware of the situation but feigned ignorance, asking what happened. Song Ji recounted the events without reservation, explaining his connection to this third aunt. Qin Qian was thoroughly pleased with his honesty. Given the circumstances, we should find a different location. Do you have a good place in mind? Song Ji narrowed his captivating eyes slightly, offering no immediate response, a hint of cunning glimmering within. Can I stay for a few more days for meals? You know, the kind that comes with crystal cores. Oh, so after all that thinking, you were just contemplating how to stay for meals? Qin Qian shrugged, non-committal. But my prices aren't cheap. After all, resources in this apocalypse are not easily come by. Indeed, it's not easy. Just think about it. Every day in the space, facing thousands of dishes and struggling to decide what to eat is quite the challenge. Songji rested his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly, fine. Qin Qian glanced at his handsome visage, feeling her earlier fatigue dissipate a bit. Beautiful things always bring joy to people. After their agreement, they each tended to their personal care, one keeping watch while the other took a brief nap. A few hours remained until dawn, necessitating rest to prepare for their departure. As dawn broke, the two emerged from the vehicle to gather some supplies from the outside. They discovered several food packaging bags infested with various insects, all attempting to burrow inside, yet the hard packaging thwarted their efforts. The food remained largely intact, but the sight of so many insects was enough to make one's skin crawl. Qin Qian held one corner of a bag and called out, Little Song, help me shake this off. To her surprise, Song Ji turned pale and jumped back a step, visibly frightened. Qin Qian's playful spirit ignited. Oh dear, mister. Song is afraid of insects? Hee. She edged the bag closer to him, causing his face to blanch. It was reminiscent of childhood when boys would scare girls with bugs. Albeit the roles were reversed. Haha, Qin Qian laughed, bending over as she flicked the bag against the nearby wall, sending the insects scattering to the ground. Songji looked aggrieved, about to voice his thoughts when his expression suddenly shifted. A vine, as thick as a wrist, lunged at her, aiming for her heart. Feigning ignorance, Qin Qian remained oblivious, while Songji dashed forward like the wind, unleashing lightning to shatter the vine into fragments. A cry emanated from the bushes as the vine was swiftly severed, leaving its owner spared from electrocution but not without consequence, as she was startled into view. Qin Qian finally beheld the appearance of this third aunt. Her greedy eyes and fierce demeanor were accentuated by loose skin from weight loss, resembling bat wings hanging all over her. She was filthy, with festering wounds and numerous unknown insects clinging to her flesh, feeding on her blood. Oblivious to her own state, her gaze remained fixated on the food in Qin Qian's hands. From behind the RV, she could hardly contain her desire to eliminate the two and take residence within. Pointing at Qin Qian, she bellowed at Song Ji, kill her. I am your third aunt. I command you to slay her. Song Ji anticipated that Qin Qian would retort, bringing the third aunt to her knees in a fit of fury. To his surprise, however, Qin Xian curled up behind him, clinging to his arm, whimpering. What on earth is happening? Without moving her lips, Qin Xian whispered softly, I'm formulating a new tactic. Cooperate with me. At that moment, Song Ji's attention was wholly consumed by the delicate hand Qin Xian had placed on his waist. Her soft, slightly warm fingers made his cheeks burn, his heart pounding like a drum. After a moment, he managed to emit a quiet, Qin Xian, with a hint of shyness, asked, Brother Aji, who is she? You wouldn't really kill me, would you? Please don't. As she lifted her gaze to meet Song Ji's, her beautiful, glistening eyes brimmed with tears. Reminiscent of dew-laden spring peaches, vibrant and pitiful. That gaze was utterly lethal. It struck him with fervor. The already sweltering heat intensified, causing his blood to surge. And he felt as if he were exhaling steam. Indeed, Qin Xian's portrayal of a helpless little girl instantly ignited the avarice within the third ant. With a cold smirk, she advanced a couple of steps, saying, Song Ji, you are a wise man. In this apocalypse, keeping her around is nothing but a burden. This little wildling is only for amusement. Your true kin is your third ant. Let us eliminate her, seize these resources, and dominate our territory. Woo, Brother Aji. I promise to be good. Please don't kill me. Song Ji took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. He knew Qin Xian was merely acting. Yet he found himself drawn into her performance. He embraced Qin Xian's shoulders, saying, All right, I want to kill you. Our Qian is simply too adorable. How could I bear it? I'll be good. After uttering this, Song Ji lowered his head and gently brushed his lips against her forehead. He fought against the wild emotions surging within, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a circumstance, earnestly kissing the muse of his heart. It was worth it. He would gladly relive the apocalypse if it meant experiencing this again. The act must go on. He reluctantly released Qin Xian and turned to confront the third ant. Qin Xian trembled in fear, huddling behind the vehicle. The third ant was clearly at a disadvantage. Her words of familial ties futilely attempting to sway Song Ji while relentlessly unleashing vine attacks to counter his lightning strikes. Taking every opportunity, she struck ruthlessly, showing no mercy. Occasionally, the third ant discreetly observed Qin Xian. Seeing her trembling in fear, a wicked smile spread across her face as she subtly unleashed her powers, sending a vine creeping towards Qin Xian, attempting a surprise attack. Qin Xian feigned ignorance, continuing her act. Song Ji was startled, glancing anxiously at Qin Xian, but she offered him a resolute gaze. Just as the vine was about to strike Qin Xian, the fear vanished from her eyes as she leaped high, seizing the vine and slicing it apart. The third ant's eyes widened in shock. Seizing the moment, Song Ji unleashed his lightning, propelling the third ant several meters away, crashing against a tree and spitting blood. Furious, the third ant screamed, Damn that wretched woman, pretending to fool me. Qin Xian was immensely satisfied with her new tactic. She had deliberately feigned vulnerability to mislead her adversary, luring the enemy into attacking her. As long as they focused on her, they would be distracted, allowing Song Ji to strike with lethal precision. Even if there were two opponents, one attacking Song Ji while the other targeted Qin Xian, her deceptive appearance would allow her to strike unexpectedly. With one enemy down, how could the other remain focused? This is what is meant by strategizing in warfare. Tossing aside the rapidly wilting vine, she approached Song Ji, calling out sweetly, Brother Aji, wasn't he that tactic splendid? Song Ji cleared his throat. Boss, you can call me anything, just not Brother Aji. Qin Xian laughed heartily. The third ant, trembling, raised her head, glaring at them with venomous eyes. Clenching the grass beneath her, she must have wished it were their necks. Even she, not the sharpest, realized she would gain nothing from this encounter. Thus, she feigned a pitiful appearance, wiping away her tears as she lamented, Song Ji, it was my fault before. For the sake of our kinship, please leave all the food for me. I do not wish to perish. You are so formidable. Surely you can find more sustenance, right? Good children, I beseech you. Song Ji rubbed his wrist, his gaze filled with a mocking awareness. He glanced at her and raised his hand as lightning coalesced. Of course I can provide you with food. Just as she was about to smile, a bolt of lightning struck her directly. I recall that you enjoy dumplings. On this day next year, your memorial, I shall offer you more, shall I? The agony was unbearable for her, her body charred and blackened. The lightning coursed through Song Ji's hand relentlessly, while Qin Xian stood nearby, channeling her own abilities to empower him. Soon she fell silent. With a thud, her charred form was laid upon the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, transformed from an Asian into a caricature of an African. Song Ji tilted his head in confusion. Has she perished? Just as Qin Xian was about to respond, she sensed something amiss. Although she had barely clung to life, she suddenly detected the woman forcibly activating her final reserves of power. Was she attempting to self-destruct her core? In an instant, vines erupted from within her, bursting forth like a violent eruption. Hundreds of vines grew wildly, tearing her body apart. With bloodshot eyes, she glared at Song Ji and spat. Both of you worthless wretches shall accompany me in death. Ha ha ha. Chapter 46. The fusion of mutated beings. Qin Xian felt a wave of nausea. How describe it? This creature resembled the straw dolls that had been popular years ago, seeds encased in pantyhose, sprouting grass when watered. One had to admit, she understood the art of cosplay. Yet, before anyone could react, a sudden change occurred. The thrashing vines that had encircled her came to an abrupt halt. A sharp wooden spike shot up from the ground, piercing through her body and lifting her into the air. She screamed and struggled, her cries shrill and unbearable. The owner of the spike was a mutated acacia tree, much thicker than ordinary trees. Its bark was smooth, resembling deep gray clay. What was particularly unsettling was that a human face was embedded in the trunk, fused with the acacia. Qin Xian sensed that this tree harbored two cores, one wood-based, the other metallic. It was unclear who had defeated whom. The two life forms had astonishingly merged. The wooden spike acted like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the blood. The previously thrashing vines of the woman shriveled visibly, wilting into what looked like frostbitten ivy in winter. Her body began to contort grotesquely. Her eyes bulged with unwillingness and pain. Strange gurgling sounds emanated from her throat as her body rapidly dehydrated. All her bodily fluids and fats were consumed by the acacia. With a pop, a cluster of bizarre blood-red sprouts erupted from her mouth, eyes, and ears, countless tiny tendrils ensnaring her against the trunk. Ultimately, she was reduced to a fragile husk, clinging to the tree, becoming part of it. Qin Xian then realized that this acacia's robustness stemmed from having absorbed numerous humans and mutated creatures. It had drained their nutrients, using their skin and bones as armor for defense. What irked Qin Xian was that this acacia was of a higher level than herself. Remarkably, it had reached the 4th tier and possessed two formidable abilities. Before she could react further, a rustling from the grass drew her attention. The acacia's vines tossed a bloodied rabbit near them. Upon seeing it, Qin Xian's mouth twitched. The rabbit was still alive. The acacia had summoned it. What a cunning plan, intending to exhaust them before seizing the opportunity to strike. However, there was no time for contemplation. The fierce battle had begun. Qin Xian wielded her weapons with agility. Her strikes merciless. Ordinary mutated creatures could not approach her. Song Ji's lightning attacks had a wide reach, making it effortless for him to annihilate enemies while ensuring his own safety. The acacia pretended to be a benign tree, standing quietly, not attacking the two, but watching the advancing mutated creatures with a sly gaze. With a rabbit on Qin Xian's side, the mindless mutated creatures assumed she was responsible for the carnage. Occasionally, when an animal fell at its feet, the acacia would extend two vines, one to extract the core, the other to devour the carcass completely. Qin Xian found herself amused by the creature's cunning. It was more astute than many humans. It had likely been lurking outside the cave, waiting for an opportunity to strike when one of them was injured. Yet, Qin Xian and Song Ji exhibited no weaknesses, and thus it remained dormant, displaying remarkable patience. Qin Xian resolved not to offer it any more cores, directly piling the bodies of the mutated animals behind her. Song Ji shared her thoughts, safeguarding the carcasses as well. The acacia, realizing its intentions had been uncovered, became furious. Oh, it's angry now. Qin Xian remained undeterred, continuing her work with swift strikes. She shouted little song, "Let us see who can kill more. The loser washes the dishes." "All right," Song Ji replied flatly. Their apparent banter was merely a ruse to distract the acacia while Qin Xian subtly prepared her next move. With a crash, a massive deer was inadvertently flung towards the acacia, landing directly in front of it. Alarmed, it rushed forward to reclaim its prey. But suddenly, a barrage of wooden spikes erupted from the ground. Qin Xian found herself in a precarious situation, retreating rapidly to evade them. The acacia shuddered with satisfaction, swiftly consuming the deer's carcass. In the next moment, the acacia began to tremble violently, a stark contrast to its earlier excitement. It was evidently in torment. The head embedded in the trunk opened its mouth, issuing a mournful wail akin to a beast, filled with rage and despair. A flash of white light illuminated the area as Songji decapitated a snake, gasping for breath as he asked Qin Xian, "What is happening?" Qin Xian shook the empty bottle of herbicide in her hand, the happy water for little trees. Earlier, she had discreetly retrieved the herbicide from her space and poured it into the deer's gut. Songji was slightly puzzled. How had she produced the herbicide? She bore no visible pack or large pockets. A howl from the acacia interrupted his thoughts. The massive tree's branches and leaves withered rapidly. It was filled with rage, launching a furious assault on Qin Xian. Alas, the wooden spikes could barely penetrate the ground, and the vines withered before they could reach her. The summoned creatures had been mostly dealt with by Qin Xian and Songji, leaving the acacia desperate to capture any surviving animals to replenish its energy. However, its tendrils were weak, failing to pierce through flesh. Qin Xian approached the tree, knife in hand, with Songji cautiously following behind, ready to protect her. The acacia retreated, a stark contrast to its previous demeanor of waiting to reap the benefits of others' efforts. It was genuinely afraid. It sensed its energy waning and understood its end was near. With a swift motion, Qin Xian slashed at the thick protective layer of the acacia, severing a significant portion. The layers of desiccated human skin shriveled and contracted, resembling a slice of a chocolate millefeuille. To her shock, the interior was not wood but fresh human tissue, complete with muscle, bone, and even internal organs. However, due to the potent corrosiveness of the herbicide, the internal organs had already turned black. Songji, standing behind her, felt a wave of nausea as he witnessed the scene before him after dispatching 2 wild dogs. It appeared that a mutation had occurred. The tree absorbed a human but could not fully assimilate him, leading to a balance of power between the two entities, each leveraging the other. Qin Xian nodded, surprised by the rapid evolution of these creatures, realizing that humanity's own pace of evolution was vastly outstripped. This creature cannot be allowed to remain. I wonder if severing it can kill it, or perhaps you should take over. Qin Xian signaled to Songji, who immediately understood and hurled a bolt of lightning towards the wound on the thorn acacia. Qin Xian infused her mental energy into Songji's lightning, amplifying its potency threefold. A flash of electric sparks ignited the thorn acacia, and its screams and roars became futile, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Qin Xian gestured for Songji to step back, uncertain if the burning of paraquat would release toxins. The pair busily extracted the crystal cores from the slain beasts and tossed them into the fire to incinerate them together. By the time the sun had fully risen, their hands were filled with a cup's worth of crystal cores. Coupled with the 2 cores from the thorn acacia, their harvest was bountiful. However, the consumption of their abilities was particularly taxing. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, Qin Xian felt her hands trembling for the first time. She glanced down at her attire. Her clothes were tattered, her hair matted with dirt and blood, and she bore several injuries. Songji was not faring much better, a fresh scratch marring his otherwise perfect abs. Initially, he had not felt much, but now, with the rising temperatures and the relaxation of tension, every wound began to throb with irritation. She was exhausted. Afterward, she longed for a long, hot bath and a heaping plate of creamy mushroom pasta. As they trudged back to the cave, they stumbled upon a man, bloodied and tattered, lying outside a vehicle. Chapter 47, The Young Taoist. Zhang Qijin, the two exchanged a glance, instinctively growing wary. Qin Xian raised her knife, once more, approaching the man cautiously. Ahem. The man, disheveled and dirty, coughed a few times, clutching his chest in pain as he spat out blood. Noticing their presence, he mustered a weak, mocking smile, shifting from a lying position to a side-lying one. Propping his head up with his right hand, he waved his left hand flamboyantly, exuding an air of flamboyance. Hello, beautiful. This was perhaps an embodiment of the adage, a head may be severed, but a style must remain intact. Blood may flow, yet polished shoes must not lack luster. Clad in a tattered robe and carrying a yellow cloth bag, his hair was tied up in a bun, with a stainless steel chopstick haphazardly inserted. He appeared to be a young Taoist priest. Qin Xian furrowed her brows. Who are you? Seeing that Qin Xian was not swayed by his charm, The young Taoist awkwardly climbed to his feet and wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. Performing a formal bow, he proclaimed, "Greetings, I am Zhang Qijin, a disciple of the Xianyuan sect from the sacred Three Clear Mountains, under the tutelage of the esteemed Qingzhenren. I descended the mountain to travel and help others, but ended up being ambushed. Might you two offer me a helping hand?" He produced a Taoist certificate issued by the association, flashing a sycophantic grin. Qin Xian did not glance at it. The authenticity of the document was of little consequence to her. She retorted in a tone mirroring his, "Young Taoist, you overestimate me. In these times, even self-rescue is a challenge. I truly lack the capacity to assist you. You should leave." Zhang Qijin opened his mouth. "This stunning beauty is formidable. I did not expect her to see through me so easily." Noticing her unwavering refusal, he shot a glance at Songji, feeling a chill of despair. Damn it. That pretty boy got ahead of him. It seemed that relying on his handsome face to gain favors was futile. He reluctantly reached into a cloth bag, retrieving a handful of crystal cores. After a moment of contemplation, he returned a few, resembling a cafeteria worker serving food, and said, "How about these crystal cores in exchange for a couple of days' lodging to recuperate? Food and drink will be self-catered. Sound fair?" When Qin Xian had sensed him earlier using her animal manipulation ability, she discovered that he was not a malicious individual. In fact, he possessed a remarkably gentle and empathetic heart. But what did that have to do with her? Qin Xian still declined. At that moment, Songji, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Do you possess knowledge of the Ziwei astrology? If I provide you with my birth date and time, can you predict my fortune?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qijin perked up, nodding vigorously. Yes, absolutely. I am my master's closing disciple and have studied this since I was 5. I can even tell you the color of what you wore today. He added with a grin, "But can I have something to eat?" Songji inhaled deeply. He recognized that Taoist certificate. His adoptive father was a university professor specializing in Chinese studies, the I Ching, and Taoist practices, often interacting with monks and Taoists. He knew that Zhang Qijin was indeed a genuine Taoist priest. The artifacts in his yellow bag were unmistakably authentic. With a heart full of questions, Songji felt a pressing need for answers. He extracted 5 crystal cores from his own stash and presented them to Qin Xian. "Boss, this is a personal matter." His eyes held a pleading glint. Qin Xian admired his perceptiveness and maturity. Accepting the crystal cores, she replied, "All right, that settles our transaction. You two converse. I shall prepare some food." Songji nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Zhang Qijin called out, cupping his hands to his mouth. 5 crystal cores, how about a bit of meat?" The only reply he received was the sound of the door closing. He chuckled to himself, rubbing his hands together. Food is on the way." The two sat down outside, and Zhang Qijin began pulling out his items from the cloth bag, sketching and calculating. Qin Xian retrieved a portion of frozen stir-fry from the refrigerator, heating it in the microwave before pouring it over rice. After a moment of thought, she also prepared a pig's trotter and a fried egg on a separate plate. Memories flooded back to her childhood when she attended her grandfather's funeral. The Taoist priest had merely glanced at her parents before directing them to handle logistics. Indeed, her parents had later abandoned their struggling restaurant business for logistics, achieving a significant leap in social status within 2 years. She believed in these matters and wished to inquire further. When she opened the door, the two had concluded their conversation. Songji's eyes were slightly red, his expression somewhat dazed. Qin Xian said, "Young Taoist Zhang, it's hot outside. Come in for a chat." Zhang Qijin immediately donned a sycophantic grin. I'm coming." Inside the vehicle, Qin Xian rested her chin on her hand, observing Zhang Qijin devouring a large plate of food with wild abandon. His cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk as he rapidly used his chopsticks, seemingly fearful that if he paused, the food would escape. Qin Xian turned to Songji. Was he accurate? Songji nodded. He possesses some genuine skills. Zhang Qijin interjected, displeased. What do you mean by some genuine skills? Just tell me what I Haven Tea predicted correctly. As long as you follow my advice, you'll surely attain your desires. After finishing his bite of pig's trotter, he began recounting his experiences. He had practiced for many years and, during his time on the mountain, had encountered the apocalypse. His sect believed that while the apocalypse was perilous, it also presented a rare opportunity for great power to emerge. Training must not cease. In fact, a year prior, his master had foretold that humanity would face a great calamity. Those who persevered would undergo extraordinary evolution. Those who did not would see all things return to zero. And after countless years, everything would restart. Just a month before the apocalypse, his master had passed away, and before departing, he had cheerfully remarked, "I'll take my leave first. I won't be tackling this quest anymore. You little ones enjoy yourselves, and don't come looking for me too soon, ha 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 ha." Qin Xian found herself both amused and exasperated. Her master was quite endearing. After a long silence, Song Ji finally asked, "Did your master say when the calamity would end?" Zhang Qizhen cast a few lingering glances at Song Ji, chewing his food while deliberately ignoring him. Confused, Song Ji inquired once more. Zhang Qizhen, with a hint of petulance, retorted, "You're more handsome than I am, so I won't pay you any mind." Qin Xian remarked, "Honestly, Zhang Qizhen's looks are quite appealing. He possesses that rogue charm. When he smiles, he seems a bit mischievous, and when he doesn't he genuinely resembles a young Taoist priest. However, he simply cannot compare to Song Ji's overwhelming beauty." Song Ji smiled faintly. One should not judge a person solely by their appearance.
Zhang Qizhen, unimpressed, scoffed. "Ah,
"You're just upset because I called you fat. Who would want to marry you?" Amused, Song Ji teased him, "Without 10 pounds of crystal cores, I won't consider marriage." Qin Xian, munching on sunflower seeds and shipping their pairing, chuckled, "Oh, let them be together. I'll contribute a wedding gift." Zhang Qizhen nearly choked, coughing out bits of rice as he realized that this seemingly stoic face could be even more cheeky than his own. He had thought himself unrivaled in cheekiness among his peers. After their meal, Qin Xian suggested Zhang Qizhen perform a fortune reading. The moment he spoke, he uncovered her hidden woes. "You harbor deep-seated grievances, don't you?" To which she affirmed, gazing at the paper with her destiny chart before him. Zhang Qizhen pondered for a moment before reciting, "In the face of countless mountains and valleys, one must not dwell on the past. The evergreen tree must start anew. Grievances arise without reason, yet there exists a celestial fate and a destined path." Qin Xian, bewildered, asked, "What does that mean?" Hesitating, Zhang Qizhen replied, "The omens suggest great misfortune, but the path to life is quite evident. This implies that although your future may be fraught with peril, the door to survival lies within yourself." He pointed at Qin Xian, continuing, "The phrase about mountains and valleys indicates that you should not be mired in past suffering. You must forge ahead. The line about the evergreen tree signifies that you have already achieved something significant, yet it has abruptly ceased, compelling you to start afresh. The grievances you bear are not meant for you to shoulder. You possess celestial connections and a path that is rightfully yours." Qin Xian's heart raced. Her senses seemingly transported back to that dark and dreadful laboratory. The burdens of her previous life had been severed. And this rebirth, did it not resonate with the first two lines? As for the latter two, could she interpret them as her enduring, unwarranted suffering, reborn for revenge due to her celestial ties? She was inundated with questions, an insatiable thirst for understanding. Yet, timid in the presence of familiarity, she dared not inquire further, fearing an unfavorable prophecy. Yet she was reluctant to relent. Noticing her distress, Song Ji poured her a glass of warm water and gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Qin Xian waved her hand, declaring, "Zhang Qizhen, I'll provide for your meals and care for your recovery, but you must sleep outside tonight. During this time, I have questions to ask, and you must answer truthfully. Do we have an agreement?" Zhang Qizhen grinned. "As long as I don't reveal heavenly secrets or diminish my own fortune, I shall speak freely." He chuckled. "Today, I too rely on my skills to earn my keep." Qin Xian nodded and fetched medical supplies for him, instructing him to tend to his wounds in the restroom. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she pulled Song Ji aside and whispered, "We must remain vigilant while he stays here." Song Ji's expression grew serious as he responded, "Indeed. Strangers are inherently unreliable." Qin Xian shook her head. "In truth, having you marry him would be more dependable. With your looks and physique, he seems negligible by comparison." It took Song Ji a moment to process her words, and when he finally did, his face flushed with embarrassment. "You're even less reliable than he is." Qin Xian erupted in laughter, nearly toppling over. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Qizhen emerged, half-clad, inquiring, "Do either of you have saline solution?" Song Ji cast a nonchalant glance at him, but upon closer inspection, his brows furrowed instantly. He pulled Zhang Qizhen into the bathroom, pressing him against the wall. Zhang Qizhen exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Song Ji's neck, "What is the rush, my lord? Are you not put off by the scent of a humble servant?" With a smile, Songji pointed at his wounds, saying, "These injuries are no mere accident, my friend. You are hiding something from us." Zhang Qijian's smile faltered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh, he had been seen through. Chapter 48. Black eats black. Qin Qian crossed her legs, craning her neck to observe. What's going on? Songji gestured toward Zhang Qijian's injuries. These are knife wounds, all inflicted by someone else. You weren't battling mutated beasts.
You've been attacked by people.
Zhang Qijian sighed, chewing on his lip, looking quite vexed. Songji continued. Firstly, you've provoked someone formidable and are being hunted. Secondly, you've been injured after taking a life. Thirdly, you're employing a ruse to infiltrate us, intending to collaborate with your accomplices. Regardless of which scenario it is, you are a liability. Speak plainly. What is your true purpose for infiltrating here? As he spoke, Songji conjured violet blue lightning in his hand, an imposing aura radiating from him, suggesting that any misstep on Zhang Qijian's part would result in dire consequences. Upon seeing the lightning, Zhang Qijian's eyes brightened. Wait, why is your lightning purple? Songji approached him menacingly, demanding, speak. Zhang Qijian nervously rubbed his nose, conceding, I just said. I was merely attempting to help when I saw some thugs bullying a girl. Although I'm quite capable, 3 martial artists pursuing me is no easy feat, especially since I had just finished off a dozen zombie monsters and was already drained. Songji turned to Qin Qian, allowing her to make the final decision. Qin Qian, maintaining her composure, stated, You're barely able to protect yourself, yet you wish to save others? Zhang Qijian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. If you were in a predicament like that, wouldn't you hope for someone to rescue you? This was indeed a profound question. As Qin Qian lay on the operating table, dismembered, she had desperately wished for someone to appear and save her. But if she were merely an observer, would she act? Even she found it difficult to answer. Zhang Qijian sighed, I'm different from you. While we advocate for self-reliance and rarely assist others, nor do we interfere with others' karma to complicate our own lives, I can discern whether a person is meant to die at that moment. If fate decrees it, I won't intervene. If heaven intends to spare someone, I most often will not turn a blind eye. Since we have taken on this profession, we are accountable for our own merits. Once completed, we may have the chance to ascend to the celestial realm. If we fail, we face dire consequences. Sometimes I do not wish to engage in certain actions, yet to avoid divine retribution, I must hold my nose and proceed. Qin Qian considered this, nodding in agreement as it mirrored his quest for merit accumulation. Without sufficient merit, tasks left incomplete would lead to annihilation by the system. With a serious demeanor, she inquired, Whom have you provoked? Is there a chance of trouble? Zhang Qijian shrugged. I've crossed 5 people and killed 2. They are in the West Mountain. While we are in the South Mountain, we likely won't cross paths. He added, just so we're clear, while in my vehicle, you must adhere to my rules. Regardless of the situation, you can only act if I give you the nod. If not, refrain from taking action on your own. If you wish to fulfill your merit requirements, you can either leave the vehicle or wait until you've healed before proceeding on your own. I will not allow you to bring any strangers into my vehicle without my consent. Can you abide by this? Zhang Qijian nodded earnestly, absolutely. If I choose to rescue someone, it will be solely my endeavor without entangling you. For supplies, I will exchange crystal cores. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will exit without hesitation and will strictly follow your commands. He concluded with a Taoist salute. Qin Qian acknowledged his commitment for the time being, waiting to observe the outcome. An hour later, the vehicle descended the mountain road at a leisurely pace. It was an unexpectedly overcast day, with temperatures dipping to a rare 47 degrees. The indoor air circulation system provided a continuous flow of cool air, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Songji drove the car, while Zhang Qijian sat cross-legged, exuding a sense of calm and leisure. Qin Qian, engrossed in her video game, furiously pressed buttons, occasionally reaching for a snack from the bag beside her. As the triumphant music played, she successfully cleared a level that had eluded her for 2 days. Yes, she exclaimed, excitedly kissing the screen. Zhang Qijian lifted an eyelid, swallowing hard. I wish I could dive into the screen, she thought, but inadvertently caught a warning glance from the rear-view mirror. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Qijian silently mouthed, Drive your car, vinegar jar. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, causing Zhang Qijian to nearly tumble out. She wondered if this icy-faced driver had slammed on the brakes just to hit him. Was he serious? Qin Qian, puzzled, asked. What's wrong? Without a word, Song Ji drew a knife. Trouble was brewing. Qin Qian stood up and noticed a van parked just a few meters ahead. 3 scruffy men leaning against it. They were burly, adorned with tattoos and gold chains. A bald man with a dark complexion, sporting a heart-shaped shave on his head, and a face full of scars, greedily eyed Qin Qian's RV. Zhang Qijin gasped, recoiling. Oh no! It's them. All of them are superhumans. It seemed they were the ones Zhang Qijin had previously crossed paths with. A smirk formed on Qin Qian's lips as she mentally prepared her skills. A first-tier leap combined with strength, second-tier ice abilities, and a first-tier speed. Suddenly, she sensed another superhuman within the van, one with an extraordinarily rare ability, even more elusive than her own null ability. Zhang Qijin exclaimed, What? How do you know? I mean, Qin boss, who are you really? With a playful tilt of her head, Qin Qian replied, Your father. Zhang Qijin, serious, retorted, I have no father. My master told me I am an orphan. You cannot be my father. Qin Qian replied, Subway, old man mobile phone. The men approached slowly, and a fierce battle seemed inevitable. How troublesome. She hated the sun. Hastily, she retrieved sunscreen and slathered it on. Song Ji approached, whispering, What is the plan? Chapter 49. Ambush. Qin Qian twisted her neck, which cracked ominously, her gaze turning icy. A playful smile surfaced on her soft, rabbit-like face, causing cold sweat to bead on Zhang Qijin's back. Directly killing them is too boring. We have a new type of superhuman. Let us practice our old tactics. Zhang Qijin, bewildered, asked, What are you two planning? What tactics? Before Song Ji could respond, a loud knock echoed on the car door. Get out. Don't force me to blow up your car. Song Ji exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Qijin, who promptly opened the door and stepped out. Song Ji coldly surveyed the men, questioning their intentions. The one knocking, the gold chain-clad leader, was a superhuman with jumping and strength abilities. Despite his low tier, his dual abilities made him a formidable force, the leader of the group. Upon seeing Zhang Qijin, he immediately displayed a menacing expression. You little brat have been hiding well. He advanced, brandishing a metal rod. Zhang Qijin, clutching her injury, weakly leaned against the door, her eyes filled with fear. Song Ji quickly intervened, urging, Let us talk this out. The gold chain man shoved Song Ji aside, barking, Stay out of this, pretty boy. You'll have your turn soon enough. Song Ji, taller than him, was unexpectedly knocked down. As he fell, the gold chain man's eyes glinted with barely concealed mockery. His tension eased. He grabbed Zhang Qijin's hair, calling out to his two companions, The little rabbit named Zhang is here. Come, let us cut him up and feed him to the monsters. The two rushed over, one in a short-sleeved shirt, bald, and the other with short hair and tattoos. Furious, Song Ji exclaimed, Are you really going to rob us? The tattooed man sneered. What else? Deliver you warmth? Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, the car door swung open. Qin Qian, in her nightgown with disheveled hair, peeked out, a stuffed toy in her arms. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she asked, Brother Ji, what's happening? Seeing the opportunity unfold, Song Ji shouted, Qian Qian, go back inside. Don't come out. The 3 men's gazes fixated on Qin Qian, eyes glistening with predatory lust. The delicate beauty, with skin as white as a peeled pear, resembled a star, soft yet alluring, pure yet tantalizing. The sheer nightgown accentuated her figure, making her an irresistible sight. The gold chain man licked his lips, leering, Didn't he expect you to have such a lovely hidden treasure? Today, I hit the jackpot. The other 2 chuckled in agreement. But the gold chain man's expression darkened as he stepped forward, reaching for Qin Qian. With a shriek, she swiftly dodged backwards. Song Ji unleashed his powers toward the gold chain man while shouting, Qian Qian, get inside, and shut the door. Qin Qian complied, and chaos erupted outside. Zhang Qijin quickly grasped their strategy and joined in. Song Ji didn't unleash his full strength. Instead, he fought defensively, barely escaping serious harm. Zhang Qijin struggled to protect herself with her fire abilities. The 3 men, confident they had discerned their weaknesses, divided their roles for a final onslaught. The gold chain man targeted Song Ji, while the tattooed man went after Zhang Qijin. The bald man seized the opportunity to dash into the RV. Ah! Qin Qian screamed, tumbling to the ground and retreating desperately. Brother Ji, help! Help! Her acting was impeccable, further thrilling the bald man, who crept closer while warning her to save her voice for later. The other two, hearing her cries, were drawn to her, allowing Zhang Qijin to narrowly avoid an icy attack from the tattooed man. The flickering flames in her palms were on the verge of extinguishing, and she stumbled, half kneeling on the ground. "You beasts! Don't harm the innocent!" she shouted in anger. The tattooed man scoffed. "What a hypocrite! In this world, it's every man for himself. Save your righteous words for your next life." With that, he hurled multiple sharp ice spikes at Zhang Qijin. Seeing Qin Qian in peril, Song Ji unleashed a bolt of lightning and charged toward the van. Unfortunately, his lightning was released too hastily and missed its mark, allowing the gold chain man to easily evade it. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Finally, he had spotted a flaw in Song Ji. He leaped high, swinging his metal rod toward the back of Song Ji's head with formidable force. If it landed, Song Ji would surely be done for. However, the gold chain man never anticipated that a strike would miss, crashing against a rock instead. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered into dust. Before he could recover from the shock, a purple bolt of lightning surged toward him with a fierce howl. It was too fast to evade, knocking him back several meters. The force was unlike anything he had encountered before. It dawned on him that he had been outsmarted. This young man truly had a talent for deception. Song Ji smirked, dropping the pretense. "No more games. Let's reveal our true selves." Realizing Song Ji was serious now, Zhang Qijin also got focused. She could no longer rely on her abilities. As the tattooed man became distracted, she swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Without allowing him a moment to react, she pressed a talisman into his throat. As Brother Huabai opened his mouth wide, seemingly in excruciating pain, his eyes rolled back, and he convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Qijin gasped for breath, twisting his neck slightly. His talisman had sealed the wretch's soul. Without his direct intervention to break the spell, even if bitten to death, he would remain unconscious. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Jean Lienzi bellowed angrily toward the vehicle. "Old 3, drag that little woman out." A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the car, a sound so agonizing it made one's teeth ache. Jean Lienzi spat out a mouthful of blood froth, grinning coldly. Capturing that girl would surely compel these two to surrender. However, he quickly realized that the scream had come from his companion, not the imagined Qin Qian. "What is happening? Old 3, what are you?" Before he could finish, the bald man was kicked out. His limbs twisted grotesquely, countless metal spikes embedded in his abdomen and joints. One spike pierced through his head and emerged from his chin, blood staining the metal, creating a gruesome sight. He fell to the ground, convulsed twice, and lay still. Qin Qian descended, her previously loose hair now styled into a towering bun. Her porcelain-like face, filled with disdain and cold laughter, bore no trace of the softness she once displayed. It dawned on the two men. Damn, this is the real boss. Qin Qian brandished her tang saber, the mountain winds lifting the hem of her gossamer nightgown. She was both beautiful and perilous. Turning to Song Ji, she inquired, "Have you discerned the abilities of these supernatural beings?" Song Ji nodded, having overestimated them. They were unworthy of being her practice dummies. Jean Lienzi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Heroine, great lady, spare me. Don't kill me." Zhang Qijin roared. "Where's that girl?" He had already stomped on Brother Huabai's leg. Jean Lienzi quickly rolled his eyes and said, "I'll tell you. We've hidden her in a nearby cave. Go rescue her and spare our lives." Zhang Qijin rolled his eyes, realizing that these dogs were still unwilling to be honest. Chapter 50. Making beasts wish they were dead. Qin Qian let out a series of chilling laughs, her mirth echoing ominously amidst the towering trees. Attempting to escape like a cicada shedding its shell? Dream on. That girl is in the car, and is also a supernatural being. Jean Lienzi's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How did she know? Who exactly is this woman? Undeterred, he continued to argue, No, it's not just her. There are several other women in that cave. If you spare us, I'll tell you. He cast a pleading look at Zhang Qijin, his eyes filled with sincerity. This fellow was a saint in the apocalypse, praying that Zhang Qijin would show mercy. Unfortunately, Zhang Qijin was not swayed. He glanced at Qin Qian and nodded, indicating he would not act recklessly, deferring to her judgment. Qin Qian signaled to Song Ji, who promptly rushed to the van and opened the trunk. Boss, she's here. Qin Xian sneered, striking Jean Lianzi's face with her blade. Big brother, do you think I look innocent and simple-minded? If you have a cave to hide in, why would you come out to rob while bringing a woman with you? There are only 3 of you left, with no one to guard. Aren't you afraid she'll escape? Furthermore, you 3 are nothing but skin and bones. What do you have to feed her? What Qin Xian did not say was that, in a world devoid of power, such individuals were not merely burdens. Their greatest utility might be as sustenance. Seeing all his lies unravel, Jean Lianzi's anger flared. His gaze fixated on Qin Xian as if he wished to pounce and tear her flesh apart. Qin Xian scoffed coldly, turning to Zhang Qizhen and instructing. Keep an eye on them, I'll go take a look. Zhang Qizhen adjusted the stainless steel chopsticks atop his head, smiling obediently, and complied. As Qin Xian approached, she noticed Song Ji's expression was off. He stared at the woman, his face pale. Qin Xian quickened her pace and found a gaunt woman curled up in the trunk, her body devoid of any fabric. The woman's expression was blank, her eyes vacant. Had her chest not been subtly rising and falling, Qin Xian might have mistaken her for a corpse. Her hair had completely fallen out, and only one tooth remained. Her body was riddled with fresh wounds and old scars. Strangely, her lower region was still moist, indicating recent use. The stench of rotting flesh emanated from her severed right leg, the wound infested with maggots. Meanwhile, from the front of the vehicle, an eerie aroma of meat wafted through the air. Qin Xian did not need to ponder what this unfortunate girl had endured. Horrific memories flashed through her mind, a frigid laboratory, masked figures laughing and conversing as they fed her excised body parts to mutated rats, even stuffing them into the mouths of experimental zombies. Qin Xian recalled her past self. The girl's gaze mirrored her own from that time. In her vision, their faces overlapped, indistinguishable from one another. Overwhelmed by fear and rage, Qin Xian trembled uncontrollably. Songji assumed she was merely shocked by the scene and whispered, "Let us kill them." Qin Xian returned, her steps slightly unsteady. Zhang Qizhen grinned widely, thumping his chest. "Boss, I'm watching them closely. If they dare to flee, I'll kick them." Qin Xian ignored him, her eyes reddened as she swiftly severed the arms of the 2 men. The blade descended, and amid their agonized screams, she eliminated the source of their heinous acts. Startled, Zhang Qizhen retreated, feeling a chill in his nether regions, unable to resist clenching his thighs. Song Ji silently approached her from behind, his expression grave. Zhang Qizhen, a hint of fear in his voice, asked, "What's wrong with her?" Song Ji pointed toward the van, and Zhang Qizhen seemed to realize something, quickly running over for a glimpse. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from that direction. "Damn it. Don't kill me. Leave me some breath. I want to kill them myself." Followed by the sound of furious banging on the vehicle, clearly filled with rage. Zhang Qizhen rushed back, forming an unknown hand sign with his fingers. Simultaneously, he activated his powers, igniting a fierce flame. Instantly, the hand sign channeled energy, transforming the flames into a terrifying azure hue, directly incinerating the 2 demons. "Burn! Burn! Burn! Burn these beasts who are worse than pigs and dogs. Why must they torment an innocent girl so?" The last time Zhang Qizhen saw her, she was merely weak and suffering. He had promised to rescue her.
He had made a vow.
With a cough, Zhang Qizhen spat blood, a sign of depleted energy. He slumped down, and Songji instinctively caught him. Qin Xian remarked, "What's the point of burning them alive?" She fetched ropes, binding their upper bodies and hanging them from a tree. She struck them with her blade repeatedly, lacerating their flesh. Blood flowed, the stench permeating the air. Soon, beasts would come to gnaw and feast upon them. They would remain alive, witnessing themselves being devoured piece by piece. Wasn't this the very sin they inflicted upon that girl? The 2 men wept in pain and remorse, pleading and screaming. Shortly after, faint rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. Terrified, the 2 immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed on the foliage. 3 seconds of silence passed. Suddenly, a blood-red-eyed rat leapt onto Jean Lianzi, beginning to savage him mercilessly. Immediately, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th creatures soon became drenched in the sanguine fluid of the blood mice. As they were bitten, gnawed upon, and devoured, the forest echoed with their anguished cries until one of the blood mice burrowed into their mouths, silencing them forever. The 3 individuals returned to the van, and without hesitation, Qin Xian removed her nightgown. Zhang Qizhen's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, resembling the perfect circle of a compass. Song Ji quickly diverted someone's gaze. Qin Xian was no fool. She wore a snug athletic tank top and form-fitting three-quarter pants beneath. She tore the nightgown apart and draped it over the girl, lifting her into her arms. The girl was as light as a kitten, exuding a foul odor. Yet Qin Xian showed no sign of repulsion. She carried the girl into the RV, and the other two exchanged a glance before hastily following suit. In a gentle whisper near the girl's ear, Qin Xian reassured her, "Do not fear. I have avenged you. Those scoundrels are dead, and no one will bully you again. Understood?" The girl let out a soft whimper, her previously vacant eyes now closing as she drifted into a deep slumber. Song Ji took the wheel while Qin Xian and Zhang Qizhen anxiously tended to the girl's wounds. This poor girl was severely malnourished, standing at 163 centimeters and weighing barely over 60 pounds. Numerous sores on her body were festering with maggots, each one grotesquely plump with blood-red eyes, a truly revolting sight. Observing her adept handling of the situation, Zhang Qizhen noted her demeanor was unlike that of other girls. Though repulsed by the insects, she did not scream or shout. She remained composed throughout. He couldn't help but admire her even more. "You claim to be a saint but possess quite a bit of compassion, don't you?" Qin Xian ignored his teasing, simply stating, "She possesses an extraordinary ability, a rare healing power, and I intend to keep her." Zhang Qizhen's interest was piqued at once. "What kind of ability?" he inquired. Chapter 51. I want to eat rice noodles. Qin Xian paused for a moment, then spoke solemnly. Her core is a healing core. A rarity indeed. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 possesses such a gift. The higher the level, the greater the energy, and should she reach a sufficient rank, she could revive a dying person with a mere wave of her hand. Zhang Qizhen was elated. "Really?" Qin Xian nodded. "Indeed, but there are drawbacks. Healing abilities are exceedingly rare and require 10 times the number of cores needed for ordinary abilities to level up. Hence, it is not uncommon to see an entire team of dozens sustaining a single healing core." Zhang Qizhen swallowed hard. "How do you know so much?" Qin Xian, of course, would not divulge that she had navigated such matters for 15 years in her past life. She attempted to change the subject, mimicking his earlier hand gesture. "Because I can calculate and predict, unlike your father." Zhang Qizhen's expression darkened. It wasn't because he felt taken advantage of, but rather due to his dissatisfaction with her hand gesture. "That's not how you do it. Your fingers should be positioned like this." He proceeded to demonstrate and instructed her further. "Look, this is the lark gesture. If you find yourself in a daze, using this gesture along with an incantation can help invigorate your mind." Qin Xian found his earnestness amusing. A science-loving straight man pursuing his roommate. While others might flirt with sweet nothings, he was lecturing on calculus and its applications, discussing the earliest mathematical formulas, and noting that Kangxi was the first to translate calculus into Chinese. Upon discovering that his roommate still required a calculator for basic arithmetic, he had promptly given up any romantic pursuits. Are all straight men so insufferable? Mimicking his gesture, Qin Xian found her fingers nearly breaking, unable to match his standard. After a few attempts, she lost her patience. "Get lost." With a wave of her hand, she resumed organizing the medical supplies. The vehicle had already hit the road, and Song Ji, knowing Qin Xian suffered from motion sickness, sought to navigate the smoothest routes. Occasionally, his eyes glanced at the rear-view mirror. Zhang Qizhen crossed his arms. "Boss, don't you think it's getting colder in here? What's the air conditioning set to?" Qin Xian absent-mindedly responded, "No, don't call me boss. I have no intention of recognizing you as my subordinate. Just call me Qin." Zhang Qizhen pulled a blanket over himself and inadvertently caught a glimpse in the rear-view mirror. The chilling light emanating from Song Ji's striking eyes immediately made him understand the source of the cold. "Humph, what are you so fierce for? It's just a couple of words with your wife. Look how jealous you are." He could only dare to lose his temper at Zhang Qizhen, but he wouldn't dare glare at his wife. In her presence, he was as obedient as a dog, doing whatever she asked. Zhang Qizhen shrank his neck, wrapping himself tighter in his blanket. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Qin Xian replied without looking up, "No plans for now." She did have plans, but she did not intend to keep him around for long, nor did she wish to recruit him into her team. While Qin Xian was open to forming alliances, Zhang Qizhen was not within her considerations. He was enigmatic with too many hidden cards. With an entire sect backing him, the complications would only multiply. She needed companions who were not necessarily invincible, but rather loyal, sincere, and understanding. Upon realizing that Qin Qian was clearly rejecting him, Zhang Qizhen did not persist. He simply smiled with acceptance. I hadn't planned on it either. Once my injuries heal, and you've resolved your uncertainties, I must continue fulfilling my KPIs. Qin Qian silently applauded him for being perceptive and knowing when to retreat. After Zhang Qizhen withdrew, he felt the temperature in the vehicle rise again. Qin Qian had treated the girl's wounds, administered antibiotics, and provided her with some saline and glucose solution. Her condition had improved considerably. However, once she regained consciousness, the girl's brow remained furrowed in distress. By noon, the vehicle halted at a repair shop on the outskirts of the city. The temperature had soared to 59 degrees, and the journey was lined with cracked earth and dead trees. The area had long become a wasteland. People had either perished or fled, leaving the remaining populace to seek refuge underground. Qin Qian understood that this tranquility was merely superficial. Those who survived underground were incessantly concocting dreadful schemes. For lunch, Song Ji prepared chicken noodle soup and beef steamed buns. The broth was crafted from pig and chicken bones simmered over the past few days, seasoned with his foster mother's secret recipe. The flavor was exquisite, gentle and rich, savory, yet not greasy. Though the surface of the bowl revealed no oil, the taste was undeniably there. As it slid down her throat, it left a lingering aroma. The noodles were smooth and springy, breaking apart at the slightest touch, a testament to their purity. Generous slices of meat, both fatty and lean, accompanied tender chicken wings. One could say there was more meat than noodles. The beef chili sauce was also specially made, both fragrant and spicy, a true delight. Qin Qian, who relished spicy food, couldn't help but add a hefty spoonful to her soup, sweat beading at her nose yet refusing to stop. Regrettably, Qin Qian could not reveal her space for now. Had she been able to stow away fresh eggs and vegetables, the dish would have been even more exceptional. Zhang Qizhen gazed enviously at Qin Qian slurping her noodles while he could only clutch a bowl of plain porridge, biting down hard on a steamed bun. He recalled how Song Ji had cheerfully placed a steaming bowl of noodles before Qin Qian, advising her to be cautious as it was hot. He had expected he would share in the meal, only to be met with a thud as a bowl of porridge landed on the table. Plop, a bun was tossed into his hands. Zhang Qizhen was displeased. Come on, I don't want this. I want rice noodles too. Song Ji shot him a cold glance. Aren't you a monk? How can you eat meat? I'm a Zhengyi, not a Chuanjin. I can eat meat, and I can even marry a wife. Zhang Qizhen felt a profound injustice on his behalf, his temper flaring to the point of erupting like a mushroom cloud. With a resounding clap, Song Ji struck the table, gazing down at him with an imposing presence. What are the 4 prohibitions in Taoism? Speak up. His aura was so overpowering that Zhang Qizhen felt as though he were being interrogated by a master at any moment. What was this soul-crushing pressure? He instinctively recoiled, his bun being squished in the process. He answered earnestly, cattle, wild geese, dogs, and catfish. The beef bone broth contained beef, and the flour rolls were filled with beef. Would you like some? I can serve you a bowl. Zhang Qizhen gritted his teeth in frustration. You did that on purpose. You are using religious culture to bully me. Song Ji ignored him and began to eat from his bowl, which contained stir-fried rice noodles and remnants of pork meat from the soup. Zhang Qizhen was in tears, not exaggerating. Actual tears streamed down his face, silver lines tracing his delicate features as they fell onto the bun. He turned to Qin Qian. I have sold my labor. I spent my spiritual energy to divine fate. Why can't I have meat? Woe is me. He felt utterly wronged, more so than when he had nearly been slaughtered and kicked off a cliff. Lost in his thoughts, his sobs grew louder. Chapter 52. Respect her choices. Qin Qian cleared her throat twice, swallowing the rice noodles in her mouth. She felt a mix of amusement and restraint, but she understood that Song Ji was not genuinely competing with Zhang Qizhen. He was merely cool on the outside but warm within, a bit of a tease who relished in tormenting the younger ones. She turned to the refrigerator, retrieving a plate and slamming it down in front of him. Zhang Qizhen glanced at it, bursting into even louder sobs. It was a plate of pickled vegetables. Song Ji warned, if you continue to cry, there will be no meat for the next meal. Zhang Qizhen instantly quieted. So, there would indeed be meat for the next meal? Really? Yes. Swear it. Write me a guarantee. Thus, the scene unfolded before us. The two of them were enjoying their meal heartily, while Zhang Qizhen wept softly into his bun. as if all the grievances of the world were heaped upon him. Outside, the temperature soared to 59 degrees, almost as if snowflakes were about to fall. After the meal, Song Ji went to wash the dishes for himself and Qin Qian. Zhang Qizhen mumbled to himself as he washed his own bowl. Qin Qian had just let out a satisfied burp, preparing to find some snacks when she heard commotion from the area where they cared for the girl with the broken leg. Rushing over to investigate, she found the resilient girl had surprisingly awakened. She was gaunt, her face devoid of flesh, making her eyes appear oversized, reminiscent of Gollum from the Lord of the Rings. Like a frightened creature, her eyes were filled with terror as she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. Qin Qian gently took her hand, saying, "Do not be afraid. We have rescued you. No one will bully you again." As she spoke, her heart trembled, tears welling in her eyes, making them appear bloodshot. In her previous life, lying on the operating table, she had longed for someone to burst in and declare her safe. The girl seemed not to comprehend Qin Qian's words. Instead, she merely looked at the two men behind her, trembling in fear. After a moment, she reflexively turned away, raising her disfigured leg in a submissive gesture. It appeared that this instinctive act of self-preservation had become ingrained in her memory. Faced with those terrifying men, she believed compliance was her only means of survival to avoid their wrath. The three of them understood her unspoken plea, their hearts tightening with anger and sorrow. Qin Qian immediately reassured her that she need not act in such a manner. They meant her no harm. However, the girl seemed not to understand, her fear overwhelming as she implored Qin Qian, "Little sister, you must listen to me. If not, they will kill you. Do not cry. Do not be afraid. If you do not wish to, I will shield you." Even in her dismal state, she was still concerned for Qin Qian, wishing to protect her from those vile indignities. Zhang Qizhen's eyes reddened as he slammed his fist onto the floor. Damn those beasts. Under Qin Qian's repeated, patient reassurances, it seemed the girl finally grasped that she had been saved. She suddenly broke down, sobbing for an eternity, gradually regaining her composure. Grasping Qin Qian's hand like a lifeline, she began to recount her story. Her name was Xiaoxi, a neurosurgeon with 3 years of experience. On the very day she successfully passed her medical examinations and was promoted to deputy chief of neurology, her mother was diagnosed with late-stage malignant intracranial tumors. Despite her desperate efforts and draining her family's finances, her mother passed away in less than 2 months. Though she was a neurosurgeon, her mother succumbed to a brain tumor. Overwhelmed with despair, she developed severe bipolar disorder, rendering her incapable of working, and her life spiraled into chaos. Unable to bear witness to her deterioration, her father and husband took her to the mountains for a retreat. Little did they know they would encounter the apocalypse. Her biological father mutated into a horrifying zombie, and her husband, in an effort to protect her, leapt into a horde of zombies, shouting, "Xiaoxi, run! Run!" Just a second before his neck was bitten, blood splattered across her face. Xiaoxi hadn't even had the chance to inform him that she was pregnant with their child. She turned and fled in tears, thinking she had escaped, only to find that this was merely the beginning of her nightmare. Following her instincts as a doctor, she had saved an injured gold element ability user, only to be taken back to a den of thieves where she endured inhumane treatment. During their cruel amusement, she miscarried her child, suffering severe hemorrhaging as she begged for a swift end. Instead, her pleas only provoked their twisted psyches, and the torment continued throughout her miscarriage. Afterward, she faced daily beatings and abuse, as they refused to allow her to die. Bound and gagged, she was forced to satisfy their every whim, only allowed to eat and sleep. At first, they had food reserves, or would kill each other for supplies. As time passed, they resorted to hunting mutated creatures, which were either toxic or as bitter as bitter melon. Recently, they had begun consuming human flesh. Her leg had been severed by those people, cooked, and shared among them. The most revolting part was that they forced her to eat the cooked flesh. Zhang Qizhen rushed to the bathroom, retching. Songji shot him a glare. "You're a cultivator. Act with some depth." Wasn't he this making the young lady feel worse? Qin Qian felt her temples throbbing, her teeth gnashing in fury. She regretted that those scoundrels had met such a swift end. They should have let Xiaoxi exact her vengeance. In the next moment, Xiaoxi suddenly grasped Qin Qian's wrist. Why? Why have I devoted my life to saving others, yet those people treat me this way? Why? Her emotions surged violently, her expression frenzied, her tear-filled eyes glistening with bloodshot veins. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Why?
Zhang Qijin exclaimed, "This is bad." He rushed over, supporting her and gently rubbing her back while applying pressure to a point on her neck. Xiaoxi's bleeding quickly subsided. Qin Xian recognized the technique. Songji had used the same method to stop bleeding for Sister Ling. Yet before she could ponder further, Zhang Qijin remarked, "She seeks death with all her heart. She has no desire to survive." His next words remained unspoken as he looked at Qin Xian, shaking his head in resignation. Qin Xian, filled with urgency, grasped Xiaoxi's hands.
Please live.
"Stay with us, and no one will ever bully you again. I will protect you." She was redeeming the creek, as well as herself. Yet the creek shook its head, shedding 2 streams of murky tears. "Thank you, Miss Qin, for providing warmth during my final moments, but I have had enough. I want to see my father, my mother, my husband, and my unborn baby. I am so tired. I am in so much pain. Please, let me go, will you?" Qin Xian opened her mouth, but no sound escaped her lips. She suddenly felt her heart being torn apart, her lungs ablaze. And not a single breath could enter her chest. In this moment, any platitude or grand declaration felt like mere scraps of paper, absolute nonsense. Just like her past self, who had transitioned from hope to despair, then to numbness, ultimately yearning only for death. Tears cascaded down her face as Qin Xian closed her mouth. Yes, it was all nonsense. The silence in the room was deafening. The pale curtains fluttered slightly in the air conditioning, much like the creek at this moment, utterly powerless. Fractured like rootless fluff. Qin Xian grasped her hand tightly, resting her forehead against her hand in respect for her choice. Chapter 53. This crystal core, I bestow upon you. The creek covered her head with her withered hand. This world has been tainted. I know something has invaded our realm and altered us. My mind has become so filthy. Just like my mother. Her spirit began to wane, her eyes becoming unfocused. Qin Xian could distinctly sense her vitality rapidly dissipating. With her last ounce of strength, the creek grasped Qin Xian's hand, pleading, "Please help me extract that thing. I know it is crucial for you. I have nothing to repay you with, but this crystal core is yours." Their clasped hands instantly illuminated with a radiant glow. The creek, using her extraordinary ability, gifted the healing crystal core to Qin Xian. In that moment, the core recognized Qin Xian as its master. Qin Xian numbly moved her lips, unsure of what to say. The extraordinary crystal core, which she had desired so fervently moments ago, now seemed less significant. She wished for the creek to survive, to wield this crystal herself. After exhausting her final bit of power, the creek began to convulse in agony, gasping for breath. She opened her mouth, desperately trying to inhale one last breath. Qin Xian clenched her fists, her heart wrestling with anguish, as if witnessing her own death once more. Yet she felt utterly powerless. She watched her transition from intense suffering to a final tranquility. Until the very last moment before she breathed her last, she uttered, if possible, use it to save someone. In the next life, I wish to be a doctor. With that, she concluded her painful and fleeting existence. This kind-hearted girl, after enduring countless torments, still retained her innocent heart. Ultimately, she chose to let go, to embrace kindness. The world kissed me with pain, and I responded with a song. Qin Xian took out gasoline to cremate her. The scorching air swirled, the heat unbearable. The fierce flames enveloped the creek's broken form, cleansing her of the dirt that had marred her. It seemed to incinerate Qin Xian's fears from her past life as well. In her heart, she bid a silent farewell to the former Qin Xian. She discovered within herself the courage to discard her old nightmares, no longer mired in fear. Growth began at this moment and continued onward. Zhang Qijin took out a talisman, tossing it into the flames. He clasped his hands in a gesture, bowing his head and closing his eyes, murmuring to the corpse. Qin Xian, puzzled, whispered, "What is he doing?" Song Ji casually replied, "It's the rebirth mantra. He is performing a rite for the creek." Qin Xian managed a wry smile, thinking how fittingly professional he was. Suddenly, she turned to Song Ji. "How do you seem to know so much about these matters? The miraculous hemostatic technique, the Taoist taboos, even the incantations." Song Ji gazed at the flames with indifference. "I've seen plenty of movies, you understand." Qin Xian accepted his answer, without further inquiry. What did it matter if he had secrets, as long as they posed no threat to her? As the flames extinguished, the creek was reduced to a handful of ashes. Qin Xian found a beautiful glass jar and carefully contained the remains. The silver crystal core lay amidst the ashes, glowing luminously, standing out in Qin Xian's eyes. Ignoring the heat, she picked it up, treating it like a treasure, and placed it in a small box. She promised the creek that she would use this core to save those who deserved saving. I hope in your next life, you can continue being a wonderful doctor. The trio resumed their journey towards the city center. Throughout the ride, Qin Xian examined the crystal core, which was the size of a pearl, radiating with a lustrous sheen. It was time for an upgrade. However, with Zhang Qizhen present, she could not ascend with peace of mind. Caution was prudent. She would wait until Zhang Qizhen departed. The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat oppressive as it moved silently forward, only the cold air from the air conditioning punctuating the stillness. Zhang Qizhen gazed at the ceiling with a hint of nostalgia. Along this journey, I have saved many, and many have saved me. I once rescued a young boy, around 13 or 14, whose parents had mutated and were chasing him. I saved him, only for him to turn against me, accusing me of killing his parents. Zhang Qizhen chuckled self-deprecatingly, continuing, another time, I rescued a young man in his 20s. He seemed cold, yet he sacrificed himself to save me. A few months ago, in a wealthy district, I encountered a girl who had been terribly tormented, much like the creek. When I found her, she had lost her breath. But I managed to bring her back. Yet, when I fell asleep, she attempted to steal my belongings and, upon being discovered, even tried to kill me. Humanity is so complex and fascinating, don't you think? Qin Xian smirked, patting him playfully. Every blessing and hardship is a gift from the heavens. Isn't this your path to enlightenment? Enjoy it. Zhang Qizhen offered a rueful smile, aware that Qin Xian was teasing him. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly looked at her face and exclaimed, You look just like that woman. Qin Xian, repulsed, asked which woman. The one I saved in the wealthy district. He leaned closer, scrutinizing her face, then shouted, I'm serious. She resembles you quite a bit, but you are far more beautiful, he remarked, noting her looks were far more appealing than the fierce and cunning nature of the girl he had encountered. What was her name? Qin Xian felt a surge of anxiety, interrupting Zhang Qizhen's rambling. Zhang Qizhen shrank back, scratching his head. It was something like Lin. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Lin Meijiao, right? Zhang Qizhen clapped his hands. Yes, that's her. Qin Xian's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. She was alive. She had indeed survived. How wonderful! Zhang Qizhen inquired. Do you know her? Qin Xian did not respond directly but asked, Are you certain she was alive when you parted ways? Zhang Qizhen nodded, affirming, Absolutely. She left only after she had recovered sufficiently. Later, I learned from a soldier in the base that her father held a high position at the Junkie Mountain base. And she was also there. She was a high-ranking child of the base, likely living quite well. I wonder how she ended up in such dire straits. Qin Xian bit her finger joint, excitement and anticipation bubbling within her. Lin Meijiao, Lin Guofu. This pair of conspirators was finally reunited. A family should descend into hell together. Shouldn't they? Qin Xian ignited with fervor. She eagerly anticipated seeing the flawless Lin Meijiao once more, standing before her in all her arrogance, so that she could tear her apart again. Once more. The car had come to a gradual stop at some point. Songji approached with a solemn expression, signaling to Zhang Qizhen. Zhang Qizhen understood immediately, pouting as he prepared to drive. The couple had hushed words to share. How shameless could he be to linger here as a third wheel? Songji squatted down, his large hand gently resting on her shoulder. In a lowered voice, he inquired, An enemy? Qin Xian nodded, laughter shimmering in her eyes. Seeing her smile, his mood lifted, and he grinned in response, his lips curving slightly. What shall we do? Chapter 54. It's too late. Qin Xian did not respond but turned to him with a teasing smile. Do you wish to join me? Songji chuckled softly. If I were so fortunate. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow, non-committal. However, she was somewhat puzzled as she retrieved her phone and scrutinized the video of Lin Meijiao's demise. Songji leaned in to observe, disbelief etched on his features. Are you certain she isn't dead? She clearly exhibits rigor mortis. Rigor sets in approximately 13 hours post-mortem. At this state, she should have perished 46 hours ago, leaving no chance for revival. Qin Xian replied, Precisely because of that, I find it intriguing. Look, her fingers are still moving. I knew then she wasn't dead. I thought she might have turned into a zombie.
Impossible.
Zhang Qizhen interjected, waving his hand dismissively. She appears completely normal, with clear cognition, elastic skin, and both breathing and heartbeat intact. There is absolutely no chance of a corpse transformation. I know this for certain. Qin Qian switched off her phone. I intend to kill her once more. Are you heading to the base? Yes, but it may take some time. I must wait until she has firmly established herself and is living well. Songji smiled, increasingly charmed by Qin Qian's spirited nature. Propping his chin on his hand while gazing at her, he offered, "Just say the word, and I shall assist you in capturing her for your disposal." Qin Qian thought to herself, she certainly would not let go of such a formidable weapon. Yet, outwardly, she merely tilted her head and smiled wearily. That could be considered. Zhang Qizhen, feeling discontented, exclaimed, "Boss, what about me? I can help too." Songji shot him a glare, causing Zhang Qizhen to pout, feeling utterly wronged. "Wu, brother, how fierce you are. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for my sister." Songji, with a menacing demeanor, rose to confront him. The two began to bicker, filling the vehicle with a lively atmosphere. Through the rearview mirror, Songji stole a glance at Qin Qian and found her laughing. Her eyes were crescent-shaped, radiating cuteness. This brought him joy. As long as she was happy, he felt elated as well. Qin Qian stretched lazily and declared, "Tonight, I plan to seek out a densely populated area to hunt zombies and collect crystal nuclei. The provisional location is X City High School. You two drive. I'll catch a quick nap first."
All right.
The two were invigorated, ready for a grand slaughter. As the vehicle entered the city, the living beings began to multiply. Zombies and mutated animals wandered aimlessly through the streets. As night deepened, a few humans occasionally ventured out under the cover of darkness in search of supplies. Upon spotting Qin Qian's RV, their eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, and they rushed toward it. At this moment, Qin Qian took the wheel, accelerating directly toward the approaching crowd. Months into the apocalypse, those who survived to this day were no longer innocent. The kind-hearted had long perished. She had no desire to associate with her kind. The car sped straight to the city's most populated center, where she parked in a concealed corner near the high school. The three then swaggered out to hunt zombies. She was unperturbed by the possibility of theft. Firstly, the vehicle was modified, boasting the defensive capabilities of an armored truck, blast pry, and smash-resistant. Secondly, this area was densely populated with zombies. When the particles of mutation enveloped the vicinity, the high school, once teeming with students, had become a hell on earth. Survival was nearly impossible, leaving only zombies and their second-generation counterparts wandering within. Thirdly, if anyone attempted to tamper with the locks, a cage containing a live mutated blood rat would spring forth, with a knife piercing its body without killing it, instantly attracting attention. Qin Qian hoped that the children knocking at the door would either escape quickly or scream loudly. This trap had been devised by Songji, who was indeed a rare genius in mechanical modifications. Qin Qian felt increasingly fortunate to have found such a treasure. Her heart swelled with affection. She almost wished to embrace and kiss him. Under the night sky, the solar-powered streetlights flickered erratically, creating a rather eerie ambience. The surrounding zombies were densely clustered, aimlessly roaming in a state of unconsciousness, clad in tattered clothing, blood-soaked, with milky eyes emitting a foul stench. Human bones and recently devoured remains littered the area. A line of vehicles, having collided in a chaotic attempt to escape, lay charred and abandoned. It seemed none had made it out alive. As the trio navigated through the swaying mass of zombies, they embodied the sentiment of being the only sober ones in a world of inebriation. Upon reaching the playground, Qin Qian pulled out a can of beer, effortlessly cracking it open and drinking it down with flair. Tossing the empty can aside, she shouted, "Brothers, let us get started." At her command, the three quickly scattered, plunging into the throng of zombies, dispatching them effortlessly. This was both a hunt and a trial. Each strike must decisively end a zombie's life, otherwise, it would attract more. Whoever kills the most zombies tonight would earn a chicken leg, and they wouldn't have to wash the dishes afterward. The zombies stood obediently, allowing themselves to be slaughtered without initiating attacks. With her enchanted blade in hand, Qin Qian swiftly dispatched zombies with clean, efficient strikes. Occasionally, when a zombie cat or dog attempted to attack, she sliced them in half with remarkable precision. Songji did not lag behind, his bulging biceps reflecting the streetlight as he carved a bloody path through the horde. Zhang Qizhen, with a serpentine grace, seemed to have mastered a peculiar footwork, consistently maneuvering behind zombies for a swift kill. In short, the three of them wreaked havoc for quite some time, safely eliminating all zombies within the playground and collecting numerous crystal nuclei. As Song Ji and Zhang Qijin engaged in a spirited competition, neither willing to concede, they exchanged glares until Qin Qian suddenly raised her hand. Enough! Something is approaching. She unleashed her powers to sense the surroundings, her brow furrowing in concern. Seeing her tense, the two exchanged cautious glances. Song Ji lowered his voice, asking, "What's wrong?" The playground fell eerily silent, seemingly tranquil. Yet beneath that calm lay an unsettling atmosphere. Qin Qian inhaled deeply. "We need to retreat. There are too many of them." Retreat. The three immediately dashed toward the exit. However, it was already too late. Zhang Qijin felt a jolt of fear and exclaimed, "What the heck? So many."
Chapter 55. Ah, IMDZ. Ah.
I'm acting. A tidal wave of zombies surged forth, overwhelming the playground's perimeter and crashing through the protective netting, sweeping toward Qin Qian and her companions like a monstrous wave. Song Ji's expression turned serious. "We didn't provoke them. Why are the zombies attacking us?" Qin Qian replied, "It's not a provocation. They're being controlled. A corpse king lurks among them. Our earlier slaughter must have stirred it, and it seeks to strike us." Song Ji's expression was complex, but there was no time for contemplation. The battle had commenced. Panting heavily, Zhang Qijin shouted, "This won't work. We need to find a higher ground to temporarily evade." Qin Qian remained silent, focusing intently on the fight. She could faintly perceive the emotions of the Corpse King. It was wary of their abilities. Instead of confronting them directly, it resorted to utilizing minions to deplete their strength, intending to reap the benefits in the end.
Ha!
It's not the zombies that terrify me, it's the thought of them possessing intelligence. Once Qin Qian overcame her initial trepidation, an exhilarating thrill surged from the depths of her being. She was eager to discover what sort of creature this Corpse King truly was. She felt that she was already quite old, yet there were things even older than her. She would not allow it. The number of zombies was increasing, growing ever more ferocious, with a few mutated zombies among them. Suddenly, several earthen spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the rubber playground turf and charging directly at the three of them. Song Ji effortlessly dispatched them with bolts of purple lightning. Zhang Qijin gazed at Song Ji's lightning with a mix of confusion and envy. Beneath the night sky, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. The three had already fought until they were covered in blood, with various injuries marring their bodies. Yet the tide of zombies showed no signs of abating, continuously surging towards them. Qin Qian understood that this was not a sustainable situation. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. If they could not eliminate the zombie king, then killing any number of zombies would be futile. She bit her lip, feeling a wave of weakness deep within her. In terms of stamina, she certainly could not compare to the two muscular men. However, with her abilities, what was there to fear? The third stage form of her power, particle fusion, allowed her to instantly absorb surrounding mutated particles, providing her with a continuous source of energy. After slicing down a group of zombies with her blade, Qin Qian took 3 seconds to recharge herself. A warm energy, akin to that of a hot spring, instantly filled her body. She felt her pores open, her cells rejuvenated, and her fatigue dissipate. Seeing her pause, Zhang Qijin swiftly positioned himself in front of her, asking if she was tired. He thought she was exhausted, as she appeared delicate and petite at only 160 centimeters tall. Could she not be tired after slaying so many zombies? Song Ji shot him a glance, indicating that she was capable of handling herself and to mind his own business. Zhang Qijin scoffed, wondering how someone so oblivious could find a partner. If he couldn't care for his own wife, someone else would inevitably take her away. What a foolish man. Qin Qian nearly choked on her own saliva, quickly waving her hands to clarify that she had no intention of coveting anyone's love. "I'm not competing with you for a husband," she exclaimed. Zhang Qijin's face flushed, and he dismissed her with a wave, though he remained steadfastly in front of her. Just as Qin Qian prepared to strike, she suddenly stumbled and half-kneeled on the ground. A zombie behind her seized the opportunity, saliva dripping from its mouth as it lunged to bite her. Song Ji swiftly dispatched it, crouching down to support her. "Boss, are you alright?" he asked. Qin Qian grasped his arm, saying weakly, "Not so good. I'm out of strength." With that, she leaned against him. Songji stiffened momentarily, then felt her squeeze him gently. His mind momentarily blanked before he quickly adapted, pretending to struggle to rise again before collapsing, propped up by his knife as he panted heavily. Observing the scene, Zhang Qizhen hurriedly ran over to assist them. Suddenly, a shadow darted by, and Zhang Qizhen was knocked down by a zombie. With a startled shout, he grasped the zombie's neck, preparing to flip it over. Just then, he noticed Qin Qian winking at him. Understanding her signal, he dramatically began to grapple with the zombie. Suddenly, Qin Qian sensed something. The most powerful entity was moving toward them. The second-stage fused zombie possessed only a single crystal core. Unlike the previous human-faced creature, this one was fully fused. Qin Qian let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Songji called out to her while struggling to fend off enemies. And Zhang Qizhen found himself in a tough battle. They looked utterly beleaguered. The fused zombie sensed the trio's energy waning and let out an exuberant howl, reminiscent of a wolf's cry but eerily human-like, creating a bizarre atmosphere. After its call, the surrounding zombies parted, creating a path for it. Qin Qian cracked her eyes open, observing it. Yes, she was unconscious, but it was an act. The creature was small, resembling a standard border collie, filthy and grotesque. Its blood-red eyes stood out sharply against the night, like tiny LED bulbs. Disgustingly, a tumor the size of a fist protruded from the right side of its head, clearly bearing the visage of a man. The crystal core resided within that tumor-like head. Zhang Qizhen barely managed to dispatch the zombies around him, gasping as he curled toward Songji. "What the hell is that? Help! It's terrifying!" he exclaimed, nearly curling up into Songji's embrace. Resisting the urge to toss him to the zombies, Songji quickly sidestepped. The dog-headed zombie crouched, gathering momentum, then shot forward like an arrow. A blur rushed past, reaching Songji, its fangs bared, aiming to eliminate the strongest of the three. Unfortunately, it had miscalculated. The strongest among them was not Songji at all. With a resounding crash, the zombie's right arm splattered black blood as it was sent crashing aside. Qin Qian sat up, gun in hand, smirking as she said, "Finally. I've drawn you out, you old fool. Hiding behind your minions, too afraid to confront us? What kind of man are you?" Zhang Qizhen chimed in. "Can this thing even be considered a man?" Qin Qian nodded in agreement. "Oh, right, a male corpse." Songji face-bombed, rendered speechless. The dog-headed zombie rolled back onto its feet, staggering as it eyed the three of them suspiciously. Qin Qian wasted no time and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The agile zombie dodged 2 of the shots, but the last grazed the tumor, nearly severing it. With a howl, it commanded the other zombies to continue their assault. However, a comical scene unfolded. The injured zombie king, weakened and lacking energy, found its commands ignored by the zombies, who merely wandered off as if on a leisurely stroll. The zombie king's mind likely boiled with rage, cursing, "You useless fools." Qin Qian, unwilling to waste more bullets, exchanged a glance with Songji, who sprang into action. Zhang Qizhen also produced a talisman, igniting it with a flick of his fingers, sending a pale golden flame chasing after the fleeing creature. The dog-headed zombie let out a muffled grunt, seemingly cursing before it turned and dashed into the throng of zombies, knocking several aside to shield itself from the duo's ranged attacks. "We must kill it. Otherwise, we will face endless troubles," Qin Qian declared, and both men nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the dog-headed zombie had slipped into the teaching building. The ominous, dark doorway loomed like the maw of a beast, and uncertainty awaiting inside. Chapter 56. Encounter with a green tea sister. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, suffused with the stench of decay. The three pursued the dog-headed zombie to the 3rd floor, where scattered zombies roamed. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they encountered a multitude of zombies lying on the ground, seemingly feasting on something, completely blocking the corridor. The agile dog-headed zombie leaped over the horde, slipping away unscathed. However, Qin Qian and her companions were not so fortunate, finding their escape blocked. Songji struck out with lightning speed, only managing to clear a thin layer, while the densely packed zombies proved insurmountable. The three quickly turned to ascend the opposite staircase in pursuit. Just as they turned, they were met with the fierce glare of 7 or 8 red-eyed zombies. It appeared that the little zombie king had set a trap. With zombies obeying its commands and even zombie dogs at its disposal, they were in a precarious situation. Songji did not regard the small creatures as a threat. Narrowing his eyes, he charged at the zombie dogs. Qin Qian joined in. wielding her blade to dispatch the surrounding zombies until they spotted the object drawing the zombies' attention, a lifeless body, indiscernible in gender. Every inch of exposed flesh had been gnawed to a pulp by the zombies, leaving bones shattered and scattered. The nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Qin Xian wrinkled her nose in disgust as she continued to eliminate the remaining zombies. Just then, a classroom door creaked open nearby, revealing a few pairs of cautious eyes peering out. Upon seeing someone fiercely battling the zombies, they erupted in joy. The door swung wide, and several individuals rushed out. A delicate female voice exclaimed, "Wonderful. Someone has come to rescue us.
We are saved."
Qin Xian and her companions exchanged bewildered glances. Who informed her that they were here to save her? Qin Xian was tempted to ask if she appeared to be a savior, or if the left side of her face bore the mark of a saint while the right side proclaimed her a pure lotus, with a floral emblem stamped on her forehead. The trio, in perfect unison, ignored the young lady, finishing off the zombies in front of them before sprinting ahead towards the stairs. The 4 individuals emerging, 3 men and 1 woman, assumed the trio was approaching them. They waved excitedly.
Hi.
Hello. Yet, Qin Xian and her companions swept past them like a gust of wind, showing no intention of stopping. Had it not been for a zombie dog suddenly charging out from the adjacent classroom, blocking their path, it was likely that the 4 would still be oblivious by the time Qin Xian and her companions reached the upper floor. After dispatching the audacious zombie dog, the trio hastily continued their ascent, while the 4 quickly followed. The delicate girl immediately exclaimed, "Aren't you here to rescue us?
Please take us with you."
Qin Xian furrowed her brows and stepped aside. The pampered darling, unexpectedly rebuffed, especially by a woman whose beauty surpassed hers by tenfold. A long-haired boy beside her tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Enough, don't pester them. They likely have their own matters to attend to. The zombies have been cleared. Let us move." His tone, though calm, carried an air of authority. However, the girl was unwilling to relent. "Brother Xiaomu, while the zombies here have been eliminated, there are still many outside, including some with intelligence. Let us ask this brother to take us out." She pointed at Songji, casting him a flirtatious glance. Songji, a Thunder Element Esper, was taken aback by her audacity. How delightful, he thought, as her charm was as unsettling as a fragrant tea that made one uneasy. It was Qin Xian who had just been vanquishing zombies before their eyes. Songji had only arrived later. Not to mention, why should he take these burdens with him? If anyone was to be sought for assistance, it should be Qin Xian, not Songji. How laughable. With a cold expression, Qin Xian forcibly shoved past the girl and dashed up the stairs. The girl stumbled to the side, and a boy with earrings caught her, angrily questioning, "What is wrong with you? Why did you push me?" Qin Xian paid him no heed, disappearing at the top of the staircase. Songji pursued closely behind, but was halted by the girl tugging at his sleeve. Her dark, slender face contorted into a self-indulgent pout as she plaintively remarked, "Brother, she's so fierce." Songji did not even glance at her, deftly maneuvering his dagger in a flourish. The glinting blade aimed mercilessly at her fingers. Had the earring boy not intervened just in time, her digits would have been severed. Once rid of the annoying girl, Songji hastened after Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Zhang Qizhen casually chuckled, "Sister, is your surname Kong?" The girl, still seething from being overlooked, retorted sharply, "No, why?" "Oh, I thought you were called Kong Shui Fu. I used to drink that brand of green tea." It was only then that she realized Zhang Qizhen had insulted her by calling her a green tea girl. After delivering his quip, Zhang Qizhen hastily ascended the stairs, evading her wrath. Xiaomu gazed at the trio's retreating figures and quietly urged, "Let us go. Those individuals are not to be trifled with." "Lingling, stop being so willful." Lingling protested, "How am I being willful? They are strong. What's wrong with asking for their help? If we go out now, it's just asking for death. There are so many monsters outside. Who among you can fight them?" Xiaomu's expression darkened as he pointed at the corpse on the ground, scolding, "If it weren't for your stubbornness in searching for that earring, Sister Miao wouldn't have died here." Previously, they had been hiding safely in the classroom, but Lingling had insisted on finding the earring her mother had given her and dragged Sister Miao, an esper of strength, outside. Somehow they had attracted the zombies. Lingling managed to flee, but Sister Miao fell victim to them. The loss of such a gentle, capable teammate left the entire group in mourning. Scolded loudly, Lingling began to sob, feeling utterly wronged. The earring boy quickly embraced her, murmuring, "Don't cry. It's not your fault. Xiaomu didn't mean anything by it. We are all saddened by the loss." He signaled Xiaomu to comfort her. Xiaomu rolled her eyes and turned away. What comfort could she offer? All she did was cry. She was both mindless and spoiled, throwing tantrums at the slightest discomfort. Were it not for her cousin being the organization's captain, she would have been abandoned at the onset of the apocalypse. Xiaomu turned to retrieve her belongings, preparing to leave swiftly. Seeing that Xiaomu hadn't consoled her, Lingling ceased her tears and instead cast a cold glance at Sister Miao's lifeless body. Dead? She deserved it. Who told her to compete with me for Brother Xiaomu? Xiaomu was the captain of one of the 3 squads in their organization, handsome and capable, attracting many suitors. Lingling had worked hard to position herself close to him. She would not let anyone else take that place. With disdain, Lingling shook off the earring boy's hand and retreated into the room. The only one who remained silent throughout was the short boy, Tiji, who now knelt beside Sister Miao's body, his expression filled with sorrow, his eyes red-rimmed. He glanced around at the woman swaying her hips within the room, his gaze brimming with hatred. Chapter 57. A blessing born of limitless possibility. Walking the path of heaven, Qin Qian had finally cornered the dog-headed zombie in a restroom. The creature, realizing it could no longer flee, prepared for a desperate fight. Qin Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she brandished her blade, engaging in a fierce battle. She refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead testing her skills through a series of probing attacks. Before long, the dog-headed zombie found itself overwhelmed, completely immobilized by Qin Qian's relentless assault. With a sigh of relief, she called out, "Little Song, come practice. This is a rare opportunity." The dog-headed zombie thought, "What am I, a mere teaching tool? You're treating me like a training dummy." Song Ji accepted the challenge, brandishing his knife and joining the fray. After a flurry of strikes, the dog-headed zombie collapsed, its head emitting pitiful cries. Zhang Qijin stretched his neck, declaring, "My turn." The dog-headed zombie, filled with rage and despair, thought, "Are you done yet?" Ultimately, under Zhang Qijin's decisive strike, the unfortunate training partner was finally liberated. The crystal core, the size of a peanut, glimmered like crystal. The 3 descended the stairs, exchanging banter and sharing combat experiences. Upon reaching the previous floor, they excavated the crystal cores from the zombies they had eliminated in the corridor. To their surprise, the 4 individuals had not yet departed. Lingling sat on the ground, crying inconsolably about the loss of her mother's earring, while the earring boy attempted to comfort her, even offering the last of his drink to cheer her up. Yet, she remained rooted in place, unable to be soothed. Xiaomu was quite the sight, with a head that seemed disproportionately large, truly a testament to her first-tier water abilities. She cried incessantly for over 20 minutes. The abundance of tears was astonishing. It was only when Qin Qian and the others descended, commencing their excavation of crystal cores, that she finally ceased her weeping. How could one remain oblivious to her feelings? It was evident that she had taken a liking to that handsome gentleman, possessing both looks and prowess, and was eager to make an impression. Meanwhile, the infatuated ear-stud guy remained oblivious, steadfastly guarding her from behind. Qin Qian deftly pried open a zombie skull, her gloved hands rummaging through the gray matter within. The squelching sound sent shivers down Lingling's spine, leaving her feeling icy and nauseated. It was truly repulsive and brutish. How could such a fierce woman exist? The crystal cores she received were meticulously cleaned and presented to her by her admirers, and she would only accept them after being cajoled. Lingling glanced at Song Ji's handsome face, his well-defined chest and arms, and yearned to snuggle against him. Surely, he must be a man of great strength. She shyly bit her lip, contemplating his multifaceted appeal. That coarse woman was utterly unworthy of him. Thus, Lingling feigned a search for her lost earring on the ground, stealthily inching closer to Song Ji, nearly pressing herself against him. Zhang Qijin, observing from a distance, playfully nudged a skull towards her with his foot. Distracted, Lingling inadvertently stepped on it, slipping into a mess of black blood and gray matter. Covered in the foul substance, she screamed and struggled to rise, only to find herself further smeared with the repugnant mixture. Ultimately, she ended up with her face smeared, her mouth full, and she couldn't help but gag. Zhang Qijin smirked, amused by the spectacle. Just then, Ear-Stud Guy rushed to assist her, inhaling the wretched smell and nearly losing his composure. At that moment, Qin Qian approached, bending down to inquire about her actions. Ling, feeling a surge of animosity towards her yet unable to break character, feigned innocence. I'm looking for my lost earring, the only keepsake my mother left me. Feigning understanding. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow and extended her hand. I doubt your mother's earring is made of crystal cores. If you're collecting earrings, stick to that. The rest does not belong to you. Return it to me. Ling Ling felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth, sensing that she had been insulted. Rising, she washed off the grime from her body with a trickle of water, protesting, Sister, don't wrongfully accuse me. I truly haven't done anything. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she pitifully shook her head, retreating toward Earstud Guy. He instinctively avoided the soiled half of her, embracing the cleaner side of her. Isn't this what they call even dogs turning away? He gently consoled. It's all right, don't cry. I know you're innocent. Let's move on. Qin Xian scoffed, you can leave. But hand over the crystal cores. Attempting to steal while we weren't looking makes you a thief. A flicker of guilt flashed in Ling Ling's eyes. However, with her imminent upgrade to second-tier status, those 4 crystal cores were vital. She simply could not part with them. Besides, they had so many cores. What could 4 possibly matter? It was absurd to be so stingy. With a pathetic expression, she looked up at Songji. Brother, you must believe me. I truly haven't done anything. Sister is only wronging me out of jealousy. Songji frowned, glancing between Qin Xian and her. Sister? He shook his head in disdain. You look more like her elder. Instantly, Ling Ling's face flushed with indignation. At merely 27, how could he dare call her elder? What a rude man. Qin Xian chuckled. I doubt that would suit him. My elder may not be pleased. She exchanged a glance with Songji, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhang Qizhen leaned in, teasingly. Miss Kong, open your eyes and take a good look. Do any of these men combined hold a candle to our Sangha? He quipped. Jealous? Are you envious of your flat nose and dull complexion, or perhaps your lack of curves? Before speaking, one should reflect in the mirror. Oh. The apocalypse has robbed us of mirrors. Surely, you have a urinal for that. Qin Xian could no longer hold back her laughter, erupting into joyful peals. Songji also succumbed to amusement, unable to contain his chuckle. Truly, this jester was something else. Perhaps he should leave behind the path of a Taoist and pursue a career in comedy. Ling Ling, seething with rage, felt her carefully crafted image of a delicate flower shatter. She shouted at Earstud Guy, you go and slap that mouth until it's ruined. Songji immediately stepped forward, summoning a sphere of lightning in his right hand, adopting a posture that dared them to fight. Qin Xian couldn't help but laugh. A mere first-tier water system green tea, accompanied by wood and mist system sycophants, even the strongest captain is but a second-tier weather controller with night vision. And that silent one? You may be the most formidable manipulator, yet still merely a first tier. Hardly impressive. I wouldn't even bother bullying you. Upon hearing her words, the 4 of them exchanged alarmed glances. How do you know? Who are you? Are you sent by the new generation? Captain Xiaomu was acutely aware that his secrets had been laid bare, and panic set in. Qin Xian advanced step by step, and the 4 retreated under her formidable presence. What nonsense about old and new generations. Who cares about you? You are the captain. Tell that little green tea to hand over the goods, or I will extract the crystal cores from your brains. Her sweet, innocent visage was deceptively charming, yet her words sent chills down their spines. As soon as she finished speaking, Songji dramatically amplified his abilities. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor flickered in response, first buzzing and then exploding one by one. Everyone instinctively recoiled, silenced by fear. In the ensuing chapter, Ling Ling bit her lower lip, raising her eyes to Qin Xian. Can you give it to me? I really need it. Qin Xian replied, just because you need it means I should give it to you? Am I your mother? Hand it over. She extended her hand, coldly fixing her gaze on Ling Ling. Her hands balled into fists in her pocket, her nails digging into her flesh. The humiliation was suffocating. Xiaomu quickly whispered, give it to her. Don't provoke trouble for everyone. This was a clear warning. Reluctantly, Ling Ling retrieved 2 crystal cores and handed them over to Qin Xian. She received them with a smile, shaking them lightly. There are still 2 left. One is of the strength system, and one is of the agility system. Hand them over. Ling Ling was utterly astonished. How did she know? She had collected 4 cores, but had no idea what types they were. How could this woman possibly know? Reluctantly, Ling Ling produced the remaining 2. Her feelings of disappointment and rage, mingled with jealousy, clouding her already muddled mind. In a moment of frustration, she let them slip from her grasp, declaring, "Oops, I accidentally dropped them. You can pick them up yourself." She had already planned that when Qin Xian bent down to retrieve them, she would kick that pretty face of hers, ruining her looks. What did it matter if the man behind her was formidable? She believed Xiao Mu and Ear Stud Guy together could easily take them on. After all, she was the captain's sister. They would risk their lives to protect her. Alas, she was mistaken. Qin Xian would not bend down. Instead, she raised her hand and slapped Ling Ling across the face. The sound echoed through the corridor, crisp and resounding. Annoyed, Qin Xian commanded, "Pick it up." "What era are we in? Still throwing a tantrum like a spoiled princess? Do you really think the world revolves around you? You dare hit me?" Ling Ling gasped in disbelief.
Slap.
Another blow landed, sending her crashing against the wall. Zhang Qizhen found the scene utterly exhilarating. His small fists clenched in delight. How he longed to strike her. "Sister Qian, you've done splendidly. You are my divine savior." The young man with ear studs attempted to assist her, but was firmly restrained by his companion. He remained silent, his bloodshot eyes piercing through his disheveled hair, as if he wished his gaze could pierce through Ling Ling herself. The ear stud boy struggled momentarily, prompting Xiaomu to quickly grasp him. Such a wretched person deserves a lesson. They dared not confront their superior's kin, yet there were always those who would. With no one to back her, Ling Ling wept for quite a while, refusing to bend down to pick up her belongings. The ear stud boy could no longer contain himself. He pushed through the others, bent down to retrieve 2 crystal cores, and handed them to Ling Ling, saying, "I picked these up for you. Go give them to her. When we return, I'll treat you to something delicious, all right?" Ling Ling shoved him away with a sudden force, exclaiming, "Useless. Get away." Why was she surrounded by such trash? How wonderful it would be to have a powerful protector like Songji. How could she endure this torment? She thrust the crystal cores into Qin Qian's hands and ran off in tears. The ear stud boy hurried after her to offer comfort. Qin Qian found it amusing. At her age, was she still acting in a melodrama? Some individuals, overly pampered and protected, genuinely believed they could remain eternally childlike. Xiaomu, feeling a twinge of guilt, remarked, "I apologize. As captain, I have not been strict enough, causing trouble for you all. Regardless of whether you came to assist us, you have alleviated our immediate crisis and saved our lives." He pulled out a bottle of clean mineral water, swallowing hard. "This is a token of gratitude. Please do not refuse." Xiaomu, once an administrator, understood the intricacies of human relationships. These 3 were formidable individuals. Ling Ling's foolishness in offending them was her own affair. He merely aimed to maintain goodwill, hoping not to be dragged into her troubles. The 3, sharp-witted as they were, understood his implication. She smiled and replied, "It was unintentional. Accepting your gratitude would seem deliberate. Keep the water for yourself. I acknowledge your sentiment." She turned to leave, unwilling to linger, feeling sticky and longing for a shower and air conditioning. Xiaomu, relieved by her response, watched as the trio descended the stairs. Zhang Qizhen animatedly recounted the earlier expression of the little green tea girl, bubbling with joy as if he had slapped that wretched girl himself. Qin Xian found it amusing and couldn't resist asking, "You're still a practitioner. Why are your emotions so intense? How will you achieve enlightenment?" Zhang Qizhen waved his hand dismissively, lifting his chin slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Nature dictates my temperament. I live in the moment. I cry when I wish, laugh when I desire, drink until I vomit, and feel pain when struck. I do not wish to change myself. If one day I am destined for greatness, so be it. If not, so be it. I shall merely return to the cycle of life." Qin Qian chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you're quite enlightened. Sister, I see that you possess extraordinary potential. Why not embark on the path of enlightenment as well?" Zhang Qizhen was not jesting. He recognized that both Qin Qian and Song Ji were rare talents. If they were willing, he would genuinely bring them under his tutelage. Then they would be his junior disciples, and he could have some fun with them. Ah, how delightful. Qin Qian quickly shook her head. "No way. I can't part with my beef. I must have beef buns, beef dumplings, tomato beef brisket, steak, beef hot pot, beef ribs, beef tripe, and spicy beef hot pot." All right. Zhang Qizhen hastily gestured for her to stop. "Forget I mentioned it." Seeing his reaction, Qin Qian couldn't help but rub her hands together. "You haven't tea at any, have you? You're craving it, aren't you? Let me tell you, There are so many delicious beef dishes, like beef rolls, hot pot with beef, and spicy beef with onions. Zhang Qizhen covered his ears, shouting, "I can't hear you." "Ignoring you, silly dog," he shouted as he ran away. Qin Xian followed closely behind, chattering incessantly. Song Ji pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as though he were a kindergarten teacher, trying to soothe children. The trio arrived at the playground, planning to retrieve the corpses of the zombies they had previously dispatched. Unbeknownst to them, for more tails had appeared behind them, those same 4 individuals. They did not wish to provoke the powerful trio and kept their distance, focusing on fleeing the area. Qin Xian paid them no mind, allowing them to follow as long as they did not cause trouble. Just as they reached the playground, a piercing scream echoed behind them, and urgent footsteps approached rapidly. Qin Xian swiftly turned, only to see the 4 individuals looking terrified as they sprinted towards them. Something was pursuing them. The silent boy was using his meager abilities to manipulate stones and fallen trees, hurling them toward the encroaching darkness. Yet it seemed futile. Shimu shouted,
Run.
"It's a ghoul. They're far more dangerous than zombies. Run." Chapter 59. Surrounded. Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ghouls? Now, this will be fun. She had encountered such creatures before and knew their prowess. These were not the ghouls from anime. They were a variant of zombies. Initially, they were the lowest tier of zombies, consuming not only human flesh but also animal meat. Unable to compete, they resorted to feasting on corpses. Zombies, having mutated from a virus, were already toxic. Over time, those that consumed corpses evolved even further. They thrived on decaying flesh, growing to have skin tinged with shades of blue, gray, and purple, with swollen upper bodies, sharp teeth, and short yet muscular legs, capable of formidable speed, often using both hands and feet to run. They appeared as a low-tier version of the Hulk, with their lower bodies seemingly atrophied. They roamed the corners of the city in packs, ravenously consuming any corpses they encountered. Generally, they would not attack the living unless one was surrounded by corpses or emanating the stench of death, leading them to believe that one was merely a corpse trying to escape. Qin Xian recalled her previous life in the 5th year of the apocalypse. By then, these creatures had evolved to sizes comparable to small elephants, their skin as hard as rock. A single mortar round would barely scratch the surface. Their heads had grown disproportionately large, with jaws jutting out like crocodiles, lined with serrated teeth. Even their tongues and upper jaws were covered in barbs. Anything they bit would never be expelled. More terrifying was their toxicity. Akin to the Komodo dragon, they were covered in deadly bacteria and viruses. Even a mere drop of saliva touching a wound could lead to rapid decay, akin to a rotting apple. Besides the leaders of major strongholds and the central base, who possessed some suppressants, any civilian or ability user bitten would soon be penning their last will or finding a preferred place to lie down and await death. Lost in thought, Qin Xian observed the primitive ghouls before her, surprisingly finding them almost adorable. In the midst of her contemplation, the 4 individuals had reached them. Xiaomu gasped, "As long as we leave the area abundant with corpses and rid ourselves of the stench of death, we'll be safe. Run." Qin Xian glanced at the ghouls. Their numbers were not overwhelming. However, she had yet to satiate her thirst for excitement today. She turned to Song Ji, who smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhang Qizhen rubbed his hands together. "Brothers, let us get to work." The 4 individuals were taken aback, wondering if these 3 were insane. Did they seem to be enjoying this? Help! Ling Ling's jealousy towards Qin Xian intensified. She believed that Qin Xian was merely a pretty face. What was so remarkable about slashing a few zombies? Those zombies were fools, standing there, inviting death. Who couldn't do that? In her eyes, Qin Xian was nothing more than a coward, thriving under the protection of 2 exceptionally capable men. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, it was evident she had never known hunger. Her skin was fair, her attire immaculate, and her beauty coupled with a sweet voice suggested she had never faced the harshness of wind or rain. All she needed to do was stand before those 2 men, exuding an air of authority, and she felt empowered enough to strike and steal. That wretched woman clearly had exceptional skills in the bedroom, keeping those 2 men under her thumb. Otherwise, how could a mere woman command such respect? Little did Ling Ling realize that it was Qin Xian who nurtured those 2 men. If she were to catch a glimpse of Qin Xian's vast fields and the overflowing supplies in her space, she would surely be driven to madness. As the 4 witnessed their frantic state, they turned to flee, only to stop abruptly. They were surrounded, with a horde of ghouls closing in from all sides. their eyes glimmering with malevolence. Qin Xian slowly closed her eyes, seemingly unperturbed by the looming danger. In the next moment, Song Ji and Zhang Qi felt an invisible warmth envelop them, rejuvenating their weary bodies and filling every joint with energy. It felt akin to waking up on a sunlit bed on a spring afternoon, the weariness dissipating, stretching leisurely under the warm embrace of sunlight. They gazed at Qin Xian in astonishment, speculating that she was aiding them, yet received no response. Suddenly, a monster's roar shattered the moment, and the ghouls lunged towards them. Qin Xian's eyes snapped open as she brandished her weapon. The battle escalated rapidly, with 6 of the 7 joining the fray. Only Ling Ling cowered behind the earring-clad man. Trembling and pale, a gust of wind announced a danger. "Watch out!" Someone shouted just as a massive stone, towering over a person, hurtled towards Qin Xian. Alert to the peril, she rolled away just in time, the stone crashing down and creating a deep crater in its wake. Accompanied by Ling Ling's ear-piercing scream, everyone scrambled away. Amidst another monstrous cry, Qin Xian spotted a ghoul among the throng, its upper body grotesquely swollen. Its arms gleamed darkly, veins bulging like 2 enormous sweet potatoes. This was a higher-tier ghoul known as the Wayfinder, capable of hurling a ton of stone. Aptly named, it embodied the poetic spirit of the Huagua people, who even named monsters with scholarly flair. Had Qin Xian been the one naming it, she would have simply dubbed it the Stone Thrower. Rolling back up, Qin Xian felt a flicker of relief upon seeing that Song Ji and the others were unharmed. However, the Wayfinder hoisted a piece of reinforced concrete and hurled it toward them. It recognized that Qin Xian posed the greatest threat among them. With keen insight, she sidestepped the projectile and swiftly decapitated a zombie. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ling Ling's eyes darting anxiously, her hands fidgeting as if preparing to strike. Qin Xian surmised Ling Ling's intentions. Should the Wayfinder hurl another stone, she would likely shove Qin Xian into harm's way to save herself. That conniving little green tea. With a surge of strength, Qin Xian casually flicked her wrist, sending her knife soaring toward the Wayfinder. The blade shimmered with silver light, tracing a beautiful arc through the night before embedding itself in the creature's skull. The stone it had just lifted crashed to the ground as its massive form toppled, lifeless. With only one Wayfinder among the Horde, its defeat alleviated concerns of ranged attacks. Ling Ling, witnessing how effortlessly Qin Xian dispatched the creature, felt a surge of envy. Though she had never killed a zombie, if they were this easy to slay, perhaps she could too. What audacity did that wretched woman have to flaunt her prowess? Lost in her thoughts, a ghoul suddenly lunged for Ling Ling's neck. "No!" The earring-clad man, still recovering from being flung by the stone, could only shout in despair as he was too distant to help. Ling Ling, sensing the imminent danger, turned sharply, screaming in terror. It was over. She was doomed. Qin Xian, of course, noticed the unfolding chaos, but had no intention of intervening. Her own malice towards Ling Ling was sufficient to kindle a desire for her demise. Better for her to perish than soil her own hands. Unbeknownst to her, as someone struck down a ghoul nearby, a corpse oozing black blood was sent crashing into the ghoul about to feast on Ling Ling, sending it sprawling. Damn it! Qin Xian's thoughts were filled with exasperation as she found herself weaponless. To retrieve a weapon from her space, she needed to shield herself with her backpack, which had been discarded several meters away during her earlier roll. As she prepared to dash for it, she noticed the fallen ghoul rising once more, charging toward her. Ling Ling, shrieking like a slaughtered pig, lunged toward Qin Xian. Qin Xian swiftly dodged, but Ling Ling's grasp caught her clothing, crying out for help. In that moment, Ling Ling thought to herself that Qin Xian was vulnerable without a weapon. When the ghoul approached, she could push Qin Xian forward to take the hit. No one would witness the act. She would simply claim that Qin Xian had failed to escape, just as she had done to Sister Miao before. Once Qin Xian was dead, she would weep profusely, asserting that Qin Xian had perished while trying to save her. A couple of self-inflicted slaps and self-reproach would surely elicit sympathy from the men. Everything would fall perfectly into place. However, unbeknownst to her, Qin Xian had similar thoughts. Just as she contemplated eliminating Qin Xian, the latter surveyed her surroundings. Noticing that no one was watching, her gaze darkened, and she prepared to draw her knife from her space to deal with Ling Ling once and for all. After all, what would it matter if she was seen? Dead men tell no tales. At that moment, Both women, harboring nefarious intentions, were startled as Tiji, who had remained silent until now, appeared before them. Grasping a broken tree branch, he plunged it into the ghoul's abdomen, pinning it to the ground. The ghoul, still in the early stages of evolution, was not yet invulnerable. Its abdomen remained a weak point. Coughing, Tiji suddenly collapsed to his knees. Qin Qian recognized that he had overexerted his abilities. She rushed back to assist him. Ling Ling, witnessing the growing number of monsters, urged, "Let us go." "Why are you concerned about him?" Qin Qian scoffed, raising her hand, startling Ling Ling into covering her face in fear. As Qin Qian dashed back to Tiji, she caught a glimpse of his profile. Suddenly, a familiar pang gripped her heart, a dull ache that felt all too recognizable. Whose face was that? She couldn't recall clearly. Tiji glanced at her with an expressionless face, forcing himself to stand and muttering, "It's nothing." Qin Qian reined in her chaotic thoughts. On the battlefield, one could not afford to be distracted. She swiftly kicked a ghoul aside and noticed that the battle on Songji's side was exceedingly fierce. Just as she was about to assist, a shrill scream pierced the air behind her. Turning around, her lips twitched involuntarily. Ling Ling was actually wielding a fruit knife, attempting to strike a zombie's head. Having observed Qin Qian and her companions dispatching zombies with ease, she assumed that the zombie had been dead for too long, its skull softened and ripe for cutting. She thought she could do the same. Once she obtained a crystal core to level up, her first act would be to eliminate Qin Qian. To her dismay, however, the skull was far sturdier than she had anticipated. Her knife had dulled, merely grazing the face of one ghoul. What a disaster! Both Tiji and Qin Qian ground their teeth in frustration. Surrounded by ghouls, they now had to contend with this absurdity. Was this night never-ending? They realized it was too late to return to the battle. Like a gust of wind, Qin Qian dashed towards the corner of the complex. She had no intention of entering the main building but had spotted a small storage room nearby, with a wall ladder leading to the roof, an easy climb. She planned to ascend and hide for a moment. Charging required a relatively safe environment. Although it only took 3 seconds, in the current situation, even a second's delay could mean life or death. Tiji, dragging the terrified Ling Ling, followed closely behind her. Qin Qian was the first to reach the rooftop. The two behind her ran madly, scrambling to climb up. Suddenly, a horde of zombies and mutated animals surged forth from nowhere, hot on their heels. After replenishing her energy, the two of them finally made it to the top, gasping for breath. Qin Qian contemplated whether she should draw her knife and eliminate both of them. However, Tiji was innocent. He had indirectly saved her earlier. Killing him would be unjust. Just as she was caught in this moral dilemma, Ling Ling made the first move. She raised her right hand, a clear stream of water swirling around her. With a smug expression, she brought it to her lips, savoring a few sips and letting out a satisfied moan. Noting the two of them drenched in sweat, she instinctively knew they were parched. Turning to Qin Qian, she asked, "Would you like some water? I'm a water element ability user. I can conjure the sweetest, clearest water. If you kneel and beg, I might just let you drink." Qin Qian scoffed. Indeed, in this era, underground water resources had largely dwindled, making water exceedingly precious. Yet, she thought of the 500 large water tanks in her space, holding hundreds of tons of pure, sweet water. Did she really need the little bit Ling Ling offered? Ling Ling arrogantly lifted her chin, taunting kneel. Qin Qian chuckled softly, shaking her head in disbelief. Perhaps Qin Qian's disdainful attitude infuriated Ling Ling entirely. With a flick of her hand, a wave of water splashed across Qin Qian's face. Ling Ling laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, silly fool. Does that feel familiar? Is it like being sprayed by XX? Go ahead and drink. You must have had your fair share." She believed she had struck a blow to Qin Qian's pride, thinking she could humiliate her thoroughly. After all, she no longer possessed that powerful knife, so she felt invincible. With Tiji by her side, she was certain he would protect her. What she failed to see was that Tiji, witnessing her reckless behavior, quickly stepped back to distance himself. Tiji had grown up without parents, raised by his cousin, who had advised him to steer clear of certain individuals. Otherwise, when lightning struck, one could easily be caught in the crossfire. Qin Qian scoffed, dismissively wiping the water from her face. She turned her gaze to Ling Ling, a first-tier water element user daring to show off in front of her. Her demeanor turned icy as she extended her right hand towards Ling Ling. "Unfortunately for you, I am also a water element user, and at the 3rd tier. With that, A powerful jet of water, akin to a high-pressure hose, surged forth towards Ling Ling, striking her with such force that she was propelled into the air. Ling Ling barely had time to let out a shriek before she tumbled into the throng of zombies. Chapter 61. The green tea. Ling Ling goes offline. Ha ha ha. Foolish girl, die for me. Qin Xian thought she was quick enough, but someone was swifter. An electric wire ensnared Ling Ling's right foot, yanking her from the midst of the zombies. Overcome with fear, she lost control of her bladder, and the shame trickled down her body, splattering her face and mouth. It was TG, utilizing his powers to rescue the wretched girl. Damn it! Qin Xian snorted coldly, her brows furrowing. Evidently, there were plenty of stumbling blocks. She decided not to hold back any longer. A chilling smile crossed her lips as she narrowed her eyes. Once the intent to kill arose, matters would become much simpler. TG, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, spoke in a somewhat clumsy tone. Son Bai Ling, you will kneel and apologize to Sister Miao's spirit. Otherwise, I will throw you down. He added sternly, think carefully. I will only say this once. Qin Xian hesitated momentarily, eyeing TG with suspicion. Oh, a story was unfolding here? Ling Ling clasped her hands in prayer, weeping incoherently. I beg you, spare me. I promise, I promise. TG set her down, and she collapsed on the ground, gasping for air and feigning a half-dead demeanor. She weakly clutched her chest, sobbing softly. TG, somewhat anxious, stammered, kneel down, apologize. Ling Ling quickly complied. Kneeling as if in sincerity, Sister Miao, I apologize. I shouldn't have. She pretended to cough and gasp, but her eyes were already brimming with hatred. This poor performance made Qin Xian want to laugh. TG roared, hurry up and say it. Ling Ling gritted her teeth, abruptly turning towards TG, extending her arms and unleashing a torrent of water. Why should I apologize to that wretched person? If you like her so much, why not join her? This jet of water was far more powerful than before, fueled by Ling Ling's rage and unleashed with all her abilities. TG was drenched on one side, staggering backward. In that instant, he remembered to tighten his grip, using his remaining strength to command the wire, ensnaring Ling Ling's feet and hoisting her up, flinging her into the horde of zombies. Qin Xian acted quickly, seizing TG by the collar and yanking him back onto the rooftop. TG, having just faced life and death, was pale with fear, his lips tinged with blue, his eyes wide open. Not far away, Ling Ling's desperate screams echoed, accompanied by the chilling sounds of her flesh being torn apart by the zombies, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Eventually, her throat was bitten open, blood gushing into her nasal cavity, drowning her cries in a torrent of crimson. Soon, the wire TG manipulated was pulled taut again, ensnaring a foot clad in tattered canvas shoes. TG, still shaken, scrambled to his feet, a sense of vengeful joy evident on his face. He gazed at the dawnlit sky. His voice choked with emotion. Sister Miao, rest in peace. I have avenged you. Memories of that gentle woman, who had cared for him since the apocalypse, flooded back. He recalled asking Sister Miao why she treated him so well. She had replied that she had a younger brother of similar age. The siblings seldom saw each other. And when they did, they would bicker endlessly. When the apocalypse struck, their parents went missing, and the siblings finally reunited. During their escape, her brother had continued to act childishly, refusing to eat this or that, discarding the food she had painstakingly scavenged. On that day, during a cold war between the siblings, they were ambushed by mutated animals while searching for food. The younger brother, who had always avoided her like a venomous snake, unexpectedly leaped in front of her, sacrificing his own life to save hers. It was only later that she realized his pickiness was merely a way to ensure that his sister had a few more bites to eat. His rebellious demeanor in front of their parents was simply a strategy to garner more affection for his sensible sister, who was often overlooked due to their parents' preference for sons. He had always loved her deeply. Qin Xian had no intention of delving into his relationship with that Miao Jia. If not for the inexplicable familiarity she sensed from his face, she wouldn't have even considered saving him. She inquired, how will you explain this to your companions? TG wiped his tears and exchanged a glance with Qin Xian. After a moment of silence, she stated, she fell on her own. I tried to save her, but failed. With a shrug, Qin Xian remarked, well, she was quite careless. She should have steadied herself. Hearing her jest, a flicker of emotion finally crossed TG's otherwise expressionless face. He found himself both amused and perplexed. Just moments ago, her gaze had been fierce enough to send shivers down his spine while fighting Ling Ling. And now she appeared so innocent and carefree. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the horde of zombies, instantly halting their frenzied motions, with many of them having their skulls shattered. Following the lightning, two whirlwinds surged into the throng of zombies, their blades flashing like lightning, as Song Ji and Zhang Qi desperately slaughtered the undead. Song Ji's eyes glowed crimson, his expression grave, his lips pressed tightly together, emanating an aura that was both chilling and frenzied. It seemed he aimed to annihilate the zombies in an instant. His enchanted blades unleashed energy blades capable of cleaving through the air and dispatching zombies from a distance. However, given his low power level, he typically refrained from employing such energy-draining tactics. Now he seemed unconcerned, wildly swinging his blades, recklessly hurling energy blades into the horde. Qin Qian blinked, pondering if he was acting so urgently to rescue her. But if she perished, wouldn't all the supplies belong to him? Foolish boy. A soft smile graced her lips, warmth blossoming in her heart. She immediately harnessed her powers to bolster his and Zhang Qi's stamina. Sensing her energy, Song Ji quickly turned, finally spotting Qin Qian waving to him from the rooftop of a small building. Though she stood shrouded in darkness, she radiated light, dispelling the night in an instant. He believed she was illuminated by the light, only to realize it was her own brilliance. His previously anxious heart found solace, spurring him to slay the zombies with even greater fervor, striving to draw closer to her, bit by bit. As the surrounding zombies were vanquished, Qin Qian and Tiji descended the ladder. By this time, Song Ji was barely standing, struggling to control his rapid breathing. He felt dizzy, his nose warm. Zhang Qi exclaimed, "Hey, you're bleeding. Have you overexerted yourself?" Song Ji hastily wiped his nose, lowering his voice. "Don't shout. Don't let her worry." He squeezed Zhang Qi's shoulder, signaling him to keep quiet. Zhang Qi sighed, realizing that Song Ji was indeed quite the romantic, albeit a mad one. Moments earlier, when he witnessed Qin Qian lose her knife and become surrounded, Song Ji had seemingly flipped a switch, unleashing all his powers in a furious onslaught against the zombies. Zhang Qi understood that Song Ji was desperate to protect Qin Qian, and he shared that desire, yet Song Ji's frenzied intensity startled him. The latter danced and leaped with elegance and precision, dispatching nearly half of the ghouls single-handedly, while the other three merely followed behind like hapless novices, picking up scraps. Despite this, he relentlessly unleashed bolts of lightning. The swirling purple lightning streaked across the sky like countless dragons, a reflection of its master's madness, crashing violently to the ground and creating massive craters. The remaining ghouls were obliterated into fragments. Zhang Qi was left in shock. He was only at the second level. How could he wield such terrifying energy? It dawned on him that Song Ji was expending his very essence in his fervent desire to protect his beloved. Once Qin Qian approached safely, Song Ji finally exhaled, forcing himself to remain standing. He could not falter now. After the battle, everyone was exhausted, and he could not allow any ill intentions to arise among the group. He must not be a burden to her at this crucial moment. Nearby, the earring guy, upon discovering Ling Ling's demise, began wailing in despair, clutching the remains of her severed leg and repeatedly calling her name. Qin Qian, uninterested in his lamentations, simply dug at her ears and declared, "Let us go." As the trio prepared to leave, the earring guy shouted furiously, "You're not going anywhere. Give me back Ling Ling. Bring her back to me." He charged at Qin Qian, eyes red with rage, accusing them, "It's your fault. You did this to her." While he spoke, he unleashed his powers, attacking Qin Qian and her companions. Zhang Qi, unable to bear it any longer, cursed and delivered a swift kick, knocking the earring guy to the ground. He pointed at him, shouting, "Go to hell. If you keep this up, you'll end up like her." The earring guy, already weakened from the earlier battle, felt the blow to his vital points and writhed in pain. Clutching the remains, he curled up, sobbing. "This isn't how it's supposed to be. Ling Ling was the best girl. She saved my life, healed my eyes, and brought me warmth. Ling Ling, my girl, my girl." Upon hearing this, Tiji was seized by rage, stepping forward, mouth agape, struggling to voice his thoughts. He had always been reserved, consumed by his pursuits, and it seemed his ability to speak had significantly diminished. Now, fueled by anger, he could only sputter incoherently. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the remnants of Ling Ling's leg and, in a fit of disgust, hurled it far away. Such filth was utterly repugnant. The earring guy, frenzied, dashed after the discarded remains, but unbeknownst to him, a zombie lay nearby, still alive. The severed limb landed right beside it. "Oh no, a heavenly chicken leg," the zombie exclaimed, seizing it and taking a bite. Seeing his beloved's leg being devoured, the earring guy lost all reason and lunged at the zombie. Yet he forgot that zombies were not merely competitors for the last box of eggs at the supermarket. Fighting them could lead to death. With a terrifying roar, the zombie lunged, its claws ripping through his abdomen. As his crimson innards spilled forth, the earring guy looked down in horror. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, another zombie, missing the lower half of its body, seized his intestines and began to gnaw. The scent of blood awakened the remaining half-faced, half-bodied zombies from their stupor, causing them to rise from the heap. In no time, the earring guy was pinned to the ground, his anguished screams drowned out as he was devoured. Xiao Mu watched in horror, initially intending to intervene, but it was too late. He took a few hurried steps and halted. Qin Xian yawned, enjoying the spectacle. In the end, she even applauded. What a truly moving love story. Song Ji, both amused and exasperated, couldn't he help but poke her forehead with his finger. How can she be so adorable and mischievous? This little expression is simply delightful. I wish to see her do it once more. Alas, he is bound to succumb. Tiji, standing nearby, clenched his fists and finally uttered, "This is not love. It is a deception." It was not Lingling who saved Ear Stud, but Sister Meow. Xiao Mu was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? It wasn't Lingling who rescued Ear Stud?" Initially, Lingling, Sister Meow, Tiji, and Ear Stud all sought refuge in their organization together. Upon her arrival, Lingling proclaimed that she had rescued Ear Stud from a horde of zombies and brought him back to the camp after he was blinded by the zombie virus. She cared for him day and night, ensuring he was well looked after. Consequently, Lingling garnered immense praise within the organization, especially since she was a relative of the captain. The men were particularly enamored with her, presenting her with their finest offerings. Tiji remarked that when Ear Stud was first brought back, Lingling showed disdain for him, even attempting to cast him out to attract zombies. It was Sister Meow who consistently rescued him and tended to him day and night. However, Sister Meow was not eloquent. She preferred to quietly fulfill her duties, which led to Ear Stud forgetting her voice. Ironically, on the day he regained consciousness, Lingling attempted to steal his Ear Stud when no one was watching. He mistakenly believed Lingling was caressing him, leading to a persistent misunderstanding thereafter. Seeing that he possessed special abilities and was quite handsome, Lingling sought to recruit him into her harem, even coercing the others into silence under the threat of withholding water. Sister Meow remained indifferent to such matters and forbade any further disputes, allowing Lingling to proceed as she wished. Tiji, not skilled in verbal expression, managed to convey his thoughts in a fragmented manner. Qin Xian had to mentally reorganize the information to grasp the situation. After hearing all this, she couldn't help but chuckle. The self-proclaimed saint of the apocalypse, the immutable law. Sister Meow truly was a good girl, yet the cannibalistic nature of this world clearly did not suit her. After his revelation, Xiao Mu's gaze shifted to Lingling with disdain. Initially, he believed she was merely spoiled and foolish, but he was surprised to discover the depths of her malevolence. Zhang Qizhen chuckled, his hands tucked into his sleeves, calmly stating, "What a pity, such a remarkable ability, yet she is merely a love-struck fool." My esteemed ancestor once said, "Upon encountering a love-struck fool, one should flee. Those ensnared by such folly are as good as dead." Ah, the old man does not deceive me. Songji shot him an incredulous glare, exclaiming, "You've raised quite the mischief maker." It seemed their lineage truly harbored no virtuous individuals. Qin Xian laughed. "Did your esteemed ancestor ever mention that in this world, aside from zombies and northern Myanmar, no one can truly bare their souls to another? Look, it seems she has indeed laid her heart bare." Zhang Qizhen nodded vigorously, "Yes.
He did say that."
"What nonsense!" Qin Xian scoffed, playfully punching him. "Let us call it a day and head back." Just then, Xiao Mu approached to express his gratitude, albeit with a somewhat hesitant tone and wandering gaze. Qin Xian, sensing the unspoken desire, encouraged, "Captain Xiao Mu, feel free to speak your mind." Xiao Mu cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. "I was wondering if you all have a place to go? How about joining our organization? Although we are not a large group and cannot compare to the base. Our captain is of good character and possesses formidable abilities, and our organization is brimming with talent. If you would truly consider us, it would be our honor. The captain would hold you in high regard. Qin Xian shrugged, grinning mischievously. If you wish for us to join, I have but one question. Answer it well, and I shall accompany you. Instantly, Xiao Mu became earnest, nodding, ask away. He genuinely wished to recruit Qin Xian and her companions. Yet, her question left him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 63. Farewell. Zhang Xiaodao. Qin Xian strolled with deliberate grace, playfully inquiring, if we were to join, could your captain relinquish his position? Xiao Mu was utterly perplexed. Miss Qin, this is no jest.
Yes.
You decide. No matter how formidable your captain is, can he rival Xiao Song? Can he compare to Zhang Daolong? She deliberately excluded herself from the equation, for she was the hidden ace. To outsiders, the mightiest figure appeared to be Song Ji. Let them believe that. The deeper she could conceal her true power, the better. She intended to be an unexpected powerhouse. Point made, comrades, point made. Xiao Mu fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her words. Qin Xian continued, if we truly joined, how would your captain cope? Our abilities surpass his. How could we ever be subordinate? Even if your captain were to step aside, we wouldn't covet the position. It is not our intention to belittle you. We are simply free spirits. Even if we were to eventually settle at a base, it would only be temporary. Therefore, Captain Xiao Mu, should we meet again in the future, I can promise that as long as our interests do not conflict and you harbor no ill will, we shall remain friends. But as for allegiance, let's forego that. Her words instantly deflated Xiao Mu's enthusiasm. Indeed, their humble organization could not accommodate such formidable figures. Why not create their own organization and become leaders themselves, given their capabilities? At that moment, Xiao Mu realized his own recklessness and foolishness, hastily apologizing. Seeing his understanding, Qin Xian nodded slightly. Then it is settled. Let us divide the crystal cores we've unearthed. We shall take 7, and you 3.
Does that sound agreeable?
Xiao Mu nodded immediately. No objections. As most of the credit belongs to Mr. Song, we were merely tagging along. With that, the group divided their labor, finishing off the remaining zombies and extracting the crystal cores for equitable sharing. Song Ji, initially eager to participate, was halted by Zhang Qizhen. He had exhausted too much energy and needed to rest. Qin Xian had long sensed Song Ji's fatigue and assigned him to patrol and keep watch instead. Song Ji complied without hesitation, doing whatever Qin Xian instructed. The 4 of them worked diligently until around 6 in the morning, unearthing 470 crystal cores of varying sizes. Despite the abundance of zombies, not every one of them contained a core. The production rate was roughly 70%. After discarding the cores that were too small or of inferior quality, the remaining amount was minimal. After dividing the cores, the 5 bid each other farewell. Qin Xian cast one last glance at TG before turning to leave. The 3 returned to their vehicle to survey the area, ensuring no zombies or ill-intentioned individuals lurked nearby. Once inside, they locked the doors and collapsed onto the floor, exchanging silly grins. They had truly exhausted themselves to the brink of collapse. The particle energy could replenish their abilities, yet they remained mere mortals, sore and fatigued. Zhang Qizhen stretched, exclaiming, "Damn it, it felt like filming a night-long drama. I need to wash up and sleep well." Song Ji turned to Qin Xian, asking, "Are you hungry? There's still some braised beef in the fridge. I can make you a bowl of noodles." Just as Zhang Qizhen was about to head to the bathroom, he pivoted back, wiggling his hips and waving his hands, singing off-key in a dramatic tone. "Oh, are you hungry? Are you hungry? I can feed you, I can feed you." Song Ji seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. Zhang Qizhen blocked it with the bathroom door, and the cushion struck the door perfectly.
Echakel triumphantly. Ah.
You missed. What a shame. Song Ji, feeling exasperated, disregarded his fatigue, rushed in, and tossed the squealing Zhang Qizhen into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. Inside, muffled sounds ensued, and she warned, "Ahem, if anyone is nearby, remember to use headphones." Half an hour later, the 3 completed their personal grooming. Song Ji prepared beef noodles for Qin Xian and pork bone noodles for himself, even making half a roasted chicken and a stir-fry for Zhang Qizhen. Zhang Qizhen rubbed his hands together, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. "Wow, such a feast?" he exclaimed. Song Ji expressed his gratitude to Zhang Qizhen for helping him multiple times on the battlefield. He pushed the roast chicken toward him, saying, "You must be tired. Eat more." Qin Xian nearly spat out her barley tea. Biting the end of her chopsticks and blinking her big eyes, she asked, What did you do that was so tiring?
Oh,
I'm just a baby, a kindergarten baby. I don't understand what you all are talking about. Zhang Qijin waved his hand dismissively, replying, dealing with him is genuinely exhausting. He's too hard to please. Qin Xian's face lit up with excitement, her expression resembling that of a doting ant. So, what exactly were they doing in the bathroom just now? Zhang Qijin was busy tearing into the chicken leg, completely oblivious to the fact that Qin Xian's thoughts had taken a rather inappropriate turn. He felt that Songji was too restrained, too shy to express his affections for the girl. Songji always fought hard, risking his life, just to protect her completely. However, when he realized that despite his utmost efforts, Qin Xian could still fall into danger, he felt despondent, which only drove him to work even harder, plunging into a vicious cycle of obsession. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, not wanting Qin Xian to notice or feel any pressure from him. However, it appeared that Qin Xian's thoughts were entirely different. Her mind was filled with sensational imaginings. In her narrow world, she envisioned a pair of affectionate lovers bathing together in a sea of love, gallivanting through the romantic realm. Thus, as she ate and laughed, she almost choked on her food. The two men exchanged puzzled glances. This woman did not seem quite right. As dawn broke, the three of them took turns resting. Songji was the most fatigued, and Qin Xian stealthily replenished him with energy. His hands, which had previously been cold, gradually warmed up. After last night's intense battle, they had gathered enough energy crystals, prompting Qin Xian to decide to take a day off to study how to absorb the medical crystal. As evening approached, the sun set, signaling it was time to part ways. Zhang Qijin, nonchalant as ever, donned his slightly faded and patched Daoist robe, slung his yellow cloth pouch and the backpack Qin Xian had given him over his shoulder, and stepped out of the vehicle. The backpack contained water and food. Though not much, it wasn't that Qin Xian was unwilling to provide more, but rather that Zhang Qijin had not asked for it. He stated, I am going out to hone my skills, not for a picnic. I can procure my own food. I will cultivate my spirit amidst the mundane world and refine my heart through worldly experiences. When we meet again, I shall be stronger than I am now. At this moment, Qin Xian and Songji saw him off, and the three shared an embrace to bid farewell. With a grand gesture, Zhang Qijin said, I'm off. Until we meet again. There were no prolonged farewells, no tears of reluctance. He departed as suddenly as he had arrived, moving with an air of lightness. Zhang Qijin had calculated that they would certainly meet again. Their bond was far from over. Returning to the vehicle, Qin Xian composed herself and instructed Songji, stay vigilant. I'm going to level up. Songji nodded, assuring her, you can rest easy. Leave it to me. Qin Xian locked the door to her bedroom and turned to enter her space, preparing for her ascension. What new abilities would the fourth tier unlock? Chapter 64. The Spiritual Spring of the Spiritual Space Fourth Tier. No. Abilities. Building upon the self-concealment, energy absorption, particle control, and particle fusion of the third tier. 2 new skills were added. 1 energy shield, capable of intercepting energy attacks from creatures of a lower tier, both ranged and melee, as well as attacks from enchanted melee weapons. The defensive capabilities of the energy shield would continue to improve with tier advancement. 2. Crystal control, the ability to manipulate exposed energy crystals, though ineffective on the crystals within living creatures' brains. 4th tier, biological manipulation ability, enables communication with animals and the ability to sense their emotions. 4th tier, mysterious space ability. 1. Mysterious spring water. The water from the spiritual spring can be consumed, providing benefits such as beautifying skin, clearing heat, and detoxifying, reducing inflammation and pain, dispelling dampness and detoxing, and accelerating wound healing. It is effective for internal and external use. 2. Time flow. Time within the space accelerates to 4 times that of the outside world. A natural day and night within the space lasts 8 hours. When a person enters the space, they do not age rapidly, and the perception of time remains the same as the outside world. However, the flow of time differs between the current world and the space, causing farm animals and crops within to mature more quickly. Please remember to harvest and slaughter in a timely manner to avoid unnecessary losses. 1st tier, medical ability, healing, increases wound healing speed by 20. During this tier ascension, Qin Xian felt a mix of pain and joy. The previously collected energy crystals were consumed entirely, with the absorption of just the medical crystals costing 100 of them. This rare ability was indeed formidable. However, its future potential was undeniable. At this moment, within her small room in the space, Qin Qian noted that her time spent there had doubled from 3 hours to 6 hours. After completing her ascension, she eagerly rushed to the backyard to inspect the mysterious spring water. The small stone basin, reminiscent of a bath, was now filled to the brim with spring water. The water was pure and crystal clear, akin to natural crystal. The dappled green leaves overhead cast a stunning reflection. Qin Qian was ecstatic. Having read about so many spiritual springs in novels, she had wondered why she had never encountered one herself. Look, wasn't this exactly what she wished for? She wiped her hands and attempted to scoop a handful of spring water to taste, but fearing her hands were still dirty, she hurried back to fetch a cup, washed it thoroughly, and returned to scoop the water. As the liquid touched her throat, a refreshing sweetness surged through her, sending shivers of delight. It was truly remarkable. She had never tasted such exquisite water in her life. The moment it touched her tongue, it felt as if she had been electrified. Sweet, thirst-quenching, cool, and delightful. How could it possibly taste this good? She felt like a parched soul, yearning for this exquisite spring. Her hands, acting independently of her brain, continued to scoop and drink the spring water, gulping it down until the basin was empty. Only then did she come to her senses, realizing she had drained the spring. Panic set in as she scratched her head, glancing around. She noticed that the stone basin, carved from a single large rock, showed no signs of cracks. Yet the water level inexplicably began to rise again, reaching the previous volume. This meant that the spring could refill itself for free. Incredible. She filled 2 bottles to store in her space for future use, planning to use the water for a facial mask later. The small animals and plants thrived, and Qin Qian took time each day to care for them. Many crops had borne fruit and were gradually ripening. Perhaps it was due to the space's soil, which was far richer in nutrients and spiritual energy than the outside world. Thus, the fruits and vegetables grown within, while not particularly large, were exceptionally plump, juicy, and delicious. After consuming these crops, Qin Qian finally understood what true food flavor was. Those fruits and vegetables cultivated with pesticides and fertilizers, artificially enhanced through various technologies, could not compare to these. Humming a cheerful tune, she rolled up her pant legs, donned a straw hat, and busily set to work. Weeding, catching insects, tilling the soil, feeding pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks, she was thoroughly engrossed in her tasks. After leveling up to the 4th tier, her physical stamina had significantly increased. The aches and pains from last night's hunting expedition disappeared in an instant. After leaving the spatial realm, she glanced at her watch and realized that less than half an hour had passed. With a cheerful demeanor, she opened the door only to see Song Zhizheng approaching with an unusual object in hand. Upon noticing her, Song Zhi instantly stepped forward to inquire, "Did you succeed?" "Yes, I am now a 4th-tier ability user. As it stands, there are probably only a handful of 4th-tier users in the entire province," she replied, playfully tapping his arm. "Aren't you impressed?" She resembled a little sister who had scored full marks, seeking praise from her older brother. Song Zhi chuckled. "Indeed, I am impressed. My boss is the greatest." He then presented her with a peculiar object as a gift to celebrate her advancement. Curious, Qin Qian looked down at what appeared to be a belt. Modified from a sports belt, it had several ports and small pouches. After fiddling with it for some time, she couldn't quite grasp its purpose. Song Zhi took it from her and began to explain. "This is a multi-knife belt. You can wear it around your waist, and it can hold up to 4 knives along with 2 smaller fruit knives." He helped her secure it around her waist, maintaining a respectful distance as his hands never grazed her body. Previously, when you threw knives to slay monsters, you were left defenseless afterward. This will allow you to carry multiple knives, and to prevent any accidents, I've even made soft sheets for them. Let me first measure the fit before we attach them. As she listened to his enthusiastic explanation, a warm sensation spread through her heart. He had noticed her previous limitations, keeping them in mind all along. It became clear that showing kindness to someone involved more than mere words. It required tangible actions. Raising her gaze to meet his, she saw concern etched on his handsome face. His lowered eyes, partially concealed by his lashes, were filled with her reflection. He leaned slightly, his long fingers deftly adjusting the ties at her waist. With each breath, a warm breeze brushed against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Clearing her throat, she quickly looked down, her cheeks flushing. Goodness, this is too close. The last time they had been this near was, well, it was too close for comfort. She subtly shifted away, taking the belt to adjust it herself. Thank you for remembering this. I had completely forgotten, she said with a smile, attempting to feign composure, though her hands trembled. Am I developing Parkinson's at such a young age? In an effort to change the subject, she suddenly remembered her earlier thought about teaming up with him. Clearing her throat again, she said, Songji, I've given it some thought. Let's get married. Chapter 65, The Big Knife and the Small Bowl. Songji. Qin Xian? What on earth?
No.
That's not right. What did I just say? Panic-stricken, she stepped back, stammering, no, I mean, To her surprise, Songji took her words seriously, his face flushing as he displayed a look akin to a young bride eager for marriage. Well, that could work. Qin Xian kicked him playfully, exclaiming, what are you talking about? I meant we should team up. Songji rubbed his nose, his gaze lowering as he said, I understand now. What does that disappointed expression mean? Amused by her flustered reaction, Songji gently redirected the conversation. Since my boss is willing to form a team with me, let us follow through as previously discussed. I'll handle all the household chores and food. You take 6 of the crystal cores and I'll take 4. You provide me with water. Do you have any other conditions? His tone resembled that of a business negotiation. It was understandable. Suppressing his excitement and joy was no easy feat. Although he had felt a surge of exhilaration when she mentioned marriage, he also experienced a flicker of disappointment when she clarified her intent. Yet, the fact that she wanted to team up with him was more than he could have hoped for. Qin Xian, finding a way to ease the tension, took a seat and gestured for him to do the same. Now that we've decided to collaborate, there are some matters I need to discuss with you. Qin Xian could not reveal all her secrets, but she knew that if she didn't mention the spatial abilities, Songji would eventually discover them over time. It would be inconvenient to hide everything from him, especially when it came to sharing food. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, spatial abilities were not uncommon, and he would not be surprised to learn of their existence. However, her unique spatial ability, which allowed real-life entry and agricultural cultivation, was singular to her. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xian stated, I possess spatial abilities and have a storage space. Before the apocalypse, my grandfather appeared in my dreams, urging me to stockpile supplies. Since childhood, I have been able to see peculiar things, and my grandfather's dreams have always proven true. Therefore, I also consume some items. Not anticipating the onset of the apocalypse, I am a water type, medical type, and spatial type ability user. She rambled on, even dragging her grandfather into her story. If the old man could hear her, he would likely rise from the grave to reprimand her. Having said that, she had shared all that she could. Whether he believed her or not was up to him. If he didn't, she could always deal with it later. As for her true abilities, including her vast stockpile and her capacity to enter the spatial realm, those were secrets she chose to keep. Upon finishing her explanation, she did not detect any astonishment in Songji's expression. He merely nodded, acknowledging her words. I see. A momentary wave of anxiety washed over Qin Xian. How did you know? Have you seen me retrieve items from the space? She had thought herself invulnerable to detection. Songji shook his head. You've hidden it well. I only began to suspect in the past couple of days. You remain calm and unconcerned about food quantities. I surmised either you possess the means to acquire food, or you have an abundance of it. In the small organization I was part of, there was a spatial ability user, so I am aware of its existence. Qin Xian smirked slightly, her gaze sweeping across his face. He truly was perceptive. Sitting up straighter, her expression turned serious. You are very astute, and I appreciate teaming up with intelligent individuals. However, more than intelligence, I seek a loyal companion. She regarded Songji earnestly, using her abilities to gauge his emotions, discovering only joy in his heart. Songji nodded, all right. Qin Xian continued, maintaining her composure. I prefer to lay all cards on the table. I have a vendetta to settle. As you know, Lin Mei Jiao is my cousin, and she is thriving in the base. To seek revenge, I must infiltrate the base without being recognized, so I require a shield, and you are the most suitable candidate. In simple terms, I will provide for you while you serve as my public facade. Others will see you as the leader, but in truth, I will be the one steering the ship. Can you accept that? Songji did not hesitate to nod. I have always regarded you as my leader, my boss. She replied, good. Since you agree, let us establish some ground rules. First, your tier must never exceed mine. Do not even think about secretly advancing or hoarding crystal cores. I will sense it. Should you do so, our partnership will be irrevocably severed. At this point, she paused, coldly contemplating that the severance would not only pertain to their relationship, but also to Songji's very existence. Songji showed no sign of hesitation. All right, I agree. Secondly, do not play the savior. From now on, we must prioritize our mutual interests above all else. In the face of external threats, one must adopt a ruthless approach, maintaining a detached stance when matters do not concern oneself. This is the most fundamental survival rule in a post-apocalyptic world. Thirdly, regardless of whether we continue to operate as a team or choose to part ways in the future, we must uphold confidentiality regarding each other. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective that old sentiments hold no value in this world. If you were to divulge my secrets, I too would cast aside any past affections. I wish to avoid a situation where we might turn against each other, so mutual respect and adherence to our roles is essential for lasting coexistence. After articulating her demands, she effortlessly elevated the conversation's theme. Songji was utterly charmed by her earnest yet adorable demeanor. He certainly recognized that this seemingly innocent little kitten harbored the ferocity of a thunderous beast. When provoked, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. And her threats were not mere bluster. Thus, Songji solemnly agreed, acknowledging that what she proposed constituted the baseline of their partnership. If either of them failed to meet these standards, they would not be worthy of teaming up. He pledged earnestly that should he betray her in the future, she would be justified in ending his life without hesitation. Qin Qian extended her left hand, examining her long, fair fingers with care. Naturally, she did not place her trust in anyone's words entirely. Oaths could easily be cloaked in deceit. She relied solely on herself. Earlier, within the confines of their shared space, an artificial intelligence had inadvertently let slip some information. She was determined to ascend to the 5th tier of power, as only then would she possess the means to truly dominate Songji. After a moment's distraction, she looked up and smiled, asking if he had anything further to say. Upon receiving a negative response, she declared their partnership officially established. Mr. Song, may our collaboration be fruitful. She extended her hand, and he reciprocated, adding, Miss Qin, may our partnership flourish. Qin Qian chuckled. From now on, I shall wield a mighty blade. Songji playfully tapped her forehead, saying, and I shall have my own little bowl. Little bowl? She mused, invoking the image of a goofy dog carrying its own food bowl, eagerly asking for meat. They both burst into laughter, recognizing each other as identities. With their significant matters settled, Songji hesitated momentarily before suggesting, could we return to my former home? Qin Qian, toying with her lighter, inquired, why? Is there someone important? Songji shook his head, insisting it was merely some belongings, not particularly significant. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes, but I believe you will find it appealing. Chapter 66. Is the boss of my household someone you can see? Qin Qian dismissed his cryptic demeanor with a swift kick, urging him, hurry up and level up. I'm hungry. Cook for me after you're done. Songji brushed off the dirt from his trousers and cheerfully replied, all right, I'm on my way. What do you want to eat? Curry rice, with plenty of spice. 30 minutes later, Songji ascended to the 3rd tier of lightning abilities and became a 3rd tier enchanter. Not only did the intensity of his lightning surge significantly, but he could now control 12 bolts simultaneously compared to the previous 6. Each bolt could be as thick as a tree trunk, delivering devastating blows to both humans and zombies, or as thin as a hair, capable of zapping mosquitoes and mutated insects. Additionally, when he gently massaged Qin Qian's shoulders, a subtle current would flow through her, providing exquisite relief. Due to their preceding intense battles, both chose to remain indoors that night. They parked their RV in a remarkably concealed spot, where Qin Qian utilized her social anxiety-induced abilities to camouflage the vehicle. Now, she could absorb mutated particles to energize herself without needing a buffer, even while engaged in combat. The following evening, the duo set off towards Songji's villa. After freshening up, Qin Qian donned a lovely avocado green Lolita dress and settled into the front passenger seat. Songji was momentarily entranced. That color complemented her fair skin and striking beauty exquisitely. He nearly lost control of the vehicle in his distraction. Unaware of his astonished gaze, Qin Qian sat back thoughtfully, biting her lip. Having been a fashionable girl before the apocalypse, she had decided to embrace her own beauty unapologetically. Others could harbor their opinions, but she would live as she pleased. Qin Xian outlined her plan to hunt in populated areas. She had stored numerous fresh corpses in her space to attract zombies by hanging them from the ceiling. Once a sufficient horde gathered, she would summon rain with her water abilities, increasing the conductivity for Song Ji's lightning strikes. After he reduced the zombies to ashes, she would effortlessly retrieve the crystal cores from the rooftop. This approach was both time-efficient and convenient. Song Ji's eyes lit up with excitement as he nodded, formulating additional strategies to complement her plan. Qin Xian grew increasingly animated, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. After some discussion, they decided to experiment in the nearby university town. Upon arriving, they found the surroundings still in disarray. Song Ji observed for a while before parking the vehicle in a nearby alley, preparing to disembark and gather some supplies for cover. Suddenly, Qin Xian sensed a group of individuals rapidly approaching from a distance, her brow furrowing in concern. How had she failed to detect the presence of other survivors in the vicinity? She recalled that her particle detection had a limited range. Beyond that, she could not sense anything. Peering outside, she noticed two groups converging, their intentions immediately apparent. One from the west exclaimed, "What the hell? It's you again?" After finally spotting a fat sheep, "Last time you took the majority. This time, it's ours." Qin Xian exchanged glances with Song Ji, realizing they were the fat sheep the others referred to, indicating they had long been under surveillance. The eastern group retorted with a cold laugh. "What evidence do you have that we took more? We think you took the most." The western group scoffed, "Don't talk nonsense. Last time, that woman was dragged away by you, and you didn't even share her." As tensions escalated and insults flew, the two factions quickly devolved into a physical altercation, wielding abilities and weapons against one another. It was comical. They hadn't even begun hunting, and were already bickering over spoils. Their confidence in their superiority was evident, assuming they could easily deal with Qin Xian and Song Ji. Feeling offended, Qin Xian furrowed her brow. Song Ji, with a scoff, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, declaring, "I'm going in, it might get bumpy." Qin Xian gave him an approving thumbs up, fastening her seatbelt. Just as Song Ji prepared to accelerate, a bolt of golden lightning struck towards their vehicle, not intentional, merely a byproduct of the clash. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a bolt of lightning through sheer willpower to intercept it. Qin Xian's instincts kicked in, and her powers activated an energy shield as soon as she sensed danger. The opposing force was weaker, and Song Ji's lightning absorbed their strike, redirecting it back towards its source. With a resounding crash, a scream echoed as someone fell to the ground. The backlash from the colliding bolt sent everyone around them sprawling. Yet the energy shield protected Qin Xian and Song Ji's vehicle from any impact. They exchanged glances, both wearing amused smirks. Trouble, it seemed, was simply a staple of the apocalypse. As troubles arise that cannot be evaded, one must confront them head-on. Among those who were knocked down, a few quickly regained their footing, including the leader of the first wave, a short man whose age was indiscernible beneath the grime on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his dark wrist and approached. "Get out of the car. How dare you harm our brothers? You're seeking death." Just as his hand hovered above the door, it swung open. Song Ji exuded a chilling aura, towering over his adversary. Upon seeing Song Ji, the short man found his words caught in his throat, instinctively stepping back. His primal instinct screamed that this man was formidable and not to be trifled with. As he pondered this, the leader of the second wave, a one-eyed dragon, sprinted over, eager to claim more than his rival. He failed to notice the murderous glint in Song Ji's eyes, only perceiving him as a mere scrawny figure, which momentarily eased his tension. Behind Song Ji, however, was a stunning beauty, her fair skin radiant amidst the clean and orderly interior of the vehicle, wafting with the long-lost scent of stewed meat. He gulped, green-eyed with greed. "Damn it, this pretty boy has a little lady hidden away?" His words tumbled out, slurred with excitement. He leered at Qin Xian, boldly declaring, "This lady belongs to me, and so does the car. I'll take most of what's inside today." This time, the short man did not argue but retreated a step, rolling his eyes inwardly at the fool. Did he not realize that those who thrived in this post-apocalyptic world were not to be trifled with? The one-eyed dragon, confident in his second-tier metallic abilities, dismissed Song Ji entirely. He sneered and advanced toward the vehicle, his lone eye scanning Qin Xian's form with predatory intent, eager to drag the delicate rabbit into the RV for his own enjoyment. Song Ji, noticing the gaze fixed on Qin Xian, narrowed his eyes slightly. summoning a chill breeze that swirled around them. The short man recognized the shift in mood and retreated hastily. The one-eyed dragon, in his arrogance, failed to notice the danger, extending his hand without raising his gaze, launching several metallic spikes towards Songji, believing they would pierce the pretty boy easily. Yet, to his shock, the spikes clattered harmlessly to the ground, entirely beyond his control. Realization dawned too late as a massive purple dragon, like divine retribution, struck him on the head, sending him crashing to the ground in convulsions. Songji mercifully spared his life, appearing before him in a flash. With a resounding thud, he aimed a kick at the dragon's vital points, sending him flying. The anguished scream pierced the night, echoing in the air. Qin Xian grinned, recognizing the lethal blow. With the sound of cracking bones, Songji slammed the door of the vehicle, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, emanating an aura akin to a demon emerging from hell. He unleashed a series of lightning bolts, deliberately targeting the one-eyed dragon's remaining eye. "You dare look at my boss? Take a good look, and remember your place." The dragon's face became a canvas of destruction, his eye bursting from the impact. And the short man trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror. With a final bolt of lightning, the dragon's life was extinguished. Songji wore a cold smile, lifting his chin in triumph as he returned to stand beside Qin Xian. She rested a knife on her shoulder, turning to the short man. "Are you a lightning user too? Care for a game?" Songji's eyes gleamed with ferocity behind her, as if ready to unleash his fangs. The short man quickly raised his hands in surrender, shaking his head vigorously.
No, no.
"You two are free to do as you please. We'll leave." Turning to Qin Qian, Songji seemed to seek her approval. She shrugged. They were here to hunt, not to waste time on these fools. Just as they prepared to enter the vehicle, a group of 8 individuals approached, their demeanor threatening. A muscular, bald man barked, who unleashed the lightning. "My brother is dead. And you think you can escape?" It appeared the strongest abilities from both teams had converged. The onlookers gazed at the striking couple, envy and admiration etched on their faces. Particularly the 2 women in the group, clad in ragged t-shirts and with shaved heads, burned with jealousy at the sight of Qin Qian, who donned a beautiful green Lolita dress, her flawless skin glowing. Songji glanced at Qin Qian, questioning her intentions. She brandished her knife, which hummed with anticipation. Realizing she had just advanced in power and was eager to test her skills, he nodded in understanding. His gaze swept over the 8 formidable foes. "I did this. Do you have a problem with it?" The muscular man's eyes flared with rage, his knuckles cracking ominously. He charged forward, fists swinging. Songji met him fearlessly, stepping up to face the challenge. Meanwhile, the short man hastily gathered the remaining 7, whispering, "The Tiger Squad, come with me."
Now.
2 men and 1 woman, subordinates of the short man, hesitated, reluctant to abandon such a prime target. The short man's expression darkened. "Those who refuse to obey will be kicked out of the Tiger Squad. I want to repeat myself." With that, he strode away. The 3 exchanged glances, filled with reluctance, but knowing they could not survive alone in this harsh world. Even if they could fend off the mutated beasts, would they be able to secure food? Would their previous adversaries let them be? In this unforgiving environment, survival depended on unity. Thus, despite their desires, they had no choice but to follow. In truth, some in the group had already perceived the underlying tension. The muscular man, despite his apparent strength, was entangled in a battle that concealed deeper strategies. Although he wielded formidable ice powers, his attacks were futile against his opponent, who effortlessly evaded him. It was evident to those with insight that the muscular man would soon meet defeat, as Songji's capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, revealing that the leader was, in fact, safeguarding them. In the apocalyptic world, it is indeed remarkable to maintain such dignity while daring to venture into a densely populated area of zombies like the university town. What could possibly be the source of such bravado? Earlier, I had been swept away by the allure of the RV and supplies. But now I realize how short-sighted I was. Suddenly the captain's diminutive figure appears to loom larger in my mind. As expected, 3 minutes later, the muscular man was toppled to the ground, gasping for breath in utter disarray. His team stared in disbelief. With the strongest member of their crew defeated, who could possibly contend with this pretty boy? At that moment, the remaining woman narrowed her eyes, locking her gaze onto Qin Qian. The delicate girl, nurtured and pampered, should have stayed hidden in the vehicle instead of brandishing a knife so flamboyantly. If she falls into my hands, she won't even know how to cry properly. She signaled to the man beside her, dressed in a black checkered dress. He immediately understood, stepping forward. Capturing this little novice would not only secure this man and the RV, but would ensure a feast tonight. At this instant, Qin Qian had her back turned to them. Unbeknownst to her, as the man in the checkered dress moved, she was nearly bursting with joy. An adept hunter often manifests as their prey. Once again, she feigned weakness, successfully deceiving her adversary. She wanted to practice her skills but felt too shy to express it directly. Just as she was about to concoct a reason to provoke a confrontation, the man charged at her with outstretched claws, letting out a deliberate roar to distract Song Ji, hoping to grant the muscular man a moment's respite. To his astonishment, Song Ji didn't even flinch, orchestrating the purple thunder dragon to dance violently in the air, obliterating the muscular man's body. With a muffled grunt, a gaping hole the size of a basin appeared in the man's abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Qin Qian suddenly turned and smiled, revealing 8 perfectly aligned teeth. Her crescent-shaped eyes gleamed with a malevolent delight that sent a chill down the spine of the man in the checkered dress. Instead of retreating, she advanced, swinging her knife in a swift arc that severed the man's zombie-like claws. As blood sprayed forth, she nimbly executed a triple jump backward, her movements as light as a gossamer, seemingly devoid of weight. Damn it, she adored this dress and hoped not to soil it. Were it not for the sudden turn of events, she would have changed. Once in a safe spot, she smirked. Her first-tier ability had merged, and the choice to fuse with zombies was truly tasteless. The man in the checkered dress screamed in agony. Annoyed by the noise, Qin Qian grasped her skirt with her left hand and dashed forward, delivering a swift cut to his throat. She skillfully maneuvered behind him before striking, wiping her blade clean on his dress after he collapsed. The black dress was ill-suited for him, accentuating his wide hips and looking unappealing. It was likely he had merely grabbed any available clothing to cover himself. The earlier woman trembled, her lips quivering. Who are you? Qin Qian felt a wave of heat. Having just bathed, her skin felt sticky. She wanted to resolve the situation quickly so she could shower again. Unbothered by their astonishment, she advanced step by step with her knife drawn. Pointing at the woman, she executed a second-tier leap, then gestured at the man, who was already terrified, indicating a first-tier levitation. Her mocking laughter grew more pronounced. Come at me. If you wish to engage in a war of attrition, I will be accused of bullying. The man quickly begged for mercy. We were wrong. We dare not. Please spare us. The woman, though reluctant, had no choice but to echo his plea. Qin Qian, uninterested in further discourse, deemed them enemies the moment they harbored murderous intent. Enemies must either be eliminated or eradicated entirely. Without uttering a single word, she charged forth. The two were compelled to defend themselves, quickly finding themselves on the back foot. However, just as they were about to succumb, Qin Qian would feign a slight vulnerability, leading them to believe they had an opening. As they attacked her feigned weakness, they would soon realize they had been duped. Qin Qian did not rush to end their lives. Instead, she relentlessly drained their abilities. Like a forest sprite in a flowing green dress, she danced and twirled, replenishing her energy with her powers while reveling in the exhilarating feeling of battling and regaining strength simultaneously. Oh, how delightful! Nearby, Songji found it amusing and casually opened a bottle of drink, leaning against the vehicle, sipping contentedly. The name of another extraordinary creature floated into his mind, the great green grasshopper. Qin Qian? You'd better sleep on the roof of the car tonight. At last, Qin Qian had her fill of play. With a swift motion, she brought her knife down, granting her opponent a swift end. Opponent, not so swift. Qin Qian stretched her neck and turned to Songji, inquiring if there were any leftovers of the curry rice. I'm hungry again. Songji approached with a smile. Yes, but not much left. Would you like another dish? Sure, I'd like to eat. Before she could finish, a wailing arose. Several women knelt on the ground, weeping as if mourning a deceased loved one. Qin Qian initially thought perhaps one of the people she had slain was their son or daughter. However, to her surprise, they all exclaimed in unison, Thank goodness. They're finally dead. Those brutes are gone at last. Qin Qian sheathed her knife, intending to ignore them as she walked towards the vehicle. One of the older women rushed to kneel before Qin Qian, bowing and sobbing, Thank you, young lady. If it weren't for your gallant actions in ridding us of these beasts, we would have perished. They had seized our daughters and sons, robbed us of all our food, allowing us only a single mouthful to eat each day. They would kill anyone they encountered, forcing us to consume human flesh. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. As she spoke, one even attempted to cling to Qin Qian's leg. With a cold smile, Qin Qian stepped back swiftly, causing the woman to tumble to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She was all too aware of their intentions. They feigned pity to elicit sympathy, subsequently employing moral coercion to gain more. The fact that these individuals had survived to this point could not possibly be attributed to kindness or generosity. Rather, it stemmed from their insatiable greed, seizing every opportunity they could to survive. Songji immediately stepped in front of Qin Qian, brandishing his knife and coldly declaring, "Who has the time for acts of heroism? Get lost now, or I will kill." The women's cries ceased abruptly. No one anticipated that this seemingly easygoing young man would exhibit such ferocity. Onlookers shrank back, huddling behind trees in trepidation. They were all ordinary members of the team, many of whom were relatives of the ability's users. Some young, attractive individuals had even offered their bodies for the pleasure of the powerful. Ultimately, each had their own utility. The useless perished, becoming sustenance for the useful. In this apocalyptic reality, order had disintegrated, and humanity had been obliterated. No one could expect unconditional care without being of use, nor would any life be wasted. The older women, seeing their emotional manipulation fail, quickly gestured behind them. Instantly, another woman approached, kneeling on the ground. "Please, save my child. She is only 3 months old and hasn't had milk for days." The woman clutched a swaddled infant, so emaciated it resembled a mere kitten. The baby's cries pierced the heart like someone was choking its throat, evoking a profound sense of despair. Any woman hearing such wails and witnessing such a pitiful child would undoubtedly feel their maternal instincts surge forth, stirring up compassion within them. As long as the other party shows pity and is willing to offer something, it is akin to tearing open a wound. They would rush forward, seizing everything in sight. The law does not punish the masses, and in the end, these two would merely suffer in silence. Chapter 69. The wind that misguided the lightning. Qin Qian watched the scene unfold with a bemused expression. If it weren't for the fact that she had seen that woman surreptitiously pinch the infant, she might have been convinced. The child, who had been sleeping soundly, was now being forced into labor as a mere tool. Who wouldn't he cry out in distress? Alas, they were mistaken. While Qin Qian possessed some humanity, it was scant. She paid them no heed and turned to leave once more. At that moment, an elderly woman could no longer contain herself and approached with a mixture of pity and indignation. "Child," she said, "you appear so kind-hearted. How can you be so heartless? Look at us, old and young alike, in such dire straits. Can you truly turn a blind eye?" Qin Qian blinked her innocent large eyes and nodded. Yes, indeed. The old woman was left speechless. Another elderly lady immediately stepped forward, bending her back and clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication. "Good girl, good lad. I implore you, share some food with us. You clearly have the means. You cannot let us starve." Qin Qian blinked again, tilting her head. Why not? Songji nearly burst out laughing, quickly suppressing a smile and managing his expression. His persona must not crumble. One elderly woman leaped up, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? In these trying times, how can you hoard resources for yourselves? Do you not know how many are starving? Shouldn't you share to alleviate everyone's suffering? Indeed. We are all in such misery. How can you bear to sit idly by? What has become of the youth today? Each one is so selfish, disregarding the lives of others. Surely they are destined for hell." Just moments ago, the elderly women had been lamenting their hunger, nearly fainting from it. Now, they sprang up with more energy than rabbits, vociferously rebuking. The situation resembled the frantic scramble for eggs before the apocalypse. Not much different from fighting for space on a crowded bus. It seems that no matter the circumstance, the elderly remain unchanged, even in the face of doom. They do not falter. They wield moral coercion with such finesse, yet where is their generosity in sharing their own rations? Qin Qian dug at her ear, brandishing a knife, ready to set an example. Suddenly, a figure darted toward the RV's door, yanking it open in an attempt to slip inside. The opportunity to set an example had arrived. Qin Qian swiftly charged toward the RV. The elderly women, quick to react, tried to grab her leg, but she skillfully evaded their grasp. Songji kicked away several of the women. Though they were eager to confront her, they were intimidated by his imposing presence. Qin Xian understood well that they had realized their earlier tactics were ineffective and were now prepared to resort to force. Their sudden outburst was merely a distraction to draw Qin Xian's attention, facilitating a stealthy entry. Once that door swung open, chaos would ensue, and even with their combined efforts, they would be powerless to stop it. The assailant was a lanky young man with dark skin. Upon seeing Qin Xian approach, he grinned and said, "Sister, with all this food and drink, why keep it all to yourself? Sharing it could save a life, which is worth more than building a pagoda." A bald woman behind him, sensing victory, chimed in, "Indeed, we must help one another." Qin Xian delivered a swift punch to the metal door beside the man, commanding, "Scram." He was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. With a sly glance, he signaled to a group of 20-odd men, women, and children lying in wait nearby. They surged forward like a swarm of leeches, ready to begin their plunder. Qin Xian seized the man's collar and yanked him down from the ladder. The slender man, though aware of her formidable prowess, believed that her modesty as a girl would deter her. He lifted his long t-shirt, exposing his skin and a pair of blue spots on his back, leering as he squeezed them, producing an unsettling sound. He likely thought this would embarrass Qin Xian and allow him to slip inside the vehicle. However, Qin Xian merely scoffed, swiftly wielding her knife to perform a surgical separation. The slender man was taken aback by her ruthlessness and lack of the modesty expected of a girl. He howled in pain, clutching his bleeding wound and rolling on the ground. The previously boisterous bald woman screamed, "Ah,
My son.
so they were mother and son."
No wonder they bore such resemblance.
She rushed to support her son, but he flung her away in agony. The onlookers hesitated, realizing she was not to be trifled with. Though they might have overpowered her in numbers, who could guarantee they would be the lucky ones to escape unharmed? As the slender man lay there, his eyes wide with pain, he convulsed and ultimately lay still. The bald woman trembled, reaching to check her son's breath, only to discover he had succumbed to the agony. He had been literally scared to death. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Qin Xian, but before she could reach her, a flash of cold steel glinted, and the woman collapsed, clutching her throat. In mere moments, the once vibrant duo lay lifeless on the ground. Who would dare to approach now? Even if a feast were laid before them, none would muster the courage to step forward. "Mother! Brother!" A heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. A woman from the earlier group rushed in. The deceased were her mother and brother. At that moment, Qin Xian felt an overwhelming gust of wind sweep toward her. She activated her powers, enveloping herself and the vehicle in a protective shield. The attacker, possessing only a meager level of ability, was no match for her. Songji furrowed his brow as bolts of lightning struck toward the woman. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Qin Xian astounded. The wind actually diverted the purple lightning, causing it to strike the trees and ground instead of her. Normally, one would never expect natural lightning to be swayed by the wind. However, the energies at play here stemmed from two different abilities, and upon collision, they repelled each other. The bystanders were unfortunate. First, they were buffeted by the fierce wind, then bombarded by the errant lightning, resulting in a cacophony of cries as they scattered like frightened birds. Only the wind-controlling ability user remained, weeping inconsolably as she rushed to her mother and brother, attempting to lift one and embrace the other. The bald woman, clinging to her last breath, struggled to speak. "Do not seek revenge. Join the ranks of King Yingyue and survive." With that, she breathed her last. What manner of being was King Yingyue? Had someone risen to kingship in such a short time amidst the apocalypse? The wind user rose, her fists clenched in hatred as she glared at Qin Xian. "You wretched creature, I will make you pay with your life." Blinded by vengeance, she lunged at Qin Xian. Unfazed, Qin Xian recalled the lightning that had been blown off course by the wind, sparking a sudden desire to experience what it felt like to confront a wind manipulator. Chapter 70. Avoiding unnecessary complications, Qin Xian intentionally created a distance between herself and her opponent, allowing the wind manipulator to unleash her aerial abilities. Although the wind woman was consumed by fury, her martial prowess was evident in each punch and kick. However, her prolonged hunger had taken a toll on her stamina, and after a few exchanges, Qin Xian could clearly sense her weakness. Seizing the moment, she executed a well-placed kick, sending her adversary crashing to the ground with a muffled grunt. The overwhelming hatred blinded the wind woman to her pain, and she sprang back to her feet. Aware that she could not match Qin Xian in sheer strength, she resorted to her powers, summoning a tempest that whipped Qin Xian's hair and skirt into a frenzied dance. Luckily, she was wearing leggings, otherwise, she would have been exposed. As she felt the energy swirling within the wind, a mischievous smile crept across her lips. The gust unleashed by the wind manipulator was akin to a force of level 712. The higher the tier of the ability, the greater the wind's might. In her past life, Qin Xian had heard tales of high-level wind manipulators capable of controlling tornadoes and storms. The wind intensified, nearly lifting Qin Xian off her feet. Was a first-tier wind ability truly this formidable? She deduced her opponent's intention, to hurl her high into the air, only to let her crash down. With a slight smirk, Qin Xian subtly absorbed the erratic particles within the wind. It is known that all abilities rely on these mutated particles, and Qin Lao Lu had consumed them all. The once fierce winds instantly transformed into a gentle spring breeze. The Wind Woman's eyes widened in shock as she realized she could no longer wield control over the tempest. In a fit of rage, she pointed at Qin Xian and shouted, "What kind of trickery is this?" Qin Xian smiled, assessing that her foe was still too weak. If she desired revenge, she would need to exert more effort. Noticing the Wind Woman's increasingly grim expression, she anticipated a surge of power. Qin Xian raised her chin and beckoned to Songji. "Bring the thunder." Without hesitation, Songji flung several moderate lightning dragons into the fray. The Wind Woman swiftly used the gale to disperse the lightning. Qin Xian's face lit up with astonishment. "This is simply magnificent." Songji, puzzled, could not fathom the thoughts flitting through her mind. Clearing the troublesome lightning, the Wind Woman turned her furious gaze back to Qin Xian. She had risked everything, pouring her life force into this attack, while this woman remained unfazed, even appearing to be distracted. Yet the Wind Woman did not unleash her full power but instead commanded a whirlwind that enveloped Qin Xian in a cloud of dust and debris. The air around her erupted with swirling sand, forcing Qin Xian to shut her eyes to avoid the gritty assault. So this is her strategy? Attempting to blind her and strike while she was disoriented? Seeing Qin Xian staggering and closing her eyes, the Wind Woman smirked coldly. She drew a concealed dagger from her lower back and charged, aiming for the spot she remembered. Convinced she would end that insufferable woman, she was taken aback when her blade met only air. In the next instant, she felt a chill creeping up her spine. The Wind Woman swiftly turned to see Qin Xian had unfastened the ribbon from her waist, blindfolding herself. Wielding the glimmering blade, she charged forward, slicing with precision. A madwoman. This woman was undoubtedly insane. How could she attack without her eyes? What the Wind Woman did not realize was that by relying solely on her mental acuity rather than her eyesight, Qin Xian could more accurately discern her target's location. The terrain was flat, devoid of obstacles, and with Songji guarding her, she felt emboldened to take this risk. She intended to practice, preparing for a future where her eyesight might fail her in battle. Through her energy detection, the Wind Woman appeared to Qin Xian merely as a mass of energy. And each strike landed true. As the sand obscured Qin Xian's vision, it also hindered the Wind Woman's own sight. Gradually, the tide turned, and she was forced to disperse the encumbering dust. In that fleeting moment, Qin Xian tore off the blindfold. The Wind Woman's stamina was nearly depleted, and Qin Xian had deciphered the nuances of her abilities. There was no need to continue this confrontation. Though the girl had not provoked her, an irreconcilable enmity had formed, and she preferred to resolve matters swiftly. With a swift flash, the battle concluded. Qin Xian appeared to bend down, brushing her fingers over the girl's eyes, coaxing her unwilling lids to close. In truth, she had extracted the crystal core from the Wind Woman's mind using her powers, transferring it into her spatial pocket. In a designated corner of her space, she kept a small pouch specifically for storing crystal cores. Having concluded her business, Qin Xian made her way toward the vehicle. As she passed by, Songji followed suit. During this time, no one dared approach the vehicle. All remained huddled in the shadows of trees, trembling in fear. Too terrified to even stir. Qin Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the effect she had desired. Once inside the vehicle, they set off toward the university town. It was already 9 o'clock at night. After reheating the remaining curry rice, Qin Xian changed into a fresh, crisp outfit, ready to embark on a scavenging mission. Songji, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, felt a wave of nostalgia. Before the apocalypse, Qin Xian had been a bright, delicate girl, fond of colorful, elaborate dresses. He had looked it up online. This style was known as Lolita. It suited her beautifully. Yet to outsiders, it might seem somewhat flamboyant and exaggerated, difficult for most to comprehend or accept. Thus, she had faced considerable criticism. Despite the pressures, Qin Xian remained steadfast in her choices, donning the clothes she adored and pursuing what she believed to be right. The seemingly fragile girl possessed her own spirit, pride, and resolve. She had not been forged into her current self by the apocalypse. She had always been this way. With her long hair styled into a bun, Qin Xian caught a glimpse of Song Ji's gaze lingering on her, causing her to feel a bit flustered. "What are you staring at?" She couldn't help but inquire. Song Ji waved dismissively. "Nothing, just thought you looked slimmer, with a smaller face." Qin Xian beamed with delight. "Really?" She rushed to the mirror, admiring herself. Song Ji chuckled softly. She was truly adorable. Before exiting the vehicle, Qin Xian surveyed her surroundings. Excellent. Not a single living soul in sight. She decided to store the vehicle in her space to avoid any potential conflict. Song Ji had witnessed her storing and retrieving items multiple times, still finding it utterly fascinating. How could she make something appear with a whoosh and vanish just as swiftly? His boss was truly remarkable. The two ventured into the desolate university town, which housed 3 institutions of higher learning. Countless entertainment facilities, libraries, food streets, parks, and even a hotel district surrounded them. Many small street performances, comic conventions, and art exhibitions had taken place here, making it one of the hardest-hit areas after the emergence of mutated particles. The devastation was apparent. Crumbling walls and scattered, bleached bones littered the ground. Some solar-powered streetlights flickered feebly, struggling to remain lit at the roadside. The scene was one of utter chaos. Dried blood, deceased animals, and eerie howls resonated from afar, issuing a warning that this was a treacherous place. Qin Xian could sense that there were no normal living beings remaining in this area. Since their arrival, countless pairs of dangerous eyes had been watching them. Towering buildings loomed ominously against the sky, exuding an aura of cold terror.
Kun les abandonat vehicles.
Their fronts facing outward suggest that their owners desperately sought to escape from this place. Yet, only the 2 of them proceeded in the opposite direction, venturing towards a myriad of unknown dangers. Chapter 71. Do cockroaches practice gender discrimination? The duo set their sights on a teaching building at a university, which, devoid of multiple stories, boasted a rooftop. However, reaching it was far from a trivial endeavor. Upon entering the university campus, Qin Xian retrieved a flashlight from her bag and switched it on. The cold white light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a once picturesque campus, evidently crafted into an exquisite ivory tower at great expense by its leaders. Yet, at this moment, it lay in ruin, littered with crumbling walls and decaying corpses. One could readily transform this place into a haunted house without any renovations. With a crack, Qin Xian stepped on a dry branch. The sound, although initially modest, echoed throughout the desolate expanse, becoming increasingly jarring. The rising, scalding air began to induce perspiration upon the 2 of them. Sensing a hint of danger, Qin Xian squinted and turned her body slightly. Song Ji, already aware that her subtle movements signaled impending peril, prepared himself for an attack, gripping his knife tightly. Directing the flashlight beam forward, Qin Xian spotted 3 or 4 mutated cats and dogs gnawing on a fresh human corpse. Upon noticing the light, they instantly turned, growling lowly in alertness, their teeth stained with blood and shredded flesh. A glance at the body revealed well-kept attire, indicating that it belonged to an ability user who had come to hunt, only to become prey themselves. In the next moment, the typically docile dogs and cats lunged towards them with ferocity. Qin Xian infused her blade with her powers and swung it effortlessly, the light blade sweeping through, dispatching half of the beasts in one strike. She hung the flashlight on a nearby tree, freeing her hands to engage in combat. Witnessing the demise of their companions, one mutated German shepherd howled at the sky. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of rushing footsteps from all directions, converging upon them. The 2 braced back to back, aware that a fierce battle awaited them, and it seemed they would reap substantial rewards that night. The skirmish commenced swiftly, with Qin Xian utilizing her enchanted blade to launch light blades, cleaving through the relentless waves of mutated cats and dogs, dark blood splattering everywhere. It seemed that opting not to wear Lolita attire was indeed a wise decision. As the number of corpses multiplied, they soon attracted ghouls. These ghouls had evolved far beyond those from the previous high school encounter, with several exhibiting blackened skin and completely white eyes, relying solely on sound and scent to pursue their prey. With a swift motion, Qin Xian beheaded one ghoul. The ease of her strike reminiscent of slicing a banana with a sharp fruit knife. This was all thanks to Song Ji's enchanted blade. Without his enhancements, even the sharpest knife would fail to harm a ghoul. The distant cries of a dozen ghouls, enraged by the loss of their companion, echoed through the air as they charged toward them. Above their heads, dark clouds swirled, concealing several purple lightning dragons. A flash of purple light sparked in Song Ji's eyes as he mentally commanded the dragons to strike the ghouls.
Boom, boom, boom.
Following the thunderous explosions, both ghouls and mutated animals were sent flying, leaving several smoking craters in their wake. Such formidable energy. Qin Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder he stood atop the food chain among ability users in the later stages of the apocalypse. Momentarily lost in thought, she recalled a scene from her previous life. 15 years hence, when they reunited at Song Ji's base. The excitement in his eyes had turned the steely gaze of the iron-blooded man crimson. The strength of his embrace still reverberated within her. How had you viewed me back then, Song Ji? Qin Xian bit her tongue, forcing herself to refocus. Distraction could lead to dire consequences, as evidenced by the body lying on the ground. Just as she was about to resume her efforts, she felt a tickling sensation at her ankle, as if something crawled upon her exposed skin. Instantly, her scalp tingled, and a wave of nausea and despair surged through her. She kicked her foot up, aiming to dislodge whatever was bothering her, only to be startled into near insanity. Damn it! A massive cockroach. Excluding its antennae, it was as large as her arm. Its chocolate-brown body was marred with blood-red splotches, and it possessed a pair of eerily golden eyes. At that moment, it quivered its antennae, seeking the soft flesh of Qin Xian to bite down upon. Oh, dear God! Qin Xian, disregarding the potential for collateral damage, swiftly used her knife to flick the repulsive creature away. She was unafraid of insects, millipedes, stink bugs, and caterpillars posed no threat to her. She would even dare to pocket them. But cockroaches? Absolutely not. With a swift slice, she reduced the vile creature to a pulp, which spewed forth greenish-purple liquid. Help! Qin Xian felt her tolerance waning and hurriedly distanced herself. Yet, to her horror, several more cockroaches flew towards her. One of them unfurled its great wings, buzzing ominously. Its claws outstretched, aimed directly at her face. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, her mind buzzed. She could even discern the rows of sharp teeth on the mutant cockroach's mouth. Biting her tongue once more to regain her focus, she executed several evasive maneuvers just as the cockroach closed the distance to her face. To her surprise, these wretched creatures were capable of performing 360-degree aerial spins. As Qin Xian evaded, the cockroach adjusted its trajectory, circling around to lock onto her again and lunging ferociously. Cursing under her breath, she harnessed her powers to lock onto their energy signatures, striking true with her blade once more. At last, she dispatched them. However, before she could catch her breath, a terrifying buzzing filled her ears, enough to make anyone's head spin. It wasn't just one or two, nor even 7 or 8. It was a swarm, as dense as the pearls in bubble tea, hurtling towards her. As she prepared to pull out her flamethrower, Song Ji suddenly leapt in front of her. Behind him trailed a massive horde of cockroaches, yet not a single one dared to land upon him. They merely followed, intimidated by his presence.
Why?
Was it because he was handsome while she was merely beautiful? Was there truly gender discrimination even among cockroaches? Chapter 72. A longing for wind abilities. Unaware of her whimsical thoughts, Song Ji grasped her delicate hand. The moment their skin touched, an electric sensation coursed through him. Qin Xian instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Song Ji tightened his grip. I'm channeling electricity to envelop us. Those pests won't dare approach. Don't be afraid, the current won't be too strong. As he spoke, a prickling sensation spread throughout her body. Initially taut, she soon acclimated to it, and the foul insects that dared to approach her were zapped, convulsing and plummeting to the ground. Song Ji commanded the lightning dragons above to assault the surrounding monsters. A single bolt of lightning swept across a wide area. However, the energy consumption was immense, and soon, Song Ji began to show signs of fatigue. Qin Xian immediately absorbed the mutated particles to energize both herself and him. Instantly, the purple lightning became ferocious, thickening several times and even branching out like tree limbs. A bolt of lightning descended, spreading like a network, winding and twisting densely towards the mutated creatures. Both were astonished by this transformation of the lightning, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes. It appeared that the energy Qin Qian transmitted to him could significantly amplify the abilities of a supernatural being in a short span. Their shared joy was palpable, undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Amidst the flying debris, Qin Qian activated her particle shield, repelling all residual waves of lightning. However, the shield could only defend against supernatural and physically enhanced attacks, leaving her vulnerable to biological and purely physical assaults. For instance, if one hurled a lightning bolt or wielded a weapon using telekinetic abilities, the shield could withstand those as long as the opponent's level was inferior to Qin Qian's. Yet, ordinary physical attacks from regular humans or unassisted assaults would bypass the shield entirely. The particle shield was specifically designed for the mutated particles of the apocalypse. This occasionally led to starving mutated cats and dogs seizing the opportunity to attack, only to be swiftly dispatched by the pair. Their hands clasped together, leaving only one free for combat, yet their synergy remained unshaken. Soon, no new mutated creatures approached, and the previously predatory small critters, upon witnessing the duo's formidable presence, stood warily at a distance, observing but daring not to advance. The ground quickly became littered with heaps of corpses and crawling, repugnant insects. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qian commanded the lightning to spread across the ground, electrocuting all those creatures. She clasped her arms, disdainfully performing a tap dance on the ground. Her once smooth skin now covered in goosebumps, feeling prickly and uncomfortable. Those were her goosebumps. Song Ji couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the boss was afraid of cockroaches. Qin Qian immediately froze, her big eyes looking at him with a mix of indignation and surprise. How dare he wear that mischievous grin? She understood that Song Ji was recalling the time she had frightened him with insects in the cave. Humph, you wouldn't dare. Song Ji's captivating eyes narrowed slightly, an amused glimmer present. With feigned sincerity, he declared, I would not dare. Qin Qian was not convinced, sensing that his expression betrayed him. Song Ji averted his gaze from Qin Qian, fearing he would crack under pressure, and quickly asked what they should do next. Qin Qian was pulled back into the heat of battle, wrapping her arms around Song Ji's waist, pressing herself against him. Hold me and spin around. Song Ji complied without hesitation, encircling her slender waist, feeling her softness, as if she had no bones. He cleared his mind and, following her instructions, spun her around. Qin Qian extended her right hand, synchronizing her movements with his, extracting water from the tank and evenly sprinkling it over the swarm of cockroaches. Song Ji immediately grasped her intent. This was the strategy she had mentioned earlier. Without waiting for her command, a purple lightning dragon struck the ground, the electricity forming an all-encompassing net that ensnared all the damp cockroaches within. Crackle. Pop. A burst of sparks accompanied the lightning, and all the little pests met their end, the air thickening with a burnt stench. Qin Qian quickly retrieved 2 N95 masks, donning one herself and offering the other to Song Ji. It was utterly disgusting. The odor was reminiscent of a sports student who had run and played basketball all semester without washing their shoes. Laden with foot sweat and tainted by their roommate's cat urine, dried and ignited. That smell. Song Ji attempted to wear the mask, only to realize one hand was occupied holding Qin Qian. The other hand struggled to adjust the mask, and after a futile effort, he decided to forego it altogether. He was reluctant to let go. Once Qin Qian secured her mask, she effortlessly slipped from his grasp, channeling her powers to sense the crystal cores within all the corpses around them. With a swift motion, the glimmering crystal cores flew into her hands, forming a small, bountiful collection. She hurriedly retrieved a bag to store them, excitedly showcasing them to Song Ji. See, my plan worked wonders, didn't it? He cautiously concealed his slight disappointment. Indeed, this tactic is effective. Let us ascend to the rooftop. All right. Qin Qian removed her flashlight, and they proceeded towards the teaching building, one following the other. For some unknown reason, there seemed to be an abundance of zombies in this area, aimlessly wandering or standing still like statues. Qin Qian could sense that these zombies were remnants, their crystal cores densely packed. Many even contained supernatural cores. For a supernatural being whose abilities corresponded with the type of crystal core, upgrading energy became remarkably efficient. Take Song Ji, for example. He wielded lightning and enchantment powers. If he were to upgrade using the cores from ordinary zombies, he would require 10. However, utilizing lightning cores might reduce that number to 6 or 8. Yet, Cores from other elements like water or wind would be no different from regular cores. As they walked, Qin Qian spoke. I've decided to seek a team member with wind abilities. Song Ji paused, realizing that her previous insistence on incessantly experimenting with the wind girl was for this reason. Qin Qian nodded. Exactly. I've noticed that wind abilities can extend the range of your lightning. Earlier, when I used my powers to amplify your lightning, it only reached a maximum of 20 meters. However, with wind abilities, it could extend much further. This would significantly enhance both offensive capabilities against other supernatural beings and zombies. Song Ji raised no objections to her thoughts. She was the boss. Whatever she said was law. He was merely an employee, ready to follow her lead. That was sufficient. Chapter 73. The strange fragrance. Qin Qian continued. We must not only consider the abilities of potential allies, but, most importantly, their character. We cannot reveal everything to them at the outset, especially our trump card. Song Ji, your enchantment powers are a significant asset, coveted by various organizations. Just imagine. Who wouldn't he desire to wield such formidable weapons? Therefore, you must safeguard this ability at all costs. It must remain a secret, regardless of the circumstances or the individuals involved, even new team members. Song Ji understood the gravity of this power. Possessing it was akin to controlling a vast armory. Supernatural beings would undoubtedly go to great lengths to obtain it. He certainly did not wish to be imprisoned, forced to enchant knives daily. He nodded solemnly. All right. I will heed your counsel. Qin Qian smiled, and as they ascended the steps of the teaching building, her expression suddenly froze. Within the dim, rancid room, an inexplicably intoxicating sweet fragrance wafted through the air. It was delightful, reminiscent of roses and sweet cream, combined with rum infused with vanilla. The sweetness surpassed any dessert she had previously tasted. The aroma was so comforting, devoid of any chemical undertones, evoking the essence of home, the scent of her bedroom, the comforting warmth of her blankets, the familiar clothes she wore, her favorite perfume, and her mother's cooking. There was no hint of hostility in the scent, for it was one she knew intimately. Qin Qian couldn't resist taking a deep breath, reminiscing about her cozy haven before the apocalypse. Every day is filled with simple pleasures, eating, drinking, attending school, cooking, and binge-watching shows, while eagerly anticipating graduation and the pursuit of a beloved job. In a fleeting moment, she becomes entranced, obliviously walking forward. At the same instant, Song Ji trails behind her, his eyes glazed as he moves ahead. Suddenly, a thud resounds as Qin Qian drops the flashlight in her hand, completely unaware. With a creak, she pushes open the door to a classroom. The scene that greets her is bathed in the golden glow of the evening sun, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas outside. Her parents sit on the couch, watching television while making dumplings. This is their home. She has just returned from school, the enticing aroma of dumpling filling the air. Elated, she calls out, "Mom, are those pork and scallion dumplings?" Her mother turns with a smile. "You're back. You have a keen nose. There are pork and scallion with shrimp, and your dad's favorite, celery and lamb." With a joyful flourish, Qin Qian tosses her backpack aside and leans over the filling bowl, taking a deep breath. "Wow, it smells amazing," she exclaims, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Her father playfully taps her head with chopsticks. "Silly girl, don't drool into the filling. Wash your hands and come help us." "Okay." Qin Qian cheers, rushing to the sink. After washing her hands, she instinctively glances at the mirror, only to be startled by the sight of a vase of roses on the table behind her. What's going on? Mom dislikes roses. Dad always brings her lilies or peach blossoms. When did he ever give her roses? She wipes her hands on a towel and returns to the dumpling making. Curiously, she asks, "Dad, why did you give Mom roses?" A burst of laughter interrupts her question. Her parents are amused by a funny show on television. Yet, the screen depicts a horrifying scene of a movie heroine being stabbed in the hand, screaming in agony. Why are they laughing? Once their laughter subsides, Qin Qian can't help but inquire again. "Dad, didn't Mom say she doesn't like roses? Have you forgotten?" This time, they do not laugh. Instead, they turn to her with stiff expressions, their smiles awkward and forced. It feels strangely eerie. In that instant, a wave of fear compels Qin Qian to stand. But as she regains her composure, she sees her parents engrossed in their dumpling preparation, watching television. She exhales. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She hurriedly joins them in making dumplings, yet an unsettling feeling grows stronger within her. Something is amiss, something profoundly wrong. The dumplings are swiftly prepared, and the delicious scent makes her stomach grumble with hunger. Why does she crave them so desperately, feeling an urgency to devour them? She watches as the dumplings leap into the pot of boiling water, her mouth watering incessantly. Inside her, it feels as if a frenzied catfish is thrashing about, demanding, "I'm so hungry. Hurry and eat the dumplings." Anxiety begins to grip her, and beads of sweat form on her brow. Her mother smiles at her. "Do you want some? Make sure to eat plenty." Qin Qian nods absent-mindedly, trying to restrain herself from snatching the half-formed dumplings and stuffing them into her mouth. She instinctively bites down on her finger joint, not realizing how much pressure she applied until a sharp pain shoots through her, nearly bringing her to tears. In the next moment, her mind is struck by a sudden clarity. She quickly realizes that the sunlit scene has vanished, and her parents are nowhere to be found. The pot, the stove, all have disappeared. She now stands in a dimly lit classroom, the windows obscured by something unknown, with only the mottled moonlight penetrating the darkness. It dawns on her that inhaling that enticing aroma had caused her to lose her senses, leading her here. Songji is beside her, but she cannot discern his condition. Were it not for her N95 mask, she might not have been able to bite her finger hard enough to regain her awareness. Thank goodness for that peculiar habit of biting her fingers when excited. Hastily, Qin Qian retrieves another flashlight from her space, having purchased over 500 of them. With a click, the light illuminates her surroundings. In that moment, she is forced to acknowledge the horrifying reality around her. The classroom is entwined with various vines, wrapping around desks, the podium, and even the walls, leaving only a sliver of light to seep through. Most grotesque of all, the desks and chairs are adorned with figures. No. Can those even be called human? They all wear trendy clothes, yet vines have burrowed through their bodies, replacing their bones. Green tendrils sprout from their eye sockets, ears, mouths, nostrils, and even lower regions, as if growing from within. Their skin, drained of vitality, clings like parchment to the vines. 12 individuals are ensnared in this classroom, forever imprisoned. Yet this is not the most terrifying sight. As Qin Qian gazes at the vines, her cold sweat begins to pour. It is almost impossible to believe that such hideous vines are adorned with vibrant red roses, varying in size from a bottle cap to a fist. Each vine boasts countless blossoms, some brazenly blooming on the skin of the victims. These roses emit a sweet, enticing fragrance that drives her to madness. Every 30 to 40 centimeters along the vines, a fist-sized flower blooms, with 2 flower stems hanging below that bear peculiar red-purple fruits the size of olives. Qin Qian realizes that had she not awakened, she would have consumed those dumplings, and that strange fruit would have taken root within her, making her a host, forever trapped here. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she swivels the flashlight toward Songji, only to find him about to eat one of those fruits. In a panic, she rushes over, knocking the fruit from his grasp with a punch, and without hesitation, slaps him across the face. Yet he remains unresponsive, his gaze vacant and a chilling smile etched on his face, serene yet horrifically eerie, like a paper effigy with a painted grin. Why isn't he wearing an N95? Had he done so, he might have avoided this fate. A single slap would surely have awakened him. Desperate, she seizes his arm and bites down hard. "Ah!" Songji screams, jolting back to reality. Initially, he instinctively tried to push her away, but upon realizing it was Qin Qian, he slumps against her shoulder, weak and disoriented. "This flower is problematic. We need to leave." Qin Qian doesn't dwell on it, wrapping her arm around his substantial frame. "Are you okay? Can you still walk?" Songji, feigning weakness, replies, "I'm drained. Help me." He places his hand on her shoulder. Without hesitation, she produces a bottle of spiritual water from her space and offers him a sip, then hands him a gas mask. "Wear this. Don't take it off until you feel completely recovered." A warmth fills Songji's heart. In truth, he is unharmed. He merely felt a bit aggrieved from his dream and wanted to indulge in a bit of affection with Qin Qian. Her care catches him off guard, stirring a twinge of guilt. "It's not right to deceive her, is it? Just this once, I want to do it again." Songji averted his gaze, slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he said, "Thank you. Why is this water so sweet? Did you add glucose?" In truth, he found it exceptionally refreshing and longed for another sip. Upon finishing the water, a wave of comfort washed over him, alleviating much of the oppressive heat he had felt. Qin Qian responded vaguely, feeling a sense of pride within. Of course, the spirit spring water is delightful. You're fortunate. I would not have let you drink it if it weren't for your poisoning. She handed him the remainder of the large bottle, urging him to drink more outside as they could not linger here. She intended to lead Songji out, only to discover that the door was blocked by creeping vines. How swift they were! Qin Xian drew her knife and swiftly slashed at the vines. Beneath her blade, not only were the slender vines severed, but she also cleaved a large hole in the wall. She pulled Songji out, instructing him to rest for a moment while she went to retrieve the flower's crystal core. Does this thing have a crystal core? Songji asked, puzzled. Yes, it does. Qin Xian replied succinctly. In truth, she was quite knowledgeable about it. In her previous life, while being dissected for research, she had inadvertently encountered numerous peculiar specimens of flora and fauna. This particular plant was likely a mutated wild rose, colloquially known as divine intoxication. Despite its many twisting vines, it was merely the product of a single mutated parent plant capable of consuming crystal cores to evolve, much like human ability users. The higher the grade, the more potent its alluring fragrance became. In her past life, a small base had sent out some members to seek food seeds. Halfway through, they were entranced by the scent of divine intoxication. They brought the seeds back and planted them in the base, leading to a horrifying outcome. Everyone in the base fell under the plant's enchantment, sinking into deep delusions. They uprooted all the crops, slaughtered all livestock, and razed their homes to plant divine intoxication instead. It was only when another group arrived at the base that they discovered the fate of those who had been completely parasitized. Spikes resembling rose thorns erupted from their skin, and roots grew from their feet, with buds bursting through their flesh, their cheeks adorned with vividly red, almost otherworldly roses. Recalling this description made Qin Xian feel nauseous, sending shivers down her spine. Her disdain for the divine intoxication deepened. She had no intention of entering a fight. Instead, she tossed a bucket of gasoline into the fray and set it ablaze. The flames quickly soared skyward, their orange tongues licking at the ceiling, turning the vines to ash. The corpses twisted and convulsed, emitting high-pitched, grating screams that sounded disturbingly animalistic, sending chills down her spine. Suddenly, the heads of those corpses were forcefully turned by the vines to face her, their vine-covered eye sockets radiating endless resentment, as if they wished to tear her apart. Qin Xian acknowledged that she was indeed startled. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. What was fear worth? Once she eliminated them, she would no longer be afraid. Thus, despite breaking into a cold sweat, she did not retreat even a single step. Indeed, in this lifetime, she would not retreat again. The vines were soon reduced to ashes, revealing the parent plant, which was as thick as a thigh, having grown through the cracks in the classroom floor. Now reduced to mere remnants, Qin Xian extinguished the flames with water and stepped inside. The parent plant sensed her approach, writhing in agitation and fear. A smirk curled her lips as she unleashed a light blade, shattering it effortlessly. Before her lay a crystal core the size of a broad bean, resembling a ruby. She pierced it with her blade, prying it from the roots, utilizing her powers to grasp it in her hand. It was exquisite, a vibrant crimson hue, releasing a potent fragrance that was almost overwhelming. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, hastily retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her space, uncapping it, and tossing the crystal core inside before sealing it with a hint of disdain, placing it beside the crystal core pouch. She was unfamiliar with the core and had no desire to absorb it, fearing that it might make her fragrant as well, which was quite bothersome. The moment the parent plant lost its crystal core, it withered rapidly, shrinking to the size of a dried duck neck, lying on the ground. Qin Xian kicked the small stick before turning to leave the classroom. When Songji inquired about what had transpired, she recounted the events and showed him the crystal core. Songji felt a pang of fear as he recalled the figures of his foster parents from the dream, along with Qin Xian. Sweet moments often lulled one into complacency. He shook his head, attempting to forget what had just occurred. The two continued upstairs. The second floor was relatively safe, only populated by a few wandering zombies. As they approached the third floor, Qin Xian suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 75. Charging a cake. Lighting a fire for 2 hours, countless small crystal cores gathered on the third floor. Indeed, these cores were so diminutive that one might disdain them. Each was scarcely the size of a sesame seed. 100 of them would scarcely amount to a single complete, normal crystal core. They were densely scattered across the entire third floor. Yet, hidden among these small cores lay one enormous crystal core, the size of a ping-pong ball. A shiver ran down Qin Qian's spine. Goodness, had she stumbled into a nest of cockroaches? The mere thought of countless cockroaches made her scalp tingle. Songji found it amusing. Boss, why is your hair standing on end? Qin Qian, disinterested in banter, thought the domineering character was prone to breaking the facade. She quickly retrieved a flamethrower from her space, taking a deep breath before charging upstairs. Just a few steps up, she seemed to step on something, producing a crunching sound. What the? She looked down to find not a cockroach, but a fist-sized spider, its abdomen squished and bursting forth a small crystal core, emitting a faint white glow. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent for an instant before a cacophony of disquieting sounds erupted. Countless insect legs scuttled across the ground, rapidly converging on her position. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Qian donned a gas mask and pulled out another flamethrower, tossing it to Songji. The third floor was likely the lair of bloodthirsty spiders. Escape was no longer an option. It was time to fight. Songji agreed, and the two ascended the stairs, only to be met with a wave of black-red spiders, varying in size, surging towards them like a dark tide. Qin Qian immediately activated the flamethrower, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the swarm. With spiders attacking from all directions, Qin Qian focused on the ground while Songji took care of the walls and ceiling. Soon, the air was filled with the scent of charred flesh as countless spiders perished in the flames, their exoskeletons crackling. This reminded Qin Qian of her childhood in the countryside, where she would catch grasshoppers and roast them, relishing the aroma of burning protein. Even the gas mask could not shield her from the scent. The pleasant memories intertwined with the horrific reality, creating a disheartening juxtaposition. Thus, she intensified the flames. As they advanced at full speed, they quickly made their way halfway down the corridor. Qin Qian wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling the oppressive heat. As though she had been thrust into an 800-degree oven, waves of heat rolled over her, threatening to incinerate her clothing. Moreover, she noticed that the closer they got to the enormous crystal core, the more spiders there were. The little spiderlings were particularly scattered, descending en masse, each clever and nimble. They not only crawled quickly but also jumped great distances. A moment's inattention could result in one landing on her back. If they bit her, it could be fatal. This predicament made it difficult for them to even find a moment to switch flamethrowers. Seeing the fuel in her current weapon running low, Qin Qian felt a surge of frustration. This could not continue. Gritting her teeth, she pointed down the corridor and commanded, "Songji, unleash a lightning strike." Songji complied, managing the flamethrower with one hand while unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the direction Qin Qian indicated with the other. She infused her extraordinary powers with electricity, commanding it to sweep violently down the corridor. Upon colliding with an unknown object, the lightning dissipated. After a crackling sound, numerous spiders were sent tumbling to the ground, yet none perished, for the electric assault lacked a specific target. Many were merely jolted by the sheer force, left stunned. At that moment, both sighed in their minds, wishing Zhang Qi was present. Charging a single pancake and igniting it for 2 hours, wasn't that more economical than a flamethrower? Nevertheless, this brief respite granted them a moment of reprieve. She retrieved 2 firearms, handing one to Songji while discarding the other. Rather than hastily resuming the onslaught, she raised her hand and flung a bloodied corpse 10 meters away. Instantly, the small spiders, which had surged toward Qin Qian like a tide, swarmed toward the carcass with equal fervor. These diminutive creatures were venomous and bloodthirsty, reveling in fresh flesh. A freshly deceased body was their utmost delight. Coincidentally, Qin Qian's stasis space concealed numerous corpses, which, even after a millennium, remained fresh and warm, ready to be utilized. She recalled a previous life when, as a lone wolf, she had ventured into a small warehouse. After taking only a few steps inside, she discovered several bodies sprawled across the floor, their necks, hands, and ankles marked by bite marks and spreading dark venom. The victims appeared ghostly pale, their skin riddled with blisters of various sizes, a grotesque and horrifying sight. Much of their flesh seemed nearly dissolved, showcasing the potency of the toxin. The sight sent shivers down her spine, a profound sense of danger creeping into her subconscious. This place was ill-suited for lingering, and she swiftly exited the warehouse. What unnerved her further was that the moment she turned to flee, A spider the size of a human had leapt to the spot where she had just stood, raising its barbed claws and hissing, with venom dripping from its fangs. Had her greed overcome her fear at that moment, she likely would not have survived to see the present. Qin Xian thought back to her previous life, where she had been chased through the streets by a spider. Now, she was boldly invading a spider's lair. How far she had come. Just then, the corpse had successfully attracted all the spiders. Qin Xian exchanged a glance with Songji, who understood immediately, and fired the flamethrower at the body. The spiders were swiftly incinerated. Several of their abdomens turned to char. The wind blew, revealing a bright, blackened glow akin to a nuclear reactor. Songji let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet Qin Xian coldly chuckled, as if to say, did he truly think this was the end? Turning to her, Songji noticed that although she smiled, the warmth did not reach her eyes. Rather, they were cold and murderous. She discarded the flamethrower, drew out her enchanted blade, and tossed 2 more corpses far away. The number of small spiders had dwindled to fewer than 19, but several larger ones remained. Songji inquired if other creatures lurked nearby. Qin Xian produced 2 sets of reinforced glass shields designed for riot control and handed one to Songji. With a smile, she reassured him, fear not. Songji bit his lip, feeling increasingly enamored with her. How could she simultaneously exude both cuteness and fierceness? Alas, he found himself growing more fond of her. Lost in thought for a moment, Qin Xian commanded, you focus on the small spiders with your flamethrower and lightning. After killing so many of their offspring, their parents will surely seek revenge. Songji chuckled in exasperation, securing his protective goggles. The heat intensified. Qin Xian did not wear goggles. Instead, she donned a blindfold. In the ensuing battle, relying on sight became futile. Chapter 76. The performative boss's sudden screech pierced the air as 2 palm-sized black spiders with intricate patterns shot forth from the inky darkness, hurtling towards Qin Xian's face. Their sharp fangs gleamed ominously as they unleashed a stream of venom. Qin Xian deftly raised her shield to block the attack, while the venom was not corrosive. Its potency was fierce, capable of penetrating the skin and causing irreversible damage to the body's organs. She concentrated all her firepower on herself, allowing Songji to focus on eliminating the smaller foes. Gritting his teeth, Songji was deeply concerned for Qin Xian's safety, fearing she might be harmed. Yet, he knew he must restrain himself. Qin Xian had her own strategy, and he must not disrupt it but rather support her from the sidelines. With a swift gleam of cold steel, she dispatched the smaller spiders with precision, occasionally unleashing powerful energy blades to obliterate swathes of them. In her realm of consciousness, the spiders appeared merely as glowing green energy orbs. Even their venomous sprays manifested as beams of light. A spider perched on a beam roared in fury, its front limbs twisting and contorting before it spewed forth a thick webbing. No, not phlegm, but spider silk. As the white liquid emerged from its mouth, it transformed into a glimmering web upon contact with the air, slapping against Qin Xian's shield. Songji furrowed his brow, warning, be careful, boss, the spider is spinning silk. Qin Xian scoffed, saying little more, as she swiftly dispatched the offending spider. The creature on the ceiling exploded into a mass of goo, prompting Qin Xian to retreat a few steps. Under her extraordinary sensory perception, the medium-sized spiders had been mostly eradicated. To her surprise, the boss spider appeared sooner than expected. As she cracked her neck, preparing to deal with the final wave of medium-sized spiders, an unprecedented torrent of spider silk engulfed the corridor, nearly covering its entire expanse. Many of the smaller spiders, unable to escape, were ensnared and flung toward her. Qin Xian, furious, shouted for the flamethrower. Songji immediately raised his weapon, unleashing flames upon the web, creating a large hole in the tangled mass. Yet, almost instantly, another wave surged forth. With no choice, Qin Xian removed her blindfold and joined Songji in firing at the advancing onslaught. The spider silk came in relentless waves, forcing them to retreat continuously. Songji attempted to deploy his lightning dragon, but as anticipated, the spider silk proved to be an insulator, rendering the lightning ineffective. They could only rely on flames to survive. The energy blades merely sliced through the silk, failing to obliterate it entirely. Qin Xian found the situation increasingly troublesome. If only a wind user were present to whip up flames and incinerate the entire corridor. Alternatively, a fire-type ability could ignite a small flame. She could amplify it thousands of times with her powers, sending the horde of smaller foes into a fiery oblivion. Frustratingly, her flamethrower relied on fuel rather than her abilities, rendering her powers useless. Yet, she would never surrender. It can produce endless silk. I can conjure infinite energy blades. You burn, I slash. The moment it reveals itself, I'll unleash the water to conduct electricity, and you can deliver the shock. Songji agreed, all right. Thus, Qin Qian once again drew her blade, unleashing a flurry of energy blades, as if they were free. Soon, vast sections of the spider web lay tattered and torn under her strikes and the searing flames of Songji's weapon. From a distance of over 2 meters, she finally glimpsed the true form of the creature lurking behind the wreckage, a spider, now completely snow-white and the size of a bicycle. Upon their legs and backs were an abundance of barbs, complemented by a pair of deep pink eyes that exuded an unsettling aura, reflecting the figures of Qin Song and his companion under the beam of the flashlight. The gaze was imbued with a profound malice, coupled with an unabashed greed, entirely devoid of restraint. My goodness. Without a modicum of psychological preparation, one might truly be terrified at first glance. Fortunately, Qin Qian had previously discerned the considerable size of this spider-esque crystal core, granting her a rough expectation of its dimensions. Otherwise, her legs would surely have turned to jelly. Yet, she never anticipated that this creature could transform into a pure white hue. Its appearance was even more repugnant than the black one adorned with yellow markings. You ugly monstrosity, perish! She exclaimed without hesitation, unleashing a jet of water. Simultaneously, Songji hurled a bolt of lightning, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The two exchanged a triumphant glance, their endeavor successful. Flames engulfed the surrounding spider silk, incinerating it entirely. Before them lay a large spider sprawled on the ground, its limbs twitching, its bristles singed from the electric shock. Upon witnessing the true visage of the spider, Songji wished fervently to be blind. It was over. This sight was painfully excruciating, and he was certain he would suffer nightmares that night. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Qin Qian and inquired, "May I finish it off?" Qin Qian waved him off, "Fool. It's merely feigning injury. It's perfectly fine." Songji frowned. "I exerted 7/10 of my strength." Qin Qian shook her head. "That's futile. It's on par with me, a 4th-tier creature. Your level is beneath its own. Your lightning will only leave it momentarily dazed, incapable of delivering a fatal blow." Songji inhaled sharply, his expression turning grave. "It's strategizing, disguising itself. It likely knows it cannot defeat us, and is attempting to feign death for a surprise attack. The consequences of being bitten by this creature are burdens we would all dread to bear." As Qin Qian's blade trembled in her hand, a silvery luminescence flared to life. With swift strokes, the white light sliced through the spider's abdomen, leaving it torn and gaping. The thick exoskeleton, akin to a chocolate shell, was breached, revealing a thickness of nearly 5 millimeters. Upon the rupture, a kaleidoscope of colorful tissues mixed with an oddly hued liquid spilled forth onto the ground. The spider, in its agony, struggled with all its might, seething with indignation. Little did it know that these two had anticipated its every move. How could it comprehend that Qin Qian had lived a previous life and was now a seasoned survivor, far beyond the capabilities of this newly awakened creature? The spider, in a desperate bid, expelled a noxious venom. Qin Qian and Songji immediately raised their shields in defense, though a few drops of the toxic fluid splattered onto Qin Qian's right arm, eliciting a piercing burn. Chapter 77. Poisoned and Bewildered. He gritted his teeth, cursing his misfortune, and pointed toward the spider's damaged abdomen, directing an electric charge toward its insides. Songji complied, unleashing 3 lightning dragons that obliterated the spider's innards into countless fragments. Qin Qian clenched her jaw, attempting to wash her arm with water, though crimson rashes began to manifest on her skin. Songji, alarmed, discarded everything in his hands to inspect her injury. "Don't you possess healing abilities? How could you still fall victim?" Qin Qian, gritting her teeth, replied, "Let us not linger here. It's unwise." She gathered the crystal cores into her possession and stowed away her shield and firearm. The two ascended to the 4th floor, seeking a relatively clean room. Observing Songji's ashen complexion, which paled even more than the spider's, and his tightly pursed lips, she felt a warmth welling up within her, mingled with amusement. Patting his arm, she reassured him, "Do not fret. I have a plan. Just give me 5 minutes, and please do not interrupt." Song Ji gritted his teeth, tears brimming, and nodded in acquiescence.
All right.
Qin Qian seated herself on the floor and immediately activated her healing abilities to mend her wounds. At that moment, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, yet cold sweat continued to pour from her. The areas afflicted by the venom took on a peculiar shade of pinkish purple. If such a hue were to grace a dress, it would undoubtedly be breathtaking. However, when it appeared upon one's skin, it necessitated contemplation on how to depart this world in a state of tranquility. Qin Qian forced herself to remain calm, contemplating for a moment before arriving at a resolution. Her healing abilities could accelerate the recovery of wounds by 20%, yet they were ineffective against toxins. The poison incessantly ravaged healthy cells within her body, inflicting harm upon her organs. Thus, she would utilize her healing powers to expunge the necrotic cells and heal the areas damaged by the toxin, temporarily stabilizing her condition. She retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water and drank it in its entirety. At that moment, the water, though at room temperature, felt scalding hot as it slid down her throat. Qin Qian understood that the temperature was not due to the spring water itself, but rather a result of her being poisoned, which had thrown her sensory system into disarray. Toxins were typically negative, while the spiritual spring water was positive. The collision of yin and yang inevitably led to some reaction. Fortunately, the effects of the spiritual spring water were formidable. In no time, the chilling sensations dissipated. Her healing abilities repaired the damaged cells, and the strange coloration on her skin vanished. As she moved her body, she found herself feeling even more comfortable than before. Song Ji, cautiously supporting her, was bewildered, having witnessed her earlier state of anxiety and tension, only to see her now springing back to life. Was she experiencing hallucinations? He hurriedly inquired, "Boss, do you still recognize me?" Qin Qian, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him for a moment before comprehending. "Oh, this fellow thinks the poison has left me disoriented?" She stifled a laugh. Instead of responding, she playfully teased him, turning to wrap her arms around his neck and whispering softly in his ear, "You are my boyfriend. Aren't you?" Indeed, this assertion held some truth, for in their past life, they had indeed been lovers. However, that was a bygone era. In this lifetime, she would not entertain matters of romance, awaiting the moment of revelation. Song Ji, feeling her embrace, froze momentarily, his face flushing crimson. He hastily lifted Qin Qian, exclaiming, "Boss, you must be delirious from the poison. Do you have any antidotes in your space? Quickly, produce them." Qin Qian, held aloft by him, flailed her arms whimsically, playfully exclaiming, "No, just hold me, darling." Song Ji thought to himself, elderly, subway, mobile phone. He yearned to embrace her, to draw near, yet it must be under her own volition. Fully accepting of him, not in a moment of vulnerability when she was poisoned and disoriented. As she struggled, her hands brushing against his abdomen, he tied the sleeves of her garment in a knot, positioning her to face away from him. "Boss, I've learned a technique for massage detoxification. It involves some physical contact, but please do not hold it against me." With that, he pressed a finger onto an acupoint on her waist. "Ah!" Qin Qian shrieked. Not knowing whether his fingers were forged of iron, the pressure felt as though a heavy club had struck her. The pain was so intense that tears streamed down her face. "Do not fear. Endure it. The discomfort will subside soon." "No. Let me go. I am your boss." "See? It's effective. You've begun to remember who I am." "Im fine. Im merely pretending." Patients often claim they are not ill, and drunken men insist they are sober. Do not worry. It will be over shortly. With that, he pressed his finger onto another acupoint on her back, nearly sending her heart into a state of arrhythmia. Help! She was wrong. She was truly wrong. From the very beginning, she should not have feigned ignorance. Had she not pretended, she would not have endured such torment. 10 minutes later, Qin Qian, with tears threatening to spill, pressed her swollen back, glaring resentfully at Song Ji. It remained uncertain whether it was his massage's effect or the healing water's magic, but she had expelled several mouthfuls of dark, crimson blood. Her condition had improved. Song Ji, brimming with pride, showcased his massage techniques while sipping an energy drink, delighting in the fruits of his labor. Seeing his boss so pleased brought tears of comfort to her eyes. He thought to himself, I should give her massages regularly. Qin Xian gritted her teeth, supporting herself on the table as her trembling legs betrayed her, mockingly retorting, "Is that all? Just 10 minutes?" Song Ji, oblivious to her sarcasm, assumed she was merely complaining and excitedly tightened the bottle cap, exclaiming, "Would you like an extended session, boss? I can do another half hour." With sleeves rolled up, his long arms flexed beautifully under the moonlight, and his slender fingers gleamed with a metallic sheen. Qin Xian quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, no, no. Thank you. I'm fine, really. No need to worry about me." Desperately, she added, "Save your strength for the monsters later." Like a flea, she jumped back 3 times to evade Song Ji's grasp. With a shrug, he conceded, "All right then, as long as you're feeling better." To avoid further unwanted attention, Qin Xian hastily organized her tasks on the rooftop. Song Ji agreed, and they tidied up for a while. Suddenly, an idea struck him, his eyes widening as he turned to Qin Xian, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. He bluntly stated, "Boss, actually, I have quite a bit of experience." In Chapter 78, he continued, "Though I haven't tested it, I should be quite proficient." Raised by scholarly foster parents, he had never engaged with anyone frivolously. Upon returning to his biological family, he found that the women around him approached with various ulterior motives, yet he remained undisturbed. After meeting Qin Xian, he fell for her, driven to reclaim his company entirely to pursue her wholeheartedly. Having preserved his chastity for her, he was still very much a novice. Upon hearing his words, Qin Xian paused, blinking for a moment before comprehending. It appeared he had realized her mockery. "Oh, well, aren't you impressive?" She laughed, quickly turning to exit. Internally, she scolded herself. What does his capability matter to me? Yet, memories of their last encounter flooded her mind, contemplating the quality of his hardware. What on earth am I thinking? She chastised herself, hastening her steps, hoping the wind would dissipate the rosy hue of embarrassment on her cheeks. However, the sweltering heat only deepened her flush. Upon reaching the top floor, she checked the time, 1:34. Following her plan, she retrieved the corpse, hanging it over the edge. With one swift stroke, she severed a leg, blood gushing forth. Soon, the zombies were drawn in, and the scene below became increasingly chaotic, with zombies stacking upon one another, arms flailing, and deafening roars filling the air. Many zombies even leapt from the 2nd and 3rd floors, attempting to grasp the body. Blood splattered onto some zombies' faces, immediately prompting others to pounce on the unfortunate ones. Qin Xian cupped her ears, noting the absence of any approaching zombies. That should suffice, she determined, casting a glance at Song Ji. He nodded, moving to the center of the rooftop, closing his eyes. Almost instantly, storm clouds began to form above him. Countless white bolts of lightning sliced through the sky, twisting and consuming one another, coalescing into a colossal purple lightning dragon. Song Ji concentrated 12 lightning dragons into one immense purple serpent, a display of terrifying power that stirred the air around them. Even the clear starry sky began to gather clouds, and a few raindrops began to fall. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by an invisible energy that intertwined and spiraled together. The already tumultuous thunder grew exponentially in strength. Qin Xian transformed anomalous particles into energy, merging them with the lightning as it plunged into the horde of zombies. The deafening thunder silenced their roars, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Under Qin Xian's mental control, the lightning seemed alive, targeting all the zombies. Since she could sense the crystal cores within them, she aimed for the cores in their brains rather than the zombies themselves. The cores were resilient, impervious to blades, flames, and even the most potent electric shocks. As the lightning obliterated the zombies, their flesh and blood were reduced to a grotesque display, body parts flying in all directions. It was indeed a spectacle to behold. They exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding and a smile. After expending so much effort, their method had proven effective. However, as Qin Xian had anticipated, some distant zombies remained untouched. Had they possessed wind abilities, their strikes would have been more powerful and far-reaching. Once the storm subsided, Qin Xian utilized her powers to absorb all the crystal cores, filling an entire basin. After cleansing and selecting the usable ones, they calculated the quantity, pleasantly surprised to find that with just 2 more successful runs, they could both ascend a level. Song Ji suggested, "Let us save them for upgrading medical crystal cores instead." Today's incident had genuinely alarmed him. Qin Xian was his last hope in this post-apocalyptic world, his sole concern. Should she perish, he would unhesitatingly follow her. The world was not worth living in without her. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, not wanting to burden her. If her medical crystal cores were upgraded, her safety would significantly increase, which would be wonderful. Unaware of his thoughts, Qin Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, let us save them for now. When we have enough, we'll upgrade together. As they spoke, a multitude of ghouls began to gather below, the sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bones echoing disturbingly. Feeling a mix of hunger and nausea, Qin Xian retrieved 2 bottles of ice-cold cola from her space, handing one to Songji. With a satisfying pop, he opened it and drank deeply. In such scorching weather, the refreshing beverage was a welcome relief. Qin Xian glanced up at the sky, wondering if her past self would feel content witnessing her current self. After finishing his cola, Songji tossed the empty bottle aside and asked, "Shall we continue?" Checking the time, Qin Xian replied, "It's already early morning. We shouldn't overextend ourselves. Our primary goal today was to test this method. Since it has proven effective, we can replicate it in the future. We've both exerted considerable energy. Let us rest early to avoid serious repercussions on our health." With that, they cleared out the remaining ghouls before leaving the building. The earlier commotion had been considerable, and attracting unwanted attention from other factions would be undesirable. They made their way to the comprehensive building on the other side of the playground, which housed a large auditorium. After securing the area and locking the doors, Qin Xian brought out the RV onto the stage. This location was both discreet and safe, capable of accommodating such a massive vehicle. Once inside, they took turns washing up and prepared some quick meals, soon collapsing into a deep sleep. Today, there will be no night watch. Qin Xian activated the energy detector, enabling her to sense any living creature within a 100-meter radius. There was no need for pretense between them. They lay side by side on the same bed, blissfully asleep. When Qin Xian finally awoke, it was already the following evening. Noticing that Songji was absent, she could faintly hear the sizzling sounds of cooking. Rubbing her eyes, she got out of bed, clutching her little rabbit, and made her way to the stove. "What are you cooking?" she inquired. Songji, donning an apron, was slightly hunched over, his tall frame feeling somewhat cramped within the confines of the camper. He was stirring onions and beef in the pan. Qin Xian leaned in closer, tiptoeing to rest her chin on his arm, stretching her neck to inhale the enticing aroma, a look of pure delight on her face. Her long, lustrous hair framed her features, soft and delicate in texture. Having just woken, her hair was tousled, with a few rebellious strands sticking up, rendering her reminiscent of a cuddly little rabbit, innocent and obedient. Songji swallowed hard, hastily refocusing on his culinary task. Chapter 79. Zombies reduced to endangered species. It was no wonder that her good bunny plan was infallibly effective. In that instant, Songji felt a pang of pity for those who had fallen for it, perceiving them as both foolish and unfortunate. The foolishness lay in their superficial understanding, fixating on mere appearances, while the unfortunate aspect was the deceptive nature of those very appearances, who could remain unfazed. As the meal neared completion, he urged her to freshen up in preparation for dinner. With a cheerful nod, she tossed the little rabbit onto the bed and headed to the bathroom. After locking the bathroom door, Qin Xian entered her spatial realm. In the time it took to freshen up, she could linger in her space for quite a while, tending to her flowers and plants, trimming the overgrown grass, collecting eggs, and feeding the livestock. Any mature poultry and rabbits were temporarily stored in a stasis within her space, to be dealt with when she had ample time. The newborn animals appeared soft and adorable, eliciting her playful affection for a good while. In her little garden, the tomatoes and cucumbers had ripened, filling her basket to the brim. To her astonishment, the diverse fruit trees, requiring vastly different growth conditions and humidity levels, were thriving together harmoniously. Some even bore blossoms, with bees buzzing among them. If a fruit farmer were to witness apples, pears, peaches, chestnuts, plums, mangosteens, mangoes, durians, bananas, and grapes blooming and fruiting in the same orchard, they would likely be driven to madness, tearing their hair out, given the stark contrast in conditions required for these fruits to flourish. Moreover, many delicate varieties were prone to illness. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Yet they thrived splendidly within Qin Xian's realm. Overjoyed, she left the space and returned to the camper's bathroom, her arms laden with fruits and vegetables, along with several bottles of spring water. Just as she exited the restroom, she bumped into Songji, who was carrying a platter of food. Noticing her haul, he raised an eyebrow. Boss, are you unloading supplies or stocking up? Irritated, she tossed him a tomato. If you keep talking, you won't get any. He quickly caught it, wiping it on his shirt before taking a bite. Delicious. Of course, I personally picked them from the farmhouse. Qin Xian spoke truthfully. The farmhouse was indeed real. And she had picked the produce herself. How down-to-earth she was. They chatted and enjoyed their meal, and inexplicably, since yesterday, the bond between them had grown closer. Qin Xian slept soundly beside him, free from nightmares. As night fell, they resumed their routine of collecting crystal cores, culminating in a bountiful harvest. As anticipated, their ruckus had attracted attention from others. One day, after concluding a battle, they spotted a helicopter circling overhead, beams of flashlight illuminating the area, accompanied by a loudspeaker announcement. Survivors, we are the JF Military's XXX unit, stationed at the city's military base. The Junkie Mountain base has been established for your safety. Please make your way there as soon as possible. Fortunately, Qin Xian had already anticipated this and had activated her abilities to evade detection. She certainly intended to visit the base, but not just yet. It was crucial not to reveal their true selves too soon. Initially, they had merely planned to test their new tactics here before making a swift exit. However, having tasted the thrill of victory, neither could bear to leave. Previously, encountering zombies elicited feelings of disgust and wariness. Now, spotting them felt akin to discovering hidden treasures, adored beyond measure. As the saying goes, no trade, no slaughter. The unfortunate zombies, under the onslaught of Qin Xian and Songji's partnership, were swiftly reduced to endangered species. Even the insects nearby had their crystal cores extracted, leaving them hollow shells. If zombies possessed thoughts, they would surely be rolling up their bedding and fleeing, wishing to escape at all costs. When the duo departed, the roads were remarkably clear, with not a single moving entity in sight, save for plastic bags caught in the wind. In the early hours, they drove away from the university town towards Songji's villa. To facilitate their movements, they had opted for an off-road vehicle instead of the camper. Songji drove while Qin Xian sat in the passenger seat, munching on a large watermelon, blissfully absorbed in a variety show. Songji occasionally pondered the vastness of her space and the extent of her resources. However, he quickly reminded himself that such curiosity was unwarranted. In this terrifying apocalyptic world, having a treasure like Qin Xian was a stroke of divine fortune. She possessed space, resources, abilities, and means. There was no need for him to compromise his integrity to curry favor. All she required was loyalty and sincerity. Such fortune was exceedingly rare. He should refrain from prying into her secrets and privacy. What she chose to share was entirely her prerogative, and what she kept to herself should remain undisturbed. Whether as friends or teammates, respecting these boundaries was essential for maintaining a good relationship. In other words, as long as she provided food and shelter, what more could he possibly ask? Songji, a man of understanding, felt reassured by this thought. Finally, they arrived at the villa district. Qin Xian had initially assumed that Songji's residence would resemble the typical grand villas lined up in gardens. Yet, she underestimated the true power encapsulated in the word CEO. He resided in an upscale villa area, a standalone four-story mansion with its own independent yard and water and electricity systems, a veritable manor. Yes, a manor. It boasted a yard the size of 2 football fields and a European-style mansion with dozens of rooms. The fountain, now devoid of water and overgrown with leaves and weeds, was larger than the average bedroom. The backyard featured a golf course, helipad, swimming pool, garage, and various other opulent amenities. Qin Xian was utterly dazzled. While she had previously lived in a villa, and her grandfather's home was also quite luxurious, compared to Songji's residence, hers felt like that of a destitute individual. As they exited the vehicle and approached the villa, it was clear that the interior had fallen into disrepair. The lavish, high-end decor had been vandalized, with blood and decaying remnants strewn across the floor. It was evident that the place had been ransacked by those harboring resentment towards wealth, who had shattered many antiques and expensive decorations. The second floor housed Songji's bedroom, which appeared to have once been a clean and orderly space, containing only a bed, wardrobe, desk, and sofa, with nothing else. At that moment, Songji rushed over and patted Qin Xian's shoulder. His complexion bore an inexplicable flush, and with an excited glint in his eyes, he remarked that it appeared this place had already been ransacked. However, upon his recent inspection, he assured her that they had not discovered the most crucial item. Puzzled, Qin Xian inquired about what he deemed the most important thing. With a hint of playful secrecy, he smiled and said, "Come, let me show you." With that, he took her wrist and led her downstairs. Chapter 80. The underground fortress of the apocalypse. Song Ji approached a wall on the first floor where a small landscape painting hung. He removed the painting to reveal a circuit breaker, a rather common means of concealment. Upon closer inspection, the circuit breaker was in disarray, with burnt buttons twisted and exposing unsightly wires. After fiddling with it for a moment, Song Ji surprisingly managed to detach the entire frame of the circuit breaker, revealing a pull lever. Taking a deep breath, he yanked down on the lever. Instantly, a rumbling sound echoed from behind them, and Qin Xian turned quickly to see a hidden door appear behind the staircase, leading to the second floor. Her mouth formed an O shape. It seemed the wealthy had a penchant for secret doors and hidden chambers. Having read martial arts novels, she recalled how heroes often had hidden rooms filled with either priceless treasures or martial arts manuals. She was astonished to find such an opportunity in real life. Brushing the dust from his hands, Song Ji urged her to follow. Qin Xian was bubbling with excitement, wondering what lay within. Mountains of gold? Or perhaps armored tanks? Once they descended, Song Ji felt around the wall for a moment before finding the switch to turn on the lights. Under the cold, stark illumination was a small bedroom, measuring only a few dozen square meters, devoid of windows yet filled with 3 rows of shelves brimming with food. Instant meals, vacuum-sealed rice, flour, oils, water, and various beverages lined the shelves. Casually snatching a snack, Song Ji flashed her a mysterious smile, asking if anyone were to stumble upon such a scene. Would they not be elated? Qin Xian seized the snack, her expression perplexed. She had not expected him to possess such a benevolent side. Was he planning to host a survivor's party in this apocalyptic world? Just as she prepared to tear open the snack, Song Ji grasped her wrist firmly. With a serious expression, he shook his head, warning her not to eat it. It was specially made, each item laced with colorless and odorless poison. Consuming it would result in death. Her mouth twitched slightly, and she swiftly tossed the bag aside. Realizing her folly, she was in the presence of a living demon king. Song Ji chuckled, unperturbed by her jest, and began to fiddle with another part of the wall. A hidden door opened. "Come, the real treasures lie below," he beckoned, explaining that the toxic items above were merely a ruse to protect the secrets below. Anyone who discovered the small chamber and beheld the food would undoubtedly lose their composure and lower their guard. Those driven by hunger would feast and perish on the spot, while the cautious would hastily retreat to their base, planning to return with others to cart away the supplies. Once they consumed it, they would be entirely eliminated. Regardless, this place was secure. Even if someone managed to empty it, the secret passage would remain undiscovered. Without a specific password, it could not be opened. Any attempt to force entry would result in dire consequences. He had enlisted a master of traps to set up defenses that guaranteed a one-way trip for the unwary. Qin Xian listened, her eyes wide with astonishment. The title of Living Demon King was a fitting tribute to him. She had thought herself ruthless. But in the face of Song Ji's cunning, she felt like a mere novice. The two continued down the staircase for about 5 minutes before finally reaching their destination. The underground levels, several stories deep, were chillingly cold. Qin Xian, who had been sweating moments ago, now shivered uncontrollably. She quickly pulled out a cotton coat and handed one to Song Ji. As the lights flickered on, her jaw dropped in disbelief. This was nothing short of a perfect underground fortress for the apocalypse. From her vantage point, endless rows of 3-meter-tall shelves stretched into the distance, filled with an assortment of food supplies, rice, flour, cooking oils, salt, sugar, sauces, and a variety of ready-to-eat meals. As Qin Xian scanned the shelves, she discovered an array of rice, flour, whole grains, canned meats, canned fruits, canned fish, and glutinous rice. There were dozens of oils, seasonings, prepared foods, and instant meals, alongside water, beverages, and functional drinks. Additionally, she spotted nutrient soil, seeds, ultraviolet lamps, and various fertilizers and plant medicines. Song Ji led her to yet another section filled with an array of lightweight and heavy firearms, lethal weapons, and an impressive collection of invaluable medicines and poisons, reminiscent of a large scientific laboratory. "This was once my parents' residence," Song Ji explained. The 3 underground levels served as their armory and refuge. During the tumultuous times faced by the Song family, my parents were targeted by assassins multiple times. To ensure their survival, they updated their weapons annually and stocked essential supplies. He casually picked up a gun, expertly handling it before tossing it to Qin Xian. After my parents passed, I took over this place, adhering to their practices by regularly replenishing and replacing supplies. A month and a half before the apocalypse struck, I received a secret notification from a special government department, warning of an impending global catastrophe and urging elite individuals like us to prepare supplies for at least 20 years of survival. At the time, I dismissed it, thinking it merely a precaution against a pandemic, and stocked up somewhat, never expecting it would lead to an apocalypse. Qin Xian grew increasingly alarmed. The government had known about this all along, hadn't they? Songji nodded, confirming that while no nation could ensure the safety of every citizen, they could only provide information to those capable and affluent enough to heed the warnings. They aimed to preserve the flame of humanity, leaving others to their fate, where only the fittest would survive. Qin Xian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She felt abandoned, relegated to the realm of self-sufficiency. Songji approached her, gently ruffling her hair, assuring her that the government had also stockpiled food and swiftly established shelters after the apocalypse hit, dispatching troops to distribute supplies and protect as many people as possible. In truth, none of them had been forsaken. Nodding, Qin Xian acknowledged that she had not contributed anything to the nation before the apocalypse, so she could not rightfully expect special treatment. Reflecting on the soldiers and the rations distributed during the torrential rains, she realized that the government had truly exerted every effort. She waved her hand, wishing to change the subject, and began to inspect her surroundings. His stockpile was impressively comprehensive. Aside from fresh food, it was more than sufficient for him to survive comfortably for 20 years. No, even with 2 more people, it would still be ample. As she rummaged through a shelf, she stumbled upon something unexpected, a large assortment of women's clothing. From socks and undergarments to warm clothing, spring and summer attire, outerwear, thermal pads, and even sanitary products. As she dug deeper, her face flushed with embarrassment. Inside a box lay a vast collection of contraceptive supplies. Behind this shelf, she discovered dozens of shelves stocked with baby formula and infant supplies. Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Xian that Songji had been on a blind date before the apocalypse. Could it be that these were intended for his prospective partner? Was he preparing to share this sanctuary with that woman for the rest of their lives? Even contemplating having children? What a remarkable man. Indeed, how is it that this gentleman has failed to capture her attention? She turned to glance at Songji, who was engrossed in tinkering with firearms, seemingly captivated. However, Songji must have grown indifferent by now, especially after that woman treated him so poorly. Had she not perished amidst the horde of zombies, Qin Xian would undoubtedly have given her a piece of her mind. Qin Xian set aside the stack of women's clothing she had been sifting through, opting instead to explore other items. In truth, had she continued her search, she would have discovered that from this shelf to several adjacent ones, there were over 20 large boxes filled with exquisite and costly Lolita dresses, 1891 in total, all purchased by Songji. If she had seen them, she would have found them strikingly familiar, as every dress she liked on Weibo was promptly bought by him, and any item she saved on Taobao would find its way to the Song family butler the very next day, neatly organized and stored away, awaiting the day when it would elicit a smile from her. Qin Xian patted her stomach. Chef Song, I'm hungry. What are we having to eat? Songji, distracted, set aside the scope and absently replied, how about some fried rice with cured meat? Too greasy, she retorted. What about stir-fried vegetables and mushrooms? Too bland. Curry chicken chunks? And it has bones. That's troublesome. All right then, I'll use chicken breast. There won't be any bones. Qin Xian looked up at him, her face pouting, and after a moment said, forget it, I'll just make instant noodles. Only then did Songji realize her mood was off and quickly approached her. What's wrong? Is it too cold? There's a bedroom. I'll turn on the heating. Why don't you go warm up in there? Seeing his anxious expression, Qin Xian pondered what she had just said. She loved all the food he mentioned, so why was she being so difficult? She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Really? I just got a bit dazzled. You can prepare whatever you like. Songji remained uneasy, boss. My intention in showing you these is not to flaunt my resources, or to imply I'm staying indefinitely. Rather, I wish to entrust these supplies to your safekeeping, as it is much safer this way. Is there still space in your storage? Qin Xian's eyes widened. Entrust them to me? Yes, no matter how secure this place is, it can't compare to your storage. He cleared his throat, scratching his head. This is my entire fortune now, so please don't abandon me. Qin Qian chuckled. Even without these items, I never considered leaving you, and besides, I don't lack for these things. I can help you keep them safe. Indeed. She had no desire for these items. Compared to her own stockpile, they were insignificant. She hadn't even contemplated the idea of Songji remaining behind indefinitely. She was merely perplexed by her sudden change of heart. Upon seeing Qin Qian smile, Songji secretly sighed in relief. She had finally smiled. Her laughter was truly beautiful. Enchanting. He stole another glance at the nearby baby supplies section, his handsome cheeks faintly flushing for a moment. Had it not been for that blind date, he would have methodically gone about bringing Qin Qian to this place, creating a life for them here in this basement, where everything was prepared with them in mind. Unfortunately, she had her own matters to attend to. He could not selfishly demand that she stay. Rather, he must strive to fulfill her wishes. Then, if she wished, he would take her to live here together, disregarding the world outside. Songji led Qin Qian to the bedroom, where he placed some firewood and coal in the fireplace and ignited it. The room quickly warmed up. He played some music, turned on the television, and arranged the bedding. Wrapping her in a blanket, he formed her into a cozy ball. He then brought over a small cart filled with an assortment of snacks. Qin Qian's face lit up with delight, for each item was one she adored. Unbeknownst to her, these were all meticulously noted by Songji as he discreetly observed her social media. He was acutely aware of her preferences. She loved spicy food, whether sour spicy, numbing spicy, fragrant spicy, or sweet spicy. She detested cilantro, fennel, hard peaches, and overcooked lotus root. Before the apocalypse, Songji's greatest hope was to gain full control of the company, granting him the freedom to choose his partner, rather than being forced into a loveless marriage for commercial gain. He never wished to wrong an innocent girl, nor to let the woman he cherished go unacknowledged, thereby jeopardizing his own future. Until he became the true master of the company, he feared that even a simple meeting with Qin Qian might attract the attention of his family and endanger her. Just days before the apocalypse struck, he finally obtained the rights he desired. He was preparing to reject his blind date and seek out Qin Qian when disaster struck. He had thought he would never see her again, yet fate took a turn, and here she was before him once more. Filled with an extraordinary sense of happiness, he cherished her all the more. Let the apocalypse come, he cared not. As long as Qin Qian was by his side, it was home. Not long after, Qin Qian enjoyed a fragrant bowl of fried rice with cured meat, a steaming bowl of ginseng chicken soup, stir-fried greens, and a plate of fruit. Once satiated, she felt warm and utterly comfortable. Unable to resist, she stretched lazily, feeling drowsy. The place was equipped with a comprehensive air circulation and water recycling system, along with electricity. Aside from the absence of windows and a slight chill, the quality of life was hardly different from that before the apocalypse. After washing up, Qin Qian returned to her room, contentedly drifting into a deep sleep. However, she was vexed to find herself plagued by nightmares again. When sleeping beside Songji, such troubles seemed to vanish. Clutching her blanket like a small rabbit, she hurried to find him. To reach Songji's room, she needed to pass by the shelves. Accidentally, she caught sight of some contraceptive items and paused momentarily. Her first instinct was to wonder if she should take a box. But quickly, she bit her finger, reprimanding herself for her absurd thoughts. How could she entertain such notions about her colleague? Clearing her throat, she promptly turned away and continued towards Songji's room. When she reached the door, it suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't thought through her reason for wanting to sleep in his room. Was saying that she wouldn't have nightmares if she slept next to him too suggestive? Perhaps it was better to forget it and just return to listening to stand-up comedy. Having two men around was surely better than just one. Just as she was about to retreat, the door swung open. Songji appeared shirtless in the doorway. A note of caution. It must be clarified that there will be no cliched misunderstandings or tragic love stories. Qin Qian's character is a bit carefree. She would never wallow in self-pity over trivial matters or engage in endless misunderstandings that would torment the male lead. It's simply that our heroine is somewhat slow when it comes to matters of the heart, making Songji's pursuit of her a long journey. Chapter 82. Medical abilities. Songji looked down at her, his expression filled with surprise. Boss, what's the matter? Qin Qian hugged her small blanket tightly, blinking her large eyes in confusion before finally stammering, I just felt warm and was worried you might be cold, so I brought you a blanket. After saying that, she wished she could slap herself. Is that even coherent? Songji looked a bit puzzled, rubbing his nose. Thank you, boss. But I'm not cold. I have a heater in my room too. Qin Qian laughed awkwardly. Is that so? How coincidental. Well then, I suppose I'll head back to sleep. Good night. Songji was left baffled, thinking, is this child still affected by spider venom, or is she just acting foolishly? Seizing the moment while he was still in a daze, Qin Qian quickly turned and dashed back. Just a few steps out the door, she felt a tug at her blanket. It was Songji holding onto it. She froze, her heart racing. Was he trying to keep her from leaving? Songji walked over and gently tucked the corner of the blanket into her arms, causing the edge to brush against the floor, and she carefully avoided soiling it. Haha. She stumbled back to her bedroom, swaying with each step, and closed the door behind her. She raised her hand and tapped her forehead a few times. How could she have thought to run into Songji's room to sleep? It was obvious he wouldn't allow her to stay in his room. Previously, they had no choice but to share space in the car. Now that circumstances allowed for better judgment, she felt rather foolish. Qin Qian hurriedly climbed back into bed, retrieved her iPad, and played a segment from the comedy performance Steel Donkey by Qian. This alleviated some of the awkwardness, allowing her to fall asleep once more. The two of them rested in their underground sanctuary for 2 days. Once their bodies were fully recovered, they ventured out again to explore the surroundings. The area was located on the outskirts of the city, sparsely populated, and naturally did not compare to the densely populated university town in the city center. However, there were still several well-known universities with branch campuses nearby, so there were not too few people. After a thorough sweep, they discovered several high-level mutated creatures and zombies within the vicinity. It took considerable effort to subdue them, resulting in invaluable combat experience. Within half a month, the zombies and mutated creatures in the nearby universities had all been eradicated. One day, after a night of fierce battles, they finally managed to take down all the small zombies in sight. Their teamwork had become quite harmonious. Standing on the rooftop, they used corpses to lure the zombies. Songji summoned purple lightning while Qin Qian transformed particles into supernatural energy, channeling it into the lightning dragon, sweeping through an entire street of zombies. The wind picked up, quickly dispersing the charred scent of the zombies struck by lightning. With a rip, Qin Qian tore the fabric of Songji's clothing, revealing 3 claw marks left by a zombie. Moments ago, a jumping-type zombie had stealthily leaped onto the rooftop. After Qin Qian decapitated it, it still managed to claw Songji with its remaining strength, leaving an unsightly mark on his otherwise handsome back muscles. The blood that flowed out turned dark. Fortunately, the zombies were not contagious at present. Qin Qian poured spirit water over the wound to disinfect it and stop the bleeding. Ugh. Songji let out a muffled groan. The spirit water was of the yang type, while the virus in the zombie's claws was of the yin type. Yin and yang clashed violently, resulting in intense pain. Songji pressed his lips together tightly, his handsome brows furrowed. He leaned against the wall, his body trembling slightly, suppressing a soft grunt as his eyes reddened. Qin Qian felt her face heat up. How could this man, despite having seen him so many times, still appear so captivating? She quickly turned her head away, continuing to cleanse his wound with the spirit water. Finally, the swollen and darkened injury on Songji's back transformed into a regular wound under the cleansing of the spirit water. It was no longer festering and black. The blood that flowed out became bright red. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Qin Qian gulped down the remaining half-bottle of spirit water while extending her right hand to heal his wound with her medical abilities. To be honest, although both of them were quite skilled, they rarely relied on their supernatural powers. However, when the time came to use them, they proved indispensable. Songji felt a warm sensation on his back, the wound beginning to itch, as if something was crawling under the flesh. Gradually, it transformed into a tingling sensation. He sighed and closed his eyes to savor the moment. Qin Qian observed as the wound visibly transitioned from bleeding profusely to gradually healing, albeit at a slow pace and with significant energy expenditure. Yet, she was not concerned about energy consumption. She could absorb much more than this minor expenditure. Eventually, the wound, which had been turned inside out, became merely a scratch akin to one made by a playful kitten. No matter how much she urged her powers, it would no longer heal. She realized that her current medical abilities had reached their limit. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand, proceeded to bandage his wound, and wet a towel with clean water for him to wipe down. She retrieved fresh clothing from her space for him to change into. Once Songji had changed, he approached her, observing her as she sorted through the crystal cores while squatting on the ground. He squatted down to assist her. Qin Xian remarked that there were fewer cores here than in the city. If they wanted to level up quickly, they would have to head into the city. Songji nodded in agreement, stating that they had harvested enough here and should proceed to the city. Qin Xian smiled and patted his shoulder, thanking him for his hard work. Songji raised an eyebrow, jesting that he was being well-fed and taken care of, so it wasn't much hardship for him.
Besides,
He wanted to level up too. Qin Xian smiled without replying. After they finished organizing the crystal cores, she stored them in her space. Unlike before, even though the sun had risen and temperatures began to soar, Qin Xian chose not to leave the rooftop, but instead prepared to have breakfast there. She set up a large sunshade along with folding tables and chairs, producing 2 servings of snail rice noodles purchased from a local restaurant in El Province. The steaming noodles still emitted heat as she took them out, the steam curling upward. Along with it, there was a meat sandwich and a bottle of lemonade. At first, Songji found the dish particularly off-putting, likening it to something scooped from a dilapidated toilet. However, after Qin Xian insisted he try half a bowl, he gradually acquired a taste for it and was now in the phase of being utterly enamored. Qin Xian gazed at the rising sun, listening to the sporadic growls of nearby zombies. She had finally realized her long-held dream of slurping snail rice noodles and savoring a meat sandwich under the shadow of a zombie-infested city. Reflecting on the various hardships and torments of her past life, she felt that in this life, she was finally living with some semblance of dignity. The city at the foot of the distant mountains lay in ruins, surrounded by decay, entangled with desolation and death. Yet here were 2 carefree individuals, indulging in their meal with utter delight. It indeed resembled a scene from a tale of a heroine in chaotic times. After a hearty meal, the temperature rose to an unbearable level. They tidied up and left, returning to the underground fortress at Songji's home to wash up and rest. Qin Xian glanced around, contemplating that it was time to say goodbye. They would embark on a new journey after waking up that evening. Chapter 83. Moon Bay Sanitarium. The lights in the underground fortress went out, plunging the once lively space back into darkness. It was uncertain when someone would enter again. Qin Xian stored 80 of their supplies in her space. The remaining water, resources, and weapons were distributed into their respective bedrooms and sealed with concrete, serving as a safeguard for the future. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, they would at least have a fallback option. After securely locking the entrance to the secret room, they left the manor. They had made plans the previous day before sleeping. The 2 intended to gradually sweep inward from the outer ring of the city, starting with the nearby universities and construction sites, then moving on to the malls, residential buildings, and schools within the 3rd ring, and finally reaching the hospitals, office buildings, and commercial centers in the city center. Their first stop today was a mental health sanatorium, charmingly named the Moon Bay Sanitarium. Songji was familiar with the place, as he had invested in a factory nearby before the apocalypse and had some acquaintances with the director there. He knew well the density of personnel in that facility. Some patients were indeed suffering from physiological disorders, whether due to accidents or overwhelming trauma. However, many were young children. Numerous traditional and conservative parents misdiagnosed their children's internet addiction or different orientations as mental illness. They manipulated their children into becoming sensitive and extreme individuals, only to later deem them mentally unstable. In doing so, they personally sent their driven-to-madness children into mental institutions. They did not expect the sanatorium to cure their children. Rather, they sought a child who was entirely normal, utterly obedient, and would never defy them. That was all they wanted. This led to the presence of many patients in the sanatorium who should not have been there. Situated in the suburbs and designed as a completely enclosed facility, the arrival of the apocalypse rendered the unfortunate patients unable to escape. Their fate was either to be bitten to death or to starve. Qin Xian felt a profound discomfort as she recalled her high school deskmate. His lifelong dream was to venture into space, and he excelled academically, achieving the highest score in the provincial entrance examination. He had applied to study aerospace, but his parents secretly altered his application to finance. Such a promising young man, upon realizing that nothing could be changed, succumbed to despair and took his own life. Many people often use the guise of concern for your well-being to repeatedly inflict harm on others. When confronted, they feign innocence and accuse you. The perpetrator becomes the victim, while the true victim is scolded for their lack of gratitude. It is akin to offering someone pears while shoving a cart full of bananas into their hands, then asking, "I gave you the best. Why aren't you grateful?" Straying from the topic, Qin Xian pulled her thoughts back to the matter at hand. She resolved to first visit this sanatorium. The dangers there were undoubtedly immense, but the potential rewards were equally significant. She found herself feeling impatient. The vehicle quickly reached the outer ring road, and under the veil of night, the once quiet and desolate streets erupted into chaos. As they turned a corner, the piercing screams of the elderly, women, and children intertwined with the guttural roars of zombies. Qin Xian sensed that something was amiss. It was likely that survivors were being pursued and bitten by the undead. She pressed her fingers against her temples, remaining silent. Song Ji, at the wheel, preferred to avoid meddling in such affairs. Noticing Qin Xian's demeanor, he understood what needed to be done and turned the vehicle around. A series of increasingly desperate screams echoed behind them. Those who spotted the approaching vehicle rejoiced, calling out for help. However, as the car drove further away, their cries faded into silence. Did they feel guilt? Perhaps it was irrelevant whether one was a saint or not. Any psychologically sound individual would experience compassion and remorse. Did it matter? Not really. During the apocalypse, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, ignoring the misfortunes of others. With so many in dire straits, could one truly save them? Moreover, the weak perished quickly, the altruists sacrificed themselves, and the foolish met their demise. Those who had survived to this point were hardly naive. The individuals you might save were not necessarily human. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination, Moon Bay Sanatorium. Once a place of serene beauty, it now exuded a chilling desolation. An aura of terror permeated the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Qin Xian felt her palms grow clammy. It was not fear of monsters lurking within, but an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The atmosphere here was entirely different from the places they had previously visited. Schools and small supermarkets, regardless of the presence of zombies, maintained a semblance of normalcy in both energy and temperature. However, here, during a period of extreme heat, the building emanated an eerie chill. Qin Xian closed her eyes, attempting to sense the energies within. Indeed, there were numerous treasures inside. Simultaneously, she detected energy clusters that did not belong to any mutated particles. They were formidable, restless, and filled with a furious, vengeful rage, brimming with an overwhelming malice. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xian decided to abandon the venture. She was merely an ordinary person, not a reckless fool. This place harbored powerful unknown energies. And she was no deity. She knew better than to recklessly charge in. She would prefer not to earn money at the cost of her life. These entities were evidently not easy to deal with, and she had no desire to become a tragic victim. Turning to Songji, she suggested they leave. Yet, she noticed his gaze fixated on the dark entrance of the sanatorium, sweat beading on his forehead, lips pressed tightly, his expression radiating tension. After calling his name a few times, he slowly came back to reality. "Boss, should we go in?" he asked, his face betraying a sense of urgency. He was acutely aware of what lay within, a presence he wished to avoid. Yet, if Qin Xian insisted, he would follow her without hesitation. Qin Xian shook her head. "It feels too dangerous. Let us not go in. Let us leave." Song Ji visibly relaxed, and they walked back to the car, one after the other. Along the way, Qin Xian felt as though someone was watching her, a prickling sensation creeping over her skin. It was as if a voice was beckoning her to enter, saying someone awaited her inside. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, the chill within her growing more pronounced. She turned to Songji. "Did you see something just now?" Songji frowned, appearing conflicted. Yet, faced with her inquiring eyes, he replied, "I saw someone standing on the steps, waving at me, urging me to come over." Qin Xian's fingers twitched involuntarily. She had seen nothing. "Damn. Not only are there treasures here, but also spirits," she muttered. "If it wants us to go in, we must not comply, or we would lose face." She opened the car door and sat down. The moment Songji joined her, they suddenly realized something was amiss. The sensation beneath them was not the soft car seat, but rather a cold metal slab. They exchanged glances before surveying their surroundings. Without realizing when, the interior of the SUV had transformed into a dilapidated surgical room illuminated by the slant of moonlight. Decrepit medical instruments lay scattered across the floor, and the walls were peeling with decay. The air was thick with a musty, rotten odor that made them wrinkle their noses. Though they had seemingly entered the vehicle, they now found themselves on a frigid operating table. Qin Xian realized they had been drawn into this otherworldly realm. Attempting to flee was now a futile endeavor. Chapter 84. Lark Song Ji furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, This isn't how it should be. Qin Xian barely caught his words. What? He shook his head, nothing. She dismissed it and began examining her surroundings, occasionally touching the walls. Was it an illusion? Yet, the sensation was strikingly real. The walls felt cold to the touch, and a firm scrape would loosen the plaster. Songji approached with a serious expression. We need to leave quickly. This place is not safe. Qin Xian wiped her dirty hands on her clothes. Okay. However, an odd sense of foreboding lingered in her mind. Those entities that brought them here might not allow them to leave so easily. They stepped into the corridor, which stretched endlessly into darkness, as if it sought to consume their very consciousness. They swiftly reached the entrance of the first-floor lobby. The large door was tightly shut, securely locked. The glass was entwined with unknown vines, thick layers of moss left behind by previous flooding obscuring any light from entering. Qin Xian drew her knife and activated her powers. With her abilities, breaking through a wall was trivial, let alone a glass door. With a swift motion, a luminous blade shot forth from her knife, effortlessly shattering the glass door. Amidst a cloud of dust, the door erupted into countless shards. Expecting to see the grassy expanse and their vehicle outside, they were taken aback as the moment the door shattered, the dimly lit building flickered to life, and a cheerful nursery rhyme echoed through the corridor speakers. In the wake of the shattered glass door, a horde of zombies surged forth. No, surged was not an accurate description. They seemed to explode into the room, as if a sale had just begun at a supermarket and the shutters had been raised. The scene unfolded with elderly men and women surging in, intent on seizing whatever they could. Initially, a throng of zombies had been lurking at the entrance, and when the door was breached, fragments injured them, but did not bring about their demise. Thus, the chaos began. Qin Xian had to concede that, despite her experience in high-pressure situations, she felt a shiver run down her spine, her hair standing on end in that moment. The decaying flesh on the zombies' faces had nearly disintegrated, their eyes clouded, and they had developed sharp fangs. They moved with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on her. Songji immediately summoned lightning to strike at the zombies,
Atteindre explosion en Suède.
creating a gaping crater in the floor, and a significant number of zombies were obliterated. His expression was grim, disbelief reflected in his eyes. Qin Xian recognized that within this eerie building, both she and Songji were succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere, losing their previously composed demeanor. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Thus, Qin Xian forced herself to regulate her breathing and restrain her emotions. In the face of crisis, one must not allow external factors to disturb one's inner peace. As the ancient said, one must not rejoice at external fortune nor grieve over personal misfortune. It was imperative to remain calm. Chaos would only invite calamity. With dual blades in hand, Qin Xian fought valiantly, shouting for Songji to remain calm and believe in their escape. True to his reputation as a ruthless tycoon accustomed to the battleground of commerce, Songji quickly regained his composure after realizing something was amiss and being momentarily startled by the onslaught of zombies. Good, he replied loudly. But his voice was drowned out by the zombies' roars. More piercing than their cries was the innocent, childlike voice emanating from the loudspeaker. Qin Xian recognized the tune as a dark French nursery rhyme titled Lark. The lyrics were disturbingly macabre, roughly stating, Lark, lovely lark, I shall groom your feathers. Lark, lovely lark, I shall pluck your down. First, I shall remove the feathers from your head. Pluck, pluck, lark, lark. The juxtaposition of the innocent melody with such sinister lyrics was already unsettling, and combined with the zombies' howls and the gruesome scene of black blood splattering, the once pleasant tune now seemed utterly grotesque. Qin Xian's lithe figure danced amidst the horde of zombies, spinning and slicing with grace, reminiscent of a ballet. Severed zombie heads tumbled to the ground, their mouths agape in a futile attempt to bite. Soon, they were crushed underfoot by subsequent zombies. The two were separated by the relentless tide of the undead, retreating to the second and third floors as the onslaught continued unabated. With a rumble, Qin Xian positioned herself at the end of a corridor, a bolt of lightning arcing from the west, toppling zombies in its wake. She swiftly cast a blade of light to finish off those still stirring. After nearly 20 minutes of frenzied combat, the last wave of zombies finally succumbed. Once again, Qin Xian sought to recharge, yet she found herself gasping for breath. The corridor was permeated with a nauseating stench of decay, nearly causing her to regurgitate the fried rice she had previously consumed. She patted her chest to steady herself. Songji hurried over, gently patting her back. She waved him off, assuring him she was fine. Let us go, we need to head down. She extended her hand, securing the crystal cores, and grasped Songji's wrist as they descended the stairs together. The harsh, cold light above illuminated the charred bodies strewn across the floor. Each grotesque scene rendered with unnerving clarity. Some zombies lay in a feeble state, twitching sporadically. As Qin Qian stepped over them, one attempted to grasp her leg. But without the crystal cores, both the evolved and the undead would not last long. There was no cause for concern. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed, sharp as a needle scraping glass. Qin Qian grimaced, turning to locate the source. To her astonishment, amidst the carnage, a large, gray rat, about the size of a domestic cat, stood there, trembling, its blood-red eyes fixed on her, baring its teeth, stained with the dark blood of the zombies. A smirk crept across Qin Qian's lips. How audacious for such a small creature to challenge her. Just as she brandished her weapon, the rat shook its head at her. What? A voice resonated in her mind. Not him, not him. What? The rat was speaking? Realization dawned upon her. She recalled her ability to communicate with animals. A power known as animal manipulation, now evolved to the 4th tier, allowing her to sense their emotions and engage in simple dialogue. It had been some time since she had utilized this power. Just then, the rat called out again, not him, not him. Qin Qian suddenly understood. In an instant, she spun around and swung her blade, but it sliced through the railing instead. Songji stood nearby against the wall, head bowed, hands hanging limply, resembling a marionette. Qin Qian pointed her blade at him, demanding, "Who are you really?" A chilling laugh echoed in response. The figure raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes filled with malice and mockery. In the next heartbeat, Songji transformed into another figure, a young man clad in a white coat, presumably a doctor. His eyes were entirely black, devoid of sclera, and his face was as pale as a paper doll, grinning sinisterly as maggots cascaded from his gaping mouth. Yet, Qin Qian was not taken aback by this grotesque sight. Aware that this building was haunted, she had prepared a gift for the spirits. She retrieved her phone and activated her music player. A soothing, melodic Buddhist chant filled the air. This was no ordinary chant. Years prior, during a pilgrimage with her mother, a 109-year-old monk had foretold of her tumultuous life, but promised her the protection of noble benefactors. He gifted her a recording of the sutra to ward off evil and ensure safety. The master had personally chanted it, instructing her to record it. Over the years, despite changing phones, she had never lost that recording. In moments of unease, listening to it would quickly restore her calm. As the ethereal melody flowed through the air, it seemed to radiate golden light, dispelling the malevolent energy within the terrifying building. A piercing scream erupted as the doctor-turned ghost writhed in agony, soon vanishing entirely. Concurrently, the lights within the building flickered out, and the music ceased, returning the surroundings to their previous state of eerie silence. Unperturbed, Qin Qian produced a powerful flashlight and illuminated the area. "Song-ji," she called, her voice echoing through the emptiness. If he were nearby, he would surely hear her. However, after waiting in vain, she called out several more times to no avail. Resolute, she employed her powers to search for him. She was well acquainted with his aura, and would be able to locate him swiftly if he fell within her range. Moments later, she opened her eyes with newfound clarity. She had found him. Rushing in the direction of the familiar energy, she soon caught a whiff of blood. Anxiety gripped her heart. Had Songji been injured? Turning a corner, she spotted his tall figure leaning against the wall, one hand clutching his abdomen, groaning in distress. "Are you hurt?" Qin Qian inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. She reached out to touch the other person, feeling the warmth of human skin, confirming its fleshly texture. The melodious tunes of Buddhist music continued to play, making it impossible for it to be a mere illusion. Qin Qian immediately felt a sense of relief. In response to her concern, Songji waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was merely dealing with a formidable zombie. Qin Qian supported him, saying, "Let me tend to your wounds first." He smiled faintly and shook his head, insisting no need. "It's just a superficial injury. I saw that creature heading towards the basement. I must eliminate it." Excitement and anger flickered in Songji's eyes. Qin Qian frowned slightly, suggesting they leave the area, as it was not safe to linger. Turning to Qin Qian with a smile, Songji reassured her, "I know you're worried about me, but don't fear. I can handle this." She glanced at him, but chose not to say more, instead offering him a towel to cover his wound. He had been acting strangely since his arrival, leaving her quite perplexed. Never mind, we can discuss it outside, she thought. As they descended the stairs, Songji made his way towards the basement. Qin Qian gazed apprehensively at the dim entrance, feeling an unsettling tension throughout her body. She grasped Songji's arm, urging him not to go, reminding him it was just a zombie. However, Songji resolutely shook his head, declaring, "No, I won't let that which harmed me escape. We must go down and kill it, obey me." Qin Qian's brow furrowed as she stepped back, her lips curling in skepticism. Songji looked at her in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" Qin Qian brandished a knife, its blade gleaming with a white light. "You are not Songji," she asserted. She had sensed something amiss from the very beginning. Upon their reunion, he had not shown immediate concern for her, and when she expressed her worry, he outright rejected it. Ever since then, he had sought to dominate the situation, unaware that the true Songji would always understand his role and never overstep his bounds. She scrutinized the figure before her, stating, "Though I know not what you are, your disguise is woefully inadequate. You bear no resemblance to him. You have revealed yourself, brother." Her certainty that he was not Songji stemmed from another reason. She had quietly scanned his energy again, discovering it was entirely different from what she had detected earlier. This meant that the real Songji had indeed been where she sensed him, but by the time she arrived, the true Songji had vanished, leaving behind this counterfeit. Yet the impostor was unwilling to concede, presenting her with a bloodied handkerchief, claiming, "I am the real Songji. Look, I am bleeding bright red blood. I am neither a zombie nor a deceptive spirit. If you come to the basement, I will reveal everything to you." Qin Qian raised an eyebrow, replying, "Oh, really? How can you possibly know something impersonated Songji to deceive me when we weren't even together?" Her words pierced through the most glaring lie, causing the impostor's expression to falter. In an instant, the face of the impostor shifted, seemingly sprouting yellow fur. Qin Qian paused, feeling a surge of intense fury. A sharp voice echoed in her mind, "You've seen through me, you wretched creature." To her astonishment, it was a small animal. Her ability to control animals allowed her to communicate with them, revealing that not only was there a deception at hand, but other entities were also seeking to interfere. How intriguing. Without granting the impostor a chance to retaliate, she swiftly slashed with her knife. The face filled with terror as, in the next moment, the head detached from its body. A creature, the size of a fist, fell to the ground, its lower half rapidly shrinking into a rodent-like form. Approaching to inspect it, Qin Qian couldn't help but smirk. A yellow weasel. Qin Qian recognized this creature as particularly sinister, capable of cultivation, transforming into human form, and employing illusions. In Northeast folklore, the term yellow in the context of foxes refers specifically to yellow weasels. Even more troubling, this creature had become a mutated being while honing its powers. Astonishingly, it was stacking enhancements upon itself. No wonder she had been unable to discern its true nature. She extracted the crystal core from the creature's head and set it ablaze, fearing that this mutated entity might resurrect. Just then, two sets of footsteps approached from a distance. Qin Qian turned, illuminated by the flames, recognizing the newcomers. It was Songji, and another figure. Yes, Songji was the genuine article. But Qin Qian was certain the other was a counterfeit. The impostor grinned eerily at Songji, who appeared entranced, completely under its spell. Chapter 86. I will help you kill her. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes, soon hearing that same shrill voice again, "Brother. Oh no, that human killed my brother. I must avenge him." So, it was yet another yellow weasel? Qin Qian donned a theatrical expression, approaching and saying, "Songji, she is a fake. Come over here." Songji remained vacantly expressionless, not acknowledging her. The yellow weasel pointed accusingly at Qin Qian, exclaiming, "Songji, don't listen to her. She is the true fake." Its shrill cries echoed through the corridor. Qin Qian urgently called, "Songji, snap out of it. I am Qin Qian. She is the yellow weasel trying to deceive you. Wake up." Despite her pleas, Songji remained unresponsive, lost in his stupor. The impostor revealed a sinister smile, proclaiming, "Songji is mine now. You shall not take him from me." As Qin Qian attempted to charge forward, the yellow weasel's eyes turned crimson. Utilizing some unknown power, it lifted debris from the ground. Hurling it towards Qin Qian, she quickly used her knife to deflect the incoming projectiles. Realizing its efforts were futile, the yellow weasel pushed the dazed Songji in front of it, taunting, "Go on, kill her. Prove you can." With a ferocious glare, it bore down on Qin Qian, revealing menacing fangs, ready to attack. Frustration surged within Qin Qian. She wanted nothing more than to grab it and deliver a few slaps. It was utterly grotesque. However, with Songji still in its grasp, she had to act swiftly to rescue him. A smile crept onto Qin Qian's lips as she hoisted her knife onto her shoulder, saying, "It seems you don't care much for your Songji brother after all. Why don't I let you go if you return him to me?" To her surprise, she found herself negotiating with a yellow weasel amidst a post-apocalyptic catastrophe surrounded by zombies. What a bizarre situation. The yellow weasel pointed at the fire, declaring, "If you can bring my brother back to life, I will return your man to you." Its expression turned cold, and it added, "But since you've killed my brother, I will ensure your little man suffers endlessly, draining his essence daily, ultimately extracting his crystal core." With a sinister laugh, the yellow weasel commanded, "Now, I wanted to kill you.
Kill her, Songji.
I demand her death." With that, Songji mechanically turned to the other Qin Qian, saying, "All right, I will help you kill her." Without hesitation, he raised his hand, purple lightning crackling at his fingertips. A swirling purple dragon surged toward Qin Qian at high speed. She activated her ability, forming a particle barrier to protect herself, and swiftly dodged the dragon's attack. After a brief flash of lightning, it curved like a boomerang, hurtling back towards her.
Ah!
Songji, no. In the next moment, the yellow weasel was struck by the lightning, engulfed in electric flames that exploded around it. The creature quickly reverted to its original form, curling up into a small ball and crashing to the ground. Songji, seemingly freed from the yellow weasel's control, sighed in relief, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. In truth, the other party only controlled his body, yet his consciousness remained alert. A clear awareness meant he could manipulate lightning with his thoughts. Thus, when they first encountered one another, Songji discreetly signaled to Qin Qian. Their long-standing partnership allowed Qin Qian to instantly grasp his intentions, and she played along with his act. His manipulation of lightning to attack Qin Qian was a ruse to lower the weasel's guard. In that moment of surprise, he aimed to deliver a sudden counterstrike. Qin Qian hurriedly approached and grasped his arm, asking if he was all right. Songji's face paled as he anxiously examined her, asking if she was hurt. Seeing her smile reassuringly, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she was unharmed. His heart raced with excitement, and he instinctively wanted to embrace Qin Qian. However, he quickly realized the inappropriateness of such an action and awkwardly withdrew his hand. A warmth surged within Qin Qian. This was the true Songji, who would prioritize her well-being even amidst his own peril. The weasel's disguise had been too feeble. Elated, Qin Qian leaped forward to wrap her arms around his waist, gently patting his back in a comforting manner, akin to soothing a small puppy, saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid, I'm fine." Songji's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the surroundings were dim, and Qin Qian couldn't see his embarrassment. Otherwise, he would feel utterly mortified. A man of considerable stature, standing at almost 6'3", blushing at the embrace of a petite girl. Perhaps it was time to relocate to Mars. How utterly lacking in dignity. Just moments ago, he had been ensnared by the weasel, his body cold and rigid. Now, with Qin Qian's tender touch, he felt a surge of warmth and vitality. In an instant, his heart was tumultuous, as if a storm was raging within, nearly bringing him to the brink of coughing up blood. Coughing, he chastised himself for overthinking. She was merely offering a comforting hug. Thankfully, Qin Qian released him shortly after, and Songji quickly composed himself, suggesting they finish off the creature to prevent it from causing further chaos. Qin Qian nodded in agreement, preparing to deliver the final blow and retrieve the crystal core. She also used her knife to push the creature's corpse into the fire, ensuring it burned alongside her brother's remains. After all, families should be kept together. Qin Qian remarked in surprise at the presence of so many wild animals in the area. Songji rubbed his stiff neck and gestured outside. This place, nestled between mountains and water, featured a nature reserve, showcasing splendid natural beauty. Nearby, there was a resort that he had previously invested in. It was only half constructed when the apocalypse struck. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Qin Qian could only manage a bitter smile. The apocalypse had a way of shattering all that was beautiful, cruelly reminding one that the past could never be reclaimed. It magnified all the ugliness, allowing the filth that had languished in the shadows to strut brazenly in the sunlight, ultimately smiling as it proclaimed, "Behold, humanity is truly repulsive." Once both corpses had been reduced to ash, Qin Xian concluded her internal musings. She took hold of the genuine Song Ji's hand, saying, "Let us go." This time, her instinctive grasp was of his hand. Song Ji swallowed hard and replied, "All right." His grip was firm around her delicate hand, soft and cool, reminiscent of a kitten's paw. No matter where she led him, he would willingly run alongside her. Even if it meant facing death, he would never lag behind. As they reached the entrance, they were met with an inexplicable sight. They exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Outside the door, where they expected their vehicle to be parked, lay instead a corridor. It was as though a gap had opened in the corridor's midst. Qin Xian approached in disbelief to investigate further. The door remained unchanged. Yet the corridor before her was undeniably real. Cautiously, she stepped inside, confirming the solidity of the floor tiles. Song Ji quickly seized her arm, cautioning, "This is not right. I had intended to tell you. It shouldn't be like this." Qin Xian turned to him, asking if he was aware of the situation. Song Ji, his gaze fixed on the corridor, replied gravely, "The reason I agreed to come here is that I knew, despite its heavy malevolence and countless vengeful spirits, this place was safe at least before the apocalypse. My foster father was a renowned Taoist priest. In my frail youth, he saved me from death on several occasions. However, he never allowed me to enter the Tao, merely imparting some knowledge, so I possess some understanding of these matters." Qin Xian was not surprised by his explanation. After all, Song Ji had displayed subtle hints during their time with Zhang Qizhen that had led her to some conclusions. He continued, "This sanatorium has a history of frequent incidents, resulting in several fatalities. The former director sought my foster father's help, who then crafted a formation in the basement to suppress some formidable, vengeful spirits. It was precisely because of this that I dared bring you here. Otherwise, I would never take such risks. However, for some unknown reason, the formation has been broken, and the spirits have escaped to wreak havoc." He sighed, a look of guilt crossing his face. Qin Xian recalled how he had previously mentioned knowing the old director. Realizing this was the connection, she consoled him, "The past cannot be changed. Now, our focus should be on how to escape. There's no benefit in dwelling on what has transpired." Song Ji shook his head, stating, "This could pose significant trouble. Consider this. Spirits are inherently mysterious. They exist within an absolutely dark realm, and their thoughts are often twisted and malevolent. Moreover, these spirits were once deranged individuals. The most terrifying spirits are those that have succumbed to madness." As they spoke, they inadvertently found themselves at the back door of the first floor. Song Ji forcefully kicked open the dilapidated iron door, revealing what should have been a backyard overgrown with weeds. Instead, they encountered an unfamiliar corridor. The moonlight filtered through, casting a silvery frost upon the ground, creating a scene that appeared idyllic, yet was laced with an unspeakable terror. "Indeed, it is as I suspected," Song Ji remarked. "These madmen have altered both the space and time here." As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket, slipping it into Qin Xian's pocket. This was a talisman left for him by Zhang Qizhen, drawn by his master. It was an effective charm for subduing evils. Had he used it earlier, the weasel would not have been able to harm him. However, he hesitated to use it, knowing it would be expended after a single use. Such a precious item, he possessed only one. It was not that Zhang Qizhen was unwilling to give it to Qin Xian. Rather, she lacked the ability to use it, and improper use could potentially endanger her. Song Ji cast a covert glance at Qin Xian, silently wishing, "If only one of us could escape. I hope it is you." A cold sweat broke out on Qin Xian as she grasped Song Ji's hand, asking if he had any other plans. He shook his head, "No. I am not of the Taoist path. Even if Zhang Qizhen were here, it would be futile. How could a Taoist contend with a group of madmen?" Qin Xian took several deep breaths, forcing herself to remain calm. Despite knowing it might be in vain, she diligently searched for an exit. Yet, time after time, hope morphed into despair. All exits were distorted. Even when walls or windows were breached, they merely revealed another room or corridor. It felt endless, a perpetual cycle, without conclusion. Uncertain of how long they had wandered, fatigue set in. The hours had slipped by, and it had been 6 or 7 hours. Outside, daylight had surely broken. Yet within this place, darkness reigned eternally. With a dismissive wave, Qin Xian declared, "I'm done. I'm exhausted and need to rest." After finding a room, they tidied it up a bit and sat on the floor. Qin Xian took out a battery, a lamp, and a charcoal grill. She plugged in the lamp and lit the charcoal. The small table was adorned with grilled meat, mushrooms, seafood, vegetables, and an array of sauces and seasonings. Since they couldn't go outside, they decided to indulge in the food. The room was pleasantly cool, so it was an excellent opportunity to enjoy a meal. In no time, thick slices of snowflake beef sizzled and released delightful aromas on the grill. The seafood curled and shrank as it heated, coated with sauce and sprinkled with chili powder and cumin, releasing a unique savory scent. Song Ji, already famished, held a piece of freshly grilled, steaming fatback in his mouth. While inhaling its aroma, he helped Qin Xian to cut the meat and lay it on the grill. Qin Xian placed lean beef on a lettuce leaf, sprinkled a handful of chili rings on top, and skewered a piece of fatty meat, generously dipping it in fresh seafood sauce. With a roll and a swift motion, she sent it to her mouth. After a few chews, the rich, succulent juice exploded in her mouth. The tender and chewy lean meat complemented by the sauce and chili rings, creating a delightful balance of sour, sweet, spicy, and salty flavors. It was exquisite. The frustration from being tormented by the spirits in the building was instantly washed away. A can of lightly brewed wheat juice and chilled fruit rounded out the meal, making it utterly delicious. They both possessed a hint of a carefree spirit. When the urge struck, they dived in wholeheartedly, and when it didn't, they laid back and relaxed. After all, they couldn't leave immediately, so why not enjoy themselves? They weren't like the protagonists of other horror tales, fearing death from hunger and thirst while trapped in a ghostly building. With an entire space filled with supplies, they wouldn't starve even if they were confined for a lifetime. If the spirits outside saw them reveling in their feast and drinking merrily, they would likely be infuriated to the point of self-redemption. As they contemplated their next course of action, an odd sound echoed from the corner. Qin Xian immediately became alert, pulling out a knife from her space and focusing on the source of the noise. Squeak, squeak, it was a mutated blood rat. Soon, a gray rat the size of a cat emerged from the shadows. A childish voice echoed in Qin Xian's mind. Eat, eat, eat meat. I want to eat. It was akin to a baby just learning to speak, fervently expressing its desires. The rat approached Qin Xian, its blood-red eyes fixated on her, with its pink nose twitching and whiskers quivering, seemingly yearning for the food in her hands. Qin Xian then recalled that this rat had previously warned her that Song Ji wasn't a real person. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. A rat capable of expressing its desires could communicate, and if communication was possible, there was reason to converse. With a smile, Qin Xian picked up a piece of meat with disposable chopsticks and offered it to the blood rat. Song Ji, surprised and cautious, watched her, hesitating to speak. When he saw the rat bite the meat without attacking Qin Xian, he relaxed a bit. Qin Xian considered that the blood rat was a native of this place. It likely knew much more than she did. Perhaps they could find a way out through it. She attempted to use her abilities to communicate with the rat, thanking it for its earlier assistance and stating that they had plenty of food, but she also had a few questions. The blood rat, having enjoyed the fresh meat, began to clap its tiny paws, exuberantly reveling in the moment. Both Qin and Song watched in amusement and even offered it some other food. Gradually, the blood rat seemed to lower its guard towards Qin Xian, beginning to speak more fluently rather than just expressing simple ideas. Qin Xian realized that once the mind opened up, communication between humans and animals could be remarkably smooth. However, as time passed, she started to feel a headache coming on. The blood rat was quite the chatterbox, as if it hadn't spoken in years and had finally found someone who understood. I'm the strongest in my family. I'm 91 this year. Thank you for killing those 2 weasels. They devoured my entire family. The meat you provided is delicious, far better than the strange humans' corpses. Nearby, many animals are cultivating because of the heavy yin energy, which is conducive to their practice. We fear snakes and birds. There's a terrifying mutated bird nearby, scarier than the weasels. The weasels wiped out my family, and that bird annihilated the weasel clan. It's a monster with yellow eyes, a red beak, and a white head. The array in the basement was destroyed by some outsiders who speak oddly and look different from you. Qin Xian had a plethora of questions, but the blood rat's incessant chatter was overwhelming. To streamline the details, Qin Xian summarized based on the rat's description. First, there were many mutated beasts nearby, with the strongest being a bird and a snake. Second, the basement's array had been damaged by several outsiders. She relayed this information to Song Ji, who fell into deep thought. Outsiders had disrupted the array set by his father? How intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Songji turned to the blood rat and asked,
Can you lead us out?
The blood rat tilted its head, its little hands gesturing in a human-like shrug, indicating it didn't understand. Qin Qian was speechless. The rat didn't possess the ability to communicate with animals. How could it comprehend Songji? Clumsy. She picked up a piece of seafood and shoved it into Songji's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. Turning back to the blood rat, she asked, We wish to leave here. Can you guide us? The rat paused mid-chew, momentarily stunned. Qin Qian's heart sank. It seemed unlikely. Yet the blood rat, in a surprisingly cocky manner, declared, You want to leave? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll guarantee to take you out for a chicken. Qin Qian was overjoyed, sealing the deal. She quickly stood up to tidy up their belongings, standing amidst the scattered items while performing gestures and chanting spells theatrically. With a final incantation, transform, she stored everything in her space. Songji was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished by her antics. It was almost too fantastical. Why didn't she just pull out a magic wand and cast a spell? Clearing her throat, she simply wanted to keep her space a secret. Fortunately, the little animal had a simple mind and was easy to deceive. The blood rat jumped up in surprise. Are you a fairy? You're amazing. Qin Qian, feeling quite proud, began to boast. In my early years, I encountered a fairy and learned a bit of magic. The rat was thrilled. Wow, what is that called? Qin Qian waved her hand dismissively. It's called the Invincible Great Transport. The blood rat gazed at her in admiration, its tail wagging like a propeller. Together, the girl and the rat ventured out, one daring to spin tails and the other eager to believe. Songji trailed behind, stuffing the last lettuce meat roll into his mouth, feeling utterly bemused as if he were the guardian of 2 3-year-olds discussing their favorite cartoons. As the blood rat led them from the first floor to the third, and then to the fourth, Qin Qian was just about to inquire where they were headed when, at a corner, the rat suddenly vanished. Panic surged through her. The rat was their sole hope. If they lost it, they might truly be trapped forever. After a moment of frantic thought, she quickly devised a plan. Qin Qian closed her eyes, using her abilities to sense the surrounding energy. Indeed. She tracked the rat's crystal core energy behind a wall. A smile crept onto her lips as she grasped Songji's hand and charged toward the wall. After a brief moment of hesitation, Songji followed her lead, and in the next instant, they stepped into a corridor they had never encountered before. The blood mouse twitched its little nose, signaling them to look ahead. To their surprise, they found themselves on a rooftop. The two exchanged glances, and Songji stepped forward to open the rooftop door. As expected, what greeted them was a wall, completely sealing off the path behind the door. The blood mouse remarked, The way out lies behind that wall. Those vengeful spirits can obscure the vision of humans, but they cannot deceive our animal instincts. You must devise a plan. Qin Qian bit her lip, resolute in her decision. She instructed the blood mouse, Stay behind us. The blood mouse obediently scurried to hide behind Qin Qian. She exchanged a knowing glance with Songji, who promptly nodded, summoning a thunder dragon. In an instant, the wall was shattered, but what emerged was merely another corridor. They looked at each other, despair evident in their size. Were they truly destined to be trapped forever? At that moment, Songji suddenly had an idea. He began to articulate his thoughts to divert Qin Qian's attention while discreetly reaching into her pocket to retrieve a talisman. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the talisman into the air, channeling lightning to propel it into the corridor. Crash! Thunder roared. The talisman collided with the doorway, instantly igniting into ash and transforming into rippling golden waves. The thunder dragon surged into the fray, its amassed power detonating like a nuclear bomb. The illusion of the corridor shattered, tearing open a gap tall enough for a person to pass through. Before them lay blinding light, revealing the daytime scene outside. The sun blazed high, and the heat shimmered, distorting the distant trees and the car they had left behind into a dreamlike haze. But soon, they noticed that the gap was gradually shrinking and healing. Without delay, they clasped hands and took a few running strides, leaping into the fissure while embracing each other. The sensation shifted from cold to searing warmth in an instant. Moments later, they landed on the grass, rolling several meters before finally stopping beside the car. Breathless, they sat up, trying to collect themselves. It was then that Qin Qian realized she was tightly embraced by Songji. His right arm protecting her back and his left hand cradling the back of her head, holding her securely within his embrace. At this moment, she found herself beneath him, her hands wrapped around his waist. Song Ji propped himself up with his elbows, partially leaning over her. Their posture, slightly ambiguous, yet undeniably gentlemanly, made her flustered as she looked up, only to meet Song Ji's gaze. In that fleeting moment, their breaths mingled, more fervent than the sweltering noon heat. Unable to contain himself, Song Ji's throat bobbed, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. An inexplicable tension enveloped them, suffusing their cheeks with warmth. But soon, they instinctively pulled apart, as if nothing had occurred. Qin Xian hastily rose, patting her chest as she glanced back at the nightmarish building, now appearing no different from an ordinary structure. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the lobby, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had just experienced. The blood mouse danced joyfully nearby, exclaiming, "Chickens! Give me chickens!" Qin Xian chuckled, retrieving a live chicken from her space and offering it to him, along with various treats favored by small rodents. The blood mouse rolled around in delight, expressing its gratitude profusely. Having overcome her fear of mice, Qin Xian found it somewhat endearing, even wishing to pat its head. However, aware of the diseases often carried by rodents, she refrained, realizing that lingering here was unwise, lest they be ensnared again. The two bid farewell to the blood mouse and set off in their car. The surrounding landscape was overgrown with wild grass, and as Qin Xian turned her neck, about to speak, Song Ji abruptly slammed on the brakes. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong?" He pointed outside, where a Y-shaped fork in the road lay ahead. With a serious expression, he said, "I distinctly remember that there was only one road when we came. There was no second one. So where did this second path come from? Which way should we go?" It dawned on Qin Xian that they were still within the confines of the sanatorium. Those entities had no intention of letting them escape. Chapter 89. The thieving bird of crystal cores. Qin Xian clenched her fists, wondering how far these wretched beings would go. A cold smile crept across her face as she closed her eyes. Soon, she sensed a small creature capable of communication, a pangolin hidden within the earth. Qin Xian understood that she could no longer control all animals, but could only converse with those who could comprehend her mental signals, negotiating cooperation to reach a mutual agreement. The pangolin inquired, "I can guide you, but what will you give me in return?" Qin Xian asked, "What do you desire?" The pangolin replied, "Water. I need water." Qin Xian responded, "Very well." She produced a 5-liter bottle of water from her space and placed it outside the car. She asked, "Can you reach it? Do you need me to open the cap?" The pangolin assured her, "No need. I can access it myself. Take the right path. The left will lead you back to where you were. Remember to hurry, and do not look in the rearview mirror." Without much hesitation, Qin Xian quickly placed her trust in the pangolin's words. After all, compared to the treachery of humans, animals were evidently more trustworthy. If they chose to ignore you, they would simply do so without deceit. Grateful to the pangolin, she relayed the information to Song Ji. He pressed the accelerator, driving straight down the right path. Racing ahead without looking back, they soon reached the highway and spotted the bus stop they had passed earlier. The weathered paint on the sign read, "Next stop, Moon Bay Sanatorium." As the car sped past, Qin Xian thought she saw a figure in a white lab coat standing beneath the sign, its face twisted with malice, smiling at their retreating backs. After driving for another half-hour, they finally encountered the zombies that roamed the streets. A wave of relief washed over them, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, almost wanting to embrace the undead. After a while, the car's alarm began to sound. It was too hot. If they didn't cool down soon, the engine would inevitably stall. Qin Xian suggested getting out to splash some of the river water from her space over themselves to cool down. However, Song Ji gestured toward a location not far off, indicating they could wash there. Following his direction, Qin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. A lake lay 100 meters away, reflecting the sunlight and appearing remarkably dazzling. How could there be a lake here? In this extreme heat, all surface water had dried up. What kind of trickery was this? Song Ji, however, wore a knowing expression as he explained, "There's a spring beneath this area that connects to Golden Water Lake. In fact, there's a massive underground aquifer between Golden Water Lake and here. I previously invested in this area and conducted thorough research, so I am aware. In the past, the water levels were high, sometimes even spilling onto the road. Now, in this extreme heat, only this remains. I often paused here for a moment when I drove through, as the scenery was quite nice." Qin Xian recalled how he referred to it as once being scenic. Now, most of the trees on the ground were withered and dead, The grass scorched to a parched yellow. What scenery was left? After using her abilities to scan the area, she found only low-level monsters, which scurried away at the sight of her. The car drove directly toward the center of the lake, where the deepest part barely submerged the tires. Water splashed high as the vehicle was enveloped, and after several trips back and forth, the temperature finally decreased, and the alarm ceased its blaring. As they prepared to leave in search of a nearby shelter to rest and wait for nightfall, they unexpectedly encountered a group of bandits, 6 in total. With a bald leader driving a Range Rover, all of them sunburned to a deep shade of brown. They each bore faces full of ruggedness, bare-chested and wielding knives. Though appearing gaunt, their abdomens were sculpted with defined muscles. They uttered the foul language commonly associated with bandits, cursing and coercing others to disembark. Qin Xian glanced at the men's chiseled abs and playfully lifted Song Ji's shirt to inspect his honey bun-like midsection, clicking her tongue in appreciation, while Song Ji feigned indifference, subtly expressing disdain for her playful antics. Internally, he was in turmoil, wondering if she was comparing abs. "Look at mine, they're quite impressive," he exclaimed, pushing her hand away. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Xian concluded that although their abs were larger, his were fairer, thus more aesthetically pleasing. Song Ji found himself momentarily uncertain whether to feel pleased or not. Just as their banter unfolded, the group of miscreants approached. Qin Xian yawned and waved her hand dismissively. 3 second tier, 3 first tier. You handle it, I prefer not to be sunburned." Without a word, Song Ji opened the door and stepped out. The moment Qin Xian stretched her arms, a cry of agony echoed nearby. As she withdrew her hands to massage her neck, the 6 living beings had all collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lowering the car window, she beheld Song Ji standing in the sunlight, his figure radiant and almost luminescent. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling murderous intent. A man, missing an arm, sat on the ground, retreating in fear. Just as Song Ji was about to deliver the final blow, the man cried out, "I am a subordinate of the King of Yingyue. If you dare kill me, you are courting death." Song Ji despised being threatened and thus allowed the man to flee. The mention of the King of Yingyue elicited a chuckle from Qin Xian. A self-proclaimed king? How juvenile. She smirked and ignored the remark, tilting her head to observe the ground. Song Ji's approach to enemies was always decisive and merciless, leaving no room for reprieve. Consequently, the energy unleashed was potent enough to shatter the minds of every ability wielder present. The crystallized cores scattered into the water, conveniently cleaned in the process. Qin Xian reached out, collecting the cores into her palm, only to discover a mere 5. Immediately, she sensed another core located 10 meters away, alongside a creature possessing a core in its head. A thief taking advantage of the chaos? Following the direction, she spotted a stunning large bird of blue-gray plumage standing in the water. Its golden eyes gleamed with pride and mockery, and it grasped a peanut-sized crystal core in its fiery red beak. The neck transitioned into a glossy black, topped with a tuft of white. Its tail, the length of a human forearm, shimmered with a purplish-blue iridescence under the sun. Truly magnificent, if it weren't for its thievery. A recollection surfaced of the blood rat's words regarding the mutated bird that annihilated the entire weasel clan. That must be it. The moment their gazes met, the bird spread its wings and soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 90. Help. The bird is attacking. A fierce gust of wind accompanied the flapping of its wings, sweeping towards them. This bird was a second-tier wind ability user. No, an ability bird. Song Ji. Qin Xian called, pointing at the avian. Without hesitation, Song Ji unleashed a bolt of lightning. However, the bird displayed remarkable agility, dodging effortlessly. After evading Song Ji's strike, it hovered in the air and taunted, "You fools. You think you can catch me?" Song Ji's lips twitched, clearly at a loss for words. Qin Xian shouted back, "You filthy bird. Stealing from others is hardly a skill. Come down and face us." The bird cocked its head, exuding a foolish bravado. "Why would I come down? You humans are shameless, always resorting to ambushes." Before it could finish, the bird vigorously flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful gale. Water on the ground rippled, and small stones were swept away. Even Song Ji struggled to maintain his footing, shielding his face to breathe. Qin Xian assessed the wind speed, estimating it to be at least level 8, far superior to the previous wind user. She smirked, "Little bird, didn't you say humans are deceitful? Well, let me show you why flowers bloom so brightly." With great effort, she exited the vehicle, picked up a stone, and pretended to throw it at the bird, shouting, "Filthy bird! Watch me roast you." Feigning a stumble, she fell into the water, causing the 5 crystal cores in her other hand to fly several meters away. Splashing into the water, the bird, spotting the cores, screeched with excitement, "Ha ha."
Crystal cores.
It dove down at lightning speed, using its fiery beak to peck at the cores. Seeing Qin Qian fall, Songji rushed over to assist her. Qin Qian smirked, grasped his hand, and pressed it into the water, channeling electricity. Songji, always precise in his actions, complied without hesitation and activated his ability. With a crackle, violet currents spread through the water, enveloping both the bird and them in an electrified net. Songji deliberately controlled the voltage to prevent harming Qin Qian, knowing that a human could withstand more electricity than a bird. The avian was instantly incapacitated, flailing comically in the water, its wings outstretched and beak agape, legs twitching in distress. Qin Qian ruffled her hair, standing on end, while Songji sported a frizzy hairstyle. They exchanged silly grins before Qin Qian stood up, still trembling, and hurried to retrieve the cores. 6 cores remained, 1 devoured by the bird. She lifted the dazed creature, its head drooping and body still quivering, muttering incoherently, "You shameless humans, bullying a bird." 10 minutes later, Qin Qian and Songji donned fresh clothes. The bird was ensnared in a net and hung from the car roof. Struggling and cursing, "Let me go. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. You 2 scoundrels." Qin Qian cleared her ears. Noting the bird's impressive vocal range, it hadn't lost its voice despite the tirade. Songji smirked, raising a long finger, sparks of electricity dancing at his fingertips. Instantly, the bird fell silent. Turning to Qin Qian, he said, "Boss, you may speak now." Holding back laughter, she addressed the bird. "We humans have a saying, all is fair in war. You fell victim to your own greed. The cores belong to us. You made no effort and yet attempted to steal them. Do you have any justification?" The bird scoffed, preparing to retort, but upon seeing the electricity in Songji's hand, it cowered. "You're quite charming. I suppose you can dictate terms." Qin Qian replied, "You've already consumed 1 core.
Tell us, how will you compensate us?"
A flicker of fear crossed the bird's eyes. You wouldn't roast me, would you? Help! I'm being eaten." Its shrill cries pierced the air, relentless and grating. Qin Qian grimaced, grasping its neck. Both shouted in unison, "Silence." The bird immediately ceased its cries, whimpering softly, "Please don't kill me. I can serve you. I'll return a crystal core." Do not be deceived by its appearance as merely a bird. It is far from foolish. These 2 individuals are undoubtedly formidable, particularly the striking female. While she may seem delicate and fragile on the surface, she is, in fact, the most powerful among them. This creature has roamed these parts for many years, evolving into a being of extraordinary abilities, and has always been an invincible presence. Unexpectedly, it has fallen into the hands of this seemingly unassuming female. Qin Qian reclined indifferently in her seat, remarking that there was no need for concern, as they were set to battle zombies. If she could harness her wind-based powers to assist, they might consider it as a form of repayment for her services. Initially, the bird believed it was destined for a fiery end and contemplated whether it might be granted a swift demise, perhaps being dispatched before its feathers were plucked. To its surprise, the beautiful female opted not to kill it, instead offering an opportunity for it to work off its debts. Instantly, the drooping head of the bird lifted, brimming with renewed vigor. "Will you provide sustenance?" Qin Qian inquired. "What do you consume?" "Insects, fruits, vegetables, self-heating hot pot, snail rice noodles, dumplings, buns, roasted chicken, roasted duck. I relish them all." The bird joyfully rattled off its menu. Songji could not suppress a laugh at the absurdity. "Roasted chicken? You are a bird yourself. Chickens are your relatives. How can you consume your own kin?" Upon hearing this, the bird puffed up, indignantly exclaiming, "I am a red-billed blue magpie, the leader of the crow family. My second uncle is a crow. When did those that merely lay eggs become my kin?"
Caw, caw, caw.
"Foolish humans, silence your ignorance." Songji was momentarily taken aback by its retort, and the final phrase left him thoroughly flabbergasted. Grabbing one of the bird's feet, he prepared to unleash a jolt of electricity, prompting a cacophony of frantic squawks from the bird. Qin Qian swiftly intervened to halt their childish bickering and proposed, "Starting tonight, for a duration of 10 days, shall we?" The bird nodded eagerly. As long as it was not to be roasted, it would comply with anything. Songji scoffed. At least you are sensible. However, the moment he released the bird's claw, it began to curse. Remove your filthy hands, you electric pole cursed by fate. It's scorching hot, and you are covered in feathers. Shall I help you pluck them?
Try it.
I'll sweat you dead. It retorted, cackling. You are the foolish one. Puff, puff,
Puff.
What a bizarre exchange. Qin Xian found herself both amused and exasperated. She intended to recruit this bird for her team, believing that animals possess a more straightforward mindset than humans, devoid of deceit and treachery. Affection is genuine, and aversion is clear. However, considering the implications of her decision, she resolved to evaluate its character. No, its avian character. Simultaneously, she could validate her previous hypotheses regarding the application of abilities. Rubbing her hands together, her anticipation grew. As the night deepened, the city, shrouded in darkness due to a power outage, fell into a profound silence. It resembled a ghostly realm, untouched for centuries. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, tearing a gaping maw in the obsidian canopy. Countless bolts of electricity coalesced in the air, intertwining with an unseen energy, merging to form a tremendous force. Thunder rumbled, clouds gathered, and a tempestuous wind emerged from nowhere, swiftly escalating from a gentle breeze to a violent gale, ultimately morphing into a terrifying tornado. Purple lightning was ensnared within the vortex, spiraling around a once thriving agricultural market's main building. It ensnared innumerable zombies, shredding them to cinders, scattering their remnants across the ground. In the distance, a few survivors searched amidst the ruins, inadvertently witnessing this spectacle, their jaws agape in astonishment. After exchanging glances, one person trembled, dropping the dry biscuit in their hand.
Who on earth is that?
One exclaimed, astonished. Another swallowed nervously, asking, Boss, should we investigate? Perhaps we could. Enough nonsense. The leader of the group snapped. Why would you approach? Are you seeking death? Haven't you seen apocalyptic films? Those individuals are the protagonists at the pinnacle of the apocalypse. We, mere second-tier characters, are not even worthy of being their side dishes. The leader's foresight proved accurate. For Qin Xian indeed despised being disturbed during hunts. The trio, 2 humans and 1 bird, stood atop the rooftop, awaiting the smoldering corpses below to extinguish. The bird perched on Qin Xian's shoulder, preening its feathers, its long tail swaying gracefully to maintain balance. Its white belly feathers spread out, rendering it a fluffy little ball of cuteness and obedience, a stark contrast to its earlier display of ferocity as it summoned terrifying tornadoes amidst the wind and lightning. Qin Xian was utterly delighted by the bird's powers. Its capabilities surpassed her expectations. The bird, in turn, admired the abilities of both Qin Xian and Songji, and the trio's initial collaboration was surprisingly harmonious. The bird tossed its head and pecked affectionately at Qin Xian's cheek, declaring, Beautiful female, allow me to introduce myself. I am a red-billed blue magpie, and my name is Big Mouth. You two are truly remarkable. Qin Xian reached out to poke Big Mouth's soft belly, introducing herself. I am Qin Xian, and this is Songji. It's a pleasure to meet you, Big Mouth. Upon finishing her introduction, she activated her powers, instantly absorbing the crystals scattered across the ground, leaving Big Mouth in awe. However, she soon sensed a few opportunists attempting to pilfer beneath her feet. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, she spotted a man and a woman rummaging through the pile of corpses, already clutching 2 or 3 crystals. It appeared they had seized the moment while Qin Xian and her companions were preoccupied. Songji's brows furrowed in anger as he barked, Halt! Who permitted you to steal? The pair seemed to hear him but chose to ignore him, continuing their search. Disregarding a warning will bring consequences, Songji declared, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning upon them. They were thrown several meters away, struggling to rise from the ground. Hastily, they dropped their stolen crystals and fled in a panic. Songji turned to Qin Xian, asking if she wished to eliminate them. She, however, felt disinterested. 2 ordinary individuals devoid of crystals were hardly worth her time. Shrugging, Songji dismissed the matter, recognizing that they were mere background characters, unworthy of wasting abilities upon. Throughout the night, the trio meticulously refined their battle strategies, conducting various tests and honing their techniques until they achieved a higher level of synergy. At dawn, the 2 humans and the bird found refuge in a hotel room, applying heat insulation film and setting up a battery to power a cooling fan and lights. Gradually, the temperature inside the room began to drop. Big Mouth, brimming with energy, could not remain still, pecking here and chattering there. Soon, it expressed hunger, revealing that there were mutated insects nearby, and promptly took flight in search of food. Qin Xian counted the crystals and exclaimed, "We can both advance a level now, and the medical crystals can also be upgraded." Song Ji glanced outside, lowering his voice as he inquired, "You plan to keep it, don't you?" Qin Xian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I do, but I must assess its character first. If it proves unreliable, no matter how potent its abilities, we cannot accept it." Song Ji concurred, agreed. "We shall proceed cautiously. I will stand guard while you level up." Reassured by Song Ji's presence, Qin Xian patted his shoulder and moved to the adjacent room, locking the door behind her. She entered her space, calming her mind as she began the leveling process. After finishing, she picked up the letter paper and began to read about her new abilities. The 5th tier Void ability granted her a remarkably powerful skill, Ability Nullification I. This ability allowed her to render all supernatural plants and animals within her vicinity into ordinary creatures. Even particles of energy from long-range attacks would be neutralized, as long as the attacking energy originated from a supernatural being of a lower or equal tier. The effect would activate. In essence, if she stood beside another supernatural being and employed the skill, all nearby supernatural entities would transform into mere mortals, their gestures resembling actors in a magical film, performing without tangible effects. This ability could also evade various elemental attacks like lightning, metal, earth, and plants, though its range was quite limited, expanding as her tier increased. Her 5th tier, Animal Manipulation ability introduced a fascinating mind-reading function. This did not involve comprehending the innermost thoughts of animals. Instead, by releasing her powers to control a particular creature, she could temporarily read the thoughts of others if their bodily fluids mingled with that of the animal. For instance, if Qin Xian controlled a snake to bite Song Ji, the mingling of their fluids would allow her to perceive his thoughts through the serpent. An additional feature of this ability enabled her to remotely manipulate lesser-tier animals, utilizing their senses to observe places she could not reach. This power was indeed remarkable, promising significant assistance for future endeavors. Next came the upgrade of her healing ability to the 2nd tier. Previously, she had to concentrate, using her mental energy in conjunction with her abilities to heal wounds, with a healing speed increase of only 20. Now, she could directly release her powers for healing, with the speed enhancement raised to 30. Eager to test it, she made a cut on her left arm with a knife, creating a 5 centimeters long, 1 centimeter deep wound from which blood flowed. She then opened her palm towards the injury, releasing her healing powers. A pink aura surrounded her, filled with white specks resembling snowflakes. Amidst a tingling sensation, the wound's healing speed significantly accelerated. Previously, she had only managed to partially heal Song Ji's injuries. This time, the wound nearly closed entirely, leaving just a faint scar. Overjoyed, Qin Xian affirmed that her healing ability was indeed outstanding. She continued reading, only to discover even greater surprises ahead. Chapter 92. The Subordinate Rings. Her 5th tier, Spatial ability had acquired 2 new functionalities. The first was the Spatial Observation feature, allowing her to see the external situation from within the space, thereby avoiding dangers and preventing detection upon exiting. The second feature involved the granting of a set of 5 subordinate rings, all crafted from metal, with the main ring adorned with a white crystal. The holder of the main ring could sense and communicate with the subordinate ring bearers from anywhere, providing them with healing and support. The main ring could eliminate a subordinate ring at any time, but this function could not be used lightly. Doing so would leave the main ring holder in a 3-day coma, during which they could not enter the space and would lack any system protection. This kill function should only be employed in dire circumstances. Once donned, the rings could not be removed. The main ring holder had to request permission from the system to take it off, and no subordinate could remove their ring without the main ring's consent. Most astonishingly, when a main ring released a wide area damage skill, the subordinate rings would remain unharmed, and the skills of the subordinate rings would not affect the main ring or the other subordinate rings, thus preventing accidental harm to companions. The letter paper also stated that if the host wished to form a team, they could utilize the subordinate rings. If not, they could disregard this function. Team formations could include pairs, trios, or larger groups. The system would not interfere with the host's choices or force them to undertake any tasks. granting them the utmost freedom during these arduous times. Qin Xian was utterly enamored with this system. Unlike those from previous novels that compelled protagonists to perform certain actions or follow a predetermined narrative, often punishing them severely for disobedience, her system was refreshingly delightful. Unable to contain her excitement, she hugged the letter paper and exclaimed, "You are simply amazing." The paper quivered slightly before slowly writing out a few words. "Shameless. I'll step on you." Then it swiftly flew away, vanishing into the air. After calming her emotions, she returned to work in the fields. With her level rising, she could now remain in the space for 9 hours, which equated to 36 hours in the outer world due to the time dilation effect. Since the flow of time had accelerated, the growth of her plants and animals had also hastened considerably. Sometimes, after weeding in the morning, she would return in the afternoon to find the weeds had grown significantly taller. After tending to her crops and livestock, she took a shower and enjoyed a solitary meal within the space. After bathing, she indulged in a refreshing nap before finally exiting the space, which felt like no more than the time it takes to have a meal. Upon leaving, she found Song Ji resting outside. He immediately awoke as she opened the door. After a brief exchange, she handed him the crystal core for his ascension. Qin Xian then sat down in the spot he had just vacated, contemplating the subordinate ring in her hand. She wondered if Song Ji would be willing to wear it. She was determined to grant him the utmost freedom to choose. Despite its numerous advantages, it felt rather like placing shackles on someone. Qin Xian indeed desired to assume a dominant position in their relationship, yet there was no need for slavery. Once Song Ji completed his ascension, he radiated vitality, the fatigue from before dissipating entirely. Qin Xian had set up a small table outside, preparing to enjoy a hot pot. Though she had eaten alone earlier, her rapid metabolism due to exertion had left her hungry once more. She prepared 3 types of ingredients and 5 varieties of meat for a yin-yang hot pot. Upon seeing it, Song Ji's stomach growled in response. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and eagerly began to feast. Qin Xian selected a piece of curled tripe from the pot, dipping it in her specially prepared sauce. The moment it touched her lips, the heat made her gasp. It was scorching, yet utterly delicious. Before finishing one piece, she quickly stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth. As they ate, she began to discuss the newly acquired subordinate rings, outlining both their advantages and disadvantages. Finally, she inquired, "I want to use it. Would you be willing to wear it?" It might seem rather selfish, but it's okay if you don't want to. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Ji was inclined to agree. But as he attempted to speak, a piece of scalding beef ball lodged in his mouth, rendering him speechless. He could only nod vigorously. What were notions of humanity and rights? Such trivial matters seemed irrelevant to him. All he wished was to remain by Qin Xian's side, to accompany and protect her. The former Song Ji had long since perished. What did a dead man have to say about humanity or rights? He understood that Qin Xian sought a sense of security, and he was determined to provide her with just that. Qin Xian exhaled in relief. In her previous life, she had become accustomed to betrayal and coldness. When she encountered someone she cherished, she often resorted to desperate measures to keep them close, akin to a fish trapped in a dwindling puddle. Striving to preserve the evaporating water, she found it difficult to trust, yet yearned for trust in return. Selfish, yet longing for affection. Despicable, yet absurd. Qin Xian presented a ring to Song Ji. Upon glancing at it, Song Ji frowned and declined. "I do not want it." She was taken aback. Had he changed his mind? Just as she was about to dismiss it, he exclaimed, "Why is it green? I dislike this color. Please give me another." Qin Xian's lips twitched. Was that truly the crux of the matter? Nevertheless, she acquiesced and exchanged it for a purple one, as his lightning was purple, a hue befitting him. Qin Xian then picked up a white ring and casually placed it upon her ring finger. This was not intentional. Rather, throughout her life, whenever she saw rings on television, they were invariably worn on the ring finger. She had been subtly influenced by this notion. Upon seeing this, Song Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hastily adorned his own ring finger as well. Could it be that he and Qin Xian were now engaged in a symbolic union? His face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, fervently fanning himself with a leafy vegetable, tears brimming in his eyes from the heat. Qin Xian could not help but chuckle. "It's not as if you haven't had meat in a while. Pace yourself." The beauty of her playful demeanor, shrouded in the steam of the hot pot, created an enchanting atmosphere, with the dim lights flickering gently. The ephemeral beauty was truly captivating. manifesting in the simplest of gestures, a glance, a sidelong look, imbued with an alluring charm, exuding grace and elegance. Songji stood mesmerized, utterly disoriented. Suddenly a shrill, ear-piercing scream shattered this enchanting moment. In the next instant, a figure resembling a cannonball burst through the door. It collided with the wall with a loud thud before collapsing onto the floor. It was Dzi, panting heavily, mouth agape, his chest heaving violently as he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Clearly, he had been pursued and had fled here for refuge. Qin Xian and Songji exchanged anxious glances, their tension palpable. They quickly set down their utensils and approached him, inquiring what happened. "Who is chasing you?"